If given the chance to return to the past and face that person, whom you know is unattainable, would you choose to be lovers or friends once more? Upon being reborn a decade ago, Gu Qiuqu's response to this question was, "Let us forget each other and remain strangers." Unbeknownst to him, on that very day, he was cornered by the equally reincarnated Qin Zhiyi. "Gu Qiu, grant me another chance. This time I shall pursue you." Chapter 1. Past Life, Present Life. That night, in a room veiled in darkness, the scent of disinfectant lingered, while the relentless patter of raindrops against the window echoed like the hand of death, and the thunder rolled ominously, akin to the tolling of a grim bell. A middle-aged man lying on a hospital bed appeared strikingly calm. A phone on the pillow beside him was dialing out, its faint glow illuminating his haggard visage. After a few moments, the call connected. Jiu Qiu let out a shallow breath, gathering himself to relax his tone as much as possible. "Qin Zhiyi, I am dying." A brief silence ensued on the other end, followed by a cool female voice. "Do not get a divorce?" Startled, Gu Qiu chuckled softly. Even in such dire circumstances, this woman still believed he was pressuring her for a divorce. After a pause, he continued to clarify. "Stomach cancer. I've been diagnosed and treated, but alas, it's futile. I initially wanted to keep this from you, but considering you will have to manage my affairs afterward, I feared you might not even mark my grave in a fit of anger, so I thought it better to tell you directly." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi finally grasped that he was not jesting, and her tone shifted to one of urgency. "Where are you?" Gu Qiu took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he struggled to turn onto his side. Facing the phone. "Along will inform you. Do not worry too much. I read online that in the late stages of cancer, one might experience vomiting blood or edema. I'm all right, not in too much pain, but this wretched illness is indeed tormenting. I've not had a decent night's sleep in over a week." That he rambled on, his speech gradually slowing, his voice dwindling. Meanwhile, on a rain-soaked street, a white Mercedes with its hazard lights flashing came to a halt at the roadside. Inside the driver's seat, a woman clad in a deep blue suit clutched her phone tightly. Her eyes, framed by slender brows, were clouded with tears, her body trembling as she spoke with a quaver in her voice. "Send me your location. Tell me where you are. I beg you." The faint voice on the line continued. "Qin Zhiyi, take good care of yourself. Eat breakfast on time. Start the rice cooker only after the green light comes on, and don't stuff the fridge with too many groceries at once. Try to eat fresh. Remember when we got married, you promised to nurture our little home and be a considerate, clingy wife? Yet here we are. Qin Zhiyi, you have broken your promise. Qin Zhiyi, I feel a bit cold. If there's a next life." Jiu Qiu's faint voice trailed off abruptly. Tears that had been swirling in Qin Zhiyi's eyes finally broke free, leaving her in a state of bewilderment and helplessness as she shook her head repeatedly. Gu Qiu, do not frighten me. Gu Qiu." But no matter how fervently she called, there was no response. Suddenly, Qin Zhiyi recalled the mention of a crucial piece of information from Gu Qiu's earlier words. Yet, she dared not hang up the call, and with a swift thought, she restarted her vehicle, making a hasty turn at the intersection. However, before she could accelerate, a large truck suddenly barreled onto the side road. Bang! The two vehicles collided violently, the front of the Mercedes crumpling as it spun twice, releasing plumes of white smoke. At that moment, boom! A bolt of lightning tore through the night sky, splitting it in two and cascading downward, where the convergence of light and electricity resembled a blossoming flower of thunder, akin to a mysterious passage through time and space. Yunqing, Yunmeng High School. It was early March, and the air was thick with the promise of spring. In a spacious office shared by 8, a young man who had been napping at the innermost desk suddenly awoke with a start. "Ha!" Gu Qiu gasped for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He straightened up, glancing around until the sight of bright sunlight outside gradually dispelled the gloom in his heart. This scene was witnessed by a middle-aged teacher filling his water bottle at the water cooler behind him. Chen Qian set his thermos aside and, using a disposable cup, handed Gu Qiu half a cup of warm water. "What troubles have you been encountering lately? I've caught you like this several times." "Thank you, Brother Chun." Gu Qiu accepted the cup with both hands, offering a sheepish smile as he fabricated an excuse. "Nothing, just not sleeping well at night." Chen Qian, naturally skeptical of his words, refrained from probing further. He took his thermos back to his desk, casually remarking, "The school just started. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Try to sleep earlier at night, and if it gets too overwhelming, take a couple of days off." "Understood." Jiu Qiu replied politely, taking a sip of water before turning his gaze back out the window. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been reborn for half a month. He had never imagined such an extraordinary event would occur in his life. Initially, he suspected that the so-called past life was merely a figment of his exhausted mind. Yet during this time, he dreamt every night of the moment he spoke to Qin Zhiyi before his demise, coupled with the chilling realism of the cancer that tormented him, served as a constant reminder. He truly had been reborn, returning to a decade ago. Just as he was lost in thought, a notification pinged from his phone on the desk. Guqiu picked it up to check. The lock screen displayed a message from a WeChat official account, but upon unlocking, it revealed a chat interface, with the contact at the top reading Qin Zhiyi. His gaze faltered as he recalled having neglected to return to the main screen after browsing earlier. Teacher, Qiu, what are you up to? Qiu, why have you been ignoring me for so long? Pay attention to me. If you keep ignoring me, I shall cause a scene. As Guqiu gazed at the clock still frozen in yesterday, he felt a pang of melancholy while perusing the one-sided chat history initiated by Qin Zhiyi. In truth, the narrative between him and Qin Zhiyi was not particularly intricate. In a previous life, they became acquainted through gaming, gradually evolving into an online romance, followed by an in-person meeting, cohabitation, and ultimately matrimony. Everyone, including Guqiu himself, believed they would bask in eternal happiness. However, reality often proves to be less than satisfactory. Qin Zhiyi was born into a family that favored sons over daughters. Growing up amidst various injustices, she embraced the education of a new era, standing in stark opposition to the archaic and feudal ideologies. Upon reaching adulthood, she began to rebel, leading to frequent clashes with her family. She defied her parents' wishes by not marrying a wealthy heir, instead choosing to wed Guqiu, which escalated the familial discord to its zenith. Ultimately, their relationship reached a point of irrevocable estrangement, compelling Qin Zhiyi to resolve to prove her worth and make her parents regret their choices. Initially, Guqiu wholeheartedly supported her decision, but he aided her with plans and endeavored alongside her. Yet as time elapsed, he discerned that Qin Zhiyi had become somewhat obsessed. As a biopharmaceutical researcher, her accomplishments and prestige soared due to her talent and diligence. However, the time she devoted to Guqiu and their household dwindled, resulting in frequent arguments and cold wars. The complete unraveling of their relationship could be traced back to Guqiu's diagnosis with cancer. He could no longer recall the complexity of emotions he felt while returning home from the hospital with the test results, nor the depths of despair that accompanied him as he sat alone on the sofa, lost in thought. He only remembered attempting to call Qin Zhiyi to share the news, yet before he could utter a word, he received her response. There's an issue with the project. I have an emergency meeting that don't wait for me for dinner. That evening, Guqiu proposed divorce to Qin Zhiyi while concealing his cancer diagnosis. Curiously, Qin Zhiyi did not consent to the divorce, and, during the subsequent 6 months of his struggle for survival, she consistently declined or deferred his request for separation with various excuses, leaving him unable to sever the invisible bond that tethered them until his last breath. A sigh escapes, he murmured. Memories flooded his mind, prompting Guqiu to exhale softly. Glancing once more at the chat history, he pondered. If only Qin Zhiyi could have remained in that state, would the conclusion have been different? After a brief moment, Guqiu regained his focus. He swiped left on the screen, returning to the main interface of WeChat and noticed the public account from which he had just received a message, Autumn Leaf Sentiments. He pressed his lips together, contemplating, before recalling the purpose of this public account. According to the trajectory of their previous lives, he and Qin Zhiyi should currently occupy a space just beyond friendship, yet not quite reaching the realm of romantic involvement. Nevertheless, he found himself smitten, yearning to transcend this boundary, yet paralyzed by social anxiety and low emotional intelligence, unsure of how to proceed. By serendipity, he discovered the existence of public accounts focused on love and relationships, prompting him to follow a few for guidance. I could see this moment, reminiscing about those late nights spent cocooned in his blankets, absorbing love advice like a sponge. Guqiu couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Then, with a casual swipe, he intended to unfollow the public account, but inadvertently clicked inside IT. As he was about to exit, a bold red phrase captured his attention. If you could return to the past and once again confront that person you know is impossible, would you choose to be lovers or remain friends this time? Chapter 2. Let us forget each other and be strangers. Guqiu's brows arched slightly as he stared at the title of the article on the public account. Lost in thought for several seconds. Driven by curiosity, he scrolled down the screen. The story recounted a girl who, due to the vicissitudes of reality, parted ways with her first love, subsequently fantasizing about returning to the time when they had just begun their relationship. With a few changes, she sought to rewrite their destinies. The nearly 1,000-word narrative flowed with genuine emotion and poignant regret, likely capable of evoking tears from many nostalgic readers. In the comments section below, most responses were reflections on the question posed by the title. Some declared that they would choose to be lovers 1,000 times over, while others suggested that friendship sufficed, allowing them to catch glimpses of each other's happiness. Interestingly, a comment proposing the addition of an option for wealth garnered the most likes. In a previous life, Guqiu might have refrained from sharing his thoughts, perhaps even internally deriding the peculiar nature of humanity, choosing to dwell in memories rather than living in the present. Yet now, he seemed to possess the most authority to comment. After a moment of contemplation, he left a message in the comments. Let us forget each other and be strangers. In the days following his rebirth, Gucci's heart had been in a state of turmoil. Particularly, every time he received a message from Qin Zhiyi, he grappled with how to face her in this lifetime. Reflecting on their past, he understood her desire to shine in her fields of passion and expertise, as well as her yearning to prove her capabilities to her parents, who had favored her brother, depriving her of much love. However, understanding was merely that. He had no intention of repeating past mistakes. He simply wished for a more uncomplicated life. Alone, he envisioned a quiet existence, perhaps accompanied by a dog or a cat, toiling away during the day for a few coins, yet finding solace in shared moments in the evening. During leisure, he'd lounge in relaxation or embark on spontaneous journeys, love resonating and emotions enduring. As for him and Qin Zhiyi, their past as lovers had proven incompatible. Could one truly be friends with someone they had once loved so deeply? Thus, it would be best to part ways amicably, with paths diverging and bridges left untraveled. With this thought, Guccio lifted his gaze, seemingly resolute. He scrolled away from the public account and reopened the chat window with Qin Zhiyi. Taking a deep breath, he slowly typed, I've started dating someone, and to avoid misunderstandings, perhaps we should limit our contact. Yet, upon completing this message, he shook his head. Such a statement might lead others to believe he was a cad. Moreover, he and Qin Zhiyi were merely mismatched. She had not committed any grievous errors. Given that she had not yet transformed into the cold workaholic he remembered from their past life, it was best to refrain from uttering words that might wound her heart. After some deliberation, Guccio revised his message. I wish to focus on my career for now. I may be quite busy and won't have much time to chat with you. Please make more friends in real life. After reading it aloud twice to ensure there were no typographical errors, he pressed the send button. Surely, such a blatant farewell would be recognized by her. Guccio mused internally. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Qin Zhiyi's reply appeared in the chat window. So, what you said about never leaving me, regardless of what happens, was a lie? I even prepared a surprise for you. Just wait. After reading Qin Zhiyi's messages, Guccio curled his lip in disdain. How could she still bring up promises? In their past life, she had failed to fulfill so many of them. If she wanted him to wait, then let it be. Did she think she could come charging through the internet to confront him? Just then, the bell signaling the end of the lunch break rang out in the corridor. Ding, ding, ding. Guccio graduated from a well-known university in China, majoring in archaeology. However, having dreamed of becoming a teacher since childhood, he obtained his teaching certificate early and joined a fairly reputable private high school in Yin City last year. Currently, he served as a history teacher for the first year, with a class scheduled for the first period of the afternoon. Shaking his head, Guccio momentarily cast aside thoughts of his emotions. He drained the last bit of water from his cup, organized his teaching materials, and prepared to head to class. Just as he stood up, his gaze collided with that of a figure appearing at the door, causing him to startle. Qin Zhiyi. Had she truly come looking for him? Guccio rubbed his eyes and pinched his cheek, ensuring he was not dreaming, before staring blankly at the young woman who walked into the office. With a somewhat aloof, oval face and exquisitely crafted features, her most striking attribute was her eyes, as clear as a stream, accentuated by a beauty mark beneath the corner of her right eye, rendering her utterly captivating. She donned a pure white shirt paired with a matching skirt, carrying a small handbag, clean and dignified, perfectly embodying the ideal of a boy's romanticized vision of his beloved. However, this was somewhat at odds with Guccio's memory of Qin Zhiyi. In their past life, she had always favored mature, dark-colored attire, likely due to her tall stature and cool demeanor. This soft, white ensemble was almost non-existent in his recollections. Yet it must be said, this new style rendered her even more beautiful. Even though he had been intimately familiar with her in the previous life, her presence now still left him awestruck. Suddenly, Guccio realized he had been lost in thoughts solely about Qin Zhiyi's beauty. He quickly shook his head, forcing himself to regain focus. No. What he should be concerned about was why Qin Zhiyi was here. The head of the grade, who entered behind Qin Zhiyi, swiftly provided the answer. The grade director, Cui Jiangwo, in his 40s with a receding hairline and not particularly tall stature, pointed toward Qin Zhiyi with a smile. This is our newly appointed teacher Qin, who will temporarily be responsible for teaching biology to the first-year students. Within the office, comprising 5 teachers including Guqiu, astonishment spread across their faces. All of them taught first-year classes and had learned the previous week about the addition of a new biology teacher. They had anticipated someone of retirement age, perhaps a professor seeking a quiet life, yet unexpectedly, the newcomer was a young beauty. After a brief moment of astonishment, they began to warmly welcome Qin Zhiyi. "Welcome, welcome. Teacher Qin, you are truly beautiful." In contrast, Guqiu appeared somewhat distracted. Qin Zhiyi was 2 years his senior. According to the trajectory of their past life, she should currently be pursuing her Master's degree while being highly sought after by a biopharmaceutical company in Hang City. How could she have come to this small county town of Yun City to be a teacher? Suddenly, he recalled the message he had just overlooked. Could this be the surprise she mentioned? With this thought, Guqiu's gaze instinctively shifted towards Qin Zhiyi, only to find her gazing intently at him, her starry eyes brimming with endless affection. Guqiu nervously swallowed, and a sudden, inexplicable thought crossed his mind. Had Qin Zhiyi also been reborn? This was their first encounter in this lifetime, yet her gaze did not reflect that of someone meeting an online acquaintance for the first time. It resembled more that of a long-lost friend reunited. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. After all, whether drawn from personal experience or fictional narratives, the common prerequisite for reincarnation is invariably death. How could Qin Zhiyi possibly lose her life under such circumstances? Meanwhile, as the teachers exhausted their flattery, Qin Zhiyi remained unresponsive, prompting Cui Jiangwo to intervene. "Ahem, Teacher Qin, would you like to say a few words?" Only then did Qin Zhiyi return her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips as she bowed in gratitude. "Hello everyone, my name is Qin Zhiyi. As a newcomer, I kindly ask for your guidance." Upon her conclusion, Cui Jiangwo surveyed the room and noticed 2 vacant seats remaining. One was across from Guqiu, cluttered with an array of items, exuding a sense of disorder. The other was adjacent to a young female teacher, whose desk was pristine, adorned with a pot of succulent plants on the windowsill. The contrast was striking. However, before Cui Jiangwo could make arrangements, Qin Zhiyi proactively approached the desk opposite Guqiu and casually inquired, "There's no one sitting here, is there?" As she uttered these words, her gaze once more flickered to Guqiu. He instinctively shook his head. Immediately, Qin Zhiyi beamed, declaring, "Then I shall sit here." Due to the angle, others may not have noticed that Qin Zhiyi had been observing Guqiu, but Cui Jiangwo, standing between them, had taken it all in. Now, with Qin Zhiyi choosing to sit across from Guqiu, he curiously asked, "Teacher Qin, Qiu, do you two know each other?" Startled, Guqiu quickly interjected, "No, we don't." Chapter 3. This time, I will pursue you. Fearing that Qin Zhiyi might reveal their online acquaintanceship, which could raise suspicions, Guqiu hastily responded. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Zhiyi's gaze locked onto him once more, this time tinged with a hint of melancholy. Fortunately, she refrained from contradicting Guqiu and instead explained her choice of seat with a charming smile. Sitting across from a handsome man is quite pleasing to the eye. At her words, Guqiu's lips twitched. This woman undoubtedly had some issues. In her previous life, she rarely made such flirtatious comments in private. Suddenly, the office fell into an unusual silence, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. Thankfully, a female teacher promptly lightened the mood. "Indeed, Teacher Gu is quite handsome, and Teacher Qin, you're lovely as well. Together, you will be the most radiant scenery in our office." Cui Jiangwo chuckled along, adding, "Well, now you've officially met. What a coincidence that you both teach the same class. You'll certainly have ample opportunity to interact. Qiu, don't just sit there. Help Teacher Qin tidy up her desk. It's quite a mess." Guqiu shot a glance at Qin Zhiyi and picked up his teaching materials. "Guiji, I have a class." Just then, the sound of the class bell rang out in the hallway. Ding, ding, ding. Class is starting. Students, please return to your classrooms promptly. Immediately, the 2 teachers with classes in session grabbed their textbooks, exchanged greetings, and left, chatting amiably. Guqiu shrugged and began to head towards the door. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he heard Qin Zhiyi's voice behind him. "Teacher Gu, may I audit your class?" Gu Qiu turned around, bewildered. "You teach biology. What business do you have auditing my history class?" Seemingly reading his thoughts, Qin Zhiyi blinked and explained, as a newcomer, "I am quite lost and do not wish to hinder my students' learning. I aim to acclimate quickly, and since we teach the same class, I thought it would be beneficial to familiarize myself with the classroom environment. I promise not to disrupt your lesson. May I?" Her expression was earnest, and her words flowed seamlessly. Gu Qiu considered refusing, but found himself at a loss for a valid reason, glancing towards Cui Jiangwo. Cui Jiangwo promptly averted his gaze. His keen observational skills had revealed that the two had likely known each other previously, yet he had no desire to meddle in youthful affairs. "Ahem. I just remembered that the vice principal summoned me to his office." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Seeing this, Gu Qiu reluctantly returned his focus to Qin Zhiyi, who gazed at him expectantly and murmured, "All right then." Qin Zhiyi responded with a smile, quickly placing her bag on the desk and hastily following Gu Qiu's pace. Class 9 of the first year. Despite having experienced an hour and a half of lunchtime, many students still felt unfulfilled, languidly resting their heads on their desks until they spotted their history teacher entering with a beautiful lady, which instantly piqued their interest. And whispers erupted from the back row. Gu Qiu felt somewhat uneasy under the student scrutiny. After all, according to the timeline of their previous lives, they had been married. Yet, the commotion was out of hand, and he swiftly regained control. "If you keep chattering, there will be extra assignments this weekend." This tactic proved effective, and the students fell silent in an instant. Qin Zhiyi appeared rather pleased, a subtle smile gracing her lips. After exchanging nods with Gu Qiu, she found a spot at the back where a considerate classmate even offered her a chair. Gu Qiu placed his textbooks on the desk, opened them, and began organizing his lesson plan. Meanwhile, the three girls in the front row couldn't suppress their curiosity. "Teacher Gu, who is that lady in the back? Is she your girlfriend? You brought your girlfriend to class?" Gu Qiu initially wished to ignore them, but, fearing the rumors that might circulate, he patiently clarified. "Don't be ridiculous. She's your new biology teacher." The three girls, upon hearing this, became even more excited and glanced back at Qin Zhiyi, eager to continue their inquiries. However, Gu Qiu cut them off. "Class is starting. Stand up." "Good morning, teacher." "Good morning, students. Please take your seats." After going through the formalities, the classroom order visibly improved. Gu Qiu held his textbook and addressed the class. "Let us review the content from the last lesson. Zhou Yinjian, who discovered the New World?" During the questioning segment, the students, fearing the teacher's attention, practically buried their heads in their desks, a stark contrast to Qin Zhiyi, who sat at the back, staring intently at Gu Qiu. Her presence in the classroom was not merely to familiarize herself with the surroundings. More importantly, the memories of their past life still haunted her. The only way she could find solace was by watching Gu Qiu. "It was truly wonderful to see you again," she whispered to herself inwardly, her thoughts drifting further. In her past life, after Gu Qiu proposed divorce and moved out, she began to reflect on her actions. Realizing she had made many mistakes, she came to understand that what mattered most to her was not her parents' approval, nor fame and fortune, but Gu Qiu, who had been by her side since her youth. Thus, whenever Gu Qiu discussed divorce with her, she would conjure up various excuses to refuse, hoping to retain him and seeking another chance. Yet, just as she had planned to reconcile with him, she was met with the devastating news of his passing. That rainy night, as Gu Qiu's voice gradually faded away, she felt herself on the brink of collapse. Who would have thought that in her desperate attempt to see him one last time, she rushed to find along, only to collide with another vehicle? Yet, through misfortune came fortune, leading her to be reborn a decade earlier. She initially found it hard to believe all of this, but the moment she contacted Gu Qiu on her phone, she wished, even if it were merely a dream, not to awaken. For as long as he was present, her life, and indeed her very existence, held significance. Gu Qiu was always dedicated to his work and did not let the presence of Qin Zhiyi affect his teaching. However, once the class bell rang, he departed the classroom as if fleeing, with no intention of waiting for Qin Zhiyi. Qin Zhiyi, on the other hand, appeared quite composed. engaging in light conversation with the students before she left. Yet, as soon as she entered the office, she discovered Gu Qiu packing his belongings. "Mr. Gu, do you have no classes this afternoon?" "Yes." Gu Qiu replied reluctantly, continuing his task without missing a beat. At this, Qin Zhiyi raised an eyebrow. After a moment of contemplation, she glanced at her cluttered desk, suddenly inspired. "Mr. Gu, my desk is piled high with so many things, and I can't tell which are useful and which are not. Would you mind helping me tidy it up?" Gu Qiu instinctively wanted to refuse, but with two other teachers present, he wrestled with his thoughts before ultimately agreeing. Thus, they busied themselves for a considerable time, clearing the desk and tidying up the office. Before long, they found themselves alone in the office. Gu Qiu stretched, loosening his muscles. "There's an empty spot over there, yet you insist on fussing around here. All right, you can finish up by yourself. I'm leaving." However, just as he finished speaking, he noticed Qin Zhiyi smiling as she approached him. Reluctantly, he took a step back, only to find himself against the wall, with no space left to retreat. "Ai, what are you doing?" This woman was remarkably bold, and he was still in the office. Qin Zhiyi tilted her head slightly, her gaze intense. "Didn't you say you didn't know me? Now you're calling me Ai?" Gu Qiu averted his gaze, his tone serious. "Didn't I make myself quite clear?" "What did you say?" She inquired softly. "That you should work hard or that you intend to find a realistic girlfriend." Though her tone was gentle, it felt almost like an interrogation. Over the past half-month, she had attempted to maintain an ambiguous relationship with Gu Qiu, even becoming a bit clingy. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, this incarnation of Gu Qiu seemed to deliberately avoid her. Qin Zhiyi pondered the possibility that her rebirth had not returned her to the original world. Or perhaps her rebirth had caused a butterfly effect. Regardless of the cause, she felt that having caused Gu Qiu so much hurt in her past life, it was only natural for her to endure some hardship in this life. Thus, she had resigned from her job in Hangzhou and sought him out. Since fate had granted her a second chance, she absolutely could not miss Gu Qiu again. In her previous life, it was Gu Qiu who pursued her. This time, Qiu, since you don't wish for an online romance, let's begin in reality. I will pursue you, shall I? Chapter 4. I will definitely become the most suitable person for you. Gu Qiu was gauging the distance, planning to quickly maneuver around Qin Zhiyi. However, upon hearing her words, his body stiffened and disbelief filled his eyes. Was she confessing her feelings for him so directly? Observing the confusion on Gu Qiu's face, Qin Zhiyi couldn't help but chuckle, stepping closer to him. With a gentle flutter of her starry eyes, she softly asked, "Is that all right?" Gu Qiu's throat tightened slightly, but he remained lucid enough to avert his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he urged, Your talent should not be squandered here. Return to Hangzhou. That is where you can truly shine. I believe you will encounter someone suitable for you and I. You are the one I desire most." Qin Zhiyi interrupted him, adding, "What future will bring the right person? I only know that the present is the best. Moreover, without trying, how can you be certain that we are not compatible?" At this, Gu Qiu grimaced internally, thinking, hadn't she already experienced it in the past life? To the point of feeling disheartened? It was a relationship that had ended in a split. Perhaps sensing a connection, Qin Zhiyi also recalled their past. In her previous life, Gu Qiu had resigned from his job because she had asked him not to pursue a long-distance relationship, moving to Hangzhou to be with her, eventually settling down. He had steadfastly supported her through the pressures and challenges posed by her parents, and even after marriage, he had resolutely backed her career, all in hopes of becoming the right person for her. Reflecting on this, Qin Zhiyi felt a twinge of guilt, yet her resolve strengthened. "Qiu, I will certainly become the most suitable person for you." Seeing her unwavering determination, Gu Qiu ceased his attempts to dissuade her, letting out a soft sigh. "Do as you wish." Qin Zhiyi's lips curved into a slight smile. "Then I shall take that as your agreement." Gu Qiu did not respond, but instead retorted, "Can I pass now?" Given their current posture, if someone were to stumble upon them, the rumor would spread like wildfire, and there would be no way to clear his name. Fortunately, Qin Zhiyi understood that pursuing Gu Qiu was not an urgent matter and refrained from teasing him further. She took a couple of steps back, allowing him to pass. Gu Qiu grabbed the cloth draped over the back of a chair and quickly maneuvered past her. heading straight for the door. Moments later, he tossed the clean cloth onto Qin Zhiyi's desk, picked up his computer bag, and left without looking back. After taking a few steps, he heard Qin Zhiyi's voice behind him, laced with humor. "Qiao, do you like my surprise?" Gu Qiao paused, momentarily stunned, before retorting with annoyance, more like a fright. With that, he hurried away. Qin Zhiyi smiled softly, watching as Gu Qiao's figure faded from view. Suddenly, her phone, which she had placed in her bag, rang. Upon checking, she saw an unrecognized but familiar number and, with a hint of coldness in her tender gaze, decisively hung up. Evening. Teacher's apartment. A slant of sunlight streamed through the glass window, sneaking into the dimly lit room. The space was not particularly large, yet it was impeccably tidy. Gu Qiao, lying on the sofa, gradually awoke, turning to glance at the sky outside before covering his eyes with his arm. The school did not require teachers to remain in the office at all times, but Gu Qiao typically stayed behind. He felt a strong sense of responsibility, worried that students might need him but be unable to find him. And he was also relatively inexperienced, concerned about what others might say. However, today, faced with Qin Zhiyi's aggressive approach, he felt somewhat drained and had to sneak away to avoid any further disturbances. He had intended to rest for a moment, but before he knew it, the sun was nearly setting. After a few more minutes, Gu Qiao finally rose. He stretched his muscles, turned on the light, and grabbed a can of cola from the refrigerator in the corner, taking a small sip. He then made his way straight to the bathroom. In the mirror above the vanity, his handsome and refined face reflected back at him, his short, tousled hair giving him a somewhat mature and composed appearance, accentuated by the black shirt he wore. After staring at his reflection for a moment, Gu Qiao bent down and splashed water on his face. Feeling considerably more awake, he returned to the sofa with his cola in hand. Casting a sidelong glance at the lingering twilight, my thoughts inevitably grew intricate. Could it be that I have been reborn into a parallel universe? During the most intimate moments of my previous life with Qin Zhiyi, she was never as forward or clingy as she is now. The notion of her actively pursuing me feels rather novel. Perhaps I should entertain the idea? Yet, scarcely had this thought emerged when Gu Qiao quickly shook his head. After taking a sip of cola to steady his nerves, he muttered to himself in exasperation, "Gu Qiao, have you not suffered enough? Do you wish to tread the same path once more? Indeed, I must not allow that woman to prevail. I need to devise a strategy to extricate myself from her clutches." At that moment, Gu Qiao's phone, resting on the table, suddenly rang. The clock of time traversing through memories began to reverse, returning to an era when love was cherished. Gu Qiao instinctively picked up the phone and paused upon seeing the contact labeled Along. Along's full name is Zhao Yulong, with whom I grew up in an orphanage. We share a bond akin to that of brothers. In my previous life, when I was diagnosed with cancer and left with nowhere to turn, it was Along who found me and cared for me during my last 6 months. On the very first day of my transmigration, I had attempted to reach out to Along, but he was busy at the time, and our conversation was brief. Over the past half-month, I had been adjusting to my new life and intended to contact him later. I never anticipated that Along would reach out to me first. Without overthinking, Gu Qiao quickly answered the call and activated the speakerphone. Suddenly, a somewhat boisterous voice resonated through the receiver. "I called you at dismissal time, and you took your sweet time to answer? I just saw your message." Gu Qiao chuckled lightly, fabricating an excuse. Zhao Yulong then chided, "You've been quite busy lately, haven't you? Since our last chat, you vanished without a trace. What was that about? Did you stumble upon something good?" Gu Qiao raised an eyebrow. During our last conversation, he had been overly excited, hinting at his rebirth without directly stating it. Fortunately, Along seemed to have brushed it off, merely thinking he was being eccentric. In retrospect, he realized how impulsive he had been. Such an extraordinary occurrence should be kept under wraps for the time being. Returning to the topic at hand, he couldn't help but think of Qin Zhiyi, letting out a soft sigh. Good fortune? More like a troublesome affair. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Yulong's tone turned serious. "What kind of trouble? Have you been bullied? Tell me, and I'll help you deal with it." Gu Qiao's lips twitched. He was well aware of Zhao Yulong's resolute character and quickly replied, "It's nothing. I can handle it myself. Enough chatter. If you don't stop talking, I'll come to find you right now." At this, Gu Qiao couldn't help but smile wryly. This guy remains as domineering as ever. He pondered for a moment before saying, "There's just someone at school whom I wish to avoid." Then that still calls for some action. "Wait, I'm coming over with some backup." Cough, cough, calm down. "I don't have any significant conflict with her. She just keeps pestering me, and I wish to keep my distance." After Gu Qiu's explanation, there was a brief silence on the other end, followed by an epiphany from Zhao Yulong. "Oh, a girl who is clinging to you? TSK, TSK. That is not such a bad thing. You're quite the handsome fellow. You should have a girlfriend by now." Gu Qiu took a sip of cola and retorted, "TSK? I'm being serious here." Zhao Yulong chuckled heartily and replied, "What is wrong? Not interested in the young lady? If you don't fancy her, that can indeed be quite bothersome. How about you switch schools, or better yet, quit your job and come be my assistant?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu momentarily fell into a daze. Quit his job? Chapter 5. Can we settle the debt with a person? Gu Qiu seriously contemplated Zhao Yulong's suggestion. Resigning and vanishing indeed seemed to be the most effective way to rid himself of Qin Zhiyi. However, he had to consider his students. Although they had just been separated into academic streams this semester, they'd spent nearly a month together, and if he were to leave abruptly, it would not only inconvenience the school, but also significantly disrupt his students' learning progress. With that thought, Gu Qiu shook his head. "Let us finish this semester first. Be careful. Indecision may lead to chaos." Zhao Yulong laughed heartily. Gu Qiu did not wish to dwell on the matter any further and shifted the conversation. "You still haven't told me why you called. What else could it be? It's been ages since we last met. Let us go out for a drink this weekend and visit Grandma. She mentioned you just the other day. You really are something. It's just a few streets away, and you never think to pay her a visit." As Zhao Yulong spoke, an image of a kind, elderly woman surfaced in Gu Qiu's mind. Just a few days ago, he had thought he had forgotten something. It turned out to be visiting Grandma Chun. "My bad. I accidentally forgot." Zhao Yulong replied breezily, "Oh, don't worry about it. I know you're busy." She didn't say much, just reminded you to take care of your health. At this, Gu Qiu was momentarily taken aback before responding. "Let us go over on Saturday and buy some groceries." "All right, I'll come pick you up then." After arranging their plans and chatting for a bit longer, they hung up. Gu Qiu set down his phone, realizing he had almost depleted his cola. He decided to finish it in one go. As he raised the can to toss it into the trash, his gaze was drawn to the scene outside the window. The sky, once adorned with twilight hues, had transformed into a foreboding shade of black. The howling wind swept past, carrying a few leaves against the glass, while several chattering sparrows fluttered low. The air felt increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, Gu Qiu recalled the impending downpour that night, and his brow furrowed. After his experiences on that rainy night before his demise in his previous life, he had developed an aversion to rainy days. Rising from his sofa, he casually discarded the empty can, checked the windows, and resolved to grab a quick bite before curling up under the blanket. Ultimately, a torrential downpour descended quietly in the dead of night, intensifying until dawn. In the high school office, the doors and windows were tightly shut, and the shelves were laden with dripping umbrellas, the slick floor marked with scattered shoe prints. A fastidious female teacher, unable to bear the sight, decided to tidy up. Just as she was about to rise for the mop, a commotion erupted at the office door. Instinctively, she glanced over and was taken aback. In walked Qin Zhiyi, looking somewhat disheveled. Her clothing and bag were soaked to varying degrees, and droplets of water cascaded from her damp, disheveled hair onto her cheeks. This scene quickly captured the attention of the other teachers in the office. "Teacher Qin, how did you get so drenched? This rain is truly heavy. You should have brought an umbrella. There are umbrellas and disposable raincoats in the security booth. If all else fails, you could have sent a message in the group to ask someone to pick you up. Let us turn on the air conditioning. We don't want you to catch a cold." In the corner, Gu Qiu, engrossed in a bun, was staring blankly at Qin Zhiyi. Amidst the teachers' exchanges, he caught snippets of useful information and shifted his chair slightly, retrieving the remote control from the side cabinet to turn on the air conditioning. Qin Zhiyi gently brushed aside the stray locks of hair, obscuring her vision, and glanced down, relieved to find her attire appropriate. Fortunately, she had opted for a denim outfit today. Had she worn a skirt like yesterday, it might have clung to her uncomfortably. After quickly regaining her composure, She smiled and exchanged pleasantries with the teachers before taking her seat. Shortly thereafter, the female teacher who had been preparing to mop the floor handed her a towel. Qin Zhiyi hesitated, not immediately reaching for it. Observing this, the teacher added, "It's new and hasn't been used yet. It's gotten cooler today. You should wipe your face to avoid catching a cold." Realizing she couldn't refuse any longer, Qin Zhiyi replied, "Thank you." She opened her mouth to express her gratitude, but hesitated, unsure of how to address her, as she hadn't met this teacher the previous afternoon. The teacher smiled warmly and introduced herself. "I'm Yin, the homeroom teacher of Class 9. If you don't mind, you can call me Sister Yin." "Thank you, Sister Yin," Qin Zhiyi replied. "No need for formality. Just wipe your face quickly," Yin instructed before heading back to the corner where cleaning supplies were stored. Qin Zhiyi quickly dabbed her face and hair, then retrieved several thick books and lesson plans from her bag. After ensuring everything was intact, she set them aside with a sigh of relief. Lifting her gaze, she noticed the air conditioning unit was right beside her, prompting her to remove her denim jacket and hang on the back of her chair to dry. Just as she placed her jacket down, she turned and found Guqiu staring at her, who quickly blinked at him. Guqiu furrowed his brow and promptly lowered his head. Moments later, a message notification chimed from the phone on the table. Just as he felt grateful for the timely distraction that eased his embarrassment, he discovered the sender was none other than Qin Zhiyi. "If you want to see it, just look, no need to be shy." Guqiu glanced up slightly and indeed saw Qin Zhiyi drying her hair while fiddling with her phone. Initially intending to ignore her, he received another message. "Achio, my nose is itchy. I feel like I'm catching a cold. Do you have any medicine?" To assure him, Qin Zhiyi then let out a soft sneeze. Sighing, Guqiu replied, "How about Banlan root?" "Yes." Qin Zhiyi's response was almost instantaneous. Guqiu noticed both of them were engrossed in their phones, and with the notifications ringing incessantly, he worried about drawing attention. He promptly silenced his phone. He was about to open the drawer to retrieve the medicine when Chun Qian unexpectedly placed a box of Sanjiu cold medicine on Qin Zhiyi's desk. "Teacher Qin, you mustn't fall ill just as you start working. This medicine was what I bought for the students last week. There's still half left. Please have a cup." Qin Zhiyi intended to decline, but Chun Qian had already left the office without waiting for a response. Guqiu froze, his hand hovering over the drawer for a moment before withdrawing it. However, the next second, Qin Zhiyi sent another message. "I want to drink Banlan root." Guqiu raised an eyebrow and replied, "The cold medicine is more effective. Chunge is always so kind-hearted. Don't let his good intentions go to waste." Yet Qin Zhiyi was particularly insistent. "Oh, no matter, just give me the medicine. If you're worried about others noticing, just pass it quietly from below." Their desks faced each other, with enough space beneath for the exchange of items. "It's only the first day on the job, and everything's already so chaotic. You're the only one who can help me." Guqiu retorted with a hint of annoyance. After a quick glance around, he swiftly retrieved 2 packets of Banlan root granules from his drawer and discreetly slid them onto the desk. Qin Zhiyi promptly caught them, took out her mini water cup, and tore open a packet to pour it in. To honor Chun Qian's kindness, she also took out 2 packets of cold medicine and tucked them into her drawer. While fetching hot water, she returned the remaining cold medicine to Chun Qian's desk. Moments later, Qin Zhiyi sat back down, clutching her phone, and began to complain to Guqiu. "Sigh, last night the wind howled, and it rained with thunder, leaving me unable to rest well. When I woke up this morning, I was all disoriented, thinking I had an umbrella in the car, so I rushed to school, only to find it missing. I was in such a hurry to leave that I didn't eat even at breakfast. Now I'm cold and hungry. Truly the epitome of a miserable little bitter melon." Guqiu intended to inform her that breakfast was still available in the cafeteria, but for some reason, upon reading her last line, he felt a pang of sympathy and couldn't help but ask, "I have a bun here. Would you like it?" "Yes," Qin Zhiyi replied almost instantaneously. Thus, they engaged in another under-the-table exchange. Soon, Qin Zhiyi bit into the still warm preserved vegetable bun, followed by a sip of sweet Banlan root tea, a smile illuminating her face. "Hee, I knew you were the best, Achio." Guqiu, recalling his recent resolution to keep his distance from Qin Zhiyi, found himself giving her medicine and sharing breakfast, leading to a moment of self-reproach and reflection. Changing the subject, He remarked, "I'm not good. Everything I just gave you comes with a price. A bun is 150, and Banlon root is 2. Qin Zhiyi raised her delicate eyes, pondering for a moment before replying with a smile. What if I don't have any money? Can I pay with myself? Chapter 6. She seems genuinely different now. After this self-reflection, Gu Qiu's resolve was firmly established. In response to Qin Zhiyi's teasing words, he maintained an air of indifference. However, Qin Zhiyi's actions were merely a test of his attitude towards her, a result she anticipated, thus not taking it to heart. As silence loomed, she tightened her grip on her phone, eager to continue the conversation. Just then, Cui Jiangwo entered, surveying the room before his gaze landed on Qin Zhiyi. "Teacher Qin, I saw you running in the rain earlier and intended to offer you an umbrella, but no matter how I called out, you didn't hear me. In the future, if it rains and you don't have an umbrella, don't panic. The security booth and parking lot have disposable raincoats. You're new here and unfamiliar with everything, so feel free to ask in the group if you encounter any issues." Qin Zhiyi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then, seemingly recalling something, she inquired, "Teacher Cui, the apartment I rented is too far from the school, making commuting inconvenient. Is there any vacancy in the teacher's dormitory?" Cui Jiangwo immediately responded, "Yes. There are plenty of vacant rooms in the second apartment building. You can go to the third floor of the comprehensive building later to find Teacher Zheng, who manages the dormitories. He will arrange it for you." "All right. Thank you, Teacher Cui." Qin Zhiyi politely expressed her gratitude. At the same time, upon hearing about the second apartment building, Gu Qiu's expression froze. When he looked up again, he was met with Qin Zhiyi's sparkling eyes filled with mirth. An unsettling premonition washed over him. Later that evening, the rain had long ceased, yet puddles still lingered along the campus pathways. Gu Qiu, illuminated by the streetlights, attempted to sidestep them, but inadvertently stepped into one. After attending 4 consecutive evening classes, he felt particularly weary, longing to return home and lie down. So he chose to ignore it and walked on with long strides. Upon arriving at the foot of the apartment building, Gu Qiu was suddenly reminded that he still had to ascend 5 flights of stairs, prompting an exasperated sigh. He had heard that a teacher had suggested installing an elevator in the cafeteria last week, and he couldn't help but wonder why, if there was such discretionary spending. They had prioritized the faculty apartments and student dormitories instead. No wonder the students often remarked that the school preferred to squander funds on frivolous matters. As he grumbled internally, he inadvertently stomped his feet a bit harder on the stairs, as if to vent his frustration. Reaching the 3rd floor, fatigue washed over him. Or perhaps he simply realized that his noise might disturb others' rest, prompting him to return to a more subdued pace. However, just as he lightened his steps, he caught a faint sound emanating from above. Instantly, Gu Qiu's weariness evaporated, replaced by a surge of curiosity and vigilance. Presently, only 2 households resided on the 4th floor, his own and that of a middle-aged physics teacher who had been dispatched for a 2-week exchange program 2 days prior, making it impossible for him to return at this hour. Given the school's extensive surveillance and robust security measures, it was unlikely that a thief would target their premises. Gu Qiu paused, hesitating for quite some time before mustering the courage to investigate. Yet, mindful of his own safety, he took out his phone, pre-dialing the emergency number, and picked up a broken broomstick from the corner of the stairwell. Soon, he stealthily ascended to the 4th floor. It is worth noting that the school had yet to implement its plan for sound-activated lighting in the stairwell. Otherwise, an accidental activation could easily alert any intruder. Nevertheless, the previously subtle noises now echoed more clearly in the corridor, enhancing the eerie ambience. Evidently, the sound was still coming from above. Gu Qiu exhaled a breath of frustration. Murmuring to himself, "Is it directed at me?" Resolutely, he clenched his teeth and propelled himself up to the 5th floor. At the end of the staircase, he discerned a glimmering light emanating from the left corridor. Initially, he thought the audacious thief was bold enough to steal while leaving the light on. But upon peeking around the corner, he discovered that the illumination was not from his apartment, but from the one directly across the hall. Unlike the other floors, which could accommodate 4 households, the 5th floor, due to its connecting balcony, housed only 2. Previously, The absence of an elevator had led many to opt for lower floors, combined with the abundance of vacant rooms, leaving the apartment across from his unoccupied. So what was the situation today? Realizing that no thief was present, he discarded the broom aside, pocketed his phone, now darkened, and approached with curiosity. The corridor was cluttered with numerous boxes, all leaning against apartment 502, leaving his own apartment. 501, entirely unaffected. He halted at the entrance, just as Qin Zhiyi emerged, causing him start and take 2 steps back. Qin Zhiyi. She had long been aware that Gu Qiu resided across the hall, yet she feigned ignorance, displaying a look of surprise. Aiki, what brings you here? Gu Qiu scrutinized her with suspicion. Shouldn't I be asking you that? How could you possibly be here? Qin Zhiyi pointed toward the interior. This is the accommodation assigned to me by the school. You must be exhausted after a full day of classes. You needn't help me, just go back and rest. Gu Qiu gazed into her eyes, attempting to catch any hint of deceit, but whether due to her exceptional acting skills or the poor lighting, he discerned nothing amiss and continued to press. You truly don't know who lives across from you? Qin Zhiyi shook her head nonchalantly. No, I don't. I chose this place because I heard there were only 2 apartments on the 5th floor, and with a large balcony, it would be peaceful and sunny. I only discovered that someone lived across when I arrived this afternoon. She paused, then her expression brightened. Wait, Qiu, are you asking because she hesitated? Then her face lit up with excitement. Are you living here? Gu Qiu remained silent, tacitly confirming her question. Qin Zhiyi's face was now alight with enthusiasm. See, I told you we are fated to meet. Gu Qiu, however, maintained a calm demeanor. He couldn't shake the suspicion that she had deliberately chosen to reside opposite him. After all, the way she had looked at him earlier that morning while discussing accommodations with Director Cui had been rather peculiar. But without concrete evidence, he refrained from saying anything further. After all, if she had no such intentions, it would only make him seem conceited. As he pondered, Qin Zhiyi resumed moving her belongings. The cardboard boxes were filled with various items, appearing quite heavy, and she struggled to carry them. Observing her plight, Gu Qiu contemplated offering assistance, but was suddenly reminded of his past life, where whenever new items were acquired or old ones replaced, he typically bore the burden of moving significantly larger boxes almost entirely alone, with Qin Zhiyi rarely inquiring after him. With this recollection, his intended words shifted to, with so many items, why not let a moving service handle it for you? I didn't hire any movers. She replied, it looks like a lot, but it's really not. I made 2 trips in my car. Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu's expression turned serious. You carried all these belongings up by yourself? Yes. Qin Zhiyi nodded slightly, offering him a gentle smile. Though she spoke lightly, only she knew the blisters forming on her feet from the exertion of climbing stairs, as she was not accustomed to such physical activity. However, she did not wish for Gu Qiu to worry. Rather, she was curious to see how arduous these seemingly trivial tasks were, which she had previously taken for granted. Gu Qiu stood frozen, gazing at Qin Zhiyi as she moved in and out. She truly seemed different. Chapter 7. Now my goal is you. Gu Qiu silently sighed, his emotions growing complex. In truth, before their marriage and his past life, Qin Zhiyi had been quite capable of managing her own affairs, but a single marriage had altered her significantly. While much of this could be attributed to her eccentric parents, her own stubborn nature also played a part. Now, witnessing her thrive beyond her previous self brought him a sense of comfort. Suddenly, he blurted out, Qin Zhiyi. Qin Zhiyi halted, still grasping a sizable box, looking at him expectantly. Gu Qiu had intended to remind her not to be overly concerned with others' opinions and to live according to her own heart. But he felt that this advice might come off as awkward at this moment, rendering him momentarily speechless. Just then, physically fatigued, Qin Zhiyi accidentally lost her grip and dropped the large box onto the floor. She inhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from her brow. As she prepared to lift it again, Gu Qiu intervened. Take a break, he said, before assisting her in bringing the box inside. Qin Zhiyi slightly pursed her lips, a smile blooming across her cheeks. Rather than resting, she felt invigorated, more energized than before. With only about 20 boxes, the 2 of them worked in tandem, swiftly clearing the corridor. However, most of the boxes contained clothing, making them quite heavy, especially since Guccio had taken it upon himself to carry the largest and heaviest ones, leaving him quite exhausted in a short span of time. Leaning against the shoe rack by the entrance, he inquired, "How long have you been in Yin City?" "Almost 10 days, Qin Zhiyi replied casually as she began to organize and categorize the boxes. Guccio blinked in confusion. "In just 10 days, you've acquired this much?" "Before I began helping, there were already over 20 boxes stacked in this room, totaling nearly 50. This woman has indeed transformed, becoming even more extravagant than in her previous life. However, Qin Zhiyi merely shrugged and explained, "Not at all. The 95 of these items were still purchased in Hangzhou." Upon hearing this, Guccio pressed on, "So you've moved everything from Hangzhou? What about your house?" Qin Zhiyi pushed 2 boxes filled with kitchenware to the kitchen door and continued, "I've already sold it through an agency." Guccio's gaze followed her figure. "Are you truly planning to stay in Yun City indefinitely? Are you no longer pursuing your studies? Wasn't your goal to obtain a doctorate?" Qin Zhiyi paused for a moment, turning back with a smile. "That was in the past. My current goal is you." Guccio lowered his gaze, speaking earnestly, "Z, you shouldn't abandon your beloved studies and career for me. Don't let your years of hard work amount to nothing. I hope you will reconsider." Yes, I understand." Qin Zhiyi nodded vigorously. She recognized that Guccio had her best interests at heart. But the outcome of choosing that well-trodden path in her previous life had resulted in losing the one she loved most in this world. Now, even the cost of embarking on that path would mean a painful separation from Guccio, making it utterly impossible for her to contemplate. Moreover, she was a reborn individual, retaining the knowledge acquired in her past life, as well as the research results obtained through the efforts of countless individuals and resources. As long as she desired, wealth and fame were not difficult to attain. But as stated earlier, her sole objective now was Guccio, unaware of her thoughts. Guccio felt it was time for him to leave. "It's getting late. I should head back." "Don't stay up too late yourself." With that, he did not linger, but walked straight out the door. Suddenly, Qin Zhiyi raised her brow and hurriedly called out to him, "By the way, it's Xiao. I made some snow fungus soup. Would you like a bowl?" Guccio halted, momentarily stunned, and finally declined politely, "It's too late. I don't feel like eating." In truth, he was an absolute sweet tooth. Had she offered this just 10 minutes prior, he would likely not have refused. However, after just having lectured her, it felt rather inappropriate to indulge in her food. He suppressed his craving and quickly returned home. Half an hour later, Guccio emerged from the bathroom in a bathrobe, tossing the towel he had just used to dry his hair onto the rack. He was about to lie down on the sofa to play on his phone when he was interrupted by an unexpected knock at the door. He walked slowly to the door and peered through the peephole, spotting Qin Zhiyi standing outside. After a few seconds of hesitation, thinking it best to avoid too much interaction at this late hour, he reached to turn off the foyer light. However, not long after, his phone pinged with a message. "You turn off the light while I'm outside. Isn't that a bit redundant? Open the door. I have something important to discuss." After reading this, Guccio sighed softly. He turned the light back on and opened the door. The first thing that caught his eye was the bowl of snow fungus soup that Qin Zhiyi was holding. As his gaze shifted upwards, he noticed that her previous black athletic outfit had been replaced by a white spaghetti-strap dress. The proximity allowed him to catch a glimpse of the delicate curve between her fair bosom. Realizing his gaze had lingered too long, Guccio quickly averted his eyes and inquired, "What is it?" Qin Zhiyi handed him the snow fungus soup and then revealed a toiletries bag she had been concealing. "It seems my water heater is malfunctioning and not producing hot water. Would it be possible for me to shower at your place?" Guccio raised an eyebrow. "Is that true? It sounds like an old glitch from a television drama." Noticing his skepticism towards her words, Qin Zhiyi pouted slightly, feigning hurt. "Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself." However, Guccio was straightforward and, taking her words at face value, didn't he hesitate to set the bowl of soup down nearby and prepared to investigate. Just as he stepped out, Qin Zhiyi exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot my keys." Guccio's expression remained neutral, though his eyes reflected his exasperation. Yet, he had to admit that her forgetfulness aligned perfectly with his impression of her. In her past life, she often left important documents at home, only to call him to deliver them to her office. Meanwhile, After futilely trying the doorknob a couple of times, Qin Zhiyi turned around, about to speak, only to discover that Guqiu had also closed his door behind him, and he was still wearing his bathrobe, clearly without keys either. "Now we're both homeless," she lamented. "It's all my fault. I'm so sorry." Guqiu watched her, reminiscent of a child who had made a mistake, her head bowed in self-reproach, contrasting sharply with her former proud and aloof demeanor. In comparison, he found himself preferring this more endearing side of Qin Zhiyi, prompting a soft smile to form on his lips. To his surprise, the next moment, Qin Zhiyi took hold of his hand. "Let's go to a hotel and get a room." Guqiu's eyes widened in disbelief. "A hotel? Get a room? What kind of brazen suggestion is that?" He steadied himself, halting Qin Zhiyi. "It's late, and we're dressed like this. If we go out together, we'll definitely be the talk of the campus tomorrow." Qin Zhiyi had intended to say she didn't care, especially since they had been married in their past life and were destined to be together again. However, fearing that such casualness might diminish her standing in his eyes, she continued, "But we can't just stay in the hallway all night, can we? It's too late to trouble the other teachers. Troubling the other teachers is unacceptable. But it's fine to trouble me." Guqiu muttered under his breath, intending to turn back, only to find that Qin Zhiyi still held onto his hand. So he quickly withdrew it. He returned to his door, gently sliding the lock cover aside and placing his thumb on the fingerprint recognition area. With a soft chime, the door swung open. After completing this, he turned back to glance at Qin Zhiyi, his eyes seemingly conveying, "I'm not as foolish as you think." In reality, he had opted for an electronic lock after once forgetting his keys. Qin Zhiyi played along, displaying an expression of surprise and admiration, returning to the topic at hand. "We're quite familiar with each other, aren't we?" As she spoke, she slowly inched closer, her large eyes fixed intently on Guqiu. Guqiu sighed, ultimately unable to bring himself to let her spend the night in the hallway, opening the door wide. "Come in. I knew Guqiu is the best," she exclaimed. "But just to be clear, there's only one bed in my place. You'll be sleeping on the sofa. Can't we squeeze together?" She giggled. "Just joking. As long as there's a place to sleep, it's fine." Chapter 8. Is he dating someone else? Guqiu led Qin Zhiyi into his home. He rummaged through the shoe cabinet for a pair of clean cotton slippers and tossed them by her feet. They might be a bit large. Make do with them. Qin Zhiyi didn't mind at all. After all, he was a single man. It would be strange not to have anything for a woman. She removed her little white shoes, but as she attempted to change into the slippers, she inadvertently aggravated a blister on her foot, causing her to furrow her brows and suck in a sharp breath. "Ouch!" Guqiu, holding the bowl of snow fungus soup, walked towards the sofa, casting a sideways glance at her. Qin Zhiyi quickly adjusted her demeanor and expression, gracefully strolling to the center of the living room and surveying her surroundings. She had learned from the teacher managing the faculty apartments that the layouts of the faculty accommodations varied in size. Spacious residences are typically allocated to pairs or elderly retired teachers, while the youthful and single educators, like Guqiu, find themselves residing in modest abodes of around 50 square meters. Although the space may not be expansive, it is adequately equipped with essential amenities such as a kitchen and a bathroom, sufficient for solitary living. Guqiu's apartment lacks sophisticated decor, rendering it somewhat akin to her neighbor's fully furnished space. Yet, every arrangement here is meticulously curated and immaculately maintained, offering a pleasing visual experience. In a moment of nostalgia, Qin Zhiyi recalls that in her previous life, Guqiu always took care to beautify their home. In contrast, she reflects on her own past behavior, not only failing to assist, but also neglecting to praise Guqiu when enjoying the fruits of his labor. This thought brings forth a flicker of guilt in her eyes. While Qin Zhiyi is lost in her reverie, Guqiu has already tidied up the previously discarded bath towel and the clothes from the bathroom, presenting her with a fresh set of towels. The bathrobe is gone. You can continue wearing what you have on after your shower. As he speaks, he glances at Qin Zhiyi, finally voicing a lingering curiosity. "By the way, why are you changing clothes if you haven't even showered?" Returning to the moment, Qin Zhiyi snaps back to reality, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she replies, "Because I wanted to see you." Since her rebirth, she has endeavored to transform herself, consciously and unconsciously, One of the changes has been her habit of dressing up before each encounter with Guccio. Before stepping out, she had even applied a light touch of makeup and styled her hair, though this oblivious man seems fixated solely on her clothing. Meanwhile, Guccio finds it particularly intriguing that Qin Zhiyi changed outfits just to meet him, a rare occurrence in their past life. However, he does not hold it against her. After all, during that time, she was wholly engrossed in her work, paying little attention to her appearance, merely hoping to appear presentable. Their thoughts diverge, yet in the next moment, they share an unspoken understanding, stealing glances at one another. When their eyes meet, an inexplicable tension fills the air, creating a subtly awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, Qin Zhiyi swiftly breaks the silence. Grabbing her toiletries bag, she strides toward the bathroom, turning her head to cheekily wink at Guccio just before closing the door. "I'm going to take a shower. You wouldn't dare to peek, would you?" Guccio instinctively opens his mouth to respond, only to catch himself and quickly rephrase. "What's there to see? Oomph. This lady has such a fine figure. Missing out would be your loss." Qin Zhiyi mutters something inaudible as she shuts the door. Guccio, not one to idle, strides over to the sofa. His couch is of foldable design, transforming into a small bed when fully extended. He had never utilized this feature before, yet here he is, doing so for Qin Zhiyi. After moving the coffee table aside and toiling for some time, he finally assembles the bed. Just then, his phone rings. Approaching it slowly, he glances at the caller ID and instinctively turns his gaze toward the wall clock. Noticing it's nearly midnight, he hastily answers, "Grandma, why are you still awake?" On the other end, a gentle voice replies after a brief pause, "Aren't you also awake? This morning, Along told me you would be coming over on Saturday, but my memory isn't what it used to be. I dreamt about you and suddenly remembered. I thought I'd call so you could get back to me in the morning. I didn't expect you to still be awake. You must take care of your health and not overexert yourself." Guccio patiently listens before responding with a smile. "I had some matters to attend to today. I'm not usually this busy." Upon hearing this, the voice on the line takes on a slightly reproachful tone. "If you're not busy, why don't you come see your grandmother? Are you ashamed of this old woman?" Guccio quickly denies it. "Not at all. I miss you. How could I possibly be ashamed?" Unbeknownst to him, as he utters these words, the sound of running water in the bathroom ceases. If Guccio were to glance back now, he would see a captivating silhouette pressed against the frosted glass door. However, his attention remains solely on the phone call. "All right, I understand. Didn't we agree that I'd come over on Saturday? I'll buy some groceries. It's been a while since I've cooked, so I'm unsure if my skills have deteriorated. I'm not a child anymore. Okay, I'll go to bed obediently." Listening to this affectionate exchange, Qin Zhiyi's eyes dim. Suddenly recalling Guccio's earlier mention of wanting to return to reality, she had thought it was merely an excuse to avoid her. But could it be that he truly is in a relationship with someone else? The thought makes her heart race, and she hastily dresses, dashing out of the bathroom with her damp hair cascading down her back. Guccio, just hanging up the phone, finds himself momentarily entranced by Qin Zhiyi's radiant appearance, reminiscent of a water lily. Coming to his senses, he clears his throat and reminds her the hairdryer is in the cabinet beneath the sink. Then, recalling his promise to his grandmother to go to bed immediately, he stretches and yawns. "I've made a bed for you. I'm feeling a bit tired. I'm off to sleep." With that, he turns and heads toward the bedroom without looking back. Qin Zhiyi watches his retreating figure until he disappears. And once the door closes, she sinks into the sofa in a daze. She had wanted to ask him for clarity, but upon reflection, they are merely friends at most. Even if he is dating someone, he is under no obligation to share that with her. This situation should not have unfolded this way. Or perhaps, is this a punishment from fate for her past transgressions against him? Her thoughts spiral into chaos, and 2 warm tears escape her eyes, mingling with the droplets from her hair. Fearing that Guccio might hear her sobs, she bends down, burying her face in the pillow. Time passes, and after a while, Qin Zhiyi, exhausted from crying, finds her breath still unsteady. Turning her head, she takes a few breaths through her mouth. In the next moment, her gaze is drawn to the empty bowl and the ointment on the table. Sitting up straight, she picks up the bowl that once held the tremella soup and examines the ointment, realizing it is meant for blister relief. Instinctively, she glances down at her feet. This doesn't add up. Given Gu Qiu's character, how could he spend the night with another woman now that he has a girlfriend, let alone eat her food and thoughtfully prepare ointment for her? It is worth noting that even in their previous life, despite his handsome looks, Gu Qiu had always shunned advances from others, and after their marriage, even when she treated him poorly, he never engaged with other women, not even sharing his grievances with a female friend. In an instant, her spirits lift considerably. Yet, who was that person on the phone just now? Desperate to uncover the truth, she finds herself at a loss, tugging at her damp hair in frustration. Ah, that insufferable Gu Qiu, she mutters under her breath, suddenly struck with the impish idea of sneaking into his bedroom to check his phone. Unexpectedly, as Qin Zhiyi lifted her gaze towards the bedroom, the door swung open, startling her. Gu Qiu, his eyes still hazy, cast a glance at her, then displayed a look of confusion. Sister, why haven't you dried your hair yet? If you're not really tired, you might as well turn off the light. The glow seeping through the door crack has kept me awake. As he spoke, he moved to switch off the light, but noticed the redness at the corners of Qin Zhiyi's eyes, momentarily taken aback. Have you been crying? Pouting, Qin Zhiyi huffed. It's all your fault, you wretched man. Gu Qiu felt somewhat bewildered. How is this my fault? Am I somehow bothering you while I sleep? Do you truly wish to sleep in the bedroom? This is my home, don't overstep. His grumbling seemed to strike a humorous chord with Qin Zhiyi, prompting her to stifle a laugh. Yet, she quickly shot him a glare, coldly retorting, never mind, just go back to sleep. Gu Qiu, unable to comprehend the situation, chose not to provoke her further and tossed back a remark before retreating to his room. Remember to turn off the light. As the door closed behind him, Qin Zhiyi clenched her fists in secret. It's Saturday, isn't it? I'm determined to see who this person is. Chapter 9. If the outcome is uncertain, savor the journey. 3 days later, on Saturday afternoon, the students had already been released from school, rendering the campus considerably quieter than usual. However, at the school gate, a figure pushing an electric scooter appeared particularly agitated. After only a few steps, he could no longer suppress his grievances. I will never trust that guy again. The speaker was Gu Qiu, who referred to the untrustworthy character as Along, who had previously arranged to meet for lunch. Originally, Along had promised to pick him up for a meal. Yet, Gu Qiu, having slept in until late morning, was in the midst of washing up when he received a call from Along, who explained that an unexpected issue had arisen at the restaurant, and he would be delayed. Gu Qiu understood and figured they could meet to visit Grandma Chun, as the school was not far away. However, he did not anticipate that his electric scooter would run out of battery. Fortunately, he made the decision to turn back just in time, arriving at the school gate only to find the scooter completely dead. After the recent rain, the sun had been blazing for days, and the temperature was steadily rising. As Gu Qiu walked back to the electric scooter shed in front of his apartment building, he was already drenched in sweat. He exhaled deeply, charging the scooter and wiping the perspiration from his forehead before letting out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he planned to return home for a brief rest before deciding his next move. Just then, a white Mercedes-Benz came to a halt on a nearby path. As the window slid down, Qin Zhiyi, seated in the driver's seat, waved at Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu, Gu Qiu, stop shouting, I can't hear you. Gu Qiu quickened his pace, his gaze fixated on her. After staying over at his house for a night, Qin Zhiyi had not caused any further disturbances. Her behavior had returned to normal. Yet, whenever he played on his phone in the office, he often caught her staring at him, leading him to feel as though he was a student caught by a teacher during class. He shook his head, not wanting to dwell on it further, and inquired, What is the matter? Leaning her arm on the car window, Qin Zhiyi spoke softly, Is your scooter out of battery? I can give you a ride. Knowing only that Gu Qiu was heading out today, but not the exact time, she had been watching from the window since early morning and had only seen him come downstairs at noon. Without complaints, she had pursued him, following him while driving. She had witnessed him turn back halfway and the scene of him pushing the scooter. After contemplating, she thought it better to offer him a ride rather than risk being discovered. However, the next moment, Gu Qiu shook his head. I appreciate the kindness, but I'd rather not trouble you. With that, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Qin Zhiyi swiftly grasped his sleeve. You just said it was a kind gesture. So refusing me seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? The place I'm going isn't far. It's really not necessary. Gu Qiu declined once more, attempting to pull back his sleeve, but her grip was firm, making it difficult to escape. At that very moment, a van approached from behind, and a middle-aged male teacher who recognized Gu Qiu leaned out the window. "Teacher Gu, who are you talking to? Could you move forward a bit? I need to make way to carry something home." The narrow path was insufficient for two vehicles to pass side by side. Gu Qiu quickly smiled and replied, "Just a moment." He then shot an exasperated glance at Qin Zhiyi. "Stop messing around. Make way." Qin Zhiyi smiled slyly, seizing the opportunity. "Then you should get in." Gu Qiu, understanding her stubborn nature, sighed in resignation. "Let go." Realizing he had acquiesced, Qin Zhiyi slowly released her grip. "Press the unlock button for the door," she added, winking at him. "Do you need me to open the door for you?" "No, I'll do it myself." With that, Gu Qiu quickly circled around to the side, opened the door, and climbed in. Qin Zhiyi wasted no time and drove off. As the Mercedes turned a corner, the middle-aged teacher finally recognized the driver's face and muttered, "ISNT that the new teacher, Qin? The young folks nowadays are quite bold, getting together so quickly." In no time, Qin Zhiyi reached the school gate. She turned to Gu Qiu, only to find him with his head down, slumped slightly, as if he wished to avoid being seen by those outside the car. With a faint smile, she remarked, "You're acting as if you have a girlfriend. Sneaking out with me like this. Are you so afraid of being misunderstood?" Her words were both playful and probing. Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow and retorted, "After all, my skin isn't as thick as yours." Despite this, he adjusted his posture. Qin Zhiyi followed his lead, replying, "Those with thin skin 1T win over the ones they like. It's a pity to end up with nothing after trying so hard." Gu Qiu casually quoted an internet saying, but Qin Zhiyi remained unconvinced, her starry eyes fixed on him. "It's fine. If the outcome is uncertain, just enjoy the journey." Her voice was soft, almost as if she were speaking to herself. Should Gu Qiu truly fall for someone else in this lifetime? Or if they ultimately could not be together, she would harbor no resentment. Instead, she would cherish the memories of pursuing Gu Qiu, holding them dear for a lifetime. Previously, she had dismissed superstitions, but having experienced rebirth, she found herself wishing for another life, hoping to meet Gu Qiu again and to be blissfully together. Realizing she might be a tad greedy, Qin Zhiyi couldn't help but chuckle. In contrast, Gu Qiu's attention was more focused on the road conditions. Noticing her lost in thought and smiling foolishly, he quickly cautioned, Hey, sister, drive carefully." At his words, Qin Zhiyi refocused. "Where are you headed?" Initially, she had intended to ask about his destination, but the conversation had veered off course. Fortunately, she had kept the car speed slow, allowing them to converse as they approached the intersection in front of the school. Gu Qiu pondered, recalling that in her past life, Qin Ziyi's demeanor had been introverted and aloof, yet Grandma had adored her from their very first meeting. In today's world, her eloquence undoubtedly makes it easier for her to win the affection of the elderly. His grandmother is one of his few vulnerabilities. Should this woman gain her favor, there would be no refuge for him, no matter where he might hide. Although he has known Qin Zhiyi for over 5 years, having already disclosed the details of his family background, their relationship has thus far remained at the level of mere acquaintance, devoid of any personal interaction. Therefore, his current objective is simple. He must ensure that Qin Zhiyi does not encounter his grandmother. He promptly declared Yulong Bar, while Qin Zhiyi is aware of Alung's existence. The bond they share from growing up together ensures that he would never betray him. Little did he realize that Qin Zhiyi, standing nearby, was illuminated by a spark of inspiration and murmured to herself, "How could I have forgotten the person he cherishes most? If I can win over Grandma Chun and Alung, I have no doubt he will fall into my grasp." With her target in sight, Qin Zhiyi felt invigorated and was about to accelerate when she suddenly paused, sheepishly asking, "By the way, where is this Yulong Bar?" Not knowing the location and insisting on bringing her along perplexed Gu Qiu, who furrowed his brow. He then took out his phone and opened a map application. Qin Zhiyi smiled knowingly. "Well, I've only just arrived. A few more trips and I'll know my way around. Buckle up, we're off." Chapter 10. Is there something wrong over there? Following the navigation's directions, Qin Zhiyi drove westward to Yunfeng Street, approximately 10 kilometers away. The streets of Yunfeng are organized in a grid-like pattern, resembling a 9-square layout. Though the area is not vast, it boasts a high level of development, featuring large supermarkets, quaint scenic spots, and bustling snack streets, making it relatively prosperous within the small county of Yin City. The Mercedes-Benz slowly came to a halt on the outskirts of the street, and Guccio opened the door, glancing at Qin Zhiyi. "Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Qin Zhiyi rested her hands on the steering wheel, responding with a cheerful smile. "Then it's settled. But don't get ahead of yourself. I'm in a meal at the school cafeteria." Guccio tossed a parting remark and exited the car. "Oof. I eat at the cafeteria too," Qin Zhiyi murmured, lowering the passenger window. Her gaze followed Guccio as he walked ahead, soon spotting a notably conspicuous sign for Yulong Bar amidst a row of small buildings. The 4 artistic characters flowed gracefully, complemented by a vertical dragon logo in the center. The entrance showcased a gray and red color scheme, adorned with trendy design patterns etched into the walls and festooned with light strips, which remained unlit due to the daylight. As Qin Zhiyi was absorbed in her observations, a middle-aged man dressed in security attire approached, advising, "Hello, parking is not allowed here." Qin Zhiyi nodded slightly in acknowledgement before retracting her gaze and driving forward. Moments later, upon entering the bar, Guccio sensed something amiss. To his knowledge, Along's establishment typically buzzed with activity every weekend, opening its doors at 10 in the morning. Yet today, there were no patrons coming or going, and even the blaring dance music was conspicuously absent. As he ventured deeper into the interior, the first thing that caught his attention was that, instead of the usual colorful ambience, the bright overhead lights illuminated the space. Subsequently, he noticed overturned tables and chairs, with a group of waitstaff cleaning up shattered bottles scattered across the floor. Guccio furrowed his brow and halted a passing server. "What's going on? Did someone cause trouble?" The young server, having seen Guccio a few times and recalling that the boss had instructed special treatment for him, was about to politely explain when he was interrupted by a voice from the side. "Achio." The voice belonged to a young man, over 6 feet tall, exuding a robust build in a white shirt that hinted at the muscles concealed beneath. His sun-kissed skin and angular features, while not strikingly exquisite, were undeniably handsome, and his stylishly tousled hair added to his charm. Guccio turned to face Zhao Yulong. As this was their first encounter since his rebirth, he felt a momentary daze. But his primary concern was the unfolding situation, prompting him to ask, "What happened?" Zhao Yulong shrugged, raising his chin towards the area the staff were tidying up. "Isn't it obvious? Someone smashed the place up." To cut a long story short, a woman caught cheating brought her lover here, and her husband found out. He put on quite the show, punching the lover and kicking the woman, nearly leaving them for dead. In the end, they were all taken away by the police. My brother, ever the gentleman, paid for the damage right after, swiping his card for 100,000, and I didn't pursue the matter further. The police just sent someone over to take photos and gather evidence, and they cleaned up quickly. We should be able to resume operations shortly. As he spoke, he led Guccio to the bar. "What would you like a drink?" Guccio was still processing the information he had just received. This incident had also occurred in his previous life, though he had only heard Along mention it in passing without delving deeper. Regardless, it was a relief that it was not a case of someone causing trouble. Once he gathered his thoughts, he replied, "Just a simple drink will do." Before long, both of them held glasses of sparkling beverages adorned with minimal decoration. Zhao Yulong took a hearty sip before asking, "Weren't we supposed to meet at Grandma's? Why are you here?" Just as Guccio was about to respond, a beautiful woman entered and was intercepted by a server. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but we are currently closed for business. You may return in an hour." Qin Zhiyi, however, remained unfazed, pointing towards Guccio's location. "Then why are they being served?" The server faltered momentarily, caught off guard. She wanted to explain that they were the boss and his brother, but felt it might come across as disrespectful to the guest. Observing the unfolding exchange, Guccio sighed in exasperation. "Can't shake off the past, can I?" Realizing Guccio knew the woman, Zhao Yulong's interest piqued. He instructed the server to attend to Qin Zhiyi normally before nudging Guccio's shoulder. "Who is she?" Understanding Along's inquisitive nature, Guccio decided to be candid. "She's the one I mentioned before. She was the one who brought me here." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yulong's eyes widened as he scrutinized Qin Zhiyi, who had now settled at the bar. The impeccably dressed bartender approached her immediately. "Madam, what would you like to drink? Do you have coffee?" Despite her past life and present, Qin Zhiyi felt averse and unfamiliar with the bar atmosphere due to her lack of friends. The bartender hesitated, taken aback. "Coffee at a bar? Is that a new trend?" Though puzzled, he maintained a friendly demeanor. "Yes, we do. Please hold on." After observing for a moment, Zhao Yulong slowly redirected his gaze, draping an arm around Gu Qiu's shoulders and, in a hushed tone meant only for them, inquired, "Hey, what is going on with you? I used to think the women pursuing you were either too old or average-looking, but she is clearly a beauty." Gu Qiu took a sip of his drink through a straw and remarked nonchalantly, "Zhang Wuji's mother once said, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she becomes." Yet he still encountered Zhao Min. Zhao Yulong retorted casually, casting a glance at Qin Zhiyi, shaking his head repeatedly. "TSK, TSK, TSK, with looks like that, how can you possibly overlook her?" Noticing Gu Qiu's silence, he suggested further, "Hey, could it be that something's amiss with you?" Suddenly, Gu Qiu furrowed his brow. "You're the one with the problem." "No, I'm referring to you." Zhao Yulong raised his hand and poked Gu Qiu's chest, adding, "You wouldn't happen to have some sort of Longyang preference, would you?" "Get lost." Gu Qiu, disinterested in banter, turned away, only to see Qin Zhiyi raising her freshly brewed coffee in a toast from a distance. He sighed. "What sin have I committed to endure this day?" Hearing this, Zhao Yulong ceased his playful demeanor, raising an eyebrow slightly. "How about I go talk to her? Persuade her to stop pursuing you?" "Huh." Gu Qiu responded with indifference, opting to rest his head on the bar. He had told Qin Zhiyi directly several times, and it had been futile. There was no way Zhao Yulong's words would have any effect. Without much thought, Zhao Yulong approached Qin Zhiyi. "Miss, how should I address you? If you and Qiu are the same age, you ought to call me sister." Qin Zhiyi reminded her with a gentle smile, adding, "I am Qin Zhiyi." Zhao Yulong was taken aback to discover that she was indeed older than Gu Qiu, but the way she addressed him indicated her fondness for that scoundrel. Regretting this realization, he sighed again and advised, "Teacher Qin, I know you have feelings for Qiu, but he already has someone he likes." At his words, Qin Zhiyi looked as if struck by lightning, her smile freezing instantly. "Really, he truly does?" Chapter 11. Online Dating Girlfriend? Zhao Yulong observed the visible pallor of Qin Zhiyi's complexion, instantly feeling a pang of guilt and melancholy. However, having grown up alongside Gu Qiu, he understood his friend's character well. If Gu Qiu had no feelings for this girl, no matter how beautiful she was, any entanglement would be in vain. The saying goes, "A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet." Rather than prolonging the torment for both, it was better to cut ties sooner. With this thought, Zhao Yulong sat down beside her, cleared his throat, and spoke earnestly. "Qiu has always been low-key. It's normal for you not to be aware of his romantic life. To be honest, I think Teacher Qin, you and my friend Qiu are quite compatible. However, matters of the heart often rely on timing. Alas, perhaps fate is simply too shallow." He continued, "But with your qualities, what kind of man wouldn't he be drawn to you, so there is no need to." He rambled on, only to be abruptly interrupted by Qin Zhiyi. "So, you really did come here today, for a date?" Her tone was somber, tinged with a hint of reluctance. Zhao Yulong was taken aback, instinctively replying, "What date?" His online romance hasn't progressed to that point yet. Suddenly, Qin Zhiyi turned to him, her expression inquisitive. "Online romance?" Her voice rose, reverberating throughout the hall, drawing the attention of the nearby waitstaff. Gu Qiu, who had been resting his head on the table, abruptly looked up, fixated on the two. Though he was curious about the content of their conversation, he feared that intervening would complicate matters, so he remained silent. Zhao Yulong quickly regretted his hasty words. Since he was already fabricating tales, wouldn't it have been better to stick to the story? Internally chastising himself, he hastened to reassure Qin Zhiyi, "Well, with the internet so advanced, it's quite normal to engage in online relationships. I'll let you in on a secret. Qiu has been acquainted with his online girlfriend for over 5 years. You wouldn't believe how often he clutches his phone, eager to chat with her every moment. Their relationship is very close. They often exchange gifts. Last birthday, he sent her 520 roses and 999 stars, along with a necklace." She reciprocated generously with a watch worth tens of thousands. He continued, just the other day, I heard Achio mention he plans to meet her during summer vacation to solidify their relationship, so you might as well not waste your time. At this point, Qin Zhiyi's mind had already drifted elsewhere. Roses and stars. Isn't that what Guqiu sent me for my birthday 2 years ago? As for the necklace, she subconsciously touched the 4-leaf clover pendant around her neck. Reflecting on her own actions, she recalled purchasing a black watch worth a fortune as a return gift for Guqiu on his birthday. Everything Zhao Yulong mentioned aligned perfectly with their interactions. Most crucially, according to the timeline, this year marked the 5th year since she and Guqiu had met, and he had similarly come to find her in Hangzhou in July of the previous year. Thus, this so-called online girlfriend must be her, right? It was unclear whether Guqiu had declared this publicly or if it was merely Zhao Yulong's speculation. Regardless, it was undeniably good news. A smile crept onto Qin Zhiyi's lips, her complexion regaining its color as she turned to Zhao Yulong for confirmation. Doesn't he have any other girlfriends? Zhao Yulong's reaction was immediate and intense. What do you mean? While my brother may be somewhat slow when it comes to feelings, he is sincere. He would never engage in a double affair. Qin Zhiyi nodded in agreement, unconditionally trusting Guqiu's character. Yet now the question looped back. Who was the person he spoke to on the phone that night? In a daze, she recalled Guqiu mentioning needing to buy groceries to cook. Suddenly, feigning a look of regret, she sighed. Since he has someone he likes, it's meaningless for me to persist. Are you free tonight? Let us have dinner together to put an end to this matter. At her words, Zhao Yulong couldn't help but brighten. He turned to Guqiu, smugly lifting his chin while internally musing, isn't this girl quite easy to talk to? In truth, he only knew that Guqiu was rather involved with the girl online. Yet the exact nature of their relationship remained a mystery since Guqiu had been reluctant to elaborate. Pondering further, if that online relationship bore no fruit, he would genuinely regret seeing Guqiu, this dense fool, miss out on the beautiful girl before him. Shaking his head, he shelved those thoughts. Facing Qin Zhiyi again, noticing her wide-eyed anticipation for his response, he hastily added, Ahem. Teacher Qin, I sincerely apologize, but Achio is usually quite busy. Today, he finally managed to carve out some time, and we plan to visit his grandmother shortly. Of course, I'm not saying this to refuse your invitation. I'll have Guqiu reach out to you another day, and I'll treat you then. How does that sound? Listening to Zhao Yulong's explanation, Qin Zhiyi's starry eyes flickered. Having known Guqiu across 2 lifetimes, she was well aware of his background. The only person he could refer to as grandmother would be Granny Chun. Suddenly, she recalled the scene of eavesdropping on Guqiu's phone call. At that moment, his tone certainly seemed more affectionate than what one would expect between lovers. Realizing that the object of her recent suspicion was none other than Grandma Chun, Qin Zhiyi couldn't help but smile wryly. In the future, when faced with such situations, it would be wiser to directly consult Guqiu for clarity. Otherwise, if a misunderstanding were to arise, she would be the one to suffer embarrassment. Meanwhile, Zhao Yulong interpreted her smile as a sign of unfulfilled romantic pursuit, feeling a sense of helplessness for not even having the chance to share a meal with her. Just as he was about to offer further assurances, Qin Zhiyi preempted him. Thank you, Along. There's no rush regarding dinner. We can arrange it later. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yulong breathed a sigh of relief, but Qin Zhiyi's next words sent a chill down his spine. You're still single, aren't you? Zhao Yulong felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary. What did she mean by this? Was she planning to make a move now that she couldn't have Guqiu? If she couldn't be a wife, would she settle for being a sister-in-law instead? Thankfully, Qin Zhiyi continued, I once learned a bit about physiognomy from an elderly mentor. From your features, it appears that your destined partner has already crossed your path, but you failed to seize the opportunity. If you linger too long in pursuit, that connection may gradually fade away. So remember to seek her out promptly. In her past life, Along had not found a partner, even by his 30s. From Guqiu, she learned that he had been unable to let go of a high school crush, only to muster the courage to search for her after turning 30, only to discover too late that she had passed away, now that she had been reborn. Regardless of whether it was due to Along being Guqiu's only close friend or her desire to help him clear his confusion, she was determined to assist him. Yet, since they had only just met in this life, she feared that being too direct might lead him to think she was insane. Thus, she recalled the methods used by protagonists in reincarnation stories, uncertain whether Along would believe the words of such a charlatan. Zhao Yulong found himself momentarily lost in thought, his dark eyes appearing deeper as he pondered something. After a brief pause, he shook his head and chuckled. I've only heard of palmistry predicting fate. I didn't know Teacher Qin was so skilled that she could discern it from facial features. After exchanging polite compliments, he and Qin Zhiyi engaged in casual conversation for a few moments before he excused himself to leave. He hurried back to Gu Qiu's side. All sorted, he exclaimed. What do you mean, all sorted? Gu Qiu inquired. She agreed not to bother you anymore. Zhao Yulong replied, a sense of pride evident in his tone. Is that true? Gu Qiu asked, incredulously. Of course it is. Zhao Yulong beamed, then briefly recounted his conversation with Qin Zhiyi. Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu's forehead was lined with annoyance. What online girlfriend? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 12. Do teachers need to be fortune tellers too? Zhao Yulong squinted slightly, clearly perplexed. He had just helped Gu Qiu resolve a problem, yet his friend was acting as though he were wronged. I didn't say anything wrong. You were chatting so animatedly with that female online friend. Isn't it only a matter of time before you two become a couple? At this, Gu Qiu's expression shifted from helplessness to despondency. He turned his head and shot a glance at Qin Zhiyi, who appeared to be enjoying her coffee with a radiant smile. Sigh. With his so-called online girlfriend title, she'll probably become even more audacious. While he harbored such thoughts, he shot a glare at the instigator of his troubles. Zhao Yulong remained oblivious to Gu Qiu's inexplicable mood, raising an eyebrow in contemplation and guessing. Could it be that you're not interested in her? Then what was the point of your previous actions? Gu Qiu, disinclined to explain further to avoid creating more misunderstandings, downed his drink and remarked, Do you have any plans? If not, I need to leave. I promised to cook a meal for my grandmother. Zhao Yulong glanced around the hall. The cleanup would likely take some time, but thankfully, the supervisor who had gone to the station to take statements had returned, so there was no need for him to worry any further. He quickly briefed the supervisor before preparing to leave with Gu Qiu, but then he spotted Qin Zhiyi. What about her? He asked. Why should you care? Gu Qiu replied, wishing for Qin Zhiyi to linger a bit longer. After all, the last thing he wanted was for her to pursue him to his grandmother's place, creating a larger mess. With that thought in mind, he disregarded any further considerations and stood up to leave. Zhao Yulong was about to follow suit when he accidentally locked eyes with Qin Zhiyi. Momentarily taken aback before politely saying, Teacher Qin, Qiu and I have some matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. If you're not in a hurry, feel free to stay a while longer. Just tell the waiter what you want. It's on me. Qin Zhiyi's beautiful eyes blinked slightly as she waved her long, fair hand. Goodbye. Zhao Yulong smiled back before hastily catching up with Gu Qiu. Once the two exited the hall, Qin Zhiyi leisurely turned her stool around, gazing towards the entrance with a gentle smile playing on her lips. Foolish Qiu. Do you really think you can escape? A moment later, Zhao Yulong drove a black SUV out of the parking lot and onto the main road. Just as he was about to speak to Gu Qiu, he noticed that his friend was intently staring at the rearview mirror, seemingly unsettled as he slightly leaned out the window to glance back. Surely you don't think she's following us? Zhao Yulong teased. Gu Qiu observed for a moment, relieved to find no trace of the Mercedes behind them, and he let out a sigh of relief. Adjusting his seating position, he glanced at Zhao Yulong. How do you think she got into the bar? She probably followed you in, but it's also possible she connected the dots given the bar's name, Gu Qiu speculated. However, since he hadn't yet discussed his grandmother with Qin Zhiyi in this life, he doubted she could find her way to the shop. Seeing Gu Qiu's anxious demeanor, Zhao Yulong joked, if only you could learn to drive sooner, you wouldn't have to rely on others and create all this fuss. As soon as he said this, he realized his mistake, and his smile was replaced with an apologetic expression. With a soft sigh, he quietly inquired, still unable to overcome it? Gu Qiu didn't find it a taboo subject and calmly shook his head. At the age of 2, his parents had taken him out, only to suffer a tragic car accident. Under his mother's protection, he became the sole survivor, left to grow up as an orphan. Though he survived, vehicles became a source of psychological trauma for him. Over the years, Through persistent adaptation and overcoming fear, he had managed to ride in cars, even daring to ride a slow electric scooter, but that was the extent of it. In his previous life, he never obtained a driver's license, and now, in this second chance, he was determined to rectify that regret. Noticing Gu Qiu's silence, Zhao Yulong assumed he was deep in thought about his past and quickly tried to reassure him. Hey, I was just casually mentioning it. You know me. I often speak without thinking. Honestly, driving is quite dull. Once I have a bit more money, I'll hire a driver. And it'll be as easy as making a call when you need a ride. As a good friend, Gu Qiu certainly understood Zhao Yulong's intentions. In truth, he had long forgotten the memories of his childhood, slowly piecing together his background as he grew older. Despite lacking parental affection, the love he received from those around him, including this friend, was more than sufficient. Like him, Along had also been sent to an orphanage due to familial upheaval. Thus, the two of them played together and grew up side by side. However, a misfortune befell them during their first year of high school. Due to a malicious rumor, Aunt Lon took her own life, and the orphanage faced dire challenges. At that time, A Long used his poor academic performance as an excuse to step into society and work, diligently saving every penny of his meager salary to support Gu Qiu's education. Fortunately, both eventually emerged from their hardships, each carving out a promising future. Gu Qiu was accepted into a prestigious university, while A Long, through a serendipitous turn of events, caught the attention of a powerful figure in society and began to thrive. Nevertheless, Gu Qiu always believed that without A Long, he would not be who he is today, and thus he wholeheartedly acknowledged this brother of his. Suddenly, he recalled that in his previous life, A Long's career flourished, yet his romantic life was fraught with complexities, which traced back to a girl who had been inseparable from him during their freshman year. Prompted by this thought, Gu Qiu interrupted Zhao Yulong, who was still rambling. A Long, have you been in touch with Song Qing? Zhao Yulong paused, his expression momentarily taken aback, instinctively tightening his grip on the steering wheel, which caused the car to veer slightly. The vehicle alongside them swerved to avoid a collision, and the driver did not hesitate to curse through the window. Damn you, are you trying to get us killed? Zhao Yulong snapped back to reality, quickly regaining control of the car. Taking a deep breath, he broke into a sheepish grin. No, I haven't contacted her for any reason. Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow. According to the script of his past life, A Long would awaken to his feelings at 30, frantically searching for Song Qing, only to receive the devastating news of her suicide by drowning due to depression. Unfortunately, during that time, he and Qin Zhiyi were embroiled in their own conflicts, leaving him oblivious to the causes of Song Qing's condition. However, they still had 7 years until turning 30, and surely Song Qing was alive. This time, he could not allow his good friend to harbor regrets. With that thought, Gu Qiu continued, weren't you once close friends? It's been a while since she graduated from university. Have you considered inviting her to dinner or catching a movie? Ahead lay a complex intersection, and Zhao Yulong focused intently on the steering wheel, not dwelling too much on Gu Qiu's words. Instead, he recalled how Qin Zhiyi had previously urged him to reach out to someone he had kept in his heart, which made him chuckle. Do teachers now need to be fortune tellers as well? Chapter 13. Isn't a lifetime of entanglement enough? Gu Qiu found himself puzzled by A Long's words. Fortune telling? Earlier at the bar, Zhao Yulong only mentioned how he used his online girlfriend to dissuade Qin Zhiyi, but he had concealed the part about her reading his fortune, which pertained to his love life. Yet now that they were discussing this, he offered a brief explanation. Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu fell into a daze. What Qin Zhiyi had said in her cryptic manner essentially urged A Long to seek out Song Qing. If he recalled correctly, he had never discussed A Long's romantic issues with Qin Zhiyi. Even if he had, it wouldn't be normal for her to suggest pursuing someone with whom he had lost contact for so long. The idea of fortune-telling and reading faces was undoubtedly ludicrous. The only plausible explanation seemed to be that Qin Zhiyi, like him, knew something about A Long's future. The fleeting thought that had crossed his mind earlier now felt increasingly credible. Qin Zhiyi, too, had been reborn. In a daze, Gu Qiu recalled various moments from his recent interactions with Qin Zhiyi. Since you don't want an online romance, let's start from reality. I'll pursue you, all right? Achio, I will strive to be the one most suited for you. What if I have no money? Can I pay with myself? That was in the past. My current goal is you. A flood of memories surged forth, causing him a headache. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, he exhaled deeply. Silly woman. Isn't a lifetime of entanglement enough? Zhao Yulong cast a sidelong glance at Gu Qiu. He couldn't quite catch what his friend was mumbling about. Yet he refrained from probing, wishing to avoid returning to the previous topic. Regarding Song Qing, he had his own considerations, conflicts within himself. He wished to inquire about her well-being, but feared discovering that she was with someone else. He longed to see her, but felt he had yet to establish himself. Thus, the two brothers, each lost in their own thoughts, fell into a silence, the only sounds in the car being the whispers of the wind through the windows. Over an hour later, in Yunming District, on a relatively bustling street, Zhao Yulong parked the car in a public space and retrieved various groceries and supplements from the trunk with Gu Qiu. After a trip to the supermarket, both felt much lighter in spirit as they carried their bags and entered a quaint establishment named Granny Chen's Noodle House. In contrast to the surrounding franchise and chain restaurants, this modest eatery, adorned with simple decor, appeared quite unpretentious. However, its well-thought-out arrangement and cleanliness greatly enhanced its charm, with enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen that tantalized the palate. Yet by this time, it was well past noon, and the noodle house was devoid of patrons. Aside from an elderly woman and a young girl seated at a table on the right, they were alone. Zhao Yulong's gaze fell upon the white-haired old woman, and he greeted her with a smile. "Granny, I brought this rascal Gu Qiu to see you." Granny Chun had noticed them upon their entrance and paused her conversation with the young woman across from her. Her eyes swept over the two and finally rested upon Gu Qiu. She rose slowly to welcome them. Though Granny Chun was not tall, barely reaching the shoulders of the two young men, her slightly stooped figure was brightened by a rosy hue that suggested vitality. Her eyes sparkled with kindness as she looked at Gu Qiu. "Ah Qiu, it's been a month since I last saw you. How have you lost so much weight? Given the food at your school, it's a wonder you haven't lost more." Zhao Yulong instinctively interjected, but noticed Gu Qiu frozen in place, prompting him to elbow his friend. "Hey, she is talking to you." Curiously, he followed Gu Qiu's gaze and, to his surprise, recognized the familiar figure he had previously overlooked. Fixing his eyes for a moment, he widened them in astonishment. "Qin!" Instantly, Zhao Yulong turned back to Gu Qiu, silently mouthing, "Are you really being followed?" Gu Qiu could only sigh in exasperation. If his earlier speculation about Qin Zhiyi being a reborn individual had a probability of around 60%, her being able to arrive at the noodle house without following him would escalate that probability to over 90. However, he had no time to dwell on Qin Zhiyi's matters now. He turned to Granny Chan with a smile. "Granny, don't listen to him. The food at school is quite acceptable. I've just been busy lately, which is why I've lost a bit of weight. I came here to you to improve my diet." As he had thought, the ones who had shown him love and kindness since childhood, besides A Long, were two women. One he affectionately called Mom, Aunt Lon, and the other was the dear Granny Chun, who treated him as her own grandson. Aunt Lon, whose full name was Shun Yuelon, was the head of the Rainbow Orphanage. Under her nurturing care, a group of lonely and forsaken children, including Gu Qiu and A Long, found a home and thrived. Yet, as the saying goes, good people do not live long. 7 years ago, a journalist, in pursuit of sensationalism, fabricated a story alleging that Shun Yuelon, the director of the Rainbow Orphanage, had embezzled donations to purchase luxury cars and opulent residences. This falsehood incited widespread condemnation and harassment directed at Aunt Lon, ultimately plunging the orphanage into a crisis. Under the weight of such overwhelming pressure, Aunt Lon took her own life by leaping from the rooftop of the orphanage. When the truth eventually came to light, the public redirected their ire towards the journalist. Despite the latter receiving due punishment, it paled in comparison to the irreparable loss of Aunt Lon's life. Justice, however, was not long in coming. 3 years after Aunt Lon's passing, the journalist perished in a devastating fire. The orphanage, unable to escape its tragic fate, saw its remaining children gradually adopted by other welfare institutions. Only Guqiu and Zhao Yulong remained. Concerned that Grandma Chun might succumb to despair over the loss of her daughter and take drastic measures, resolutely choosing to stay by her side. In the days that followed, with the companionship of the two, Grandma Chun gradually emerged from her grief and continued her charitable endeavors in memory of her daughter. She had once devoted her earnings to Guqiu and Zhao Yulong, and after they gained the ability to be self-sufficient, they sought out two underprivileged children, using the profits from their noodle shop to support their education. Grandma Chun extended her rough, calloused hands and gently pinched Guqiu's cheek. Just the other day, you called and said you were busy, and now you're busy again. Regardless of your schedule, you must eat well. The school isn't far from here. It only takes 3 to 5 minutes by bike. You should come back to eat whenever you can. All right, I'll heed your advice, Guqiu replied softly. Yet, deep down, he was reluctant to trouble his grandmother. Nevertheless, considering the elderly lady's need for companionship, he resolved to visit every weekend. During Guqiu's conversation with Grandma Chun, Zhao Yulong placed his belongings on the table and then sat down in front of Qin Zhiyi. Teacher Qin, what brings you here? Qin Zhiyi scooped a spoonful of noodle soup and smiled. I was hungry on my way back to school, so I decided to try this old shop. I didn't expect to run into you all. What a coincidence. Zhao Yulong squinted slightly, his expression suggesting, do I look foolish to you? Meanwhile, Grandma Chun noticed the situation and hurriedly interjected along, Go on. It's not every day we have a guest. Don't scare the girl away. Before Zhao Yulong could respond, Qin Zhiyi turned a smile back at them. Grandma, it's perfectly fine. She then waved at Guqiu. Hello, Guqiu. In response to Qin Zhiyi's greeting, Guqiu merely shot her a cool glance. Grandma Chun, however, brightened up, glancing between the two with a smile. Guqiu, do you two know each other? Guqiu felt there was no need to pretend not to know her at this point, especially as he did not wish to deceive Grandma. He nodded slightly, colleagues. A look of realization crossed Grandma Chun's face as she clapped her hands. This young lady just mentioned she's a teacher. What a coincidence. So you both work at the same school. At that, Qin Zhiyi set down her chopsticks, stood up to adjust her black flared pants, and smiled sweetly. I didn't have a chance to introduce myself earlier. Grandma, my name is Qin Zhiyi. Qin Zhiyi. Such a lovely name. Grandma Chun made a note of her name, while simultaneously showering her with compliments. Even though Qin Zhiyi had felt the warmth and kindness of this elder in her past life, facing her now still filled her heart with warmth, further solidifying her resolve to remain in Yun City. After returning Grandma Chun's gentle smile, Qin Zhiyi glanced at Guqiu before saying, Grandma, Guqiu, I heard you two mention you haven't seen each other in over a month, so I won't interrupt your reunion any longer. As she spoke, she picked up her bag and flashed a smile at Guqiu. Guqiu, let us have dinner together sometime soon. Grandma Chun, ever astute, discerned the nature of their relationship from the way Qin Zhiyi looked at Guqiu, as well as her tone and choice of words, and she quickly picked up on the key information in Qin Zhiyi's statement. Before Qin Zhiyi could take a step, she eagerly inquired, Did you two have plans to eat together? Suddenly, Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi answered in unison no, surprised by their synchronized response. Qin Zhiyi's gaze faltered for a moment, but quickly added, Grandma, we agreed to arrange something in a few days. Grandma Chun was not concerned with the details, gazing at Guqiu with a mix of disappointment and resolve. Oh dear, Guqiu, when have I ever stopped you from coming? You and Teacher Qin are colleagues. You should be spending more time together. Guqiu's mouth twitched involuntarily. Who was just complaining about me, not visiting often? Grandma Chun's little eyes darted back and forth before she turned to Qin Zhiyi. Teacher Qin, are you busy? Qin Zhiyi gently shook her head. Grandma, you could just call me Xiao Qin or Zhiyi. I'm not busy. All right then, Zhiyi, if you're free, why don't you stay here for dinner? Qin Zhiyi had merely intended to make an appearance, not expecting to be invited to dinner, and her expression showed mild surprise. Is that really okay? As she spoke, she glanced at Guqiu, seemingly seeking his opinion. Guqiu was momentarily unsure if she was being genuine, and he shot her a glare, only to find Grandma Chun's gaze already upon him. With no other choice, he sighed and spoke, It's just an extra pair of chopsticks. If Teacher Qin doesn't mind, she can stay. Realizing that continuing to be polite would come off as overly pretentious, Qin Zhiyi nodded in agreement. Okay, then I'll impose. Grandma Chun beamed with delight, even taking Qin Zhiyi's hand in hers. Impose? You two are busy. It's not often we get to gather like this. And with you here, it'll be even livelier. Did you finish the bowl of wontons I just served you? If not, Grandma can make you another. Come on, let's go inside and sit. I'll show you a thing or two. As Grandma Chun led Qin Zhiyi into the inner room, Gu Qiu felt a headache coming on. His greatest fear had materialized. Meanwhile, Zhao Yulong, who had remained silent until now, leaned closer to Gu Qiu. This is bad. Grandma seems to have adopted her as a granddaughter-in-law. He then lowered his voice. Why don't you just accept it? I think this girl is quite nice. She's way better than that one you can't even meet online. Gu Qiu shot him a glare. You and your incessant chatter. Hurry and take your things inside. That evening, within the not overly spacious living room, the large dining table was laden with over 10 delectable dishes, showcasing the utmost hospitality typical of an ordinary family. The food was undoubtedly delicious, yet the atmosphere at the table was starkly divided. On one side, Grandma Chun was incessantly serving Qin Zhiyi, asking her questions about family and experiences, to which Qin Zhiyi responded without reservation, creating a warm and cozy ambience. Anyone unaware might assume they were the true grandmother and granddaughter. On the other side, things were considerably quieter. Zhao Yulong had attempted to interject into their conversation, but was met with a scowl from Grandma Chun, leaving him to eat in silence. Gu Qiu, meanwhile, was still brooding over the fact that he had initially planned to cook, yet Grandma insisted on showcasing her skills in front of Qin Zhiyi, who eagerly assisted, ultimately shooing him out of the kitchen. He absent-mindedly fiddled with his chopsticks, stealing glances at Qin Zhiyi. Before he knew it, nearly 10 minutes had slipped by. As Gu Qiu was lost in thought, a pair of chopsticks deftly placed a piece of rib into the bowl before him. He raised his gaze, only to discover that it was Qin Zhiyi who had served him. He couldn't help but cough softly. "Ah Qiu, you haven't touched your food at all. Are you feeling unwell?" Qin Zhiyi inquired with genuine concern as she withdrew her chopsticks. Moments later, Grandma Chun also expressed her worry. "Ah Qiu, you used to have quite an appetite. What is the matter now? Should we take you to the hospital for a checkup?" Zhao Yulong picked up the last grain of rice stuck to the edge of his bowl and tossed it into his mouth. After letting out a satisfied burp, he turned to Gu Qiu and teased. He is too busy admiring the beauty to eat. Gu Qiu shot him a glare, signaling him to refrain from such banter. Before responding with a smile, "No, I was just contemplating some work-related matters." With that, he lifted his bowl and began to eat heartily. Grandma Chun shook her head in exasperation and turned to Qin Zhiyi, saying, "Zhi, this is just how Ah Qiu is. When he gets busy, he always forgets to eat. Please keep an eye on him at school." "Don't worry, Grandma. I'll remind him to eat well," Qin Zhiyi replied, her beautiful eyes blinking as she nodded slightly. She had not forgotten that Gu Qiu had passed away from stomach cancer in his previous life, and she was determined to prevent such a tragedy from repeating itself. After a short while, the dinner finally came to an end. Gu Qiu and Zhao Yulong hurried to wash their bowls, and then returned to the living room to chat with Grandma Chun for a while before discussing their plans for the night. Grandma Chun was the first to inquire about Qin Zhiyi. "Zhi, where are you staying now?" "Grandma, I'm back at school," she replied. "Oh, I see. Let Ah Long take you and Ah Qiu back then." "My Ah Qiu can't drive for certain reasons." "No need, Grandma. I have my own car," she insisted. "Is that so? Then take Ah Qiu along with you." Hearing their conversation, Gu Qiu quickly interrupted. "Grandma, tomorrow is Sunday. I can still spend time with you. So why not let me stay over?" To his surprise, Grandma Chun, who usually welcomed his overnight stays, firmly waved her hand in refusal. "The rooms upstairs are not tidy. You can't stay there." "Grandma, I can still drop Ah Qiu off," Zhao Yulong interjected, eager to help his friend. But Grandma Chun remained resolute. "They are headed the same way. Why should you tag along? Besides, I have something to discuss with you." Thus, under Grandma Chun's arrangements, Gu Qiu ultimately left with Qin Zhiyi. Standing at the door, Grandma Chun watched their retreating figures, her wrinkles smoothing out with a smile. "What a perfect match." Zhao Yulong, standing nearby, couldn't he help but pout. "Grandma, you didn't even ask Ah Qiu if he likes Teacher Qin. Isn't this a bit presumptuous?" At this, Grandma Chun huffed lightly. "Can my judgment be wrong?" That girlesque gaze at Ah Qiu could weave threads. "And don't think Ah Qiu is indifferent. If he truly didn't care, he wouldn't have been stealing glances at Z and daydreaming during dinner. You really are too naive. By the way, Achio has finally woken up to his feelings. What about you? You're not young anymore. When do you plan to find a partner? Zhao Yulong's lips twitched. Seriously? 3 times in one day? You all are relentless. Relentless? You're 23. In 2 years, you'll be 25. Do the math. 30 isn't far off. If you don't find someone soon, will you still find a good girl? All right. If you keep on, I'll be 6 feet under. They sped through several streets, arriving at Yunmeng Middle School. Qin Zhiyi intended to drop Guqiu off at the dormitory, but he declined, citing the late hour and the need not to disturb the other teacher's rest. Thus, the two exited the parking lot and walked along the campus path, one in front of the other. The weather was pleasant, a bright half-moon hanging in the sky, casting a silvery glow that elongated their shadows and intertwined them. Guqiu walked ahead, wanting to turn back and ask her about her remarks at the bar with Along, in order to confirm her status as a reincarnated soul. However, each time the words danced on the tip of his tongue, he found himself at a loss for how to articulate them. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, he felt a gentle touch on his sleeve. Turning to the side, he discovered that Qin Zhiyi had walked up beside him without him noticing. Guqiu, momentarily taken aback, instinctively stepped aside. Qin Zhiyi, however, seemed unfazed, pouting slightly as she spoke softly. I'm sorry. Taken aback by her immediate apology, Guqiu blinked in surprise and replied, What is there to be sorry for? Looking up at the night sky, Qin Zhiyi clasped her hands behind her back and explained gently, It's just that I've been following you around today. First at the dormitory, then the bar, and now at Grandma Chun's noodle shop. Did it bother you? Not at all. Then why do you keep acting cold towards me? Guqiu found himself momentarily speechless. If Qin Zhiyi were not a reincarnator, he might have felt it was inappropriate to treat someone who hadn't yet harmed him with such indifference. However, facing Qin Zhiyi with memories of their past life, he wondered if his behavior was truly unjustifiable. Guqiu raised an eyebrow, contemplating how to respond. Just then, Qin Zhiyi stepped in front of him, declaring, Achio, I understand. I won't pressure you too much, but please don't actively push me away. Just let your heart decide if it can accept me. All right? At her words, Guqiu's heart stirred. For much of the day, he had been eager to discover whether Qin Zhiyi was indeed a reincarnator. Yet he hadn't considered how he would confront the reality if she was. Hearing her now, however, brought him a sense of comfort and a flicker of curiosity. Unconsciously, he nodded, noticing his response. Qin Zhiyi's lips curled into a smile as she suggested, Then let us start as friends, shall we? Guqiu raised an eyebrow in thought. All right, becoming friends might help her to be more rational in the days to come. But if he rejected her, who knew what she might do? At that moment, Qin Zhiyi extended her hand toward him. Since we're friends, a handshake wouldn't be too much, right? Guqiu took a deep breath. He looked around to ensure no one was watching before extending his hand to gently shake hers. Unbeknownst to them, this moment was captured by a surveillance camera nearby, leading to an unforeseen commotion in the days to come. Chapter 15, Preventive Measures. The following morning, the sun had risen above half-open and half-closed glass windows, casting rays of light into a corner of the living room while a playful spring breeze slipped in, gently stirring the sheer, white curtains. In the bathroom, Guqiu had just finished brushing his teeth. Facing the mirror, he wiped away the remnants of toothpaste from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. His complexion appeared more vibrant than usual, illuminated by the sunlight, enhancing his handsome features. Since his rebirth, his mind had been a chaotic tangle, often leaving him perplexed and occasionally agitated or anxious, among other emotions. However, ever since he had agreed to be friends with Qin Zhiyi the previous night, he felt considerably more at ease. Even his sleep had improved. He attributed this newfound tranquility to his subconscious emotional reliance on Qin Zhiyi, or perhaps to other reasons, but he was too content to ponder it deeply, relishing this relatively carefree sensation. As he dampened a towel with warm water, a sudden knock echoed from the front door. While wiping his face, he made his way toward the entrance. Peering through the peephole, it was Qin Zhiyi. After a brief hesitation, she decided to open the door. Qin Zhiyi tilted her head slightly, a smile gracing her features. Good morning, Teacher Gu. I knew you had just awakened. Here, I I brought you breakfast." As she spoke, she extended a bulging paper bag towards Guccio. Guccio set down his towel, refraining from reaching out for it, instead fixing his gaze upon her. "You haven't forgotten our agreement from last night, have you?" Qin Zhiyi's enchanting eyes fluttered momentarily. "Of course not. Was it too much for a friend to bring breakfast? There are 13 items in total, minus the buns and the honeysuckle from the last time you gave me. That leaves $11.50. Please remember to reimburse me." Though they had once shared a marital bond, her previous neglect of Guccio did not equate to her understanding him completely. To give him something for free would only make him feel indebted, as if he were still entangled in their past. Hence, it was only fitting that she charged him. Guccio could find no fault in her words, merely pursing his lips. "Thanks. I'll send you the money shortly, but in the future," he intended to suggest that he would no longer trouble her. But recalling how she had deliberately emphasized the word conveniently, he swallowed his words. Qin Zhiyi, though aware of Guccio's sentiments, chose not to press the matter. "Teacher Gu, don't forget Grandma Chun's advice. You must eat well, especially breakfast, lest you risk developing stomach cancer." "Ugh, forget about cancer. You will absolutely stay healthy." With that, she waved goodbye and turned to return her own home. As Guccio listened to her mention of stomach cancer, his gaze appeared somewhat dazed, lingering on her retreating figure until the door across the hall finally closed. Suddenly, he chuckled softly to himself, thinking, "Do you really believe you are the only one who has been reborn? I am quite curious to see what you plan to do next." Before long, Guccio pulled half of the curtain closed to shield himself from the glaring sunlight. He settled onto the sofa and unwrapped the breakfast bag that Qin Zhiyi had given him, retrieving a purple rice ball, a bag of soy milk, 2 small buns, and a xiaomai. A smile crept onto his face. "These are all my favorites. How thoughtful of you to remember." After a moment of contemplation, Guccio picked up his phone and transferred 13 yuan to her. The transaction was accepted almost immediately, but the next moment, she returned 15 yuan with the note. All settled. Guccio shook his head in resignation, accepting the refund. He then sipped a small amount of the soy milk, finding its flavor satisfactory. After peeling back the wrapper of the rice ball, he took a small bite. He had intended to find something to watch on his laptop, but Qin Zhiyi's earlier remark about stomach cancer flashed in his mind. As he continued to chew thoughtfully, memories from his previous life resurfaced. In that life, the signs of his stomach cancer had been evident, yet he had mistaken them for his existing stomach issues, missing the optimal window for treatment. In this life, whether it be stomach cancer or mere digestive troubles, he was determined to take preventive measures to avoid the fate often depicted in novels, where fate obstructs the protagonist's attempts to alter their destiny. He knew he must prepare for contingencies, namely, treatment. When it came to treating stomach cancer, money was indispensable. Though Guccio yearned for a simple and tranquil life, it did not equate to a lack of affection for wealth. Besides his own health concerns, he was aware that Along would encounter difficulties in 3 years, and his grandmother would face mortality in 6. While money could not change everything, the absence of it would certainly hinder progress. Contemplating this, Guccio narrowed his eyes, his resolve hardening as if he had made up his mind. He swiftly devoured his breakfast and then accessed his mobile banking app. Though he had only been working for 6 months this time around, he had been diligent during university and accumulated over 30,000 yuan in savings. After thoughtful consideration, he set aside 10,000 for emergencies and withdrew 20,000 to invest in gold on a trading platform. According to the trajectory of his past life, conflicts and wars would erupt globally in the coming years, leading to economic downturns and rising gold prices. Thus, anyone with spare funds would do well to consider investing in gold. Furthermore, while the compensation at Yunming High School was decent, it still fell short. He needed to seek a side gig, but what could he possibly do? Guccio pondered for a while, and then a brilliant idea struck him. Short videos. Although the format had been around for several years, its monetization potential remained undiminished. In fact, with the evolving landscape of e-commerce, content creators were earning even more than before. He had seen numerous videos of teachers interacting with students, many of whom had amassed millions, even tens of millions of followers. As a fellow educator, Guccio believed his lessons were quite engaging and decided to give it a try. Without hesitation, he reopened his phone. Currently, Two mainstream short video apps dominated the market. Douyin, which had been established for many years and boasted a vast user base, and Xiaoming, a more vibrant platform that had been recently gaining substantial support. Guqiu unhesitatingly chose Xiaoming. Although it appeared weaker at present, he knew that in the coming years, Xiaoming and its subsidiaries would proliferate, ultimately leading to the establishment of the 10 Dream Group, with its founder, Shunmu, rising to become the wealthiest individual in Huaxia. Having previously downloaded the Xiaoming app while watching the Xinma Professional League, he merely updated it and proceeded to modify his personal information. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, clad in a white dress, Qin Zhiyi sat at her computer desk, engrossed in her phone. Her expression was serious as she focused intently on the screen, which displayed a trading platform, her hands continually tapping and navigating. Before long, a notification popped up. Your plan for a Qiu's dowry has successfully deposited 23 yuan. Click to view details. Instantly, she stretched with delight. All set. After carefully reviewing her work to confirm its accuracy, she turned her attention back to her computer. On the screen, a spreadsheet appeared, titled Strategy for My Precious HO, with the first row labeled Feeding Plan. Qin Zhiyi tapped away at the keyboard, continuing her editing. The plan is progressing smoothly, and initial success has been achieved. Chapter 16. A surprise prepared for whom? The joyous weekend moments were fleeting, and before they knew it, a new week had commenced. The weekly flag-raising ceremony took place during the first recess on Monday, the stirring national anthem resonating throughout the campus. As the song concluded, Gu Qiu entered the office. At that moment, only Qin Zhiyi and Gu Yan occupied the space. Since the last time Qin Zhiyi had been caught in the rain and Gu Yan had offered her a towel, the two had grown closer, fostering a friendship. Engaged in casual conversation, they both turned their attention to Gu Qiu as he entered. His eyes were notably puffy, his hair somewhat disheveled, particularly on the right side, and he was yawning repeatedly. He carried a laptop bag while clutching a cartoon-decorated box. Gu Yan, cradling a water cup in her hands, inquired with concern, "Teacher Gu, did you not rest well last night?" "Just a bit," Gu Qiu replied politely. He's a man of action. Yesterday, after deciding to create short videos to document his teaching routine, he immediately began formulating plans, coming up with numerous intriguing ideas that would enhance his students' learning experience. However, after toiling away, it was already 4 in the morning, and his current state was indeed rather lacking. Gu Qiu placed the items in his hands neatly on the table, just in time to hear Qin Zhiyi's inquiry. "Teacher Gu, would you like some coffee?" Raising his gaze, he saw her wide-eyed, gently shaking 2 packets of instant coffee in her hand. Gu Qiu hesitated for a moment, realizing he indeed needed a pick-me-up, and thus did not decline. He intended to reach out for the coffee, but Qin Zhiyi unexpectedly picked up the cup on his desk and turned toward the water dispenser. Gu Yan's gaze remained fixed on Gu Qiu, and after a moment of contemplation, she spoke up. "Teacher Gu, I've noticed you've not been in good spirits these past 2 weeks. Perhaps you should take a leave of absence to recuperate." Having worked together for half a year as colleagues and being a subject teacher in the same class, Gu Yan was well aware of Gu Qiu's dedication. Yet, when issues arose, they should be addressed promptly, not only to ensure his health, but also to avoid impeding the student's progress. Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow. He understood that Gu Yan was linking his current state to the nightmares he had previously experienced. However, ever since Qin Zhiyi had entered his life, he had not suffered another episode. With this thought, he unconsciously glanced in Qin Zhiyi's direction. At that precise moment, she returned with the prepared coffee and placed it on his desk. "Be careful, it's hot. I also have a class with the 9th grade this afternoon. Shall we switch?" Gu Qiu quickly averted his gaze and shook his head. "No need. I'll be awake in a moment." Then he turned to Gu Yan, stating, "Teacher Gu, I'm already in the process of adjusting. I don't need to take leave for now." Seeing his determination, Gu Yan could only nod in response, choosing not to press further. Meanwhile, Qin Zhiyi curiously examined the boxes on his desk, her thoughts drifting back to the previous evening. The day before, as night fell, Qin Zhiyi returned to her apartment building, carrying nearly 10 packages of varying sizes. After climbing 5 flights of stairs, she found herself somewhat out of breath. She paused in front of Gu Qiu's door, suddenly recalling how in her past life, He had always been the one to retrieve her packages and bring her takeout. Although there had been an elevator then, it still consumed considerable time and energy, especially when she bought an abundance of items. While managing such trivialities for a day or two may not be challenging, maintaining it consistently over the years was no small feat, showcasing Gucci's remarkable patience in nurturing their household. Yet, despite his exceptional nature, she had failed to cherish him properly. With a sigh, Qin Zhiyi slowly gathered her thoughts. She then placed 3 packages, which she had separated earlier, on the shoe rack in front of Gucci's door and knocked gently. Internally, she vowed to Chio, "The kindness you have shown me, I shall repay tenfold, 100-fold in this lifetime." Moments later, Guccio, now clad in home attire, approached the door. He peered through the peephole for quite some time, yet saw nothing unusual. However, knowing that all the residents in this unit were single teachers, there was no cause for concern, especially on the top floor, so he opened the door. A quick glance around revealed the packages. Guccio's expression froze momentarily. The school naturally did not permit delivery personnel inside. Packages were stored and managed uniformly at the school gate. While it was commonplace for teachers to assist each other in retrieving packages, especially on a weekend, it was likely that only. With this thought, he raised his head and looked towards the door opposite. At that moment, Qin Zhiyi was peeking through her peephole, watching Guccio's movements, and when their eyes met, she felt a surge of nervousness. She quickly turned around, cautiously leaning against her door to avoid making any noise. The reason she chose to return home without waiting for Guccio to come out was that she feared he might think she was being clingy. She did not want to impose any pressure on him or create a negative impression. Instead, she preferred to subtly convey her goodwill. Leaning against her door, she prepared to act once Guccio returned home. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity without hearing the sound of his door closing, she suddenly heard a knock behind her. Qin Zhiyi's gaze widened momentarily, but she quickly composed herself. After a brief pause, she opened the door, offering a smile. "What's the matter? Thank you for bringing my packages." Guccio replied, his head slightly bowed, his voice deep and resonant. Qin Zhiyi feigned nonchalance and shrugged. "It was just a small favor." Indeed, Guccio nodded slightly, but showed no inclination to leave. Qin Zhiyi bit her lip, tentatively asking, "Do you have something else to discuss? Just let me know if you need my help." Guccio exhaled softly and inquired, "By the way, do you still have a cardboard box you used when you moved? May I borrow one?" Qin Zhiyi's eyes sparkled as she smiled gently. "I thought you had something significant to discuss. I still have them. How big do you need?" Guccio replied nonchalantly, "It doesn't need to be too large." "All right, just wait a moment." After her response, Qin Zhiyi dashed inside her home, while Guccio lingered outside, surveying her interior decor. To his surprise, he discovered that she had adorned her home in shades of pink and white. Could it be that the usually stoic Qin Zhiyi possessed a hidden girlish heart? How peculiar. Why hadn't he noticed this in his previous life? Just as he was lost in his astonishment, Qin Zhiyi returned, presenting him with a box adorned with a Kuromi cartoon design and a plain yellow cardboard box. "Which one do you prefer?" Guccio quickly diverted his gaze, looking down to assess the options before ultimately choosing the cartoon box. This decision took Qin Zhiyi by surprise, prompting her to ask instinctively, "Are you planning a surprise?" Guccio blinked twice, replying, "A surprise? I suppose so." He then checked the box to ensure its integrity before taking the package and returning to his own home. "Thanks. Let me know how much I owe you, and I'll transfer it to you." With a quiet thud, Qin Zhiyi watched as Guccio closed his door, pouting slightly and murmuring, "He didn't even say who the surprise is for." Chapter 17. Have I encountered a rival? Qin Zhiyi's expression sharpened as she drew her thoughts back to the present. She gazed at the Kuromi box before her, its exterior unchanged, the lid sealed tightly. But a circular hole, larger than a fist, had been cut in the middle, resembling a lottery box. Suddenly, she stepped forward, leaning against the box's edge, and indeed, through the circular opening, she spotted several slips of paper inside. Curiously, she pulled one out and unfolded it to reveal the contents. 1 cup of milk tea. She blinked her bright eyes, pondering, "Teacher Gu, is this for the students?" Guccio blew away the steam, rising from his coffee, and took a sip. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi's gaze fell, her emotions swirling. Last night, She had heard Gu Qiu mention preparing a surprise. Although she knew it could not possibly be for her, she still held onto a sliver of hope, only to find it dashed now. Fortunately, it was tea intended for someone else, alleviating her concerns. At that moment, Guyin approached, glancing at the slip of paper in Qin Zhiyi's hand before pulling one out herself. A pen. Teacher Gu, what kind of tricks are you planning this time? Gu Qiu shrugged and replied with a faint smile, just some small rewards to boost the students' enthusiasm for learning. Guyin nodded slightly, refolding the note and placing it back into the box. Young people are always brimming with novel ideas, which explains why students feel so close to you. However, while these may appear to be mere trinkets, the cumulative cost could be quite substantial. I wouldn't want you to bear such expenses. Just provide me with our class's gift list, and I shall handle the procurement. Gu Qiu, however, shook his head. Sister Yin, your generosity puts pressure on me. I wouldn't dare to act freely. Rest assured, I can manage this modest sum, he assured her. In response, Gu Yin pouted slightly, refraining from arguing but still cautioned. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. All right, if trouble arises, I won't hold back, Gu Qiu replied with a smile. Gu Yin nodded subtly and returned to her position. Qin Zhiyi also folded her note and put it away. Noticing Gu Qiu frowning while sipping his coffee, she couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. She had always remembered his habit of adding copious amounts of sugar to his coffee. But since the coffee she bought was meant to invigorate herself, she hadn't prepared any sugar. However, she quickly placed a piece of white rabbit candy, which she had been concealing in her palm, on the edge of the table. She silently mused. Good thing I didn't rush to eat the candy Sister Yin gave me. Raising her gaze, she noticed Gu Qiu already watching her. Qin Zhiyi playfully blinked and turned back to her workstation. Gu Qiu's eyes followed her fleeting figure for a moment before returning to the piece of white rabbit candy. His expression momentarily froze, and he couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking, when I last invited her to the cafeteria, did I lack sincerity? After contemplating for a while, he shook his head and dismissed the thought. He reached for the candy, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth, savoring the bittersweet combination with his coffee. After consuming more than half a cup, Gu Qiu felt significantly more energized. As he contemplated tidying up the somewhat chaotic desk, he noticed a hand-grabbed pancake and a bag of soy milk inexplicably pressed beneath his computer bag. Curiously, he picked it up, only to find that the items were already cold, clearly having been there for quite some time. Most teachers are quite amiable, and it's common for them to bring breakfast with a simple request. Yet, the key is that he hadn't troubled anyone. Suddenly, Gu Qiu recalled that it was Qin Zhiyi who had casually brought him breakfast yesterday, and he silently glanced over at her. Qin Zhiyi, already donned in her glasses, was diligently browsing an academic website related to biomedical sciences. It seemed as if she sensed his gaze. As she brushed her hair back, their eyes met. A hint of confusion flickered in her clear eyes as she awaited his next words. Gu Qiu quickly lowered his head, tapping away at his phone. Qin Zhiyi followed suit. Picking up her phone, and upon entering the messaging app, she saw his message. How much for breakfast and coffee? Actually, I usually have breakfast quite regularly, especially from Monday to Friday. I typically eat in the cafeteria before coming to the office, so I won't trouble you anymore. After reading the message, Qin Zhiyi's confusion deepened. Looking towards Gu Qiu, she quickly noticed the items in his hand. She had anticipated that Gu Qiu would have breakfast on time from Monday to Friday, so she had only planned to prepare it for him on weekends. However, Gu Qiu's inquiry indicated that the breakfast had been placed on his desk by someone else. Instantly, Qin Zhiyi's brows furrowed, her eyes revealing a tinge of vigilance. What is going on? Had her feeding plan encountered competition right at the outset? Gu Qiu sensed Qin Zhiyi's unease, his eyes narrowing as his thoughts raced. Suddenly, he recalled that during this time in his past life, someone had also brought him breakfast, yet he had failed to uncover the source after inquiring around. However, this situation lasted only a week, and with the math teacher from the adjacent class also being fed by students, he had assumed it was from them and hadn't given it much thought. Once he clarified his thoughts, he messaged Qin Zhiyi for confirmation. Wasn't it you who brought it for me? Qin Zhiyi's expression turned slightly somber as she tapped a few times on her screen. It wasn't me. Suddenly, she couldn't help but add, You really do have a way with people, Teacher Gu. Gu Qiu's dark eyes blinked as he read her message twice, then glanced at Qin Zhiyi. Observing her biting her lip, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Is she feeling jealous? This scene reminded him of their previous life when they had just started dating. He had been approached for his WeChat by someone, and Qin Zhiyi, the jealous type, had reacted dramatically, later adopting a sarcastic tone while asking him about that girl. He chuckled to himself, shaking his head at the memory. Qin Zhiyi, noticing his amusement, felt even more aggrieved and typed again. Are you that happy? Do you really enjoy hand-grab pancakes that much? But do you think the one who brought you breakfast is just too considerate? Upon reading her messages, Gu Qiu coughed a couple of times, quickly adjusting his expression. What are you talking about? It could very well have been another teacher who left it on my desk. Qin Zhiyi was utterly unconvinced by this explanation. After all, she had been sitting right there since the morning class and hadn't seen any teacher approach Gu Qiu's desk, not to mention who would leave breakfast and not come back for it. Nevertheless, she sincerely hoped it was another teacher's mishap. They waited for several minutes, and the morning meeting had concluded. The teachers returned one by one, yet none inquired about the breakfast that Gu Qiu had placed in an obvious location. Gu Qiu sighed softly. It seemed the situation mirrored that of his past life. However, he disliked feeling indebted to anyone, and with a jealous Qin Zhiyi sitting across from him, it would be best to inform the class later to avoid her overthinking. Just then, a stout boy of average height entered, clutching a stack of practice books, looking just as lackluster as Gu Qiu had moments earlier. This immediately caught the attention of Guyan, the homeroom teacher. Jiang Yunqing, what were you up to last night? Jiang Yunqing looked up abruptly, confusion written all over his face. Huh? I didn't do anything last night. Then why do you look so listless? Guyan pressed sternly. Jiang Yunqing, who usually performed well academically and maintained a decent attitude toward studies, was not someone she wanted to see sneaking around with a phone and staying up late. However, her worries were proven unfounded. Jiang Yunqing placed the history homework for Class 9 on Gu Qiu's desk, then rubbed his stomach, revealing a helpless expression. Sigh. My meal card is out of money, so I didn't have breakfast. I'm so hungry. Hearing this, Guyan felt relieved and promptly rummaged through her drawer for her meal card to hand it over. There's still some time. Hurry to the cafeteria and see what's available. In the future, if you encounter such a situation, just borrow a meal card from your classmates. Jiang Yunqing pouted. He had initially made plans with his best friend, but that guy had gotten carried away and forgotten to bring him along. Without giving it much thought, he was about to reach out for the meal card when Gu Qiu interrupted him. Can you eat this? It's just a bit cold. Jiang Yunqing had already noticed the hand-grab pancake on Gu Qiu's desk, but he didn't dare snatch breakfast from teacher. However, since Gu Qiu was offering it, his face lit up with a grin. Wow, old Gu, you are truly kind. I adore you. However, no sooner had the words left his lips than he felt the piercing gaze of the homeroom teacher, prompting him to hastily amend his statement. Ahem. Thank you, Teacher Gu. With that, Jiang Yunqing picked up the breakfast and prepared to leave. Yet, just as he turned, a voice from the side called out, halting him. Jiang, please have this. Following the sound, Jiang Yunqing discovered that the class's most esteemed beauty, Teacher Qin, was beaming as she offered him a packet of chips. His body stiffened involuntarily, and internally he exclaimed, What? Am I this fortunate? He had not anticipated that a trip to the office would yield such a bounty of treats, and he found himself contemplating future visits. Jiang Yunqing chuckled foolishly a couple of times and bowed in gratitude to Qin Zhiyi. Hee. Thank you, Teacher Qin. You're welcome. Qin Zhiyi replied gently. Although someone had brought food for Gu Qiu, she was quite satisfied with his immediate decision to share it with others. Naturally, this little chubby boy's appearance was perfectly timed, and rewarding him with a packet of chips was entirely appropriate. Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow, somewhat speechless, and interjected, All right, since you're here, help me take this to the class. With that, he pointed to a nearby cardboard box. Jiang Yunqing nodded, without hesitation, lifted the box, bid farewell to a few teachers, and turned to walk outside. Glancing at his phone, Gu Qiu noted that class was about to begin, so he followed suit towards the classroom. Chapter 18. The History Point Competition. As Jiang Yunqing munched on his food while walking back to the classroom, he placed a cardboard box on the podium. This action instantly captured the student's attention, prompting a chorus of inquiries. Chubby, what is this? Where did it come from? Bro, what's inside? Jiang Yunqing shrugged. He had also inquired with Gu Qiu on the way, but the latter had been mysteriously evasive and offered no explanation. I don't know. Wait until old Gu arrives, and you can ask him yourselves. As he spoke, he returned to his seat. Just as he settled down, a petite girl from the front row slowly turned around. This girl possessed a delicate, fair-skinned face with large, clear eyes and a ponytail. Although the blue and white school uniform was both unattractive and oversized, it did little to detract from her beauty. Su Youtian's overall impression was undeniably cute, but her words told a different tale. You fatso, what is actually in the box? Jiang Yunqing took another bite of his handheld pancake and casually replied, Why don't you just go up and see for yourself? Upon hearing this, Su Youtian shot him an annoyed glare. Her gaze then fell upon the packet of chips on the table, and without hesitation, she snatched it up. Hey, shorty, this is from Teacher Qin. Jiang Yunqing attempted to reclaim it, but she had already turned her back. He pouted and muttered, Next time, I'll change seats. I'll sit in the last row. I refuse to believe I'll run into you again. Before long, Gu Qiu entered the classroom just as the bell rang for class. He had originally walked alongside the chubby boy, but realized halfway that he had forgotten his computer, which caused him to backtrack and lose some time. Upon his arrival, the students began to chatter inquisitively once more. Old Gu, what's inside? Is this a surprise for us? Please don't let it be another set of exam papers like last semester's Chinese teacher. That surprise turned into a scare. Agreed. Seeing that the box had piqued everyone's curiosity, Gu Qiu smiled calmly. He did not keep them in suspense, swiftly opening the projector and connecting it to his laptop. Soon, a PowerPoint presentation appeared on the screen. Fun history activities to make learning history more engaging and motivating. After reviewing the content, the students understood that their teacher was indeed up to something. Simultaneously, Gu Qiu activated the video recording function on his phone, adjusting it to the front-facing camera, placing it on the desk, and commenced the lesson. Class is in session. The class monitor was a beat slow, but quickly caught up. Stand up. The students rose in unison. Hello, teacher. Hello, students. Please be seated. Gu Qiu scanned the room and continued. After more than a month of adjustment, the vast majority of students are now able to synchronize with my teaching. Our class ranked third among the liberal arts classes in the last monthly exam, which is commendable. Yet I believe we can achieve more. Thus, I've decided to implement some engaging activities. He clicked to the next slide of the PowerPoint. This slide contained a wealth of information, but the most striking feature was undoubtedly the 4 prominent characters. History points competition. Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow and elaborated. In the coming weeks, I will assess various aspects, including homework completion, classroom engagement, knowledge questions during lessons, and exam results, to adjust points based on your performance. Points will undergo a small summary every month, culminating in a grand summary at the end of the semester, with corresponding rewards issued at each summary. Of course, I do not wish to add any pressure. Participation in this activity is entirely voluntary. Those who are not interested may ignore it without any penalties, and I shall harbor no bias against anyone. He briefly outlined the content of the small text on the PowerPoint. The students nodded in agreement, then eagerly inquired about the topic that most intrigued them. Old Gu, what are the rewards? Please don't tell me it's just a set of exam papers. Old Gu, if you mess this up, be careful. We might stop loving you. Exactly. If it's just exam papers, I won't help you secure a cafeteria seat anymore. Gu Qiu maintained a placid smile, raising his hand to signal for quiet, and then switched to the next slide. This slide displayed a table with 3 tiers of rewards. I know this is what you're most concerned about. These are the rewards for the semester endpoint summary, organized into 3 levels. Level 1, for one individual, the student with the highest total points can choose one from the following: a Switch, a mermaid-themed diamond watch, a luxurious steak dinner for 2 at Yunhage priced at $16.88, a concert ticket for any celebrity of your choice, or a sports camera valued at 1,800 yuan. Level 2, for 2 individuals, a cash prize of 500 yuan. Level 3, for 5 individuals, a cash prize of 100 yuan. The students stared at the contents of the PowerPoint in astonishment, and once Gu Qiu finished speaking, they erupted into sounds of surprise and excitement. Wow, this is amazing! So, everyone in the top 8 will receive rewards, right? Long live old Gu. Teacher, I suggest adding a set of 648 exam papers for the first prize. Big talker. Let us kick him out. After a brief uproar, someone grasped the crux and pressed, Teacher Gu, does that mean if we don't make it into the top 8, we don't receive anything? Isn't that unfair for the 9th place? Guccio shook his head and replied, hold on, I'm not done yet. What I just mentioned pertains to the semester and grand summary. There will also be a monthly small summary. As he spoke, he placed his hand on the Kuromi cardboard box and continued explaining, every month, we will conduct a small point summary. Afterward, each student can spend 10 points for a chance to draw rewards, ranging from few to several dozen yuan. However, as long as you accumulate enough points, you will undoubtedly reap significant rewards. The points for the draw can be saved up for collective use and will not affect the total point summary. In other words, our points are divided into static accumulation and dynamic utilization. As Guccio observed that the crowd seemed to be struggling to comprehend, he raised an eyebrow and pondered for a moment. Let me provide an example. For instance, Jiang Yunqing received 30 points in the first month, which translates to 3 opportunities for a lottery draw. He can choose to use them within the month or save them for the following month, with the stipulation that they must be utilized by the end of the semester. Regardless of whether he uses those 30 points or not, they will be factored into the final semester assessment. Is that clear now? Shortly thereafter, the quicker students had grasped the rules, while a few slower ones began to understand through their classmates' explanations. Guccio pressed his lips together, slightly parched, and continued, so are you all interested? Yes. As students, what Teacher Gu proposed was inherently their responsibility, and coupled with the fact that an action would not incur any penalties, no one could resist the allure, responding in unison. Jiang Yunqing finished the last sip of his soybean milk and grinned. First place is mine for the taking. Hee, a steak feast at Yinhai Pavilion. That's the finest Michelin restaurant in Yunqing. However, before he could finish, Su Yutian scoffed. You glutton, dreaming before the competition has even begun? I absolutely must secure that ticket to Tang Yao's concert for the first place. Jiang Yunqing curled his lip in disdain. Since last semester, you've only scored higher than me once, and that was because I was unwell during the exam. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had a chance. If you wish to compete with me, you better practice more. Teacher Gu has stated that points are based on overall performance, not just grades. Su Zutan Zito, tightening her jaw. Upon hearing this, Guccio nodded slightly. Su Yutian was correct. No one should feel disheartened merely because their grades lag behind others. Points would be awarded from multiple facets. Even regarding grades, it would not solely depend on the highest scores. Students who showed significant improvement or maintained consistency could also earn points. Jiang Yunqing pouted. Regardless, I will do my utmost to claim first place. Su Yutian chimed in. Then let the competition begin. Little shorty, my knowledge of history will easily outshine yours. You glutton, don't get too cocky. We'll see about that. And hand back my chips. As if I care. You don't care that I ate half? Guccio watched the bickering unfold, shaking his head in resignation. Before their acquaintance, both had mediocre academic performances, yet through this ongoing rivalry, they had propelled themselves into the upper echelon of their class. Su Yutian currently ranked 5th overall, consistently placing in the top 3 for history, while Jiang Yunqing struggled in English, remaining outside the top 10, but excelled in history, maintaining the top score in that subject. This youthful experience would surely be cherished by both in the years to come, though it seemed a bit too raucous at the moment. Clearing his throat twice, Guccio urged everyone to settle down once more. He then turned off the recording on his phone and stated, all right, we shall pause our discussion on the points competition here. I will review everything later, and should there be no issues, we will commence with it in the next class. Suddenly, he recalled something. Oh, and by the way, did anyone bring me breakfast today? Instantly, the students erupted into chatter once more. Oh, someone brought you breakfast? Who is it? Who is it? We certainly don't have the fun for that. You should treat us instead. Could it be that someone has a crush on you? Old Gu, I think Teacher Qin has an interest in you. She might be the one. Or it could be the vice principal. She adores the young ones. Old Gu, you wouldn't have caught her eye, would you? Guccio felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he slapped his forehead. Why am I asking you about this? Chapter 19. What happened to her? Night fell swiftly. Outside, a light rain began to fall, creating a gentle patter against the windowsill. In the bedroom, the glow of the desk lamp intertwined with that of the laptop. On the other side, a small mirror reflected Gu Qiu, stifling a yawn. After nearly 2.5 hours of diligent work, he finally finished editing the classroom video recorded earlier that day. Glancing at the digital clock that read close to 11, he resolved to conduct a final review. Gu Qiu maneuvered the mouse and clicked the play button. The video lasted 2.5 minutes, featuring only him, yet captured the students' voices as well. After editing, he added subtitles and voiceovers, resulting in a piece that was entertaining, humorous, and heartwarming, particularly the banter between Jiang Yunqing and Su Yutian. He intended to seek their opinions afterwards. If they consented, he would consider featuring them on screen. After reviewing it once more and making slight adjustments to one of the voiceovers, he proceeded to export the video. As the loading took some time, Gu Qiu decided to freshen up first. Just as he was about to rise, his phone, which was charging nearby, began to ring. Noticing that the caller was Along, he promptly answered on speakerphone. "What brings you to call me at this late hour?" Zhao Yulong's deep voice soon filled the air. "Well, Grandma summoned me today to inquire about you and Teacher Qin. I managed to keep most things under wraps, but I accidentally let slip that you were going to take her out to dinner, and now she won't let me interfere. So, it looks like you'll have to treat her yourself." After hearing this, Gu Qiu closed his eyes briefly and shook his head. All right then. He had long since grown accustomed to the fact that while Zhao Yulong could be relied upon for significant matters, he was utterly unreliable when it came to minor details. Zhao Yulong continued, "Anyway, that's all I needed to say. By the way, it's nearly 11. Why are you still awake? I was just about to wash up when your call came through." After listening to Gu Qiu's explanation, Zhao Yulong wasted no time. "You should get some rest then. I'll hang up for now." Suddenly, Gu Qiu recalled the unfinished conversation from Saturday in the car with Along and quickly interjected, "Hey, we didn't finish our previous discussion. You still haven't told me what your current feelings towards Song Qing are. Do you like her or not?" There was a brief silence on Zhao Yulong's end before he finally replied, "You might want to focus on yourself first. I can handle my own matters without your concern." With that, he hung up the phone. Gu Qiu could only let out a resigned sigh. Along was usually carefree and casual about life. Yet he became reticent when it came to matters of the heart. It seemed that helping him rectify past regrets would not be a simple endeavor. However, at that moment, Gu Qiu merely wished to retire for the night to ensure a productive state of mind for the following day's work, leaving a long situation to be addressed later. He lifted his gaze slightly, noticing that the video had successfully exported and transferred it to his phone. Subsequently, Gu Qiu opened the Dream-Seeking app. After a few simple adjustments and settings, he crafted an appropriate title and clicked to publish the work. "Hello, Dream-Seeking, the story begins." Soon, a notification popped up within the app, confirming the successful publication. Following this, Gu Qiu navigated to the homepage, replayed the video once more, liked it, and then exited. He hoped that upon awakening, he would find several hundred or even thousands of views. After muttering a few words, he set his phone down, stretched, and headed towards the bathroom. Meanwhile, Zhao Yulong, clad in a black robe, sat on the sofa with a half-burned cigarette between his fingers, lost in thought as Gu Qiu's and Qin Zhiyi's words echoed in his mind. The more he contemplated, the more agitated he felt, leading him to run his fingers through his hair in frustration. After taking a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaling, he reclined heavily onto the couch, gazing at the chandelier and ceiling for an indeterminate span of time. Zhao Yulong suddenly clenched his fists and sprang to his feet. He picked up his phone and rummaged through his contacts on WeChat for what felt like an eternity, finally locating the target, Huang Yueqi. Without hesitation, he entered the chat window, staring blankly for a while before typing a single word. "Are you there?" Within 10 seconds, a reply arrived. "Oh, Zhao. What a surprise to receive a message from you. Have you struck it rich and are planning to treat me to a meal?" Zhao Yulong took a deep breath and continued the conversation. "Dinner is just a matter of a few words. You can choose the place any day." "Wow, Zhao. Aren't you generous? You must need my help with something, right?" If you need something, just say it. I studied law in college. Though I'm still a novice, my professor is quite capable. If you're in trouble, I can ask for his assistance. Actually, I wanted to ask if you're still in touch with Song Qing. With a heart full of trepidation, Zhao Yulong sent the message. Yet there was no immediate response. However, Huang Yueqi soon initiated a voice call. He hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button. A somewhat delicate and gentle voice immediately rang out. Brother Long, I used to talk with the Qing almost every few days during our freshman year, but I lost contact with her starting from sophomore year. I even reported her missing to the police when I thought something had happened to her, but they assured me she was safe, which left me quite embarrassed. It seems she no longer uses her old number. Not only did she delete me, but she even left our high school class group. Considering you two were so close, I assumed it would be easier for you to reach her. Can you not get in touch with her either? Listening to her explanation, Zhao Yulong felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety. Song Qing, with her vivacious personality and incessant chatter, would never simply cut off contact with Huang Yueqi, her close friend. What could have changed so drastically in her life? Hey, Brother Long, are you listening? Huang Yueqi's voice broke through his thoughts. Zhao Yulong shook his head to regain focus. I'm no longer on her contact list either. After dropping out of school and being preoccupied with work, he had little time to respond to Song Qing's messages. Over time, they had drifted apart. He often opened her moments out of habit, but one day he noticed her post had vanished, realizing he had been deleted. It seemed to coincide with the period when Huang Yueqi could no longer contact Song Qing. This thought deepened his worry. Meanwhile, after a moment of contemplation, Huang Yueqi remarked, I see. Let me see if I can help you find out, though my connections and resources are limited. So don't get your hopes up too high. You should also think of ways to look for her. Hearing this, Zhao Yulong quickly replied, All right, thank you, Achi. Remember to get in touch when you return to Yun City. I'll treat you to a meal. Don't worry, I want to be polite. Let's leave it at that for now. I have things to attend to. After hanging up, Zhao Yulong tossed his phone aside, lit another cigarette, and his gaze became vacant and dazed. Time passed without his notice, and he once again recalled Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi's words, murmuring, did they already know something? Chapter 20. Dare to compete with me for a man? The next morning, as the dawn sun, tinged with a rosy hue, had just begun to rise in the east. A few industrious birds perched on the treetops, chattering away as they observed the hurried throng of students and teachers making their way to the lecture halls, as if pondering why humans also need to rise early. For some, this was merely a mundane daily task, while for others, it was a formidable challenge on the road to destiny. Yet, as Qin Zhiyi ascended the stairs, it seemed her motivations were different. Having joined the school a month after the semester began, despite her exceptional abilities, her lack of teaching experience necessitated a period of adjustment with the students. Consequently, the school had decided to assign her 2 liberal arts classes for the semester. Logically, her current teaching load was light, and she wasn't required to attend early morning sessions, rendering her presence unnecessary. However, her mind was preoccupied with the origins of the breakfast that had appeared on Gu Qiu's desk the previous day, prompting her to arrive early in hopes of uncovering the mystery. As Qin Zhiyi reached the 2nd floor, the office lay just to the left of the corridor. She took a deep breath, reflecting on her need for more exercise, only to turn and see a woman in a white dress emerging from the office. Suddenly, a sense of vigilance arose within her. She was familiar with all the regular and occasional teachers occupying the office, yet this unfamiliar woman was a complete stranger. What had she been doing there so early? Simultaneously, the appearance of Qin Zhiyi startled the woman, causing her to tremble slightly. Fortunately, the woman quickly regained her composure, displaying a faint smile as she nodded at Qin Zhiyi before hastily departing. Dressed in a black shirt and jacket paired with loose-fitting flared trousers, Qin Zhiyi contrasted sharply with the woman they had just brushed past, creating a striking juxtaposition of light and dark. Once the sound of the woman's footsteps faded, Qin Zhiyi slowly turned, her gaze lingering on the retreating figure until it disappeared from view. She then entered the office, intent on confirming her suspicions. The moment the lights flickered on, her eyes fell upon a small bag and a bottle of probiotic drink resting on Gu Qiu's desk. With heavy steps, she approached the table, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized the breakfast left behind. Dare to compete with me for a man? Moments later, Jiang Yunqing and Su Yutian appeared outside the office. As they half-stepped inside, they suddenly noticed Qin Zhiyi, who was engrossed in her computer, prompting them to retreat quickly, exclaiming in unison, "Report." However, Qin Zhiyi seemed oblivious, still focused on the screen. Seeing this, Jiang Yunqing cleared his throat and raised his voice slightly, "Report." This time, Qin Zhiyi turned her head to acknowledge them. "Please come in." She was rather unoccupied at the moment. It was unlikely any students would seek her out, as other teachers had always handled such matters, and she never thought much of it until she realized she was alone in the office. Naturally, she didn't dwell on such trivialities, and upon seeing them enter, she returned her attention to her screen. Jiang Yunqing and Su Yutian, noticing Guqiu was absent, stood by his desk for the time being. Jiang's gaze quickly fell upon the breakfast on the table, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he nudged Su Yutian with his elbow. Su Yutian shot him a glare, but soon realized he was signaling her to look. Following his gaze, she rolled her eyes and whispered, "What are you doing? Are you planning to steal old Gu's breakfast?" Jiang Yunqing rolled his eyes in return, lowering his voice to explain, "Do you remember what old Gu said about someone bringing him breakfast yesterday?" At this, Su Yutian immediately caught on. "Oh, right. The ever-diligent Gu had yet to arrive, so where was breakfast to be found?" Suddenly, it seemed as though both individuals concurrently arrived at a realization, their gazes instinctively drawn to the bustling Qin Zhiyi. Su Yutian appeared to have uncovered something of great significance, her eyes shimmering with a blend of anxiety and curiosity as she glanced towards Jiang Yunqing. Could it be? Quite possible. Jiang Yunqing nodded slightly. Just a few days prior, someone in the class had seen Teacher Gu and Teacher Qin depart together after school, igniting rumors of a potential romance. He had scoffed at the notion, believing that a man as dedicated to his career as Teacher Gu would not be so eager to pursue love. Yet, it now seemed evident that just because Teacher Gu did not seek love, it did not mean that love would not find him. Thus, the two came to the conclusion that the breakfast before them was a token from Qin Zhiyi to Guqiu. They whispered among themselves, preparing to probe Qin Zhiyi with a few questions to satiate their curiosity. However, before they could utter a word, Qin Zhiyi lifted her head in mild agitation. She had been attempting to unearth the identity of the woman in the white dress from the school's official website, but after a thorough search, she found herself empty-handed. It was perplexing. Even she, a novice teacher who had only just begun her first week, could access some basic information. How could this woman not be traceable? Was she not a teacher? Qin Zhiyi murmured softly, her attention drawn to the two students who were now observing her. She concealed her inner confusion and curiously inquired, "What are you two doing standing there? Is there something you need from me?" Jiang Yunqing shook his head, a sheepish smile on his face as he explained, "We are waiting for Teacher Gu to come and grade the papers." Just as he mentioned Guqiu, the man himself appeared, munching on a bun as he strode into the office. His gaze swiftly swept across the three, pausing slightly on Qin Zhiyi, internally questioning, "Why is she here so early when she doesn't even have a morning class?" TSK, a true workaholic, as rumored. While he mused, Guqiu made his way to his desk. Once seated, he immediately noticed the breakfast on the table, furrowing his brow in dismay. Again, he casually picked up the meal, inspecting it closely. It appeared to be pot stickers and soup dumplings. "Alas, I'm already full." After muttering to himself, Guqiu turned to the chubby boy beside him and offered it. "Want some? It's still warm." At this, Jiang Yunqing instinctively cast a glance at Qin Zhiyi. He saw her first fixate on the breakfast in Guqiu's hand, then turned to him with a faint, enigmatic smile that sent a shiver down his spine. Quickly averting his gaze, he recalled the scene from yesterday when Qin Zhiyi had given him chips, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that yesterday's gesture was not merely out of concern for his hunger, but rather a subtle warning to refrain from competing with Teacher Gu for breakfast? Indeed, Teacher Qin had meticulously prepared breakfast for Teacher Gu, clearly not wishing for anyone else to partake. Having already taken chips yesterday, to consume Teacher Gu's breakfast today would be most inconsiderate. What if Teacher Qin decided to make things difficult for him in the future? With this thought in mind, Jiang Yunqing hastily took a step back. "Teacher Gu, I've already had breakfast." Guqiu was taken aback and puzzled. This chubby boy, who was typically a glutton, was actually turning down his offer. However, he dismissed the thought and turned to Su Yutian. If Jiang Yunqing could grasp the situation, Su Yutian was certainly no fool. She waved her hand, saying, "Teacher, that's too greasy for me. I want to eat." Upon hearing the two refusals in succession, Qin Zhiyi froze mid-motion as she reached for her drawer. She had intended to offer chips to the two as a reward for helping with the breakfast. Chapter 21. He looked so handsome when he was serious. Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow lightly, not taking Jiang Yunqing and Su Yotian's rejections to heart. He temporarily set the breakfast aside and retrieved 2 test papers from the left drawer. Last semester, after the academic rivalry between the two began, Jiang Yunqing had secretly created a set of test papers, seeking Gu Qiu's help for grading and explanations after completing them. Upon discovering this, Su Yutian followed suit, joining in. At that time, as a new teacher, Gu Qiu had faced their persistent requests without a hint of complaint, instead deriving great satisfaction from assisting them with their academic challenges. Over time, the trio developed a tacit understanding and made some adjustments, such as using the same test paper and establishing designated times for writing, grading, and discussing the papers. Perhaps it was destiny, but after the class reassignments, the three found themselves grouped together once more, with no imminent changes expected, thereby continuing this tradition. Gu Qiu perused the test papers that Jiang Yunqing and Su Yutian had completed the previous evening during self-study. However, both of their gazes were fixated on the breakfast, silently communicating through their expressions. "Do you think if we hadn't come, Teacher Qin and Teacher Gu would have had the opportunity to clarify their feelings?" "Perhaps. Teacher Qin has prepared breakfast for 2 consecutive days, and Teacher Gu hasn't touched it. She must be quite upset. I fear she might take it out on us. Shall we sneak away? I think that's a good idea." At that moment, Jiang Yunqing raised his hand to clutch his stomach, but before he could voice his discomfort, Gu Qiu interjected, "Jiang Yunqing, come here and tell me what the most apparent difference is between these 2 test papers." Hearing this, Jiang Yunqing froze, inching forward hesitantly. After glancing back and forth between his and Su Yotian's papers, he quickly realized something. Gu Qiu, observing his expression, promptly revealed the answer. "Your handwriting resembles a wild scrawl. It's truly exhausting to read. You should practice when you have the time." Jiang Yunqing scratched his head, offering an awkward chuckle. "I'll definitely work on it next time." After providing this reminder, Gu Qiu wasted no time and pulled out a red pen, beginning to grade it against a paper he had completed the previous week. Within 5 minutes, he had marked both papers with scores. Su Yutian, 92. Jiang Yunqing, 97. Gu Qiu handed the papers to both students. "The basic questions are fine, but Yutian, your reasoning on question 42 is somewhat off. We discussed Roosevelt's New Deal, and it blah blah blah." His demeanor remained calm, his tone friendly and patient as he analyzed the questions. Apart from Jiang Yunqing and Su Yutian attentively listening, Qin Zhiyi, seated opposite, rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Gu Qiu with rapt attention. A gentle smile graced her cheeks as she thought, "He looks so handsome when he is serious." After living together in a previous life, she had come to realize this, often finding herself lost in thought while watching him concentrate, even fantasizing about how blissful it would be to gaze at him like this forever. Unfortunately, subsequent events and her own transformations had filled her life with impatience, making it difficult to find peace of mind. But she vowed that this time would be different. No matter who or what, nothing should disrupt her infatuation with this beautiful sentiment. Moments later, Gu Qiu finished his explanation. He pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat parched, and glanced at his empty water cup. This scene did not escape the observant Su Yutian. Swiftly, she grabbed her cup, filled it with warm water from the dispenser, and handed it to Gu Qiu. "Teacher Gu, you've worked hard. Please have some water." Gu Qiu accepted it without hesitation, taking a small sip before inquiring with concern. "This problem is actually not difficult. It's just a bit convoluted. Did you understand?" Standing nearby, Jiang Yunqing shook his head vigorously and smugly remarked, "There are similar questions in the practice book, and you explained it so thoroughly. If she still doesn't understand, she can simply rewind." "Fatty," Su Yutian retorted without hesitation, stamping her foot on his instep. Jiang Yunqing grimaced in pain. Gu Qiu, already accustomed to their playful banter, continued, The last question is somewhat beyond the syllabus. It's quite commendable that you both managed to secure the foundational 6 points. If you have time at noon, I can explain it to you in detail. Sure. The two responded in unison. Guqiu nodded slightly and turned to retrieve 2 new test papers from the drawer. This set includes several real exam questions or adapted ones. I initially planned to have you tackle them after the midterm exams, but since you both seem to have grasped the foundational material well enough, let us add a bit of challenge. Jiang Yunqing eagerly accepted the paper. The more difficult the questions, the more excited I become. Su Yutian shot him a disdainful glance before reaching for the other paper. From now on, we'll alternate between these 2 sets. If you can't solve the current one, feel free to consult your materials. If you're still at a loss, leave it blank and wait for my explanation. Guqiu casually reminded them, then stretched his arms and inadvertently noticed Qin Zhiyi gazing intently at him. He quickly withdrew his gesture, cleared his throat, and addressed the squabbling pair. All right, the morning reading session is about to conclude. If you have nothing else, you may leave. Su Yutian, not wishing to be a third wheel, simply bid farewell to Guqiu before preparing to exit the office. However, Jiang Yunqing seemed to have completely forgotten about breakfast, flashing a cheeky grin as he inquired, Old Gu, since I'm voluntarily increasing my study tasks, should you reward me with some points? Guqiu shrugged, displaying a nonchalant expression that conveyed a lack of points. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yunqing pouted. Stingy. But no sooner had he spoken than Su Yutian seized his ear. You've only completed 1 test paper, and you haven't even scored full marks yet. Yet here you are, shamelessly asking for points. Ugh, don't you know that boys and girls should maintain a distance? If the director misconstrues this, we'll both be in big trouble. Huh, I'd be blind to fancy you, you fatty. TCH, as if I'd ever be interested in you, you little shrimp. After their playful squabble, the office fell silent. Guqiu's gaze drifted back to the breakfast. After some contemplation, he decided to leave it there for a while, hoping to find an opportunity to give it to another teacher. Otherwise, he would have to consume it himself, as wasting food was not an option. Speaking of which, I arrived relatively early today, yet I still missed the breakfast delivery. Wait a moment, when I arrived, Qin Zhiyi was already here. I wonder if she noticed. After a moment of internal musings, Guqiu lifted his eyes to look across the room, only to find Qin Zhiyi still staring at him. Instinctively, he averted his gaze. But the next moment, he saw her raise her phone and tap it twice, seemingly signaling him to check his phone. Guqiu paused, then picked up his phone, which was turned face down on the table. He soon discovered a message from Qin Zhiyi sent over 10 minutes ago. Do you need my help solving this? Chapter 22. Leave it all to me. Staring at the message on his phone's lock screen, Guqiu was momentarily taken aback. He then opened the messaging app. Just as he was about to type a reply, he noticed that Qin Zhiyi had added another message. I meant breakfast. Guqiu's brows twitched slightly. Of course, he knew she was referring to breakfast. Otherwise, what else would she want to help him with? It was utterly perplexing. Moreover, they were sitting face to face, with no one else around. Why not just speak directly rather than sending messages as if they were in a crowded room? After a brief moment of mental grumbling, Guqiu raised his dark eyes and glanced at the breakfast on the table. After a moment's thought, he lifted his cup and drank it all in one go, then walked towards the water dispenser, casually placing the food on Qin Zhiyi's desk. After filling his cup, he returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. Qin Zhiyi was amused by his cautious demeanor. She then opened the plastic bag and took out 2 containers filled with pot stickers and soup dumplings. Just then, Guyan entered, her footsteps echoing as the morning reading bell rang. Good morning, Teacher Gu, Teacher Qin. Morning, Yin Jia. Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi responded in unison, politely. Gu Yin sauntered over to Qin Zhiyi, noticing a stray leaf caught in her hair, and gently removed it. Qin Zhiyi turned slightly, acknowledging her gesture with a grateful smile, and simultaneously opened one of the containers. Yin Jia, would you like some? Although Gu Yin had already eaten breakfast, she graciously accepted the offer. I'll have a pot sticker to try. Qin Zhiyi picked out 2 and, glancing at Guqiu for confirmation, saw him shake his head and had to relent. Gu Yin promptly offered her evaluation. It tastes quite good. Qin Zhiyi took a small bite and nodded in agreement. Then, her eyes flickered as she picked up her phone again and, half-jokingly, sent Gu Qiu a message. How about I take care of this from now on? She could sense Gu Qiu's reluctance regarding the breakfast, unsure if it was due to her presence. If that were the case, it would indicate that Gu Qiu still held some regard for her. Naturally, she felt obliged to help him with this inconvenience. If not, well, that hypothetical was non-existent. After reading the message, Gu Qiu replied curtly, "What a beautiful thought." Perhaps the breakfast delivery was a gesture of goodwill, but his unwillingness to accept it turned it into an inconvenience. Once he found the sender, he would definitely return the money. In other words, it was as if he was currently treating Qin Zhiyi to breakfast. However, he hadn't yet asked if Qin Zhiyi had seen the person. Gu Qiu glanced at Qin Zhiyi, only to find she had already put her phone down and turned to chat with Gu Yin while eating and drinking. After a moment of inner conflict, he shook his head. "Well, I suppose I can come a bit earlier tomorrow." Gu Qiu chose not to dwell on the matter further as he suddenly recalled the video he had sent last night. A night had passed, and he wondered how the data fared. With a hint of anxiety, he opened the Seeking Dreams short video app. However, the next second, the sound from the recommended video blared through the speakers. "Honey, I want a hug." Gu Qiu's body jolted in surprise as he hurriedly pressed pause. But it was too late. Qin Zhiyi, Gu Yin, and the recently arrived Chen Qian all turned their gazes toward him. Gu Qiu could only smile awkwardly, scrolling down to indicate he was merely watching videos. He had always used Dolong, so while he was unsure about the data preferences of Seeking Dreams, he certainly didn't expect to be caught off guard like this. After a short while, when the attention of the others had shifted, Gu Qiu let out a sigh of relief. He then muted the media sound and navigated to his personal page. After checking, he found that the video he had filmed last night had garnered over 50,000 views, 800 likes, and more than 200 comments. With an increase of over 100 followers, Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow. He was quite pleased with the data, especially considering it was his first video. Following that, he clicked into the comments section, where the highest-rated comment greeted him. "It is not advisable to engage in such activities, as I have never encountered a teacher like that." Gu Qiu chuckled softly and continued to scroll down. "Are history teachers really this handsome these days? If it were our teacher, I would be utterly envious of these rewards. We would definitely just receive test papers and practice workbooks." Ha! The banter between these two rivals is truly amusing. Why weren't they shown on camera? So fake. The video features only him throughout, and we have no idea if the audience consists of students. Perhaps the voices were synthesized. Go Teacher Gu! Looking forward to the updates. Overall, the majority of comments were positive, with some dissenting opinions being countered. Gu Qiu even spotted a meticulous reviewer. Humor rating, 8. Script, 8. Creativity, 8. Host appearance, 9. Charisma, 9. Filming, 6. Image quality, 5. My personal commentary is as follows. I have followed the host. The creative direction and concept are promising, showing potential for becoming a significant influencer in the future. However, the video perspective is too singular. I suggest incorporating more student shots. The host likely filmed this with a phone. I recommend upgrading to better equipment, such as a professional recording camera, to enhance image clarity. He read through this lengthy comment, which had reached the word limit and was thus divided into 2 parts. And after a moment of contemplation, he clicked like. The 2 main issues highlighted were student footage, which he had already considered for future videos, and the suggestion to upgrade his equipment. He had sensed something amiss while editing the video last night, and only now realized it was indeed a matter of image quality, which was undeniably important. Reflecting on this, Gu Qiu turned to glance at the phone he had purchased 4 years ago with a month's worth of part-time wages as a sophomore. Thanks to careful maintenance, it still functioned well despite the passage of time, and its appearance showed minimal wear. Yet, he had to admit that both its camera specifications and memory were significantly outdated, making it quite a challenge to use for video recording. He shook his head and murmured, "It seems I cannot escape a significant expenditure." That said, Gu Qiu understood the principle that one cannot catch a wolf without first letting go of the sheep. If he was to create short videos, he certainly needed a good set of equipment. He exited the Dream-Seeking app and navigated to the Jingxi Mall, browsing a sports camera he particularly fancied, one that was also listed as the first prize in the point competition. However, before long, as Gu Qiu was inquiring about the product with customer service. A tall and robust man entered the store. He scanned a room and placed a stack of papers on the table. The schedule, events, and rules for next month's sports competition will be announced in the school's large group chat shortly. Please read them carefully and relay the information to your students. Here are the registration forms for each event. Please submit your class lists by next Friday at the latest. Additionally, this year's faculty sports meet will be divided into youth and middle-aged groups. Interested teachers may come to the downstairs office or contact me via WeChat to register. Upon hearing him, several teachers who were having breakfast began to chatter animatedly. The fitness levels of our class students are truly hard to discuss. Song, your class's PE teacher is always sick and taking leave. How can the students be in good shape? With the faculty divided into two groups. Does that mean I no longer have to compete with the principal? Zhao, you're 50 this year. Which group do you think you'll fit into? Ha ha ha. Zhao says he is young at heart and will crash into the youth group. Meanwhile, the previously speaking PE teacher, Sun Yi, noticed Gu Qiu, who was looking down, and swiftly approached him. Gu Qiu, you seem to be slouching. This semester has been quite busy. I haven't seen you on the court at all. Gu Qiu snapped back to attention. Basketball was one of his few hobbies, and last semester he would often spend weekends playing on a playground. By chance, he had met Sun Yi, and they had become friends through their mutual love for the sport, occasionally challenging each other to matches. Unfortunately, due to an increased teaching load this semester, he had not had the time to play. He forced a smile and replied, "Indeed, I feel utterly exhausted every day. I can't be as carefree as you." Sun Yi shrugged nonchalantly before asking, "There will be basketball games at the sports meet. Would you like to participate?" Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow. Considering the upcoming sports meet, he reasoned that he probably wouldn't be too busy and could afford to get some exercise. So he nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Sun Yi smiled and patted his shoulder. "Then I'll help you sign up." At the same time, sitting across from them, Qin Zhiyi, who had been listening to their conversation, blinked her starry eyes. It seemed she hadn't seen Gu Qiu play basketball in years. Chapter 23. Is crowding healthier? 2 days later, during the lunch break, a throng of hungry students surged toward the cafeteria. However, a few lethargic individuals, including Gu Qiu, were mixed into the crowd. He had been waking up early for the past 2 days to wait for the person delivering breakfast to the office. But it seemed the individual had anticipated this and had already placed the food on the table beforehand. This back and forth, coupled with 4 consecutive evening study sessions last night, had left him feeling rather unwell today. Nevertheless, Gu Qiu had come to a realization. Rather than scurrying about like a cat chasing a mouse, it was better to let things be. The individual would eventually show themselves. Notably, he had given the breakfast he received over the past 2 days to Qin Zhiyi. For some reason, the mysterious origin of the food made him feel uneasy. Before he knew it, Gu Qiu had entered the cafeteria. Since he had no classes for the day, he planned to eat his fill and then return for a nap. Meanwhile, a few students from Class 9, standing at the front of the line, noticed him and waved eagerly. "Old Gu, over here, old Gu." Gu Qiu raised his hand in response and strolled over leisurely. The second floor had a designated dining area for teachers, offering relatively more sumptuous meals, but Gu Qiu did not fancy the atmosphere there, unless invited. He preferred to eat among the students, casually making do with a couple of bites. Given his good relationship with the students, especially the enthusiastic ones from Class 9, they would often call him over to skip the line whenever they spotted him. However, in reality, teachers are allowed to cut in line at the student serving area. Nevertheless, Gu Qiu chose not to disclose this, treating it as a small gesture of camaraderie between him and the students. He took advantage of their position to get his meal and found a seat to sit down. Just as he had begun to eat, a figure blocked his view. Gu Qiu looked up and immediately met the gaze of Qin Zhiyi, who was holding a tote bag. Today, she wore a fresh green and white checkered dress, adorably tilting her head with a smile. "Teacher Gu, may I sit here?" Gu Qiu, still chewing, glanced around and saw many empty seats nearby. Feeling slightly helpless, he inwardly grumbled. First in the office, and now in the cafeteria. "Do you enjoy sitting across from me this much? What happened to keeping our distance?" However, since this was a public seat, he had no right to claim it, so he nodded in consent. "Thank you," Qin Zhiyi replied gently, taking a seat across from him. She then began to produce 4 lunchboxes from her tote bag. One by one, she opened them, revealing each box divided into 2 sections, filled with salt-baked ribs, oil-braised shrimp, fried chicken cutlets, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, 5 meat dishes, and 3 vegetable dishes in total, amounting to 8 items. The rich aroma swiftly infiltrated Gu Qiu's nostrils, compelling him, despite his deliberate avoidance of eye contact, to steal a glance. Gazing at the 4 boxes of dishes, each a feast for the senses, he couldn't help but feel as though he had been feasting on scraps. Qin Zhiyi, having noticed his gaze, smiled serenely. "Mr. Gu, there's so much here that I can't possibly finish it all. Would you assist me by sharing some?" "No need. I'm quite satisfied with these dishes," Gu Qiu replied, somewhat begrudgingly, before countering. "Why are you here at the cafeteria if you have such a sumptuous meal?" Qin Zhiyi blinked innocently. "I only prepared the dishes, but I didn't make any rice." Gu Qiu scoffed slightly, unable to believe that this woman had the time to prepare such an extensive array of dishes, yet neglected to cook rice. Unfazed by his skepticism, Qin Zhiyi took her lunchbox and headed towards the window, soon returning with a serving of white rice, and, as if discovering a delightful novelty, excitedly shared it with Gu Qiu. "Can you believe it? Getting rice is free." "That's hardly surprising. Mine was free too, thanks to the school's meal subsidy," Gu Qiu replied casually. Yet inwardly, he wished a voice that it would be utterly unjust to charge for such unpalatable food. However, having just claimed that the dishes were quite good, he was reluctant to contradict himself. Qin Zhiyi, oblivious to his inner thoughts, chuckled lightly. "I wouldn't know. This is only my 2nd visit to the cafeteria. The first was when Sister Yin treated me." After explaining, she took a seat across from him. She watched Gu Qiu for a moment, unable to resist offering him a piece of rib. "Please eat. I can't finish all this alone." "Then why prepare so much?" Gu Qiu quickly retorted, pushing the rib back toward her. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Su Yutun, who, under the guise of passing by, noticed the two seated together. Assuming they had made progress in their relationship, she approached to pry, only to find that Gu Qiu, this dense blockhead, had yet to awaken to his feelings, repeatedly rejecting Qin Zhiyi's breakfast, and now, astonishingly, remaining unmoved by such a lavish lunch. Determined to assist Qin Zhiyi, she quickly devised a plan and pulled her best friend closer. "Mr. Gu, Teacher Qin, what a coincidence. There's no space left. Could we squeeze in with you?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu lifted his gaze and surveyed the area, which, much to his surprise, was still dotted with numerous vacant seats. "What's going on today? Is squeezing in somehow healthier?" Without further ado, Su Yutian settled beside Gu Qiu, her eyes darting toward Qin Zhiyi's lunchbox. "Teacher Qin, did you make all of this?" "Not entirely. These 2 simpler boxes are my handiwork," Qin Zhiyi gestured modestly. Su Yutian nodded, attempting to smooth things over. "That makes sense. Ribs and chicken cutlets are indeed intricate and time-consuming to prepare." Qin Zhiyi smiled faintly, nudging her lunchbox forward. "I can't finish it all. Would you help me out?" "Then I shan't be polite," she exclaimed, promptly adding a rib to her bowl, while also serving her close friend some shrimp. "Ah, you hear the large shrimp you love." Seizing the opportunity, while Gu Qiu was momentarily distracted, she swiftly piled a plethora of food onto his plate, ensuring some of it mingled with the original dishes. Feigning a benevolent demeanor as she cheerfully remarked, "Mr. Gu, you should eat too." Gu Qiu, taken aback by the sudden influx of food on his plate, looked bewildered. You don't like it? It's all right. Why not try the dishes made by Teacher Qin?" Su Yutian replied, adding more food from the other boxes. As Gu Qiu stared incredulously at the bounty before him, his expression was a mix of confusion and annoyance. "Enough already," he protested. "Ha! I noticed you hadn't touched your chopsticks. I thought you found the food lacking." Su Yutian teased, her eyes twinkling as she turned to Qin Zhiyi and continued. "Or perhaps, are you hoping someone else will serve you?" Before she could finish her thought, Gu Qiu interrupted sternly. "Are you saying that nothing can curb your appetite?" Su Yutian playfully stuck out her tongue. To prevent her from speaking further, Gu Qiu finally focused on his meal. As per Qin Zhiyi's earlier descriptions, the tomato, scrambled eggs, green pepper beef strips, stir-fried chicken thighs, and spicy baby bok choy were all her creations, And indeed, Su Yutian had added the most of those dishes to his bowl. Guqiu hesitated for a moment before sampling each dish. The ingredients were tender, the seasoning just right, and the spiciness perfectly suited his palate. His eyes widened in surprise. Fixating on a few dishes. Qin Zhiyi was an exceptional cook. During their previous relationship, she often prepared meals, but he had not tasted her cooking in a long time. He had assumed after such a lengthy interval, he would have forgotten the flavors, yet just one bite awakened long-buried memories. Suddenly, he recalled that Qin Zhiyi rarely enjoyed spicy food. Even when she did, she could only tolerate mild heat. Yet 5 out of these 8 dishes were generously spiced, clearly not intended for her, but rather prepared specifically for him. Realizing this, Guqiu couldn't help but glance at Qin Zhiyi, who was delicately eating her rice. Her gaze entirely focused on him. Given her behavior these past few days, it seemed she genuinely recognized her mistakes and was sincerely apologizing. Yet, he thought to himself, no, this woman's temperament is unpredictable. Who knows if she will revert to her former self tomorrow? I cannot afford to be foolish and leap into the flames again. What close call. I almost allowed a meal to sway me. Meanwhile, within the depths of Qin Zhiyi's heart, a vibrant world unfolded. Silly man, these dishes are meticulously crafted for you. How could you not enjoy them, insisting on being stubborn before me? You refuse the breakfast from others, yet you still accept what I offer. So, Achio, you must harbor feelings for me, right? That's splendid. The rest will be left to time. I failed to be a suitable wife in my past life, but in this one, I shall prepare a plethora of delicious meals for you. If only that person who brought breakfast were here to witness the difference. Let them see whether they dare to compete with me for your affections again. Guqiu was mine in the past, and he is mine in this life as well. No one can take him away. After a brief moment, Su Yutian set her chopsticks down first. Sensing that her objective had been achieved, she signaled her friend with a glance. In the next instant, both rose simultaneously. Su Yutian winked at Qin Zhiyi and said sweetly, "Thank you for your hospitality, Teacher Qin. Love you. You're welcome. If you encounter any difficulties in your studies, feel free to seek my help. Besides biology, I'm quite proficient in math and chemistry as well. I hope I can assist you." Qin Zhiyi replied gently. Today's seamless exchange owes much to Su Yotian's assistive hand. Were it not for Guqiu's presence, she might have even turned the tables to express her gratitude. The key is that this young lady appears to possess an acute understanding of her thoughts, making her assistance indispensable in the future. It seems prudent to stockpile an assortment of snacks and beverages in the office. Su Yutian arched her willow-like brows and, before departing, intended to share a jest with Guqiu. To her surprise, Guqiu seemed to anticipate her intentions, pulling a serious face and fixing her gaze upon her. "Have you eaten enough? Should I assign you some extra work to aid your digestion?" How fierce. No wonder he struggles to find a girlfriend. Su Yutian couldn't help but retort, then made a silly face at Guqiu before dragging her friend away. Once the table was left with just the two of them, Guqiu refrained from serving himself more dishes and instead resumed eating from his own plate. Noticing this, Qin Zhiyi swiftly interjected, "Teacher Gu, I've had my fill. You should finish what's on my plate. It would be a shame to waste it, especially considering the cost." Guqiu paused for a moment, then decided against being polite. He took the last piece of rib and, while chewing thoughtfully, inquired calmly, "Are you free tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to a meal." Qin Zhiyi's eyes sparkled. "Sure. Are we eating at the cafeteria?" Guqiu shook his head slightly. "We're going out." Although he had previously mentioned the cafeteria when Qin Zhiyi accompanied him, given that Along had promised a sumptuous feast and the recent warmth she had shown him, it would seem remiss not to invite her to a restaurant. Upon hearing his words, Qin Zhiyi's eyes lit up as she eagerly asked, "Just the two of us?" Guqiu pursed his lips. "Yes. Along has something to attend to and one tea be able to join us. If you're unwilling, that's all right." Qin Zhiyi quickly shook her head. "I'm more than willing." She had initially wished that Along would not interfere, allowing her a private meal with Guqiu. Now that her dream was coming to fruition, how could she possibly refuse? She then suggested, "How about you wait for me at the school gate after class tomorrow?" Guqiu pondered for a moment, feeling that such a display might attract undue attention. Rumors about the two of them had already circulated in class. Being seen together again would likely solidify any misunderstandings. I'll find you at the parking lot instead. All right. Qin Zhiyi understood his concerns, and having already decided to take things slowly with Gu Qiu, she agreed without hesitation. Just as they concluded their conversation, Su Yutian returned. She placed a cup of fruit tea on Qin Zhiyi's desk. Teacher Qin, after enjoying so many delectable dishes, I felt a bit guilty. So this is my treat to you. Qin Zhiyi's beautiful eyes blinked in surprise. Though she had only been at the school for a week, she was already well acquainted with the rules. There was no tea shop on campus. Phones were prohibited, let alone ordering takeout. Thus, this cup of fruit tea was a rare commodity, indicating Su Youtian's genuine regard for her, making it all the more difficult for her to accept. I don't particularly enjoy these. You should have it instead. Liar. I saw you drinking it in the office just the other day. Su Yutian replied with a hint of playful arrogance. No way, you must accept it. And don't worry about me. I'll just share a cup with my classmates. Faced with her insistence, Qin Zhiyi relented. All right, thank you. You're welcome. Su Yutian waved her hand and then turned her attention to Gu Qiu. Sorry, old Gu, but there's only one cup. If you want to drink, you'll have to share it with Teacher Qin. Haha. While Gu Qiu was finishing up his lunch preparations, he nearly choked upon hearing her words. However, when he looked up, he found that Su Yutian had already dashed away, leaving him grinding his teeth in frustration. Just you wait. Chapter 25. Pursuing him isn't so easy. The next day, as lunchtime approached its conclusion, the clouds in the sky resembled murky stream water, intermittently shrouding the sun, while the gentle breeze tickled the verdant trees lining the campus paths, causing leaves to collide with a rustling sound. At that moment, a figure passed by. Gu Qiu held a selfie stick with a brand new camera attached to the top, capturing his enthusiastic demeanor. After finishing lunch in the cafeteria yesterday, he had returned home to rest until today's midday hour, finally receiving the camera he had longed for, resulting in both physical and psychological relief. Considering the importance of video quality, he had refrained from filming the past couple of days. Even though he had explained this in the comments of his first video, a few people still chose to unfollow him due to dissatisfaction with the lack of updates. Now that his new equipment was ready, and with a class schedule for the afternoon, he was filled with vigor and eager to record material for a new episode. Gu Qiu made his way to the teaching building and entered the office. The class bell had already rung, and only one middle-aged male teacher was present. Engrossed in his work, not wishing to disturb him, Gu Qiu proceeded directly to his seat, with his class scheduled for the third period. He had about an hour and a half to prepare. He decided to tinker with his camera for a while before organizing his lesson content later. At that moment, a petite woman dressed in white, her appearance somewhat refined, passed by the doorway. She intentionally glanced inside, and upon spotting Gu Qiu, abruptly halted in her tracks. After a brief adjustment, she approached him. Gu Qiu recognized her and paused his activities, contemplating her identity. With a slight raise of his brow and a smile, he inquired, "Teacher Zhang, is there something you need?" Zhang Ailin returned his smile, dragging a chair closer before sitting down. "What could I possibly need? I was just a bit bored, wandering around, and when I saw you, I thought it had been a while since we last met, so I came and catch up. Are you busy?" Gu Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly, suspicion creeping in. This Zhang teacher had taught a class with him last semester, but aside from switching classes once, they had little interaction, and she was now primarily focused on teaching the second-year students. What history could they possibly share? Despite his inner thoughts, he adhered to the adage of not striking a smiling face and politely replied, "Not busy." Upon receiving his answer, Zhang Ailin nodded and continued, "I heard you weren't in great shape recently. Though you're still young, there's no need to push yourself so hard." Listening to her incessant advice and concern warmed Gu Qiu's heart, yet his suspicions deepened. He sensed she had ulterior motives for her visit, but he said nothing and quietly observed her performance. After a series of pleasantries, Zhang Ailin sighed and gradually shifted the conversation towards her familial conflicts, subsequently discussing her son's early romance, before finally broaching the main topic. "By the way, Teacher Gu, you're not too young anymore. Haven't you considered dating or anything?" Gu Qiu's gaze sharpened. As expected of a language teacher, her words flowed seamlessly, but her eagerness was palpable. After a brief contemplation, He smiled nonchalantly. I prefer to focus on my career for now. Matters of the heart can wait. That perspective is flawed. As teachers, we earn a meager salary. What development can one expect? Zhang Ailin countered his viewpoint before presenting her own. Moreover, establishing a family and pursuing a career are not mutually exclusive. Life's significant matters must eventually be addressed. If one does not seek a suitable partner while still young, the opportunity may vanish with age. Ultimately, she deftly offered a solution. Our school boasts several attractive teachers of your age. Shall I act as a matchmaker and facilitate an introduction? Gucci's shoulders sagged slightly as he exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Initially, after listening to Zhang Ailin's incessant chatter, he nearly entertained the illusion that she harbored an interest in him. If that were the case, he would likely have no choice but to resign and flee, considering Zhang Ailin was old enough to be his mother. However, it is worth noting that when he heard her mention teachers of similar age and beauty, the first name that sprang to his mind was surprisingly Qin Zhiyi. Was she the envoy sent by Qin Zhiyi? That seemed unlikely. That woman could barely recognize the first-year teachers, so how could she possibly be connected to Zhang Ailin? Meanwhile, noticing Gucci's prolonged silence, Zhang Ailin hurriedly added, "You might as well give it a try. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to be together." Upon hearing this, Guccio collected his thoughts and resolutely shook his head. "No, thank you. I still believe being alone is quite satisfactory." "I appreciate your concern, Teacher Zhang." He initially intended to inquire about who had commissioned Zhang Ailin to act as a matchmaker, but feared that excessive questioning might lead to misunderstandings. After some contemplation, he decided it was best to decline altogether. Suddenly, Guccio turned his gaze towards the stack of exercise books on the desk, feigning a look of realization. I haven't graded my assignments yet." With that, he promptly retrieved a red pen and began to peruse them. Zhang Ailin understood that Guccio was unwilling to continue their conversation and, feeling somewhat helpless, stood up to bid a simple farewell before exiting the office. Upon leaving, she glanced back at Guccio. She was a matchmaker, yet not under anyone's commission. 3 days prior, she had unexpectedly stumbled upon the English teacher from their class sneaking into this office. After observing and inquiring, she discovered the teacher was delivering breakfast to Guccio. Seeing that several days had passed without success, she thought to assist in bringing them together, not anticipating Guccio's steadfast rejection. Zhang Ailin shook her head and murmured softly, "Xiaowan, pursuing him won't be so easy." Guccio dismissed this minor episode of Zhang Ailin playing matchmaker from his mind. After busily engaging in various tasks in the office for a while, he finally reached his last class of the week. This class was not from the 9th grade, but rather one of the liberal arts classes, specifically the 15th class. Upon entering the classroom, Guccio surveyed the scene from the podium. The environment and discipline in the 15th class were somewhat better than in the 9th, although the students lacked the vivacity displayed by their counterparts. Nevertheless, many gazes directed at him sparkled with interest. Guccio positioned his action camera in a corner of the podium, making a few simple adjustments to ensure it would capture him without obstructing the student's view. The girl seated in the front row, closest to him, observed his actions and finally spoke up, inquiring softly, "Teacher, are you recording a video?" "Yes, just documenting life." Guccio replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, the girl, who was not particularly tall and appeared somewhat frail, blinked her attractive eyes but remained silent. After a brief moment, Guccio completed the pre-class etiquette process and promptly transitioned to the main topic. "Last time, I introduced the historical point competition, and today, I present the first classroom points game, the question-answer relay. Chapter 26, Negligence. Let me briefly explain the rules of the question-answer relay. I will pose the first question and call on a student to answer within 5 seconds. The chosen student must then call on another person and present a question within 10 seconds. If the time exceeds 10 seconds without a question being posed, I will take over. Students who both answer and ask questions correctly earn 1 point, while those who exceed the time limit or fail to complete the task receive no points. Also, no student may be called upon again until every classmate has had a turn. Is that clear? Guccio accelerated his speech to create a sense of urgency as he announced the rules. The students' spirits were undoubtedly lifted, and they responded enthusiastically. "Understood. Good. To avoid consuming too much class time, we will only involve about half of the students in this game, saving the other half for next week. With that, Guccio took out the attendance sheet he had tucked inside a book and retrieved a pen to record the names of those who participated. Once prepared, he scanned the room, his gaze landing on the girl who had spoken to him earlier. Let's begin. Come on, Su Xiaoan. Upon hearing her name, Su Xiaoan immediately sprang from her seat. Guccio casually flipped open a page in his book, glanced over it, and posed his question. What negative impacts arose from the implementation of the closed-door policy? At least mention two. Su Xiaoan hesitative. Gazing up at the ceiling as she quickly pondered her response before stammering, it hindered the expansion of overseas markets and stifled the original accumulation of capital. It obstructed economic and cultural exchanges between China and foreign nations, leading to a prolonged isolation and gradual lag behind global trends. It allowed the feudal natural economy to persist, enabling feudal rulers to remain entrenched. Guccio listened attentively to her answer, nodding slightly. Not bad. For the first point, you should also mention that it hindered the development of capitalist sprouts. All right, you can now call on the next person and pose a question. Su Xiaoan bit her lip, shifting her gaze to her deskmate. Her deskmate, another girl, looked visibly nervous and said, Su Xiaoan, I advise you to be kind. But Su Xiaoan was undeterred and promptly declared, Qin Zhiyi. Qin Zhiyi, pouting, stood up. After a moment of thought, Su Xiaoan posed her question. What is the name of the world's earliest paper currency? Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi froze. Guccio had asked her this very question last time, and she had been unable to answer it, making a mental note afterward. Thus, Su Xiaoan was deliberately giving her an easy question. As time ticked away, Su Xiaoan grew puzzled as to why Qin Zhiyi had yet to respond. She reached out and tugged at her sleeve. Qin Zhiyi suddenly snapped back to reality. But before she could speak, Guccio interjected, Time's up. Ah, Teacher Gu, you didn't even give a countdown. Qin Zhiyi exclaimed, frustrated. Guccio glanced at Su Xiaoan and chuckled. Your considerate deskmate specifically chose such an easy question for you, yet you couldn't answer it instantly. And you expect me to give a countdown? At that moment, the atmosphere in the classroom had become lively, with several students chiming in with their comments. Exactly. Even when given a lifeline, you couldn't seize it. But isn't this a bit unfair? If everyone calls on their deskmates and asks simple questions, wouldn't that just be an easy way to rack up points? Hey, I certainly won't do that. After all, my dear deskmate prefers challenging questions. Guccio then raised his hand to interrupt the chatter, smiling. Who you call on and what questions you ask is entirely up to you. As long as they relate to our textbook knowledge, revenge, gratitude, or mutual benefit in points, it's all fair game. For ordinary students, I hope they can firmly grasp the foundational concepts. So, asking some easier questions to reinforce memory is not a bad idea. Regarding the aspect of points, with 4 classes per week, each individual can earn a maximum of merely 2 points. Even if the entire class exploits a loophole, he remains unfazed, asserting that in the end, the final say rests with him. Guccio, without further contemplation, urged, All right, let us continue. Qin Zhiyi, please select a person and pose a question. For the next 10 minutes, everyone immersed themselves in this engaging little game, deriving immense joy while simultaneously acquiring a wealth of knowledge. After concluding the game, Guccio meticulously returned the recorded list back into his book. Subsequently, he inserted a USB drive into the class computer, activating the whiteboard and projector. Well, that concludes today's points game. Let us now commence our lesson. As he spoke, Guccio maneuvered the mouse to open a video from the USB drive, pausing before playing it, and inquired, How many of us have ever flown on an airplane? In an instant, 7 or 8 hands shot up in the room. And what about high-speed trains? This time, many more hands were raised. Guccio casually pointed to one student. Qin Zhiyi, where did you take the high-speed train to? To Haiqing to visit my dad. How long was the journey? Over 3 hours, I believe. Do you know the speed at which high-speed trains operate? Around 200 to 300 kilometers per hour, I suppose. After this lively interaction, Guccio resumed the previously paused video. The content featured a travel blogger documenting their journey aboard a high-speed train, departing from Kyoto and heading south, showcasing the train's speed and other trains encountered along the way. The video, lasting nearly 15 minutes, became somewhat tedious in its latter half. Hence, he switched to another video after 3 minutes, selecting a segment from the classics of Huaxia, depicting Su Xiaoke's reactions upon witnessing high-speed trains and airplanes. Once both videos concluded, Gu Qiu supported himself on the podium, smiling gently as he asked, "What feelings do you all have after watching these 2 videos?" Suddenly, the students erupted in exclamations and discussions. The pace of progress is astonishing. Indeed, my mother said that when they were young, they would hitch rides on people's tractors. Back then, even minibuses were scarce. Now we have airplanes, high-speed trains, and cars. At the very least, everyone has a little electric scooter at home. If we were to traverse into the future and encounter even more remarkable modes of transportation, we might find ourselves akin to that old man. Just want to go back to ancient times, create guns and cannons, and turn the tables on life. Laughable. You, who can't even pass math or physics, would probably struggle to survive 3 days in ancient times. Nonsense. Simply be a charming scholar, with the sun illuminating the incense burner. Li Bai arriving at the cliff's edge. Just as the laughter and chatter filled the air, a silhouette suddenly appeared outside the window in the corridor. The newcomer was a middle-aged man in his 40s, of average build, donning a blue checkered shirt. He sported a crew cut, his round face taut with narrowed, sharp eyes quietly observing the class. In an instant, the raucous laughter ceased. Gu Qiu, casting a sidelong glance outside, could not help but stifle his smile. After exhaling a breath of frustration, he continued, "All right, what you all just mentioned is indeed noteworthy. It aligns with the theme of our class today. The advancement of transportation and communication tools." Unbeknownst to him, the class drew to a close. Upon returning to the office and sipping some water, Gu Qiu intended to check if the videos he had filmed were clearer. However, before he could take any action, Cui Jiangwo unexpectedly entered the room. "Qiu, what have you been doing in class 15? Gu Qiu looked bewildered. "Me? I was just teaching as usual. What else could I do?" Cui Jiangwo approached him, his expression grave. "Teacher, Yin just spoke to me, saying you were negligent in class." "What?" Chapter 27, A Bet on Grades. Hearing Cui Jiangwo's words, Gu Qiu felt a wave of shock. He would never claim to be an exceptionally skilled teacher, yet he consistently maintained a proper attitude, rarely slacking off in class. And his teaching progress was among the top in the entire grade. How could he be accused of negligence? He paused for a moment before retorting, "Brother Cui, are you certain teacher Yin was referring to me?" Before Cui Jiangwo could respond, Gu Yin chimed in, "Is there some sort of misunderstanding? I believe teacher Gu has no issues during class." Just then, Yin Jingye entered, wearing a stern expression, and slowly stated, "There is no misunderstanding. It is exactly as I discussed with Teacher Cui. Teacher Gu, I have long maintained that our class's student foundation is inadequate. There is no need to waste excessive time on textbooks. Simply increasing the volume of exercises would suffice, yet you persist in your ways. In a week with 4 classes, only 1 was dedicated to practice work, while other classes hold quizzes nearly every week, yet you have never scheduled one. Today was even more egregious, as you began the lesson 15 minutes in and only got to the main topic after 20 minutes, leaving just 3 pages of content unfinished by the end of class. I asked the students, and they mentioned you were initially engaging them in some points game, even using a camera to film. Is this not negligence?" After his lengthy and stern admonishment, Cui Jiangwo hastily interjected, "Old Yin, calm down." Meanwhile, the commotion in the office drew a few curious teachers and students. Among them, a woman in a white dress stood at the forefront, her gaze fixed on Gu Qiu, attentively assessing the situation. Yin Jingye brushed off Cui Jiangwo's hand, resting on his shoulder, and continued with a cold tone. "Today's youth are always eager to employ novel and innovative teaching methods, which may appear flashy, but are fundamentally misguided." Hearing this, Gu Qiu, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. "Teacher Yin, you must understand that the foundation of lower levels determines the structure of higher levels, right? If students have not comprehended the knowledge in their textbooks, what significance does it hold for them to merely churn out exercises? As for how to arrange class time and content, that is my responsibility. You claim my teaching methods are flashy and misguided, Yet I believe that in this lively and enjoyable classroom atmosphere, students can absorb far more knowledge. He did not raise his voice. Rather, he maintained an air of composure, yet one could sense an inexplicable pressure emanating from him. Nevertheless, Qin Zhiyi, with over 20 years of teaching experience, was unfazed. If you believe your teaching methods are flawless, then may I inquire why our class ranked second to last in the history scores during the last monthly exam? Some science classes even outperformed us. As a subject teacher, have you reflected on this? At this statement, the corner of Gu Qiu's mouth twitched. Were it not for professional decorum, he would have relished the opportunity to slap this old man twice. Was it only class 15 that performed poorly in history during the last monthly exam? Wasn't it true that aside from the English he taught, all other subjects had floundered? As for the reasons behind this, one must start from Qin Zhiyi's overly strict treatment of the students. This strictness extended beyond academics, encompassing their daily routines, discipline, and overall conduct. However, students are not machines. They experience fatigue and can succumb to negative emotions. Yet, Mr. Yin remains oblivious, assigning a plethora of homework the day before the monthly examination and extending class hours late into the night. This inevitably leaves everyone unprepared for the test the following day. Rumors circulate that some students, dissatisfied with their performance, have resolved to sabotage their efforts out of spite, knowing that their scores are tied to their homeroom teacher's bonuses. Under such circumstances, it would be a miracle if Class 15 did not rank at the bottom. As he harbored these thoughts, Yin spoke up again on his behalf. Mr. Yin, I must respectfully disagree with your assessment of Gu Qiu's teaching methods based on grades alone. He teaches history to our class as well, and we placed third in the last history exam. Moreover, the students have expressed optimism about further improvement in the next monthly test. Therefore, sometimes it is prudent not to place all the blame on others, but to reflect on oneself as well. Before she could finish her statement, Qin Zhiyi interjected once more. Ms. Gu, the foundational knowledge of your Class 9 students is inherently superior to ours. Is there truly a basis for comparison? To put it bluntly, regardless of who teaches Class 9, it is unlikely they would perform poorly. At this remark, Yin choked on her words, a flicker of indignation and disbelief crossing her face. The initial class divisions were intended to be equitable, and the overall academic abilities of the students in each class were quite similar. Was he not speaking nonsense? Furthermore, his assertion that any teacher could easily succeed with Class 9 effectively dismissed the hard work of the current instructors. Noticing that Yin had been silenced by his retort, Qin Zhiyi turned his attention to Cui Jiangwo. Director Cui, I had previously mentioned to you my preference for not assigning young teachers to our class. I am uncertain how you arranged this. Is it too late for me to request a change? I believe Mr. Huang Yuqing from Class 17 would be an excellent choice. Cui Jiangwo frowned slightly. He had observed Gu Qiu's classes during his routine inspections and, being a political science teacher himself, found no faults in Gu's teaching methods. In fact, Qin Zhiyi had received complaint from students in Class 15 on more than one occasion. Furthermore, class assignments are determined by the school's research group, leaving him with little authority over such matters. As a result, the atmosphere in the office grew tense, with the others beginning to harbor resentment towards Qin Zhiyi, who remained blissfully unaware as he continued to expound upon his flawed reasoning. Outside, Li Yuan had grasped the situation. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to step in and defend Gu Qiu. However, just as she moved forward, a figure darted past her, while two others, one tall and one short, leaned against the window frame, curiously observing the unfolding drama. What the heck? Is there a showdown in the office? Exclaimed Qin Zhiyi, who had just finished her Class 9 lesson and, after a brief chat with Su Yutian and Jiang Yunqing, was astonished by the commotion she had stumbled upon. Unaware of the unfolding conflict, she had only overheard Qin Zhiyi's remarks about changing history teachers, and without hesitation, stepped protectively in front of Gu Qiu. Mr. Yin, do you harbor such disdain for young teachers? Have you never been young yourself? Or do you genuinely believe that young teachers are inherently inferior to seasoned veterans? Her words resonated with authority and carried a chilling undertone. Gu Qiu, seated nearby, raised his gaze to regard Qin Zhiyi's silhouette. How fitting. She embodied the image of the cold, formidable woman he had always perceived her to be. Yet, in contrast to her previous chilling demeanor, he now felt a warmth in his heart. Although Qin Zhiyi had never ascended to the role of president in her previous life, she had steadily climbed the ranks to become a senior executive within a major corporation. The pressure exuded by someone in a position of authority rendered Qin Zhiyi momentarily speechless, while even Cui Jiangwo appeared taken aback. However, upon realizing she was merely a 20-something with blonde hair, both men relaxed. Qin Zhiyi quickly launched a rebuttal. "Ms. Qin, please do not distort the facts. This matter has little to do with you." Gu Qiu, noticing the increasing number of onlookers gathering outside the office, feared the situation might spiral out of control. After a moment of contemplation, he interrupted Qin Zhiyi. "Since you brought up grades, let us wager on them. In the next monthly examination, provided you allow the students adequate rest and do not impose excessive pressure, I guarantee that Class 15's history score will place among the top 5 of the regular classes. Should I fail, I will personally request to be reassigned from Class 15, and if the school refuses, I shall resign. Conversely, if I succeed, you must apologize for your repeated denigrations of my teaching methods and pledge to refrain from interfering in my instruction henceforth." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Gu Qiu for a moment. Sensing that Gu was serious, he sneered and nodded. "Very well, I accept your wager." In the presence of their colleagues, Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi formalized their bet. Subsequently, Qin Zhiyi turned on his heel and exited, allowing the office to return to a semblance of peace. Cui Jiangwo regarded Gu Qiu with a sigh. "Do you feel confident?" The first-year class comprises 26 regular classes and 12 humanities classes. Class 15 had ranked second to last in the last history exam, meaning Gu Qiu would need to lead them to outshine 6 other classes and approximately 260 students, a daunting challenge indeed. Guyan also gazed at him with concern. "Sai, you shouldn't have acted so impulsively. What if you lose?" However, Gu Qiu remained unperturbed, a serene smile gracing his face. "I have faith in my students. Besides, if I lose, it would lighten my load by 1 class." As the subject teacher, he was acutely aware of his students' recent academic state. After the last monthly exam, the students had expressed their remorse to him, and he had observed their increased diligence in the weeks that followed, evident in their classroom engagement and the completion of assignments. Additionally, he was one of the few teachers who maintained a relatively relaxed and harmonious classroom atmosphere, believing that the overworked students would strive to prove themselves to remain in his class. Thus, he resolutely committed to the wager. Qin Zhiyi's demeanor had softened, her once frigid expression now replaced with warmth. She firmly believed that Gu Qiu would triumph. Of course, if he lost, it would not be an issue. She would accompany him in departure. She returned to her seat, casting a sidelong glance out the window, only to find that the curious figure had vanished into the crowd. With a slight pout, she dismissed the thought and picked up her phone to message Gu Qiu. "Are you still in the mood for dinner? Shall we reschedule?" Gu Qiu replied promptly, "I'm not so easily affected by trivial matters. No need to postpone." After reading his message, Qin Zhiyi chuckled softly and tapped her screen. "All right then, I will head back to change clothes and wait for you in the parking lot." She quickly tidied her desk, grabbing her bag as she prepared to leave. Guyan noticed her movements and asked with a smile, "Returning home so early? This isn't like you. Don't you usually stay until dismissal?" Qin Zhiyi blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled warmly. "Today is different." "Oh, are you going on a date?" Guyan teased, pursuing the matter further. Qin Zhiyi raised an eyebrow. "I suppose you could say that." As Gu Qiu perused the camera footage, he abruptly halted at her response. What nonsensical chatter was this woman indulging in? Hadn't they agreed to dine together? How had it morphed into a date? Having spent some time together, Guyan could discern Qin Zhiyi's interest in Gu Qiu. Subconsciously, she cast a glance his way, then shook her head with a smile. "Well, let the games begin. Qin Zhiyi, why don't you ask me who I'm with?" "Who with? That's a secret. Get lost." Meanwhile, in Class 9, the school bell had rung for 5 minutes. But the last class on a Friday was with their homeroom teacher, who was likely to hold a meeting to summarize the week's studies. Following tradition, the students were chattering animatedly until Guyan arrived. Suddenly, Jiang Yunxing and Su Yutian, who had gone to the office with Qin Zhiyi to fetch snacks, dashed back into the classroom. The chubby boy leaped onto the podium. Damn it, the homeroom teacher from class 15 is going to war with old Gu. This proclamation piqued the interest of the entire class. What war? Are they fighting? Where? How dare they lay a hand on old Gu? Let us go and show them who's boss. The homeroom teacher from class 15 was a repressed individual who tormented his students daily. Now he was bullying old Gu? So Yution noticed several boys in the back row gearing up to charge out and quickly called them back. Shooting an annoyed glare at Jiang Yunxing before summarizing the news she had overheard outside the office. To her surprise, the revelation only ignited their fervor further. What's this? Suspecting old Gu's teaching methods? I've been in his class for so many years. There's nothing wrong with it. It's been nothing but enjoyable and easygoing. Don't spout nonsense. Old Gu is excellent. Sometimes, it's worth having a certain someone reflect on their own shortcomings, all right? Have they improved over the years? Have they abused the students? Are you out of your mind? However, I think you have a point. If old Gu's teaching methods were flawed, how do we end up in the top 3? Didn't you hear what Teacher Yin said? Our foundation is solid. Anyone could teach us. Huh. If that Yin fellow taught me English, I'd probably go insane. The chubby boy on stage was seething with indignation and thumped the table. Damn it. It's infuriating to think that old Gu, who is so good, is being criticized. Class 15 has to rank in the top 5 to win. Let's South aim for first place and show that Yin fellow what old Gu is truly capable of. At this, others instantly chimed in. I'm in support. Count me in. I hope Class 15 can redeem itself. Let us not let old Gu down. Honestly, I wish old Gu would stop teaching Class 15. That way, we might get to snag a few more prizes from the points competition. Let us all study hard in history from now on, achieve stellar results, and slap those who look down on old Gu right in the face. All right, for old Gu, let us go for it. Why was there such a sudden surge of enthusiasm? Thus, the students of Class 9 unanimously resolved to revise diligently, striving to secure first place in the upcoming monthly examination. An hour later, school had dismissed, and Gu Qiu returned home to freshen up, changing into another outfit before heading to the parking lot to meet Qin Zhiyi. However, as he turned onto the path outside the apartment building, he spotted a figure standing by the roadside. Recognizing Li Yuan's identity, he hesitated whether to greet her, but unexpectedly, she called out to him first. Mr. Gu, was the breakfast I prepared for you this week to your liking? Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Breakfast was prepared by you? Yes, I brought you a portion while buying some for Nyonyo. Li Yuan explained with a smile, then turned to look down the road, invitingly adding, shall we walk together? Gu Qiu paused, contemplating before deciding to seek clarification. Unbeknownst to them, their image walking side by side was captured by a nearby camera. The photo was soon sent via WeChat, accompanied by the message, Teacher Qin, someone is vying for your husband. Chapter 29. Are you going on a date with Teacher Qin? On the way, Gu Qiu stole a glance at Li Yuan beside him. Their acquaintance began with Nyonyo, whom she had mentioned previously. One evening at the end of September last year, Gu Qiu had gone to retrieve teaching materials left in the office, only to discover a drowning little girl by the small pond on the east side of the campus. He swiftly rescued her and administered first aid, preserving her tender life. The girl's name was Li Xining, affectionately known as Nyonyo, and she was Li Yuan's daughter. That day in the hospital, Li Yuan tearfully expressed her gratitude, nearly kneeling to offer him a reward, which Gu Qiu declined. Eventually, he relented to her insistence and accepted a meal invitation. During that gathering, he learned from the inebriated elder of the Li family about Li Yuan's past. In university, she had dated a senior, only to find herself unexpectedly pregnant. To her dismay, the man fled from his responsibilities. Yet, she chose not to terminate the pregnancy, resolutely deciding to give birth. Gu Qiu refrained from commenting on her choices, and thereafter, their paths rarely crossed, except for the occasional encounters with Nyonyo, who would greet him or cheer for him from the sidelines during basketball games. He had no intention of becoming entangled with Li Yuan and certainly did not anticipate that the person delivering breakfast would be her. What could her motives be? Was she perhaps seeking a stepfather for Nyonyo? With this thought, Gu Qiu's eyes widened slightly. Though he felt sympathy for Li Yuan's plight, it did not mean he was open to her, especially considering he had no children in his previous life and was still a fledgling himself. Guccio adjusted his expression, silently praying that he was overthinking or misinterpreting the situation, and slowly spoke. "How has Nuno been lately?" Upon hearing him mention her daughter, Li Yuan's smile brightened. "She's doing well. She often talks about you. Just the other day, she asked me why Uncle Guccio hadn't been to play basketball lately." Guccio scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. "I've been quite busy lately. That's understandable. After the division of liberal arts and sciences, the teaching load becomes heavier." Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Sensing her warmth made Guccio feel somewhat uncomfortable. After a brief pause, he resolved to address the breakfast situation directly. "Li teacher, the second apartment building isn't far from the cafeteria. It's merely a matter of convenience for me to buy breakfast. There's no need for you to go out of your way for me. After all, taking care of Nuno alone isn't easy. And about this week's breakfast, it must have cost you quite a bit. I can reimburse you later." Noting the rejection and distance in his words, Li Yuan's sparkling eyes dimmed, yet her smile remained intact as she quickly sought an excuse. "Last Saturday, while Nuno was having breakfast, she saw a scene in a cartoon of someone drowning, which reminded her of you. She said breakfast was delicious and wondered if Uncle Guccio had eaten yet. She really wanted to share her breakfast with you. I didn't think much of it at the time, but when I went to buy breakfast on Monday, I remembered and brought you a portion. It's not a bother. I hope it didn't cause you any trouble. I understand now. I want to do this again. The money isn't necessary. It didn't cost much." Guccio raised an eyebrow from the fervor exhibited just a couple of days prior, as they competed over who would rise earlier. The casual pretext he presented is hardly credible. However, the matter has been elucidated, his objectives have been fulfilled, and there is no necessity to dwell on the truth. With a faint smile, she softly remarked, "How about this? When I find a moment to spare, I shall take Nuno out for breakfast. Though it may inadvertently disturb Teacher Li." "Not at all." Li Yuan hastily shook her head. Suddenly, she recalled her promise to her daughter and added, "Teacher Gu, Nuno has expressed how much she misses you. Hence my visit today was to extend an invitation." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, the abrupt honk of a car interrupted them. Guccio turned to see a white Mercedes alongside them. The passenger window descended slowly, revealing the exquisite profile of Qin Zhiyi, clad in a black jacket, with sunglasses perched atop her forehead, casually resting a hand on the steering wheel, exuding an air of aloofness. But in the next moment, she turned her head, her starry eyes playfully fluttering, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "I was beginning to worry when you took so long to arrive. I thought something might have happened to you. Little did I know you were engaged in a clandestine meeting with a beauty," she teased, nodding at Li Yuan in greeting. Li Yuan abruptly halted, waving her hands in explanation. "No, I just happened to run into Teacher Gu on my way." Then, she turned her gaze back to Guccio. "Do you already have plans?" "Indeed, I have made arrangements to dine with Teacher Qin," Guccio replied politely, casting an annoyed glance at Qin Zhiyi. They had agreed to meet in the parking lot, yet here she was brazenly appearing. Although school had let out some time ago, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be seen, especially by students. Having already entangled himself in a betting scandal with Yan Jingye today, he wished to avoid any further sensational news. This time, however, Qin Zhiyi did not shy away. Instead, she proudly lifted her chin. The interaction between them was keenly observed by Li Yuan, filling her heart with a medley of emotions. Just then, two figures suddenly emerged from a side path. Jiang Yunqing, munching on a snack, wore a mischievous grin. "Oh, Teacher Gu, you've changed your clothes so soon after school. Are you off to a date with Teacher Qin? Where are you headed? Got your ID with you?" Su Yutian stood beside him, winking at Qin Zhiyi through the car window. Living nearby, she had been held back by the homeroom teacher to assist with grading papers, which delayed her departure. Unexpectedly, she stumbled upon Teacher Gu walking with an unfamiliar female teacher. As the staunchest supporter of the Qiuyi pairing, she could not allow a third party to intrude. Capturing a photo to send to Qin Zhiyi while secretly enlisting Jiang Yunqing to follow them. Now that the main character had arrived, they had to step in to maintain order. Hearing Jiang Yunqing's playful inquiry, Guccio felt a slight flush of embarrassment creep onto his face, before retorting sharply. You have quite the audacity to jest about teachers. I see you have too much time on your hands. This week, you'll be completing an additional 5 assignments from the new papers I issued. Submit them to me during Sunday evening study. Fail to achieve an 80 or above, and you'll see how I deal with you. With that declaration, Jiang Yunxing fell silent, noticing Gu Qiu still scrutinizing him. He hesitated before pulling Su Yutian along as they departed. After they had run some distance, Su Yutian suddenly turned back, calling out, "Teacher Gu Zhiyi, have fun. You too. Submit 5 more. Huh? Teacher Gu, what was that? I couldn't hear you." Watching the two retreating figures, Gu Qiu shook his head with a hint of melancholy. That mischievous girl. As the environment settled back into tranquility, Li Yuan withdrew her gaze from Qin Zhiyi and remarked, "In that case, I shall not intrude any further. Enjoy yourselves." Gu Qiu felt that any further explanation of his relationship with Qin Zhiyi would only complicate matters, so he remained silent, recalling that Li Yuan seemed to have something unfinished to say. "Teacher Li, you mentioned something about Nyonyo earlier?" Li Yuan forced a smile and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. She asked me to tell you that the next time you go to the basketball court, she will come and cheer you on." Gu Qiu nodded. "Once this busy period passes, I will make a point to visit." "All right." After this simple agreement, Gu Qiu, eager to avoid being seen by others, hurriedly opened the passenger door and slipped inside. Qin Zhiyi had already gleaned from Gu Qiu how to address him, a smug expression illuminating her face as she bid farewell. "Goodbye, Teacher Li. Goodbye." Chapter 30. I can also give birth. Li Yuan watched the Mercedes disappear from view until only its taillights remained visible before she turned her attention back to the road, heading toward the residence of Building No. 3. However, it wasn't long before the encounter with Qin Zhiyi outside the office a few mornings ago, where she had stepped forward to shield Gu Qiu, alongside the recent interaction between them, replayed in her mind, prompting her to mutter to herself. It seems that morning encounter was no mere coincidence. In the office today, you had no inkling of what transpired, yet the moment you saw him being challenged, you unhesitatingly stepped in. Beautiful, decisive in love, courageous, and fiercely possessive. It's no wonder Gu Qiu treats you so uniquely. If I were a man, I too would surely be enamored by you. Ironically, just moments ago, I found myself feeling like an unwelcome third party intruding upon someone else's romance. But perhaps that only underscores how well-matched you two truly are. Alas, it seems I'm destined to live a life devoid of love. Perhaps it's best I refrain from meddling. Unbeknownst to her, Li Yuan had already arrived at the base of Building No. 3. At that moment, a small girl with 2 braids, looking adorably innocent, was peering out from the stairway. Upon spotting her mother, her face lit up, and she scampered forward to greet her. "Mommy." Hearing her daughter's call, Li Yuan quickly shook off her contemplations. As the little girl approached, she knelt down to embrace her. "Nyonyo, didn't I tell you to behave and wait for Mommy at home? Why did you come down?" Li Xining pouted, giggling because Nyonyo has not seen Mommy for 2 hours, and Nyonyo misses you. Plus, Uncle Gu Qiu is coming, so I want to come down to welcome you both. After saying this, she craned her neck to look behind Li Yuan, but found no one else, which left her puzzled. "Mommy, where's Uncle Gu Qiu?" Li Yuan gently explained, "From now on, you should call him Brother Gu Qiu. He has some matters to attend to today and cannot come, but he promised to visit Nyonyo in a couple of days." Learning that Gu Qiu would come in 2 days, Nyonyo did not sulk but was rather confused by her mother's earlier statement. "Haven't we always called him uncle? Why must we call him brother now?" Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, pondering before explaining, "Because brother sounds younger than uncle. If you call him Brother Gu Qiu, he will be very happy, and when he's happy, he will come to play with Nyonyo more often." The little girl, with her innocent thoughts, brightened at this notion. "Really? Then Nyonyo will call him Brother Gu Qiu from now on. When will Brother Gu Qiu come to play with Nyonyo?" Just then, Li Yuan's phone vibrated in her hand. Prompting her to check it, she discovered a transfer and message from Gu Qiu. "Microchat has received a transfer of 200 yuan. Teacher Li, I feel a bit guilty for not paying for the breakfast you brought for a whole week. If there's anything left, please buy some milk and snacks for Nyonyo, as a small token of my appreciation." This was their first conversation since becoming friends. In her original fantasy, she imagined feeling nervous, excited, or at a loss for words. However, in reality, she felt remarkably calm. With a faint smile, she accepted the transfer and replied, "Okay." At the same time, Nyonyo repeated her earlier question. "Mom, when will Brother Guccio come and play with me? There will be an opportunity. But if Brother Guccio doesn't come today, what will we do with all the food you prepared? Oh dear, what should we do? Perhaps Nyonyo should eat a bit more today. Can I have sweet and sour ribs?" "Of course, today you're allowed to indulge." "Yay, that's wonderful, Mom. I think it's fine if Brother Guccio doesn't come." "Ha ha, you little foodie." The mother and daughter engaged in a warm conversation, hand in hand, walking toward the stairs. In truth, Li Yuan's feelings for Guccio can be traced back to a moment when Nyonyo, while watching Guccio play basketball, suddenly exclaimed, "If only Uncle Guccio were my dad." That innocent declaration, imbued with longing, planted a seed in her heart, gradually taking root and sprouting. Yet just moments ago, she seemed to have uprooted that whimsical yet beautiful wish entirely. Nevertheless, Li Yuan had often mentioned Guccio in front of Nyonyo lately, especially today, when she spoke of inviting Guccio to their home. To prevent the little girl from becoming overly attached, she felt compelled to lower Guccio's status and gradually shift Nyonyo's attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, in a Mercedes, the passenger window had long been raised. Upon seeing Li Yuan's straightforward and cheerful reply, Guccio let out a quiet sigh of relief. Suddenly, he felt an unusual thirst. Moistening his dry lips and turning to Qin Zhiyi, he asked, "Do you have any water in the car?" Noticing his raspy voice, Qin Zhiyi quickly touched a button on the central control screen. In the next moment, the small drawer in front of the passenger seat opened. Guccio found a small bottle of mineral water inside, which he promptly took, opening it and taking a couple of swigs. "Thanks." Just then, they encountered a red light, causing traffic to stall. Qin Zhiyi steadied the car, turned her head, and stared intently at him. "You seem quite close with that teacher, Li. And who is Nyonyo? Is she your child?" She was aware that this was impossible, but aimed to provoke Guccio into speaking. Sure enough, Guccio's eyes widened in astonishment. "What nonsense are you spouting? Nyonyo is indeed teacher Li's child, but she has no connection to me. I merely saved that little girl's life." He then recounted the incident of saving the drowning girl and informed her that Li Yuan was the one who brought a breakfast. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi's expression became quite intriguing. She had heard about the incident of the rescued little girl in her previous life from Guccio, but it had never been intertwined with so many events. Her intuition suggested that Li Yuan certainly harbored feelings for Guccio. However, she firmly believed that Guccio would never pursue a relationship with a single mother, as he possessed a strong emotional purity, seeking both physical and psychological cleanliness. In her previous life, they were each other's first loves, sharing all their firsts. Although their marriage had faced some challenges, they never lost contact, no matter how busy they were, and he would always come home at night, even when on business trips, adhering to their original agreement of recording their nightly routines and sharing them in their small group. In a daze, Qin Zhiyi focused on another significant detail: children. Shortly after their marriage in the last life, Guccio had hinted that he wanted a child, whether a son or daughter. Unfortunately, she had been preoccupied with her career, viewing a child as an obstacle to her ascent, and had never fulfilled that wish. Reflecting on this, Qin Zhiyi felt a pang of regret and guilt. She lightly pressed her lips together and suddenly spoke, "If you want children, I can bear them." Guccio had just spoken at length and took another sip of water, but before he could swallow, her words made him widen his eyes in disbelief. Chapter 31. Let's make a child for Guccio to play with. Upon hearing Qin Zhiyi's bold declaration, Guccio immediately sprayed out the water he had not yet swallowed and coughed twice. Cough, cough. What does your ability to have children have to do with whether I want them? Is it something you can just decide? As traffic began to clear, Qin Zhiyi lightly pressed the accelerator to catch up with the car in front. She raised her brows, her eyes sparkling. In truth, she had only intended to think this in her mind, but accidentally voiced it. Since Guccio had heard her, she decided to embrace the moment. Shrugging nonchalantly, she responded, "Why can't I? Haven't you seen that video where a good buddy has a child? If a good buddy can do it, surely a good friend can as well, right?" Guccio's lips twitched. Are these two even in a position to have children? However, he couldn't help but recall how many times in their previous lives he had subtly hinted at wanting children, only to be brushed off by her. There was even a time when he had removed the child's onesie in the middle of a discussion, yet all his descendants had ended up in this woman's mouth. Now, she was suddenly willing. He couldn't tell whether it was genuine desire for a child or merely guilt from their past life. If it were the latter, he had no interest. Noticing he had not responded, Qin Zhiyi felt it awkward to continue the conversation. Although she felt guilt, a greater part of her genuinely wished to bear a child for Guqiu. Early on in their cohabitation, during their discussions of happiness, children had been included in their dreams. She had even envisioned a scene where their love child would call her mom and promise to give Guqiu a daughter. This regret must be rectified in this lifetime. Resolutely, she decided to add another plan. Let's create a child for Guqiu to play with. While Qin Zhiyi mentally set her intentions, Guqiu, on the other hand, found his thoughts drifting to vivid images, compounded by the presence of the female lead beside him, igniting an inexplicable fire within him. Hastily rolling down the car window and shaking his head, he shifted the topic. Ahem, what do you want for dinner? Qin Zhiyi, also blushing at the sensitive topic, maintained her focus on driving and gently replied, Aren't you treating? You should decide what to eat. Guqiu shook his head, countering, If I'm treating you to dinner, the dishes must cater to your tastes. Don't you know what I like? Qin Zhiyi pressed on. Even though they hadn't yet lived together in this life, after 5 years of online interaction, she had already shared her preferences with him. Guqiu rolled his eyes. Huh, I didn't know your tastes. You eat everything except spicy food, and you have no particular favorites, which is practically the same as having no taste at all. How can I choose? Suddenly, Qin Zhiyi seemed to recognize this point and playfully blinked her eyes. Shall we first take a stroll somewhere before deciding on what to eat? All right. Apart from that, there seemed to be no other option. Guqiu nodded in agreement. Immediately, Qin Zhiyi casually remarked, It's still better in Hangzhou. When in doubt about what to eat, just order KFC. At her words, Guqiu suddenly recalled how, in his past life, in that city mockingly referred to as a culinary desert by netizens, whenever they struggled with dining choices, they would simply opt for KFC delivery. No indecision. No need to step outside, a win-win. Unconsciously, a light chuckle escaped him. Qin Zhiyi cast a sidelong glance at him. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Guqiu shook his head, choosing to remain silent. Qin Zhiyi pouted, falling silent as well. However, she suddenly remembered that in the past, whenever Guqiu heard her praise Hangzhou, he would always urge her to return. Yet this time, he said nothing at all. Could this indicate that her efforts over the past few days had not been in vain? With this thought, her spirits lifted. She tapped the central control screen, playing a song, and began to hum along. Half an hour later, at Yunmeng Tiandu, the pedestrian street of the first phase. Yunmeng Tiandu, located in the northern part of Yunmeng District, borders Yunfeng District and is a large commercial plaza developed in recent years. Currently, only half of the area has been delivered for use, while the other half is still under construction. It is merely 3 kilometers from Yun City High-Speed Railway Station, surrounded by various commercial and cultural zones, boasting a prime location. Furthermore, the development group has offered numerous incentives and benefits to attract businesses, resulting in a rapid influx of merchants. After more than a year of operation, it has become exceptionally bustling. Having parked the car, Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi meandered along the street. As Qin Zhiyi gazed at the lively and crowded scene ahead, she couldn't help but reminisce, pouting slightly. You used to tell me that Yun City was a dilapidated little county town, and I foolishly believe your tales. It clearly is developing quite well. While others extolled their hometowns, you, on the contrary, persistently tarnished its reputation. Hearing this, Guqiu's brows raised slightly. He and Qin Zhiyi had exchanged hometowns online not long after they started chatting. Upon learning she hailed from Hangzhou, he inexplicably felt a sense of inferiority. Believing that his humble origins from a small county town should not align with her, a resident of a major city, leading to a less favorable description of his hometown. However, after living in Hangzhou for several years in his past life, this notion had been dispelled. Whether it be a large city or a small county, each has its own merits. Personally, although Yun City is far from the development of larger cities, the corresponding pressure of life is significantly less. And compared to a life of wandering and solitude, here he is surrounded by family and friends, creating a warm atmosphere, sufficiently ideal for a simple existence. These musings caused Guccio to exhale softly. Yet, he refrained from discussing this matter with Qin Zhiyi and instead pointed to a nearby Western restaurant, inquiring, "Shall we dine here?" Qin Zhiyi followed his gesture, smiling gently. "Western cuisine? This establishment seems quite upscale. Are you not afraid of a hefty bill? As long as you don't order anything outrageous, I can certainly afford it." Guccio replied nonchalantly. He had initially set aside 10,000 yuan for living expenses, spent around 3,000 on a camera, and reserved about 2,000 for daily expenses, leaving him with ample funds for her meal. Nonetheless, after a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Zhiyi shook her head. "I don't feel like having Western food. Let's look around some more." Thus, they continued along the path, approaching a fork in the road. Qin Zhiyi's gaze was suddenly captivated by a promotional sign outside a crab pot restaurant. She quietly skimmed through the details, then turned around and suggested, "Let's eat here. Are you sure?" Guccio glanced at the sign and then peered inside the establishment. The predominantly red decor appeared quite festive, suitable for casual gatherings with friends. But he wondered if this establishment caliber was slightly lower for inviting Qin Zhiyi to dining, an obligation stemming from promise and a means of reciprocating kindness. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Qin Zhiyi took hold of his hand and led him inside. "Absolutely, this is the place." The attendant at the entrance promptly approached. "Table for two?" "Yes, right this way." Guided by the young waitress, they selected a table by the window. Shortly after, another server arrived with a pot of tea and placed a paper menu on the table. "Dear guests, here's the menu. You may also scan the QR code on the corner to place your order." Noticing Guccio's lack of movement, Qin Zhiyi picked up the menu to peruse. The server poured each of them a glass of water, then stood beside Qin Zhiyi, scanning the menu before making recommendations. "Miss, you might want to consider our limited-time 5 sets available for 10 days. For 2 people, I recommend the signature crab set for 108 yuan, or this shrimp and crab set for 138 yuan, which also comes with 2 side dishes and drinks. Plus, you can participate in our limited-time event for a chance to win a free meal." At her words, Guccio, having just set down his cup after taking a sip, intended to inquire about the details of the promotion. However, before he could speak, Qin Zhiyi interjected, pointing at the menu. "All right, we'll have the shrimp and crab set, and I'd like to add a portion of prawns in this snack platter. What level of spiciness would you like for the set?" The server inquired. Qin Zhiyi raised her eyebrows, looking towards Guccio. He replied calmly, "Mild spice will suffice." "Then mild it is." Qin Zhiyi nodded in agreement. "All right, please wait a moment." The server took note, collected the menu, and departed. Guccio hesitated. Qin Zhiyi blinked her starry eyes. "What is wrong?" Guccio had intended to ask if the menu mentioned the promotional details, but considering that he was treating her, it might seem too frugal to inquire about discounts. He shook his head. "It's nothing." Chapter 32. What is this? A moment later, the server brought forth a pot brimming with meat crab stew, the 2 side dishes included in the set, drinks, and the snack platter that Qin Zhiyi had ordered. "Here are your dishes. The rice is on that table over there, available in unlimited supply. Would you like me to serve it for you?" Guccio replied with a gentle smile, "We can manage ourselves." "Very well, enjoy your meal." With that, the server left. Guccio scanned the dishes, nodding slightly. "They look quite appetizing. I wonder how they taste." Just as he prepared to pick up his chopsticks, he was halted by Qin Zhiyi, who raised her phone. "Wait a moment, I need to take a picture." Qin Zhiyi opened her camera, holding it high above the table, continually adjusting the arrangement of the dishes. However, after much effort, she still could not capture a satisfactory photo, feeling disheartened as she sat back down. Suddenly, she recalled how, during her self-study of photography, others could snap breathtaking landscapes effortlessly, while her own shots appeared mundane, leading even her teacher to advise her to first cultivate the ability to discover and appreciate beauty. Nevertheless, at this thought, Qin Zhiyi instinctively stole a glance at Guccio. He always has a remarkable ability to arrange their home in a perfect and exquisite manner, with photographs shared on social media offering a high degree of aesthetic pleasure. Even the few travel photos from his past life were captured by his skilled hands. So, it is reasonable to assume that he possesses this talent. As a lifelong couple, Guccio naturally understands Qin Zhiyi's photography skills, and he happens to catch her gaze. Pausing for a moment, He sets down his chopsticks and extends his hand towards her. "Hand me your phone." "Oh." Qin Zhiyi takes a moment to respond, quickly passing her phone to him. Gu Qiu stands up, studying the table for a short while, and soon an idea forms in his mind. He places the drinks to one side and arranges the other items on the opposite side of the pot. However, he feels something is still lacking, so after a moment's thought, he serves 2 bowls of rice. After a simple adjustment, leveraging the warm light cascading from the top right corner of the restaurant, he presses the shutter button. Thus, a photograph emerges that appears sumptuous and delicious, filled with warmth and the essence of home cooking. After admiring it for a few moments, he changes angles and takes several more shots. Once he has finished, Gu Qiu returns to his seat and scrolls through the images, inadvertently tapping back to the album's homepage. Just as he is about to navigate back, he inadvertently glances at a photo taken earlier by Qin Zhiyi, featuring himself napping with his head resting on the table. In an instant, Gu Qiu's eyes widen in astonishment. He scrolls upward and, to his surprise, discovers that she has stealthily captured over 20 photos of him, many of which are rather unflattering. Taking a deep breath, he raises the phone and gazes at Qin Zhiyi. "You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation." Upon seeing the photos, Qin Zhiyi is momentarily taken aback, then lowers her head with a soft smile before stammering. "I initially intended to capture a couple of handsome shots of you for admiration, but my photography skills are rather lacking. However, don't you think you look quite adorable like this?" Gu Qiu frowns slightly and retorts, "Adorable my foot. I'm deleting these." "Oh no, please don't. I promise I won't take any more. Just consider these as a keepsake for me. I absolutely won't share them." As Gu Qiu is about to take action, her pleading words cause him to pause. When he raises his gaze again, he finds her eyes filled with earnestness. Reluctantly, he returns the phone, but not without feigning a warning if a third party sees this. Before he can finish his sentence, Qin Zhiyi happily takes the phone, assuring him, "I won't show it to anyone else, or I'll have 8 children at once. Such adorable photos. She would never dream of sharing with others. Simply storing them in her phone as album isn't secure enough. She must back them up to her computer. No, it will be best to print them out and create a photo album." Hearing her vow, Gu Qiu feels considerably reassured. However, the thought of her casually revisiting his unflattering photos unsettles him. It seems he must be more vigilant in the future to avoid being secretly photographed again. Subsequently, Qin Zhiyi begins to browse through the exquisite food photos Gu Qiu has just taken, her starry eyes sparkling as she exclaims, "It's such a pity you don't pursue photography." Gu Qiu does not respond and instead picks up his chopsticks. "If you don't eat soon, it will get cold." At this, Qin Zhiyi beams sweetly and sets her phone down. Suddenly, her attention is drawn to a young couple at the next table, where the young man is feeding the peeled shrimp to the young woman. After a moment of contemplation, she puts on a disposable glove from the plate, scoops a generous amount of shrimp into her bowl, and begins peeling slowly. Initially, Gu Qiu doesn't notice, but when he sees the pile of shrimp shells accumulating in her bowl, he can't help but feel a bit dazed. He wants to say something, but the words keep getting swallowed back down. After a moment, Qin Zhiyi checks the pot to ensure all the shrimp have been retrieved. She then threads the shrimp onto chopsticks. In the end, over 30 pieces are skewered onto 2 chopsticks. One is utterly piled high, with only the bottom left for gripping, while the other holds a mere 6 pieces of shrimp. Qin Zhiyi presents the overflowing shrimp skewer to Gu Qiu. "Here, this is your reward for helping me take photos." Gu Qiu is momentarily taken aback and declines. "That was merely a casual thing. But peeling shrimp is also a casual task for me. Come on." Qin Zhiyi's tone is gentle, yet her stance is firm. This scene captures the attention of the couple at the next table, who exchange envious glances. The young man's gaze lingers on the mound of shrimp shells in Qin Zhiyi's bowl, unable to understand why, when both are out dining. His girlfriend doesn't offer to peel shrimp for him, while this girl does so for her boyfriend. The young woman, on the other hand, fixates on the shrimp skewer in front of Gu Qiu, feeling that posting such a photo would surely incite envy among her friends, and can't help but feel a tinge of disdain for her boyfriend for not having thought of such a thoughtful gesture. Immediately, her expression darkens. "I want mine skewered like that too." The young man, attempting to convince himself to give his girlfriend more time, believes she will eventually treat him as well. Yet, upon hearing her words, the fantasy crumbles. He suppresses his irritation and gently replies, "Jiao Jiao, we don't have many shrimp left. Besides, did you not notice that the shrimp skewer was made by that girl?" Little did he know, his simple words ignite the flames of frustration in her. "What do you mean, Zhang Jian? You wanted to peel shrimp for you? I just had my nails done yesterday. How can I still look good after peeling shrimp for you? And isn't it customary for the man to peel shrimp for the woman? I'm truly speechless. I came to this place to dine with you, and you still expect me to do these trivial things. My friends were right. You are utterly unreliable. I must have been blind to have liked you in the first place." This outburst finally pushes the boy named Zhang Jian over the edge, and he slams his chopsticks on the table. "Song Jiao Jiao, I have truly had enough of you. You always say love should be mutual. Yet I'm the one spending money and putting in effort, while all I get in return is your scorn and disdain. Who would want a woman so vain and demanding? I won't cater to you anymore." With that, he angrily shoves the last of the peeled shrimp into his mouth, removes his gloves, and storms off. For the first time, Song Jiao Jiao witnesses her boyfriend lose his temper, leaving her stunned and rooted in place. As she watches Zhang Jian's figure disappear, tears stream down her face, and she instinctively tries to get up to chase after him, only to be stopped by a server. "Excuse me, ma'am, could you please settle your bill first?" Faced with this sudden turn of events, Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi exchange bewildered glances, both letting out a sigh in unison. What is going on? Indeed, what is going on? Chapter 33, The First Kiss. The sudden quarrel of the couple draws the attention of other patrons in the restaurant. Listening to the clamor of discussions and criticisms around them, the abandoned girl completes her payment with tears in her eyes and hurriedly flees the scene. Qin Zhiyi blinks in surprise. She anticipated that merely mimicking someone else's shrimp peeling would lead to the dissolution of this couple. Yet, perhaps helping the boy see his girlfriend's true nature is a good thing after all. Gu Qiu, concerned that continuing to engage with Qin Zhiyi might inadvertently affect others, takes the shrimp skewer from her hand. Once again, she found herself gazing at him and suggested, "Shall I share half with you? I have had enough." Qin Zhiyi shook the other chopstick in her hand, casually biting into a shrimp. Subsequently, she picked up a soup spoon and gestured to Gu Qiu, "Pour some soup. It tastes even better." Gu Qiu hesitated for a moment before placing the shrimp skewer into the pot. As he watched her tilt her head and ladle a spoonful of broth delicately over the chopsticks laden with large shrimp, a glimmer of starlight flickered in his deep black eyes. Perhaps Gu Qiu himself was unaware of the subtle curve that graced his lips, nor the gradual reduction of prejudice he held against the woman before him, replaced instead by a burgeoning sense of anticipation. Soon, Qin Zhiyi set down the soup spoon. Gu Qiu retrieved the shrimp skewer, exchanged a glance with her, and slowly lowered his head to take a bite. "How does it taste?" "Oh, cough. I bit into a Sichuan peppercorn. It must have been from the soup, ha ha." "You're laughing so joyfully. Was that intentional?" "Who said that? I simply couldn't resist." This was their second time sitting across from one another for a meal in this lifetime, and the atmosphere was far more delightful than their previous encounter in the cafeteria. After they had eaten their fill, Gu Qiu intended to settle the bill, but inadvertently noticed a peculiar phenomenon. It seemed that most diners in the establishment were couples. However, today did not appear to coincide with any romantic holiday, did it? Yet he dismissed it, proceeding directly to the cashier. "Hello, I'd like to pay for table 18. The cashier swiftly checked the bill on the computer and replied, "Sir, that will be 186 yuan. He then lifted his gaze slightly, noticing Qin Zhiyi standing beside Gu Qiu, and added, "Currently, we are celebrating the grand opening and the 10th wedding anniversary of our owners. If you two are interested, you can take a look at our promotional activities. Participation grants a 10% discount with a chance to win a free meal." Gu Qiu, already curious about the activities, felt a slight tremor in his pupils upon hearing it was related to love. He immediately turned his attention to the promotional poster the cashier was pointing at. To celebrate this occasion, the activities are as follows. Newlyweds may present their marriage certificate to receive a classic crab pot meal worth 99 yuan for free. Other couples may complete a kissing challenge to earn corresponding discounts or free meal benefits. Complete a kiss to receive a 10% discount. Kiss for 1 minute to enjoy an 8% discount. Kiss for 3 minutes to receive a 6% discount. Kiss for 10 minutes while shouting "I love you" to enjoy a free meal. After quickly scanning the details, Gucci's lips twitched. Now he understood why there were so many couples in the restaurant. However, he couldn't help but wonder which eccentric mind devised such a plan. Forcing people to kiss in public? Surely many would prefer to pay normally rather than endure such embarrassment. Just then, he spotted a couple at the corner of the counter, locked in an embrace, seemingly engaged in their own kissing challenge, and curiously pointed them out. Those two. They've been at it for 7 minutes already. Their goal is to get a free meal, the cashier explained nonchalantly. Gucci shook his head in disbelief. 10 minutes? Aren't they afraid of suffocating? He immediately took out his phone and said to Qin Zhiyi, "Let us keep it normal." However, before he could finish, Qin Zhiyi suddenly leaned in and placed a fleeting kiss on his lips. This moment was captured by a nearby staff member recording the event. Qin Zhiyi's face flushed, and she dared not look at Gucci, instead turning to the cashier and inquiring, "Is this acceptable?" Of course. 186 yuan minus 10% comes to 167. Just give me 167 and you can scan here. The cashier, noticing the pair's striking appearance and their lack of the usual couple's awkwardness, felt a sense of admiration and responded politely. Gucci's first kiss was unexpectedly snatched away, leaving him in a daze as he scanned to pay and followed Qin Zhiyi outside. Walking down the street, it wasn't until he noticed her sly smile, which seemed to suggest a successful trick, that he snapped back to reality. "You knew about the promotional activities all along, didn't you? You deliberately brought me to this restaurant." He lamented, wishing he had glanced toward the cashier when they entered or asked the server for clarification when ordering. If only he had paid without looking at Qin Zhiyi. Gucci felt a surge of frustration and muttered, "That was my first kiss." Qin Zhiyi halted, hooked her finger around his sleeve, and gently replied, "It was my first kiss too." Initially, she intended to just kiss his cheek, but when he unexpectedly turned toward her, her resolve wavered, and she impulsively pressed her lips to his. Seeing Gucci's lack of reaction, she blinked her starry eyes and added, "Don't be angry. If it's really a problem, I can let you kiss me back." With that, she disregarded the bustling crowd around them, lifted her chin, puckered her lips, and slightly closed her eyes, presenting herself for the taking. Gucci shot her a sidelong glance. He wanted to be angry, yet for some reason, his anger would not coalesce, leaving him feeling somewhat vexed. With a sigh, he exhaled his frustration, gently brushed her hand aside, and walked ahead. In an instant, Qin Zhiyi's heart trembled, her expression turning anxious. In her past life, when conflicts arose between her and Gucci, they would communicate, argue, or even resort to cold wars. But these actions were always laced with emotion. The only moment she felt devoid of his emotions was the day he proposed divorce. That evening, Gucci had uttered those 6 words in the most indifferent tone. "Let us just end it here." His voice had conveyed weariness, sadness, disappointment, and even despair. Each recollection of that moment reminded her of how Gucci had gradually distanced himself from her, and she felt utterly powerless against that process. The sensation was terrifying and overwhelming. Now, Gucci turned and left without a word, once again evoking that same feeling within her. Qin Zhiyi's body trembled, her shadow elongated by the slanted light. She forgot to breathe, drowning out the cacophony of the surroundings, focusing all her senses on her eyes. Thankfully, after a frantic search through the throng, she successfully locked onto Gucci's position and immediately pursued him. Thus, they navigated through the crowded streets, one trailing the other. Time slipped away unnoticed until Gucci gradually slowed his pace and couldn't resist glancing back. Yet, that single glance revealed a sight more shocking than the loss of his first kiss. Qin Zhiyi's once cool cheeks were now streaked with prominent tear trails, and fresh tears continued to cascade down. In his heart, Qin Zhiyi was strong and aloof, never one to cry easily. The last time he witnessed her in such distress was on their wedding day. But what had transpired today? He stood frozen for a moment before rushing back to her side. "Why are you crying? It's as if I forced a kiss on you." Though the words were teasing, his tone was tender. Suddenly, Qin Zhiyi threw herself into his embrace. "I'm sorry. I realize my mistake. Please don't leave me." Her unexpected action startled Guqiu, and after taking a deep breath, he gently patted her back, offering comfort. "What did I ever say I would abandon you? The school is so far away. I was counting on you to take me back." Upon hearing these words, Qin Zhiyi slowly lifted her head. At that moment, she resembled a pitiful little creature, pouting as she asked, "Really? Then why are you walking so fast?" Guqiu was momentarily at a loss for words. He too was unsure of the reason behind it. Perhaps it was a matter of pride? Or was he testing whether she would chase after him? After pondering fruitlessly, he simply adopted an innocent tone. "If I say, I'm just digesting my meal, would you believe me?" At his joking remark, Qin Zhiyi paused for a moment, and as that earlier feeling dissipated, she let out a gentle sigh, her anxious heart finally at ease. Immediately, she wriggled out of Guqiu's embrace. "As if I would believe that." Guqiu retrieved a packet of tissues from his coat pocket, pulling out a sheet to hand to her. "You're not a child anymore. Crying outside is just embarrassing." That's your fault," Qin Zhiyi muttered. Yet, she came to understand an important lesson. Resolving conflicts does not necessarily require theoretical arguments, quarrels, or cold wars. Sometimes, all it takes is a humble gesture, and he happened to be willing to offer her a way out. This method was not only swift and effective, but it also preserved their emotional connection, even enhancing it. In retrospect, she realized how foolish she had been in her past life, damaging the one who loved her most over trivial pride. Thankfully, she had discovered this early in this life. Having cried in front of him today, she felt unburdened. In future disagreements, she would first employ a strategy of charm, yielding, and admitting fault. And if that didn't work, she would consider other approaches. After this contemplation, Qin Zhiyi wiped away her tears and suddenly noticed an elderly man selling balloons by the roadside. She sniffed and pointed. "Guqiu, I want a balloon." "Are you really treating yourself like a child?" "I don't care. I want one." All right, I'll buy you one." The childish side of Qin Zhiyi was equally intriguing to Guqiu. Unable to resist her adorable stubbornness, he acquiesced. At that moment, the balloon vendor had just finished serving 2 children and, noticing the pair approach, smiled and inquired, "Little girl, which one do you like?" Having been in the business for so long, he knew that young couples often bought balloons primarily because the girl desired one. Qin Zhiyi, unreserved, looked up and chose a tricolor parrot after a brief selection. This one, yes. All right, I'll get it for you." Standing beside her, Guqiu stared at the childish design and the rather mismatched colors of the parrot balloon, growing increasingly unimpressed. He pouted and teased, "Your taste is truly unmatched. With so many beautiful choices, you settled on this ugly one." Qin Zhiyi shot him a sidelong glare. I think it's very cute. Besides, no one is likely to buy this, making it all the more unique." Faced with her steadfastness, Guqiu could only surrender. Soon, the vendor found a string for the tricolor parrot, trimmed it from the bottom, and handed it to Qin Zhiyi. She accepted it graciously, asking, "Thank you, sir. How much is it?" 10 yuan. Without hesitation, Guqiu scanned the QR code and made the payment. As they continued their stroll, Qin Zhiyi played with the balloon. Beaming as she said, "Look, we saved over 10 yuan on the meal, so this balloon is practically free. What a steal." "Steal?" Guqiu rolled his eyes. Her comment made it seem as though his first kiss was only worth a mere 10 yuan, particularly for such an unattractive item. The more he thought about it, the worse he felt. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Qin Zhiyi suddenly stopped him, her starry eyes sparkling as she tugged at the balloon. "If it isn't worth it, then what about my first kiss?" Guqiu was taken aback, feeling the heat of her gaze quicken his breath, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, turning his head away and continuing to walk. "It's getting late. We should head back." However, Qin Zhiyi gleaned the answer from his nervous demeanor, letting out a satisfied chuckle as she hurried to catch up with him. As they walked further on, they unknowingly arrived at a plaza. The scale of Tiandu Plaza was quite standard, yet the environment was exceptionally beautiful. To the north, it bordered a river, adorned with lush vegetation and trees, draped with various twinkling light strands, resembling stars. In other directions, there were fitness areas for the elderly, a small basketball court, a children's playground, and scenic spots with artificial hills. At the center of the plaza stood a small, brightly lit fountain, surrounded by a gathering crowd. Qin Zhiyi's ears perked up, leading Guqiu closer. As they approached, the melodies emanating from the gathering became clearer. Life flows like those sleepless nights. She chews gum, talking to the wall about dreams. Hey, Southern girl, we are all enduring along. Southern girl, is it the tall buildings that obstruct your hope? In the center of the crowd sat a scruffy young man with long hair, dressed somewhat carelessly. He perched on a tall stool, cradling a guitar in his arms, passionately singing into a microphone. Before long, the song concluded, and he shared the poignant story of the folk tune in a gravelly voice, earning a round of applause from the audience. Two middle-aged men, evidently moved, even took the time to scan the QR code to offer him a tip. The busker coughed a couple of times, clearing his throat, and addressed the microphone. Thank you all for your support. Allow me to take a dinner break. If anyone wants to sing, feel free to come up. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi pursed her lips in thought, then turned to Guqiu. He recognized her intent. You want to sing? Yes. As the saying goes, when heaven closes one door, it opens another window. Qin Zhiyi had an average aesthetic sense, yet she possessed an innate talent for singing. Not only did she have a voice kissed by angels, but she also learned music effortlessly. Thus, Guqiu was not worried about her making a fool of herself and nodded slightly. If you want to go, then go. Qin Zhiyi glanced at him and asked, do you have a song in mind? Guqiu shrugged in response. It wasn't that he didn't want to suggest a song, but he felt that as someone reborn, she had long abandoned her hobbies after becoming a workaholic in her past life. The songs she could sing were likely few. It would be better for her to choose on her own. Seeing this, Qin Zhiyi's eyes sparkled with thought, and after a moment, she turned to Guqiu again. Extend your hand. What for? Although puzzled, Guqiu complied and extended his hand. In the next moment, Qin Zhiyi tied the balloon she had been holding to his wrist, fashioning a bow. Please hold on to this for me. Guqiu shot a sidelong glance at the tricolor parrot, his expression filled with disdain, yet he grasped the string tightly, offering a second layer of insurance, then casually placed his hands behind his back. However, his subtle actions did not escape Qin Zhiyi's notice, and a sweet smile bloomed on her fair cheeks. With that, Qin Zhiyi turned and walked straight up to the busker. Hello, may I give a try? The wandering singer, engrossed in his meal, noticed the crowd gradually dispersing. He had intended to take a few more bites before continuing to play, but unexpectedly, a striking young lady approached him. He quickly nodded, swallowed the food in his mouth, and said, of course. Do you need accompaniment? Qin Zhiyi shook her head. I've learned a bit of guitar. Upon hearing this, the wandering singer regarded her with newfound admiration and shifted his position to make space. Please. Without any hesitation, Qin Zhiyi seated herself on the round stool and accepted the guitar he offered. To her surprise, despite his disheveled appearance and the worn objects surrounding him, the guitar was immaculate, clearly well-maintained. However, she did not dwell on it for long. After adjusting her sitting posture and the microphone, she closed her eyes to find her rhythm. Her presence drew the previously scattered crowd back together, and the audience had swelled compared to before. Meanwhile, Guqiu shifted slightly to the side to make room for a couple that had squeezed in behind him. Thank you, the two said in unison, then turned their attention to the performance. Oh, it's a young lady. I wonder what she will sing. I hope it's Encounter or perhaps Sister Tang, Yao's new single with the shepherd. Oh, I know both of those. I'll sing them for you when I get back. Respect. Of course, respect. Hee, you're so nice, babe, moi. Receiving such affectionate banter from the couple left Guqiu feeling a bit sour. Yet he too was curious about what Qin Zhiyi would choose to sing. Unbeknownst to him, the memory of the song she had once promised to sing for him surfaced in his mind. At that moment, Qin Zhiyi slowly opened her eyes and began to strum the guitar strings. A melodious tune emanated from her, resonating throughout the square. Suddenly, Guqiu looked up, disbelief etched on his face, whispering, Can this really be guessed? The girl beside him also reacted. It's Love in the Year Before Christ. A song by Jay Cho, quite tasteful. The boy chimed in agreement. After a few seconds of melody, Qin Zhiyi parted her lips slightly. The Code of Hammurabi was issued by the king of Babylon, inscribed on black basalt. It has been 3,700 years. You stand before the display case, gazing at the inscription, while I quietly admire. Her enchanting voice captivated the onlookers, but it plunged Gu Qiu into a whirlpool of memories. For years ago, in mid-January, during the evening, after taking a hot shower, Gu Qiu lay down on a bright red sheet adorned with floral patterns. Since the winter vacation began, he had been working multiple part-time jobs to save for tuition, leaving him physically and mentally drained. All he desired was to close his eyes and rest. Just as he was about to pull up the blanket, his phone, which was resting beside his pillow, rang. Suppressing his irritation, Gu Qiu turned over to pick it up. When he saw that it was Qin Zhiyi sending him a voice message, his spirits lifted significantly, and he quickly pressed the answer button. A gentle voice soon filled the air. "Ah Qiu, why did it take you so long to answer? I just finished my shower." "Oh, are you tired today?" "Not really." "That's good. By the way, do you remember our previous agreement?" At this, Gu Qiu felt a surge of nervousness. It seemed they had made several agreements, and he was unsure which one she was referring to. Qin Zhiyi quickly added, "Just a reminder, it's related to singing." Suddenly, understanding dawned on Gu Qiu. Over 2 weeks ago, upon learning that her favorite singer was Jay Cho, she had asked him to choose a song for her to practice singing. He had picked Love in the Year Before Christ, and under her persistent persuasion, he had agreed to a video call to listen to her sing. Days had passed without her mentioning it again, and he thought she had forgotten. Little did he know she had been secretly practicing. However, he was not prepared for a video call with her. Noticing his silence, Qin Zhiyi's tone turned a bit disheartened. "Are you trying to back out? You promised you wouldn't lie to me." Gu Qiu lowered his gaze and muttered, I don't look good." Although they had only known each other for half a year, their rapport had grown remarkably, bordering on intimate and somewhat ambiguous. Yet, he was acutely aware of their differences in social standing. He didn't even own a decent outfit. How could he face her? On the other end, Qin Zhiyi, resting on her blue sheet, recognized his lack of confidence immediately. With a soft sigh, she reassured him. Their essay saying that interest in a person typically begins with their appearance. But when it comes to online friendships, what matters more is the resonance of souls. "You silly boy, you said before that you look average, yet I still sought you out to chat. That proves I'm not focused on looks. I just want to share my life with you. Or, when I think about what you might be doing, I want to picture your face, not a blurry mosaic, understand?" Her words lightened Gu Qiu's spirits considerably. He slowly lifted his head, though a hint of timidity lingered in his eyes. But, before he could finish, Qin Zhiyi interrupted him. "No buts. I'm calling you for a video right now. Just wait." Gu Qiu tried to protest, but the call had already ended. Shortly after, Qin Zhiyi initiated a video call. He considered hanging up, but, in a moment of panic, pressed the answer button instead. Seeing this unfold, he felt it would be rude to hang up now, so he adjusted his posture and aimed the camera at himself. Qin Zhiyi gazed at the screen, and upon recognizing Gu Qiu's features, her eyes widened in surprise. Having heard him repeatedly claim he looked unappealing, she had believed him, envisioning him as merely average. But the handsome figure on the screen was a stark contrast. Realizing she had been deceived, she pouted in indignation. "Is this what you call unattractive? Gu Qiu, you big liar. I will never trust you again. We're breaking up." Gu Qiu bit his lip, for some unknown reason. The tension he had felt earlier dissipated as he opened the camera, leaving him calm and composed. He then smiled gently, aside from this face being somewhat acceptable, the rest. He lowered the camera slightly. Qin Zhiyi then noticed that while he was dressed neatly, his clothes appeared somewhat worn. The feathers from his down jacket were peeking out, and his black sweater had begun to pill. Meanwhile, Gu Qiu continued, "I believe one's appearance should be assessed as a whole, but I can't present myself well. Honestly, I have no idea how we ended up connecting so well despite our vast differences." Hearing this, Qin Zhiyi couldn't help but feel amused yet exasperated. "You silly Qiu, let me tell you why. It's all because of fate. If you feel too embarrassed to face me dressed like this, then let me sponsor you a few new outfits." However, Gu Qiu merely shook his head. "Although I may be impoverished, I am well aware that one should not receive rewards without merit. I cannot accept your generosity without earning it." Qin Zhiyi felt a tinge of disappointment at his formal demeanor towards her, yet she maintained a smile, tilting her head playfully. Resilience in poverty does not diminish one's lofty aspirations. Simply for your tenacity in refusing my offer of ease, I am convinced you shall undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Furthermore, please do not regard me as a person of superficial interests. If I were concerned about your background, I would have walked away after hearing your story. Yet here I am, addressing you as sister and brother. Oh, pardon, I meant to say not a brother lacking in stature. Hee ahem. In any case, do carry yourself with more confidence. There's no need to be so reserved with me. I have assured you of my unwavering companionship. Regardless of how your future unfolds, this is our first promise. Her words flowed like a warm current into Gu Qiu's heart. In an instant, he felt considerably lighter, a smile breaking across his face. I understand now. Yes, that's more like it. Ai, do you still sing? I mentioned that Ai sounds rather old. So call me sister. Sister. Sing. Wait for me to grab my guitar. After a brief commotion, Qin Zhiyi positioned her phone and winked at the camera, beginning to strum and sing. The Code of Hammurabi was inscribed on black basalt. My love for you was written in the year before Christ. Deeply buried in the plains of Mesopotamia, discovered centuries later, the inscriptions on the clay tablets remained clear. The evening breeze stirred, causing the parrot balloons to sway, pulling Gu Qiu from the whirlpool of memory. He shook his head and raised his gaze towards the young woman at the center of the crowd. In truth, since that day, he had often felt insecure in her presence, but she always managed to soothe him. It was she who patiently taught him how to love and accompany another. Thus, after marriage, when faced with her altered demeanor, Gu Qiu chose to quietly stand by her side. Coincidentally, from their acquaintance to marriage, and then from marriage to his proposal of divorce, precisely 2 cycles of 7 years transpired. Therefore, it seemed there was no debt between them from their past lives. Rather, they were now even. But what does this life signify? Meanwhile, the young woman in the black jacket, passionately singing, locked her gaze on the boy in the crowd, perpetually insecure yet irresistibly captivating to her, her eyes reflecting the same tenderness as in years gone by. Everything was repeating. Love in the years before Christ. Love in the years before Christ. As the song concluded, Qin Zhiyi let out a weary sigh, yet her heart remained crystal clear. Silly, in this life, we shall reenact our love. Her melodious voice enchanted the audience, who responded with resounding applause. Some even scanning codes to offer rewards. Ho Ting, sing another. Keep going. I want to hear rice fragrance. Despite the audience's enthusiasm, Qin Zhiyi stood, bowed, and exited the stage. The song Love in the Years Before Christ held a distinct meaning for her, firmly etched in her heart, and performing it posed no challenge. However, she had been away from music for far too long, rendering her uncertain about the quality of her next performance. Seeing the surge in crowd engagement, the wandering musician did not hesitate to begin his performance. The audience soon realized that the girl in black was merely a passerby. That passerby sings so beautifully. I'm in love. Advisor, within 3 minutes, I want all information on that girl in black. Forget it. Look over there. She has a boyfriend. Ah, how infuriating. I was planning to ask for her WeChat. Damn, what does my 52 yuan donation count for? Can I get a refund? Observing the chaos, Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi chose not to linger, departing the square directly. On their way back, Qin Zhiyi playfully winked at Gu Qiu. Why have you been so quiet? Don't you want to comment on my performance today? Gu Qiu blinked his dark eyes, returning the balloon to her, and replied stubbornly, It was all right. Oomph. It was clearly wonderful, Qin Zhiyi retorted. Just then, she noticed the meat crab pot restaurant where they had dined earlier. An image flashed in her mind of a wall adorned with photos of couples kissing from past events, coupled with the memory of a fellow holding a camera when she playfully surprised Gu Qiu. Suddenly, she felt a spark of inspiration. Spotting the staff beginning to clean up, she tossed out a line before dashing off. Wait for me. Where are you going? Just to the restroom. With that, Gu Qiu stood still, waiting. 5 minutes later, Qin Zhiyi emerged humming a tune, slightly annoyed. I thought you fell into the toilet. I also asked if they would have this event next year, and they said it might be on Valentine's Day. Let us come together then. Qin Zhiyi playfully stuck out her tongue. Gu Qiu rolled his eyes, as if I would accompany you. With that, he quickened his pace, heading straight for the parking lot. This time, Qin Zhiyi calmly followed behind him. Raising an eyebrow, she glanced ahead, seeing he wasn't paying attention to her. She secretly opened her phone, muted the volume, and played the video she had just acquired from the restaurant. Watching the moment their lips met on screen, her face flushed a deep crimson. Moments later, she heard Gu Qiu's urging voice. Qin Zhiyi, stop playing on your phone and hurry up. Coming. Chapter 35. To make things easier for him. In the blink of an eye, a new week commenced. Ever since he had clarified matters with Li Yuan last week, Gu Qiu had not received any more breakfasts. Her ability to know when to retreat and not to entangle him further perhaps marked the best conclusion to that chapter, much to his relief. However, while one troublesome matter was resolved, another swiftly followed. The Qingming festival was approaching, which also signified the culmination of March's academic progress, necessitating an examination to assess students' learning status and the teacher's instructional quality. The monthly examination was scheduled to take place from Thursday to Saturday, spanning 3 days. Gu Qiu, bound by a bet, could not claim he felt no pressure, yet he found solace in the fact that the students of Class 15 seemed to be aligned with him, a sentiment evident in their collective attitude towards studying. For instance, just now, the second evening class on Thursday had concluded. Gu Qiu had barely returned to his office and taken a sip of water when several students eagerly entered, clutching practice books and test papers. Teacher Gu, I have a question I can't solve. Old Gu, take a look at my problem first. Mine is a classic. You all should listen. It's guaranteed to appear on tomorrow's exam. The question on economic structures was just covered in the last lesson. It's clear you weren't paying attention. This scene sparked a discussion among 2 teachers nearby who were grading papers. Our class can exhibit such enthusiasm for learning. I wake up laughing in my dreams. I envy that. Why don't you find someone to place a bet? Sure. How about we bet against each other? That sounds feasible. Let us bet on the average score. Loser pays for a Chinese meal. Roll. One package is just about right. TCH, your wife must be controlling all the money. In response to their playful banter, Gu Qiu chuckled and shook his head. He lifted his cup to take a sip of water, then instructed a few students to line up as he explained the problems to them one by one. Shortly thereafter, the bell for the 3rd period rang. Just as Gu Qiu finished explaining a problem to a boy, he noticed that only Su Shaoan remained at the back and said to the former, Kai Kafa, could you ask Su Jinlin to help me maintain classroom discipline? I'll finish explaining the problem to Shaoan and join you shortly. Sure thing, the boy readily agreed, jogging out of the classroom. Subsequently, Gu Qiu accepted the test paper that Su Shaoan handed him, carefully reviewing the question she had marked with a red pen. He paused for a moment, turning to look at her. Shaoan, if I'm not mistaken, you didn't pass the last history exam, did you? Yes. I missed passing by 3 points, Su Shaoan replied softly, her head bowed. Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow. He had previously examined the grade report for Class 15, noting that this child excelled in her 3 main subjects, particularly in mathematics, where she scored 145 in the last monthly exam. The math teacher remarked that it would be a pity if she did not pursue the sciences. However, her performance in the elective subjects left much to be desired, often hovering around the passing mark. Yet, the choice of pursuing humanities or sciences was ultimately hers, and he felt it inappropriate to intrude. Shaking off his thoughts, he turned and retrieved a test paper from the lower drawer, presenting it to her. This set of questions is rather challenging and may not be suitable for you at this stage. Why not try this one instead? Spend some time working on it. And if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come and ask me. If you thoroughly comprehend this set, you should see a significant improvement. Initially, he had considered having Su Shaoan take a test similar to that of the rivals in Class 9 and then have her submit it for his correction and explanation. However, given the intense learning atmosphere of Class 15, he decided against it. Su Shaoan took the paper, cradling it as if it were a treasure, and inquired, Teacher, how much does this cost? No charge. If you find it unsuitable, just treat me to a cup of milk tea next time, Gu Qiu replied casually, then picked up a red pen to continue explaining the earlier problem. This question is somewhat beyond the syllabus, as it pertains to Wang Angshi's reforms, which will only be covered in the elective courses. I'll explain it slowly, just listen along. It's okay if you don't understand everything right now, as it won't be on the current exam anyway. This relates to the spring loans and summer harvests within the Qingyao law. As he was speaking, a figure hurriedly entered the room. Both teacher and student exchanged curious glances and soon realized that the newcomer was Qin Zhiyi. Gu Qiu felt puzzled. What could she possibly want, especially since she doesn't have evening classes? Noticing Gu Qiu still in the office, Qin Zhiyi couldn't help but sigh in relief. She offered a faint smile to the two and returned to her seat with her canvas tote bag. Gu Qiu shook his head, not dwelling on it, and continued with his explanation. 10 minutes later, having listened to Gu Qiu's analysis of the 3 sub-questions, Su Shaoan grasped the foundational content. Though she only had a vague understanding of the advanced material and planned to digest it further at home, she tucked the test paper away and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Gu." Gu Qiu took another sip from his cup. "You're welcome." He casually added, "Your attitude and foundational knowledge are commendable. Once you identify the right methods, improving your grades will be inevitable." Upon receiving Gu Qiu's praise and encouragement, a sweet smile illuminated Su Shaoan's face as she nodded appreciatively. Suddenly, she recalled something and remarked, "Teacher, your video turned out wonderfully. It's bound to become a sensation." Hearing this, Gu Qiu's eyes widened in surprise. "You saw it?" Some classmates shared it in the class group. Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes blinking in astonishment. The video he recorded last Friday had significantly improved in clarity, and the platform's traffic had surged, yet had only just exceeded 100,000 views. He hadn't anticipated that the students would come across it. Nevertheless, he had no intention of concealing it, as he still needed to discuss involving the students in future recordings. Gu Qiu smiled faintly, replying, "Then I'll take that as a good omen." Meanwhile, Qin Zhiyi, who had been listening intently, held her phone but fixed her gaze upon Gu Qiu, her thoughts a mystery. Moments later, as Gu Qiu saw Su Shaoan off, he stretched his stiff neck and noticed the cluttered desk. Just as he prepared to tidy up, Qin Zhiyi extended a cup of 8 treasure porridge toward him, leaving him perplexed. "You made a special trip to deliver this to me at night?" Since their dinner date, a subtle shift in their relationship had occurred. He no longer deliberately avoided conversing with her or her kindness, and they were gradually evolving toward a friendship, as previously agreed. Qin Zhiyi blinked her starry eyes, feigning disdain as she shot him a glance, yet her lips betrayed a smile. "Please don't be so self-absorbed. Who has the time to deliver food to you? This 8 treasure porridge was made by me in the afternoon. I couldn't finish it and didn't want to go to waste, so I thought to bring it to you. Also, the school assigned me a task for evening study sessions. From now on, I'll be covering the last 2 periods of evening study for class 15 every Thursday. You can go home and rest." Upon hearing her words, Gu Qiu's expression shifted from confusion to disbelief. "You're taking the evening study for class 15? A science teacher overseeing a liberal arts class's evening study? The school has never done that before." Qin Zhiyi shrugged, a hint of pride in her demeanor. "No precedent means we create one." Gu Qiu remained skeptical, recalling that course adjustments were typically announced in the school's group chat. He picked up his phone to check, only to find that her claims were indeed accurate. He set down his phone and curiously probed, "Did you volunteer for this? Why? Why so many questions? If I had to explain, it would be because I'm bored." Qin Zhiyi's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Why? Naturally, it's because watching you this fool endure 4 consecutive classes is too taxing. I wanted to lighten your load." Gu Qiu had a moment of realization. She had just claimed to be busy, yet now she said she was bored, indicating a clear contradiction. The only explanation was that she intended to ease his burdens. Noticing the gratitude reflected in his eyes, Qin Zhiyi felt satisfied and promptly stood up, stating, "All right, you have to supervise an exam tomorrow morning, so you should get some rest." Gu Qiu blinked, contemplating that since she had come specifically for him, it would be inappropriate for him to leave immediately. He sought an excuse instead. "Tomorrow is the history exam, and I worry that the students might have questions, so I'll stay a little longer." Recognizing his commitment to the wager and the impending history exam, Qin Zhiyi nodded slightly. "All right." Suddenly, Gu Qiu's gaze returned to the 8 treasure porridge on the desk. He paused for a moment, then picked up a straw and plunged it into the cup. Observing this, Qin Zhiyi looked at him expectantly. "Is it good?" "It's decent, though the flavor is a bit mild. I had no sugar at home. I'll make it sweeter next time." "Next time?" Gu Qiu coughed, playfully adding, "I'll make dessert for myself." Chapter 36. History is not as appealing as I am. In class 15, after finishing the 8 treasure porridge, Gu Qiu felt considerably more energized. Noticing the students' puzzled reactions as they observed both him and Qin Zhiyi entering the classroom simultaneously, he inwardly lamented that Qin Zhiyi hadn't briefed the students in advance and briefly explained the adjustments to the evening study schedule. Before Qin Zhiyi's arrival, the students of Class 15 found their history lessons to be the most relaxed of all. However, since the advent of their strikingly youthful and beautiful biology teacher, who introduced them to the wonders of man and nature and the animal world, she swiftly became a beacon of inspiration in their hearts. Consequently, the news of Qin Zhiyi supervising evening self-study sessions was met with swift acceptance and palpable enthusiasm among the students. Guqiu had initially intended to relinquish the podium to Qin Zhiyi, yet she took the initiative to roam around the classroom instead. Students were encouraged to approach her with any queries regarding mathematics, biology, or chemistry. The examinations for these 3 core subjects were scheduled for the mornings, with mathematics set for tomorrow. Additionally, due to the impending assessments for the second year, students were required to engage in studies across various subjects, including the 3 secondary courses, which would also be examined. However, the history exam scheduled for the afternoon was crucial for determining Guqiu's continued tenure with Class 15, which naturally incited a fervent review among the students. Thus, an amusing scene unfolded, with Guqiu encircled by eager students at the podium, while the wandering Qin Zhiyi found herself largely ignored. Observing this, Qin Zhiyi resorted to pulling up a chair by the back door, where she sat, enjoying the evening breeze while indulging in a game. About 20 minutes later, she skillfully maneuvered her character to seize a major dragon in the game, achieving a remarkable 4 kills near the dragon pit. Just as she was on the verge of a pentakill, an incoming call notification interrupted her concentration. With a slight frown, she instinctively reached to disconnect the call, but upon noticing the contact name, Granny Chun, she halted her action. The last time she had dined in Noodle Shop with Guqiu and the others, she had exchanged phone numbers with the elderly lady at her request. However, she had never received a call before and was puzzled as to why Granny Chun would reach out at such a late hour. Driven by curiosity, Qin Zhiyi quickly exited the classroom and answered the call. "Hello, Granny Chun." The voice on the other end sounded somewhat anxious. "Zhiyi, could you help me find a Chiu? I can't seem to reach him." Hearing this, Qin Zhiyi glanced through the window at Guqiu, who was engaging with the students at the podium. Regaining her composure, she reassured, "Granny, don't worry. Guqiu is right in front of me. Would you like me to hand the phone to him?" There was a brief silence before Granny Chen's voice softened. "Is he busy? If so, it's all right. Just let him know to call me back later." Qin Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, contemplating, and ultimately decided to relay the message to Guqiu. "Granny, please hold on a moment." She then hurried to the front door and cleared her throat to catch Guqiu's attention. This action not only drew Guqiu's gaze but also attracted the attention of the entire class. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qin Zhiyi lowered her head slightly and waved at Guqiu. "Hey, oh." The classroom erupted in playful banter. Guqiu, perplexed, thought to himself, "What on earth is she up to now?" Nevertheless, he hastily made his way over. "What is it?" Qin Zhiyi felt her cheeks warm slightly. She refrained from elaborating, merely displaying her phone screen to him. Upon seeing the contact name, Guqiu paused in surprise, asking, "She's looking for me?" Qin Zhiyi nodded slightly. Guqiu quickly rummaged through his pockets, realizing he had left his phone in the office. Such occurrences had happened before, leading to Granny Chun coming to the school in a panic to find him. Without further thought, he took the phone from her. "Hello, Granny. What could be the matter? I just left my phone in the office." "Yes, I have class tonight, and she happens to be right here, so don't worry. I want to forget Qingming. After my classes on Saturday, I'll along and I will come to take you back to the orphanage for a few days." Standing nearby, Qin Zhiyi felt a wave of nostalgia at the mention of Qingming and the orphanage. "All right, Qingming is just around the corner. You must be planning to visit Aunt Lan." Meanwhile, a cluster of students eavesdropped by the door and windows, whispering amongst themselves. "What's going on? Why does Mr. Gu have teacher Qin's phone? I heard him call her Granny. Wait, are they related? That can't be. Didn't Mr. Gu say he's an orphan? Where would he have relatives? Could be they met each other as families? No way. Teacher Qin just started here a month ago. Soon, Gu Qiu concluded his conversation with Granny Chun and returned the phone to Qin Zhiyi. Granny wants to speak with you. After she took the phone, he turned back to the class to maintain order. Qin Zhiyi returned to the back door and held the phone to her ear. Hello, Granny Chun. Granny Chin's spirits had notably lifted, her words imbued with warmth. You silly girl, why are you being so formal? Didn't we agree you'd call me Granny? You promised to come visit me whenever you could. It's been days since I've seen your face. Are you beginning to find this old lady tiresome? Qin Zhiyi seemed to forget she was on a call, instinctively shaking her head. Granny, how could I ever find you tiresome? I've just been quite busy settling into my new job. Once things stabilize, I promise to come by often. In contrast, it seemed that women, regardless of age, tended to have more to discuss when gathered together. Gu Qiu, having found a moment of respite, glanced towards the back door only to see Qin Zhiyi still animatedly chatting away on the phone. He sighed softly and resumed his work. After a brief while, Qin Zhiyi finally ended the call and wandered back to him, smiling as she asked, Aren't you going to take a break? Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow, contemplating, and nodded slightly. They'll take my leave. He stood and faced the entire class. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Just do your best on tomorrow's exam. Even if you don't make it into the top 5, I won't hold it against you. You need to remember that the journey of learning is one you must traverse on your own. My presence is not the primary factor. Also, don't fixate solely on history. It would be prudent to review mathematics for the upcoming exam. If you have questions, feel free to ask Teacher Qin. With that, he turned and walked towards the door. Just then, a voice rang out from behind him. Mr. Gu, we will definitely help you win the bet and keep you with us. This was soon echoed by the entire class. Teacher Gu, we will definitely keep you here. The words echoed in the classroom, resonating deeply within Gu Qiu's heart. He nodded, feeling both touched and gratified. I believe in you all. After lingering for a moment, he finally departed. Subsequently, Qin Zhiyi took over the class, settling into the spot Gu Qiu had just vacated. She suddenly noticed Su Xiaoan sitting in front of her, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she leaned closer and whispered, Xiaoan, what is Gu Qiu's doing account name? Su Xiaoan, who had been focused on her history exam, looked up and met her gaze before quietly replying, Teacher Qin, Teacher Gu's videos are posted on Xiuming Short Videos. The account is called Little Gu Loves History. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi murmured to herself, Xiuming, Little Gu loves history. Subsequently, she smiled in gratitude to Su Xiaoan. After reseating herself, she downloaded the Dream-Seeking Short Video app from the mobile software store. Once the installation was complete, she meticulously silenced the media volume and searched for Gu Qiu's account. Qin Zhiyi briefly perused the 4 videos currently available, then returned to his homepage, gazing at the account name, unable to suppress a pout. Loves history? She muttered to herself, arching an eyebrow, her starry eyes sparkling with inspiration. She promptly followed Gu Qiu and then navigated to her personal homepage, where she linked her phone number and altered her account name to History is Not As Fragrant As I Am. Chapter 37. Together We Return. 3 days later, on Sunday, the first day of the Qingming holiday, a black Ford SUV parked in front of Grandma Chen's noodle shop, and the doors of the driver and passenger seats opened in succession. Zhao Yulong glanced at the large bag of test papers left on the seat by Gu Qiu and, as he closed the car door, remarked, holidays should have a holiday vibe. What else with assigning a mountain of tasks to teachers and students? The leaders of your shoddy school must be out of their minds. Once I have money, I'll buy your school, and whoever dares to complain will be expelled. Gu Qiu, uninterested in his boasting, headed directly towards the noodle shop. However, after just a few steps, he spotted a familiar figure from afar. At the same time, Qin Zhiyi, clad in an apron and serving wontons and noodles to customers, noticed the duo and waved. Gu Qiu hurried into the shop, puzzled. What are you doing here? Can't I be here? Qin Zhiyi tilted her head slightly, responding with a gentle smile. Just then, Grandma Chun, who was tidying up dishes nearby, approached her. I called her over. Xiaoyi arranged to help me a couple of days ago. She arrived before dawn and has been assisting me ever since. Look how considerate she is. While you two rascals are tardy. You promised to come last night, yet dragged it to today. You two just keep deceiving this old woman. Zhao Yulong smirked. Oh no, the legendary exemplary child has appeared. Guqiu elbowed him twice and then courteously stepped forward to take the dishes from Grandma Chun. Grandma, we were wrong. We won't make the same mistake again. Oh no, I promise there won't be a next time. Please, take a moment to rest. We can handle these small tasks. Zhao Yulong, ever perceptive, joined in to help and chimed in, Don't worry, Grandma. If this guy breaks his promise again, I'll drag him here myself. Here, let me take that bowl. At least you two rascals have a bit of conscience, Grandma Chen huffed. Qin Zhiyi stood to the side, stifling a laugh. The shop primarily catered to breakfast, and with its economical, clean, and delicious offerings, customers flowed in continuously. By around 10 o'clock, the four of them finally found a moment of respite. After a brief discussion, they decided to have a light meal to address lunch early. Zhao Yulong stirred the noodles in his bowl, lifted a hefty bite, blew on it, and then placed it in his mouth. After a couple of chews, he stammered, "Selling breakfast isn't as easy as you say, Grandma. Just a short while, and my bones feel like they're falling apart. You're getting older. You shouldn't work so hard. With me and Ah Chio taking care of you, why not let us just avoid all this fuss?" Upon hearing this, Grandma Chun across the table placed a fried egg into his bowl. People get used to being busy. If you don't want me to run a business, then you two ought to settle down soon and give me a grandchild to dote on. Every time Grandma Chun brought up marriage, Zhao Yulong felt overwhelmed. But then he remembered the pair sitting beside him. He patted Guqiu's shoulder, grinning mischievously. "Ah Chio, did you hear that? Better have a grandchild for Grandma to play with soon." Guqiu shrugged off his hand and added a fried egg to his bowl. "If you're tired, eat more and talk less." Grandma Chun's gaze flitted between Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi, and as if struck by a thought, she leaned closer to Qin Zhiyi and asked, "Xiaoyi, are you bringing luggage since we'll be staying for 2 or 3 days?" "I left it in the car," Qin Zhiyi promptly replied. Guqiu raised his gaze slightly, confused. "Luggage?" Upon hearing Qin Zhiyi's response, Grandma Chun felt relieved and turned to Guqiu to explain. "Xiaoyi has only been in Yun City for half a month, and she doesn't have many friends here. With the holiday and nowhere to go, it would only make her lonelier while we're away. So, I invited her to join us for a couple of days in Yunxi." Zhao Yulong continued eating quietly, not voicing his opinion. Guqiu lifted his gaze slightly and exchanged a glance with Qin Zhiyi. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? We're going back to pay respects during Qingming." Grandma Chen shot him an irritated look. Having watched Guqiu grow up, she could sense his feelings for Qin Zhiyi. Yet, it puzzled her why, despite the girl's overt affection, he seemed either resistant or evasive. Was it shyness? Yet, she had never noticed this child to be introverted. After pondering fruitlessly, Grandma Chen shook her head, deciding not to dwell further on it. What is inappropriate about it? Paying respects and having fun with Xiaoyi don't conflict. It's settled then. You two hurry up and eat. I'll go tidy up in the back, and once I'm done, we'll set off. With that, she didn't allow Guqiu a chance to argue, rising to head toward the kitchen. At this point, Guqiu felt there was no further argument to be made. He arched an eyebrow at Qin Zhiyi, only to see her wink back at him, prompting him to respond with a mock disdainful expression. At noon, in the eastern suburbs of Yun City, Yunxi Town, the black SUV cruised along the asphalt road, with Guqiu seated in the passenger seat. Gazing at the unfamiliar yet familiar scenery outside, his heart brimming with emotions. 5 years prior, Yun City was elevated from a county to a city, with certain areas undergoing replanning, including Yunxi, Fengling, and Yuan towns in the eastern suburbs, which were incorporated into the new district named after Yunxi. In truth, Yuan town had been the most robust among the 3 towns back then. Thus, the naming of Yunxi sparked considerable dissent and dissatisfaction among many. However, in the end, the authorities not only upheld the original plan, but subsequently introduced numerous policies to robustly support the development of Yunxi town. Because of this, every time he returned, he felt the immense changes. Although this was a positive development, the increasing prosperity of his hometown rendered his childhood memories increasingly vague, inevitably stirring feelings of melancholy. After a brief while, the vehicle turned onto a narrow concrete road, weaving through the old streets before finally stopping in front of a 2-story house with a yard. As the car door swung open, a middle-aged woman, accompanied by a child, hurried over to assist Grandma Chun. "Godmother, Gucio's gaze fell upon the plump woman with short hair, memories flooding back. Her name was Sun Afong, a woman of misfortune. Her husband, a construction worker, had died in a workplace accident, and the compensation had been deceitfully taken by her brother-in-law's family. Left to fend for herself with a 2-year-old child, she faced numerous obstacles due to her lack of education. It was during her desperate straits that she was taken in by Aunt Yun and found work as a cook in an orphanage. After the incident at the orphanage, Sun Afong did not seek alternative paths like others. Instead, she busily attended to various matters, even exhausting her meager savings to resolve lingering disputes following Aunt Lan's passing. While her grandmother was engulfed in grief over the loss of her daughter, Afong remained by her side, eventually recognizing her as a godmother. Initially, when Along had established himself in the city, he intended to bring his wet nurse to live with him, hoping to take them both along, but was declined by Sun Afong on the grounds of guarding the home for Director Shun, choosing to remain there. At this moment, after responding to Sun Afong, Grandma Chun turned her gaze to a boy of about 10 years old. Xiaozha has grown taller. Such a young man now. Sun Afong smiled and reminded him. Xiaozha, why aren't you calling anyone yet? Grandma, Brother Hio, Brother Along. Xiaozha's gaze swept over the others, but hesitated at Qin Zhiyi, pondering in vain before seeking assistance from his mother. Sun Afong had long noticed Qin Zhiyi's presence and curiously inquired, and who might this be? Grandma Chun promptly took Qin Zhiyi's hand and introduced, this is Xiao Yi, Hio's colleague, who is going to play with us. Xiao Yi, she is my goddaughter. You can call her Aunt Sun like Hio and the others. Possessing memories from 2 lifetimes, Qin Zhiyi naturally recognized the mother and son before her, but feigned their first meeting, greeting with a gentle smile. Hello, Aunt Sun. Hello, Xiao Yi, replied Sun Afong, her tone warm as she sensed a special bond between the two. Shortly after, Qin Zhiyi presented a blue cartoon character keychain, which he had just purchased days earlier, to Xiaozha. As it's our first meeting, I didn't bring any gifts for the little one, so please accept this for now, and I'll make it up to you later. Understanding, Xiaozha refrained from taking it immediately, turning instead to his mother. Sun Afong smiled, gesturing, you should thank Sister Xiao Yi. Only then did Xiaozha accept the keychain, saying, thank you, Sister Xiao Yi. You're welcome, she replied. Meanwhile, Gu Qiu and Zhao Yulong, who had been silent, greeted Sun Afong. Zhao Yulong even retrieved a remote-controlled car from the trunk as a reward for Xiaozha, saying, I heard Xiaozha topped his class again. Here, essay a little something for me. Wow, thank you, Brother Along, exclaimed Xiaozha. It's nothing, by the way, Hio. Where's your gift? Even Sister Qin brought one. I actually forgot in the rush. Perhaps I should find a bookstore and buy a couple of workbooks? You must be joking. Observing the harmonious scene before her, Sun Afong shook her head with a soft smile. It brought her joy to see how close Hio and Along remained, especially since they often helped care for Xiaozha when she first arrived at the orphanage. After collecting her thoughts, she invited everyone inside, saying, don't just stand outside. I prepared some food. Come in and let's eat while we chat. Afong, didn't I tell you we'd come after finishing our meal? Oh, come on, godmother. Both Hio and Along are young men, and with Xiao Yi here, a simple meal of noodles won't suffice. Besides, Xiaozha and I need to eat anyway. It's just a matter of convenience. Sigh, I can't argue with you. Chapter 38, A Tour Awaits. Unable to resist Sun Afong's warmth, Gu Qiu and the others reluctantly stayed for a meal. As the newcomer, Qin Zhiyi found her bowl filled with dishes throughout the meal, and despite her hesitation to refuse, she ended up overindulging. After dinner, she planned to help in the kitchen, but was intercepted midway by Sun Afong. Xiao Yi, leave this to me. You go to the living room and keep Grandma company while watching television. Would you like something to drink? There's juice and milk in the fridge. Seeing this, Qin Zhiyi had no choice but to abandon her plan, smiling as she waved her hand. No need for now. Grandma Chun seemed to sense her discomfort and stepped forward, saying, Xiao Yi only has one stomach. Just after a hearty meal, how can you offer her this and that? Are you trying to make her burst? Come on. Just right. Grandma also ate too much. Let's take a stroll, and I'll show you around. With a sparkle in her starry eyes, Qin Zhiyi eagerly nodded, linking arms with the elderly lady as they stepped out of the dining area. Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow. contemplating before deciding against joining Along and Xie in their exploration of the remote control car, opting to follow along instead. Though it was merely a two-story building, it was quite spacious, having been recently renovated, and everything inside was relatively rich in character. The kitchen, living room, and restroom appeared somewhat antiquated, but were undeniably clean. Qin Zhiyi noticed that from Guqiu's apartment to Grandma Chen's noodle shop, and now to this old residence, everything was arranged beautifully and reasonably, likely a testament to Grandma Chun's past passion for painting and art. In that moment, she finally understood why Guqiu's photography skills were so exceptional, because Grandma Chun had subtly instilled in him an appreciation for beauty. Reflecting on this, she cast an envious glance at Guqiu. Noticing her gaze, he first felt puzzled, then inexplicably bemused. Just then, the three entered a side hall adjacent to the living room, which had previously been used for hosting relatives and friends during the new year. However, following the events at the orphanage, those ties had been severed, and it was seldom utilized now. The room contained a large dining table and a few miscellaneous items. But the most striking feature was the walls adorned with numerous certificates. Grandma Chun led Qin Zhiyi to one wall, saying, "That girl Yulan cherished these awards above all else." Each time she saw the children proudly presenting their certificates, her joy knew no bounds. She wanted to witness the children grow to be useful to society and the nation. Sighing, Grandma Chun's eyes betrayed a hint of sorrow, which she quickly suppressed before pointing to a corner of the wall. Hyo was undoubtedly the smartest and most diligent child in the orphanage, having received a total of 76 awards throughout his childhood. As she spoke, she gestured to indicate Hyo's height at that time, recalling how he often declared his aspiration to become a teacher and educate others. Qin Zhiyi, her eyes sparkling, turned to Guqiu and smiled gently. Teacher Gu has achieved that. He is responsible, capable, and deeply cherished by his students. A truly commendable teacher. Grandma Chen's gaze followed suit, filled with pride and contentment. Indeed, Hyo has always been responsible. However, he has one flaw. He neglects his own health, often skipping meals when busy. Qin Zhiyi nodded in agreement, adding, "Grandma, I will help keep an eye on him from now on." "Good. With you around, I can rest easy." Feeling a bit awkward, Guqiu shook his head, realizing that coming along might not have been the wisest decision. Just then, Zhao Yulong approached them, his attention drawn not to the wall of certificates, but to a barbecue grill nestled in the corner. "Wow, this grill is here. No wonder I couldn't find it when I rummaged through the house last time." Guqiu cast a glance in that direction, straining to recollect that this grill had been brought back by Along during the spring festival 2 years prior. Initially, he had been animatedly clamoring for a barbecue, but after indulging in 3 consecutive evenings of feasting, he soon lost interest, leaving the grill abandoned and neglected. Given Along's propensity to discard things haphazardly, it was not surprising that it had become lost to time. Son Afong joined them after finishing the dishes, promptly explaining, "I discovered it while tidying up the yard and decided to wash it clean and set it here. I later forgot to mention it to you." Zhao Yulong conducted a brief inspection of the grill's condition, finding it to be in pristine shape. His eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. "How about we have a little barbecue tonight? It would be a delightful way to entertain Sister Qin." Grandma Chen looked towards Qin Zhiyi. "I'm afraid I lack the fortune to partake. You youngsters can handle it." Son Afong contemplated. "Then I'm gonna step out to purchase some ingredients." Zhao Yulong firmly declared, "Aunt Son, you rest easy. I shall take care of the provisions." With that, he strode purposefully outside. "Xiaozhe, come on, brother will take you shopping. Oh, never mind, my English is truly horrendous. Let's go spend some money." Qin Zhiyi couldn't help but chuckle at his clumsy attempt at English. Guqiu shook his head in silent disbelief. Subsequently, Grandma Chun continued to leisurely stroll with Qin Zhiyi. Unbeknownst to them, the group traversed a corridor and halted outside a room at the far end. Unlike the other brown-red doors, this one was a vibrant orange, its handle somewhat chipped and rusty, clearly indicating infrequent use. Grandma Chun paused, lost in thought for a moment, before gently tugging at the door handle. Creak! The door slowly opened, revealing an inky darkness within, but soon a delightful scent of osmanthus wafted out. Grandma Chun inquired curiously, "Afong, where did the osmanthus come from this season?" I bought a sachet online, thinking the director would like it, so I place one in here every so often. Son Afong replied in a hushed tone. Grandma Qin nodded slightly. How thoughtful of you. Saying this, she pressed the light switch by the door. In an instant, the room was illuminated by a warm, white glow. The space was crammed with various items, appearing rather cramped. But the most striking feature was the pale blue walls surrounding it. To the left upon entering, a row of 4 large bookshelves blocked the wall, filled to the brim with an assortment of books, from the 4 great classics to foreign literature, modern tales, and children's literature, easily numbering over 1,000. The other 3 walls were adorned with frames of varying sizes, styles, and themes, yet all bore the likeness of a gentle, kind-faced woman. Grandma Qin paused, then turned to Qin Zhiyi with a smile. You know, all these are the belongings of that girl, well on. If it troubles you, we need not enter. Qin Zhiyi quickly shook her head. No, it's all right, Grandma Qin. Hearing this, Grandma Qin stepped into the room. Gu Qiu, following behind, felt a shadow of melancholy wash over him, his mood somewhat heavy. Grandma Qin meandered about the room, her hands exploring the surroundings, finally resting on a particular frame. Gazing at the photograph of a girl in her early 20s, she murmured, this was taken when she just graduated from university. She inherited her father's charming looks, and her love for beauty is certainly a trait she got from me. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to another photograph of Shen Yuelon, now in her 30s. She had no shortage of suitors growing up, yet she never found anyone worthy. Alas, time has slipped away. Subsequently, she pointed to the photos on the wall, recounting, this one is from her beach trip with friends. This one was taken when she took over the orphanage. And this one features a puppy born to a stray dog she adopted, though sadly, that little one was eventually stolen by dog traffickers. Do you recognize any of these children? Yes, there's a Qiu and over here is a Long. Her words seemed directed at Qin Zhiyi, yet they also felt like a monologue to herself, an effort to preserve these cherished memories against the relentless passage of time. Before long, it appeared that Grandma Qin had grown weary of reminiscing. She walked straight to the innermost bookshelf, retrieved the second item from the left, which turned out to be an album. Returning to the bedside, she quietly began to flip through its pages. In no time, tears began to stream down her cheeks, landing on the photographs. Noticing this, Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi instinctively moved to offer comfort, but were halted by Sun Afong, who shook her head and gestured for them to step outside. Gu Qiu then recalled that Grandma Qin was a proud woman who preferred not to burden others with her worries. Perhaps, at this moment, she desired solitude more than consolation. With this thought in mind, he did not linger, pulling Qin Zhiyi along as they exited. Sun Afong sighed softly, following the two and gently closing the door behind them. Soon, the faint sound of sobbing could be heard from within the room. Lan Lan, my poor daughter. Chapter 39, A Final Farewell. Zhao Yulong's enthusiasm for the barbecue was extinguished by a sudden rain. Fortunately, the following day dawned bright and clear, and a spring rain tempered the rising temperatures of the previous days, rendering it even more suitable for a barbecue. Thus, beneath a star-studded night sky, the grill was set up. Various skewers sizzled over the glowing coals below, emitting tempting aromas that wafted through the air, enticing the neighborhood children who clamored in delight. Zhao Yulong reclined comfortably in an old wooden lounge chair, legs crossed. He plucked a skewer of grilled lamb from the basin held by Xie, devouring it in 2 bites before sipping on a small beer, savoring the moment with a satisfied click of his tongue. Good heavens, at least you have some sense today, and R&T crying incessantly. I'll burn you some paper money tomorrow. 100 billion bills. I'll burn you a stack, spend it as you wish, and not a peep will be heard. Not far off, Gu Qiu, busy grilling, cast a disdainful glance in his direction. It was no wonder this guy loved barbecues. He had procured the ingredients, sprawled out lazily, and required nothing more than to eat while indulging in his whims. Conversely, Gu Qiu had already grilled 30 or 40 skewers and had yet to enjoy a single bite. With that thought, he reached for a freshly grilled piece of pork belly, eager to taste it. Qin Zhiyi's eyes widened, and she quickly grabbed his arm. That's just off the grill. It's very hot. Saying this, she snatched the skewer from his hand, then presented him with a plate of beef skewers that had cooled down a bit, offering two directly to his mouth with a sweet tone. Here, eat this. Guccio paused, slowly accepting the food. Thanks. I can manage on my own. He took a bite and found the spice level to be a bit more intense than his own grilling, yet it suited his palate perfectly. He couldn't help but glance at the seasoning bottle in Qin Zhiyi's hand, offering a faint smile. Meanwhile, Qin Zhiyi placed a napkin before him and added, I left the enoki mushrooms and chives in the kitchen. I'll go grab them. Oh, all right. Zhao Yulong observed the budding interaction between the two with keen interest. Once Qin Zhiyi departed, he leaned back in his chair, cleared his throat, and inquired, Hey, Achio, what is the deal between you and Sister Qin now? Are you in that ambiguous phase? Upon hearing this, Guccio instinctively turned to glance behind him, and only sighed in relief when he saw that Qin Zhiyi had already walked far away. He then irritably remarked, What ambiguous phase? I am merely friends with her. Zhao Yulong curled his lip and mimicked his tone, saying, We are just friends. He then proceeded to voice his skepticism. Do you really believe that? Which friends stick together every day? I've only seen that kind of closeness in couples. He paused, then added, Speaking of which, what about that online girl you're seeing while you're with Sister Qin? Don't tell me you're planning to play both sides. Just then, Qin Zhiyi returned with a tray, coincidentally catching the last two statements. She sat down beside Guccio and smiled lightly. That is not entirely out of the question. After all, both boats belong to me. I can tread on them however I please. In an instant, both Guccio and Zhao Yulong were taken aback. Zhao Yulong shook his head and sighed. Love is truly blinding. There is no saving you. Nonetheless, the sight of Guccio and Qin Zhiyi sitting closely together, one grilling skewers, the other sprinkling seasonings, filled him with envy, prompting memories of what Huang Yueqi had told him over the phone 2 days prior. Long ago, I got in touch with a college classmate of a Qin, but she mentioned that a Qin dropped out after her freshman year. The advisor said it was due to personal health issues, but the specifics remain unknown. Don't worry too much. I'll keep trying to find out more. He understood Song Qing. Though she had a playful side, she would never joke about her future. She must have faced significant health problems to drop out. Unfortunately, despite his extensive investigation these past few days, he had yet to uncover any leads. Suddenly, Zhao Yulong glanced back at the grilling pair, recalling how they had once urged him to seek out Song Qing, and he couldn't help but feel they were privy to something. He instinctively asked Achio, Why did you encourage me to look for Song Qing back then? Guccio had initially intended to inform Zhao Yulong that the girl he chatted with online was indeed Song Qing, but he was interrupted mid-thought. He blinked, raised an eyebrow, and pondered aloud, Well, I just thought it wasn't right for you to remain single. Since you've always been close to Song Qing, I figured it was worth a shot to encourage you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yulong's expression dimmed as he looked down, then turned to Qin Zhiyi. Sister Qin, aren't you able to read faces? Could you perhaps help me find out where Song Qing is? Qin Zhiyi felt a twinge of awkwardness. It was evident that Zhao Yulong had encountered setbacks in his search for Song Qing, but her supposed ability to read faces was nothing more than a fabrication. Suddenly, an apologetic look crossed her face, and she was torn between concocting another excuse to deceive him or confessing the truth. If she chose to be forthright, how would she explain her previous statements? Just when she was in a quandary, Guccio curiously interjected, You haven't found Song Qing? Zhao Yulong sighed and succinctly recounted the findings from Huang Yueqi and his own investigations over the past few days, subsequently revealing his concern. Do you think she could have contracted some terminal illness? Guccio raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. Based on the timeline from his previous life, Song Qing would likely choose to end her life 4 to 5 years from now. While it was possible she had a terminal illness, he personally doubted it. However, discussing such matters was futile at this juncture. The priority was to track her down. He couldn't help but feel regretful. Had he only asked a few more questions in his past life, he might have been able to assist Zhao Yulong. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he asked, Why don't you consider seeking help from the police? Zhao Yulong sighed again. I already tried that, even pulled some strings, but they told me she is fine and simply doesn't want to meet with me. As he spoke, he agitatedly ran his fingers through his hair. I even contacted her parents, but those two scoundrels claimed they were busy with their new family and hadn't seen Song Qing in years. They have no idea how she is doing. Frustrated, he exclaimed, How can there be such negligent parents in this world? Observing his distress, Qin Zhiyi quickly attempted to comfort him. I know a private investigator who is quite reputable in the field. Shall I reach out to him for you? Zhao Yulong's eyes brightened at her suggestion. Really? Let us give it a shot. There's always a way out, right? Qin Zhiyi smiled in response. Zhao Yulong nodded slightly. All right, just let me know how much it costs. Moments later, the once cheerful atmosphere of the barbecue had turned heavy and oppressive due to the matter concerning Song Qing. Sensing the shift, Zhao Yulong sought a pretext to step outside for some fresh air. As he walked along the desolate, dilapidated street, he reminisced about the precious memories he shared with Song Qing during their brief time together in freshman year and found himself murmuring, after all these years, I can hardly remember your face or voice. That day when I was drunk, I spoke of you, and others told me what I felt wasn't love, but merely an obsession with youth. Honestly, I can't define my feelings for you. Yet, whether it's love or obsession, I simply wish to see you again. As Zhao Yulong muttered to himself and walked. He didn't realize how much time had passed before he stopped by the roadside, reaching into his pocket for a cigarette. However, upon opening the pack, he discovered it was empty. Frustrated, he crumpled the box into a ball and tossed it into a nearby trash can. The next moment, he noticed a convenience store not far ahead, but upon attempting to approach it, he realized he hadn't brought his phone or wallet. Grinding his teeth in annoyance as he stomped his foot. Damn it! Left with no choice, Zhao Yulong turned back. Just then, a young woman brushed past him, heading straight for the convenience store. Qing, I'm here to cover your shift. Chapter 40, Qingming. The following day, Qingming. The sky was overcast, and the air felt stifling, as if a heavy rain was imminent. Zhao Yulong stood by the well in the yard, filling a cup with water from a small bucket at his feet, while simultaneously squeezing toothpaste, grumbling as usual. The weather changes faster than a person's mood. Damn it. If it's going to rain, at least wait until we return from the grave visit. Otherwise, I won't give you that pile of 100 billion. Sitting at the table in front of the inner door, Gu Qiu urged, You're still chattering while brushing your teeth. Hurry up. We need to leave soon. Meanwhile, Grandma Chun had called out for Qin Zhiyi several times outside the guest room. But upon receiving no response, she curiously opened the door only to find the room empty. Turning back, she asked, Qiu, where's Zhi? However, as soon as she spoke, she realized it was a futile question. After all, she had risen much earlier than Gu Qiu and hadn't seen Qin Zhiyi, let alone him. Hearing this, Gu Qiu felt puzzled as well. Isn't she in her room? Just then, Sun Afong placed 2 large bags of paper gold ingots by the front door, overhearing their conversation and chiming in. Xiao, he left before dawn. She was on a call and seemed quite urgent. Hasn't she returned yet? Upon hearing this, Grandma Chen's face filled with concern. That child isn't familiar with the area. Why can't she discuss things with us? What if something happens while she's out wandering alone? Gu Qiu remained relatively calm, pausing his video scrolling to send a message to Qin Zhiyi on WeChat. Where are you? The other side replied swiftly. I am currently enjoying breakfast outside. Upon seeing the message, Gu Qiu felt a sense of relief and continued typing. Why did you leave without a word? Grandma's quite worried about you. After a moment, Qin Zhiyi sent back a voice message. Gu Qiu played it through the speaker. This is my first visit to Yunxi, and I thought I'd wander around and take some photos. I came across a video last night mentioning that the sunrise view from Yunli Mountain is spectacular. So I set out early. Who would have thought the weather would turn so quickly? I'll just have to explore a bit. Let Grandma know not to worry about me. By the time you return from visiting the graves, I should be back too. Hearing her voice, Grandma Chun let out a sigh of relief. This silly child. It's all because of the bad weather lately. I want to take her out for some fun, but it looks like we'll have to wait for another time. However, Gu Qiu furrowed his brow slightly. Qin Zhiyi had mentioned she was having breakfast. Yet the unmistakable sound of wind in her voice message sowed seeds of doubt in his mind. Yet, he could not decipher the woman's thoughts, so he refrained from dwelling on it further. In no time, everyone finished their breakfast, tidied up, and set off to the Beishan Cemetery with a plethora of offerings. Within the Yunxi district, there are 2 renowned mountains. One is Yunli Mountain, which rises nearly 300 meters above sea level and has been developed into a tourist attraction. The other, Beishan stands at a modest height of 100 meters and is infamous as a burial site, hosting two cemeteries midway up the mountain. The ordinary Beishan Cemetery and the expansive Martyr Cemetery, earning it the moniker of Hero Mountain. Beishan is located in Fengling Town, requiring nearly 30 minutes of travel from Yiqi Town. When Gu Qiu and the others arrived, it was already well past morning, but the road leading to the mountainside was congested, consuming a considerable amount of time in queuing and searching for parking. By the time everyone settled in, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Zhao Yulong unloaded the items from the trunk with a heavy thud as he slammed the door shut. I can't believe it. This dreadful place buries so many people each year, yet never thinks to expand the roads or parking. At this, Grandma Chun gave his shoulder a light pat. What are you saying? Your Aunt Lon is resting in this so-called dreadful place. Stop your nonsense, quickly. Gu Qiu cast him a glance. You really need to curb that unfiltered habit of yours. At least be mindful of the occasion. Zhao Yulong scratched his head, slightly abashed. Apologies. I've just gotten used to it. I promise to amend my ways. Sun Afong, feeling unwell from motion sickness, interjected, It's getting late. Let us hurry up. Everyone nodded in agreement, picked up their offerings, and hastily made their way toward the cemetery. The Beishan Cemetery had undergone an expansion, now divided into two major areas. And with the annual addition of graves, the group almost became lost. Fortunately, Zhao Yulong recalled the path from memory, leading them to Shun Yuelan's grave. As they came to a halt, Zhao Yulong noticed a bouquet already placed in front of the tombstone. Puzzled, he remarked, Oh, this year, there are actually others visiting? Grandma Chen followed his gaze and smiled gently. Your Aunt Lon did so many good deeds in her lifetime. It's only natural that someone remembers her and comes to pay their respects. Sun Afong nodded in agreement and handed her prepared bouquet to Xie Zhe. Xiao Zhe, go and offer flowers to your Aunt Lon. Xie Zhe obediently complied. Among the five, only Gu Qiu stood there in a daze, gazing at the bouquet composed of carnations, white chrysanthemums, and baby's breath, murmuring softly, You could have come along with us. Chapter 41. Because Mom liked it in a previous life, Qin Zhiyi was 27 years old, and it was during the second Qingming festival after officially being with Gu Qiu that she accompanied him back to Yun City to honor their ancestors. They set out early, assisting Grandma Chun in purchasing offerings, then proceeded to the flower shop to collect the pre-ordered flowers. Unexpectedly, the shopkeeper had mixed up the orders due to the rush. But fortunately, there were fresh flowers available, although it cost them some time. Upon exiting the flower shop, Qin Zhiyi, clad in a simple black long dress, lowered her gaze, contemplating the bouquet in her arms. Her jade-like eyes blinked as she inquired in a cool tone, Why did you select two main flowers? Common bouquets typically feature a single type of flower or one primary flower paired with a secondary one. But the bouquet she held was encircled by a ring of baby's breath, with interspersed carnations and white chrysanthemums. The overall color scheme leaned warm, and although the combination was not unpleasing, it felt somewhat peculiar. Gu Qiu adjusted the items in his hands and smiled lightly as he explained. The white chrysanthemums symbolize my remembrance of Aunt Lon, and the carnations are because my mom liked them. Qin Zhiyi evidently did not grasp his words. Turning towards him in confusion, Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow and elaborated back in third grade. My friend Alung and I saw a wealthy classmate buy flowers to please his mother. With Mother's Day approaching, even though we were poor, we still scrimped and saved to buy a bouquet of carnations for Aunt Lon. I remember when we presented her with the flowers and wished her a happy Mother's Day. She was so taken aback that she stood frozen. And once she regained her composure, she embraced us and wept uncontrollably. Eventually, that bouquet withered, but she couldn't bear to throw it away and turned it into a preserved specimen to keep. We witnessed her joy, and it stayed in our hearts. From that year onward, every Mother's Day, we would gift her flowers. Aunt Lon once said that in terms of fragrance, she adored osmanthus the most, but emotionally, that bouquet of carnations held the most significance for her. As he spoke, his expression grew complex, tinged with nostalgia, sorrow, and longing. Observing this, Qin Zhiyi gently wrapped her arm around his, softly adding, And she loved my mom too. At her words, Gu Qiu paused, then nodded in agreement. Yes, because Mom liked it. Upon hearing the story, I, along with the Qiu, decided to name this bouquet combination 3 remembrance flowers, inspired by the meaning of longing each flower represented. I also suggested that we personally prepare the 3 remembrance flowers for you in the future, and we truly started nurturing them at home, but regrettably, we could only maintain it for 2 years. It was early morning. Qin Zhiyi, dressed in a casual outfit, knelt before the gravestone engraved with the name of her beloved Shun Yuan, recounting the origins of the 3 remembrance flowers cradled in her arms. Her starry eyes blinked as she slowly began. Aunt Lan, are you aware that I am a person reborn? If you know, then you must also understand how much your precious Qiu suffered at my hands in the past life. You must be heartbroken and would not wish to see me, hoping that in this life I won't entangle him again. But alas, I cannot comply. I assure you, whether in this life or the last, I have loved him deeply. I was merely foolish and naive back then, failing to learn how to love him properly, and I brought him the suffering I endured. I vow that in this life, I shall not repeat the same mistakes. I will make him the center of my universe, with his happiness and joy as my ultimate purpose, to accompany him and love him. So, I beseech you for another chance, please. Shortly after her words fell silent, the forest suddenly echoed with the cheerful calls of magpies. Qin Zhiyi's expression stiffened as she stared at the tombstone. Is this your way of agreeing? Thank you, Aunt Lan. As she finished her words, she placed the 3 lotus flowers at the foot of the gravestone and knelt on the ground, devoutly bowing 3 times. Subsequently, Qin Zhiyi half-squatted beside it, recounting, at a leisurely pace, the events that had transpired between her and Gu Qiu since her reincarnation. As her narrative drew to a close, her phone suddenly chimed with a WeChat notification. Noticing that Gu Qiu and Grandma Chun were worried about her, she hurriedly sent a voice message lasting several seconds. Then, Qin Zhiyi gradually stood up, took a deep breath, and gently spoke. Aunt Lan, I must take my leave. In any case, I have already resolved to remain in Yun City for this lifetime. In the future, I shall come to report on the progress between me and a Qiu whenever I find the time. She stepped back a couple of paces, her gaze falling once more upon the 3 lotus flowers. In her previous life, she had never inquired when Gu Qiu began presenting Aunt Lan with these flowers, nor did she know how he would react upon seeing this bouquet. Would he feel that there exists someone in this world who resonates with his sentiments? Might he wonder if that person was, in fact, herself? Let us now fast forward 3 hours. Gu Qiu stood before the gravestone, glancing at the familiar 3 lotus flowers. He instinctively thought of Qin Zhiyi and then looked down at the nearly identical bouquet he held in his hands. From a certain perspective, it could indeed be considered a meeting of minds. Beside him, Zhao Yulong placed the basket containing offerings next to Grandma Chun. Observing that Xieja had finished laying down his flowers, yet Gu Qiu remained still, Zhao Yulong patted him on the shoulder. What are you thinking? Quickly place your flowers down. Gu Qiu, taken aback by this sudden gesture, took a breath and placed the 3 lotus flowers on the other side of the gravestone, perfectly mirroring Qin Zhiyi's bouquet. Zhao Yulong soon sensed something amiss and inquired, Why do your flowers resemble this person's? Gu Qiu replied nonchalantly, just a coincidence. Zhao Yulong scratched his head. It really is a coincidence. Why are both of you adding carnations to the mix? At his words, Gu Qiu raised his gaze slightly to the inscription, but his mind was flooded with memories of that kind, smiling face. Because our mother liked them. Chapter 42. It should be stable. Gu Qiu's words prompted Zhao Yulong to reminisce about the times he had brought flowers to Aunt Lan. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly. Then, I shall also bring carnations next time. After he spoke, he noticed that Grandma Chun had already arranged the offerings, and quickly picked up the bag containing paper money and gold ingots, moving aside. In Yun City, there are many customs associated with the Qingming festival. Despite official proclamations advocating for civilized rituals, numerous families continue to uphold the tradition of burning paper money. The cemetery, resigned to this practice and considering safety, had built small pits beside each grave specifically for burning paper offerings. Before long, Zhao Yulong handed 3 long incense sticks to Grandma Chun. Once she had finished bowing to the grave, he turned to begin burning the money. On Qingming, the 3 incense sticks lit at the grave allow the deceased to return from the netherworld partake in the meals prepared by their families, and listen to the words of longing from their loved ones. After a stick is burned down, they depart, taking the paper offerings with them. This is an old and widely known belief in Qin Zhiyi, one that Grandma Qin fervently adheres to. Therefore, after placing the long incense on the gravestone, she hurriedly began reminiscing with her daughter. "Lon Lon, how have you been over there? Have any little spirits been bullying you?" No. My Lon Lon was a great benevolent person in life. Surely she receives special care and wouldn't be bullied. Oh, how I wish you would come to me in a dream. It's been over 6 months since I last dreamed of you. I miss you. My poor Lon Lon, there is no sorrow greater than that of a white-haired person mourning a black-haired one. Grandma Qin's words carried an inherent melancholy, and her tears, once shed, only deepened the pain. The atmosphere grew heavy with sadness, enveloping the 4 individuals nearby. Yet, to avoid disturbing her, no one spoke. They simply took turns bowing and paying their respects on the mat beside her. Guqiu, positioned third in line, knelt down, and the tears that had been welling in his eyes finally fell, unbidden. He silently vowed, "Mother, Achio has returned." Achio had a dream, in which she left Qin Zhiyi, only able to return to see you each Qingming, and even then, she was unable to come back due to illness. The guilt weighed heavily on me, so I have decided to stay in Qin Zhiyi for this lifetime and can talk with you whenever I have the chance. So you want to feel lonely. As for home, there is no need to worry. Along and I have managed to take care of ourselves. Along with Grandma and Aunt Sun soon after, he collected his thoughts and bowed 3 more times, just as he intended to relieve Along in burning paper money. The latter began to act up again. Zhao Yulong, holding 2 stacks of already ignited bills, faced away from the grave, towards the sky. "Oh heavens! I accidentally burned through 100 billion in cash, and this is all that remains. I can't be bothered to count. It's all zeros anyway, and it's all in dollars. I'll burn you 2 stacks. Take good care, my Lon Lon." As he spoke, a bill was whisked away by the wind. This scene was promptly witnessed by the gravekeeper, a middle-aged man who rushed over with a look of horror. "Hey, put the paper money in the pit. If it blows away and ignites the mountain, you'll be in for a long time behind bars." Following this, the gravekeeper delivered a 10-minute lecture on safety to Zhao Yulong before departing. At this moment, the long incense on the gravestone had long since burned out. Zhao Yulong, on the verge of tears, lamented, "I haven't even bowed yet. Should we light 3 more to summon Aunt Lon back?" Guqiu's face was a portrait of exasperation as he raised a hand to his forehead. Enough already. Guqiu and his companions returned to Yunxi town around noon and, after deliberating, decided to find a restaurant for a meal. This time, Guqiu wisely contacted Qin Zhiyi first, asking her to secure a table at the restaurant, ultimately saving them from waiting in line. The restaurant's decor was modest, yet the dining environment was pleasant. The private room was spacious with excellent lighting, and from the glass window, they could see fish frolicking in the small pond outside. Zhao Yulong was called away to move a car. Upon returning, casually remarked, "It started to drizzle outside." Upon hearing this, Grandma Chun seemed to recall something and turned to look at Qin Zhiyi beside her. After such a long time, Grandma Chun's demeanor had relaxed significantly, her face regaining a warm smile. "Little E, I'm sorry this time. I couldn't take you out to enjoy yourselves properly. We'll pick a time, check the weather in advance, and I'll bring you over for a good tour." Qin Zhiyi's clear eyes sparkled as she smiled sweetly. "Sure, I'll be counting on you, Grandma." Grandma Chun replied earnestly, "What is the trouble in that? We've settled on this, then. After all, both you and Achio have weekends, so you have plenty of time." At this, Guqiu, who was teaching Siege how to play a game, looked up in confusion. How did this suddenly turn into a discussion about me? Weekends are meant for catching up on sleep, aren't they? However, he understood that speaking up now would lead to another lecture from Grandma, so he simply lowered his head again. Shortly after, the restaurant staff began serving the dishes. Suddenly, Grandma Chun switched the topic and curiously asked Qin Zhiyi, "Little, on such an important day as Qingming, won't your family mind if you don't go back to pay your respects?" At her words, Qin Zhiyi's smile instantly faltered. After her rebirth, the first resolution she made was to win over Guqiu, and the second was to sever all ties with her family, erasing every means of contact with them. In essence, Anyone who dared to obstruct her path to happiness would be crushed beneath her feet like a broken stone. Without further contemplation, she adjusted her expression and chuckled lightly. They have my brother. That is sufficient. Grandmother Chun, however, keenly detected the subtle shift in Qin Zhiyi's tone, and combined with her earlier facial expressions, quickly formed a conjecture in her mind, silently chiding herself for being too inquisitive. Her initial intention was simply to share with this child the circumstances surrounding Ichio and herself, yet she knew nothing of Qin Zhiyi's family situation. She had intended to inquire further, hoping to foster a deeper connection between the two. Little did she realize that there were significant conflicts at home, which only deepened her sympathy for the girl raised in a family that valued sons over daughters. She promptly changed the subject and began to serve her some dishes. All right, the food is ready. Let us eat and chat. Come, Xiao, eat this free-range chicken looks delightful. Do have a taste. Ichio Xiaozha. Put down your phones and join us for dinner. That afternoon, the quartet of Guqiu made their way back to Yunmeng District. Although Guqiu intended to head straight back to school, his grandmother insisted he stay for dinner, which delayed him until nightfall. He rushed into the office. Having already missed the first evening class, placing his drenched umbrella by the door and retrieving the exam papers he had cradled in his arms. At that moment, the head of the history department walked in. Teacher Gu, have you finished grading your papers? You are the only one left in the first year who hasn't uploaded your scores yet. Guqiu nodded slightly and replied, I'll input the scores into the computer right away. Great, do it as soon as possible. He promptly utilized the desktop computer in the office, inputting the scores of the 3 exam papers with remarkable speed. Just before the last evening study session concluded, he received the papers from both Class 9 and Class 15. After a brief organization, he meticulously reviewed them and was soon taken aback. The difficulty of this exam had increased compared to the last, yet Class 9 had shown improvement. And surprisingly, Class 15 scores were not far behind. Reflecting on his wager with Qin Zhiyi, he couldn't help but exclaim, it should be secure. The following day, as the third period approached its conclusion, Qin Zhiyi descended the stairs with her backpack, just in time to spot Guqiu arriving on his electric scooter. As he drew nearer, she noticed the 3 boxes of AD calcium milk strapped to his vehicle. Her starry eyes flickered with realization. Preparing something for the students? Guqiu parked the scooter and replied nonchalantly, both classes did well this time, so I thought I'd encourage them with a little something. With that, he began unloading 2 boxes, stacking them together, and after a brief moment of gathering strength, he carried them toward the stairway. Observing this, Qin Zhiyi placed her bag on the seat of the scooter and lifted the last box to follow his pace. With this, you should be able to win the wager, right? Not absolutely. We'll have to wait for the final tally to know for sure. I believe in you, she declared. The students in Class 15 deserve that belief. I believe in all of you. You've all worked diligently. The two exchanged light banter as they quickly transported the AD calcium milk into the office. At that moment, only Chun Xian was present. Noticing their activity, he adjusted his glasses and smiled. Ichio, is this an early celebration? Of course. We must celebrate the students' progress. Guqiu replied casually, using a damage pen to cut through the tape on the boxes, extracting 2 packs of AD calcium milk, and placing one on each of the 6 desks in the office. When it came to Qin Zhiyi, he raised an eyebrow, contemplated momentarily, and ultimately handed her an entire pack. Qin Zhiyi, observing this gesture, felt a smile spread across her cheeks. Chen Qian, not to be outdone, inserted a straw into his bottle and took a sip. It seems I haven't had this for nearly a decade. Thanks to Ichio, I'm revisiting my youth. In response, Guqiu placed the remaining 2 bottles on Chen Qian's desk. Brother Chun, why would you be polite with me? If you need more, feel free to take it. I'm off to park. When he first started working, Chen Qian had been a considerable help to him and was one of the few teachers with whom he could converse comfortably. After leaving that remark, Guqiu exited before Chen Qian could respond. As he returned to his electric scooter, he noticed Qin Zhiyi's bag. He picked it up and turned to see if she was following him, only to find her sipping from a pack of AD calcium milk. Her clear eyes sparkling with delight, a look of sweetness adorning her face. Guqiu found himself captivated by her charm, staring dazedly until she approached him. Snapping him back to reality, slightly embarrassed, he coughed. and quickly handed her the bag. She accepted it and slung it over her shoulder. Then, she seemed to remember something and prompted, "You don't need to go to the cafeteria for lunch. I'm heading to my grandmother's now, and will bring back food for you later." Upon hearing this, Guccio, who was about to twist the key in the ignition, hesitated, puzzled. "What do you need to go to your grandmother's for?" "She asked me to come over. Perhaps she has taken a liking to me." A hint of pride shone in Qin Zhiyi's eyes as she spoke. Her reasoning was irrefutable, and Guccio could only shake his head helplessly, muttering, "I see," before riding away. Qin Zhiyi watched his retreating figure, glanced at the calcium milk in her hand, and chuckled softly. So sweet. Half an hour later, in class 15, as the bell rang to signal the start of class, Guccio entered the classroom with a stack of exam papers and his camera. Although they were still in the grading phase, many students had already infiltrated the office to check their scores. After some calculations, they discovered that the entire class had improved significantly in history. Yet they were still uncertain about their precise ranking, prompting a flurry of questions. "Teacher Gu, can we win? Class 13 ranked 7th last time, and we compared our scores. Theirs can't possibly be higher than ours. Can't the grading system announce results subject by subject? Why is the English paper taking so long to be graded? Teacher, do you have any results yet?" Guccio raised his hand to interrupt the cacophony. "Stop asking. I don't have results either. But the English scores are already being entered into the computer. You should know the results by the end of the afternoon." While speaking, he adjusted his camera, pointing the lens toward the door. Then, he extracted a portion of the exam papers. "Su Jinlin, please distribute these papers." The history class representative, sitting in the third row, quickly approached the podium to hand out the papers. Guccio then turned to leave the classroom. Soon, students who received their papers began checking for errors while verifying their scores to ensure the teacher hadn't miscalculated. Those without papers engaged in hushed discussions. What's going on? Are those without papers going to face teacher Gu's wrath? Impossible. Su Jinlin didn't even get a paper. The stack on the podium must be high scores. Teacher Gu will surely commend them. Can I really be praised for scoring only 67? Guccio's words seemed to draw the attention of the crowd, who were engaged in animated conversation. Suddenly, they spotted him outside the window, carrying 2 boxes of calcium milk, and their collective gasp filled the air. "Oh, ah." The students' expressions shifted from confusion to excitement. Guccio placed the calcium milk on the table, exhaled a breath of relief, and surveyed the room before speaking. The exam was actually a bit more challenging than the last, but everyone performed admirably, so I brought you all a small reward. This time, 5 students in our class scored over 90, and each will receive 4 bottles. As he spoke, he opened the cardboard box and retrieved 5 trays of milk. Su Jinlin, 94 points. He handed the exam paper and a tray of calcium milk to the girl who approached him. Qin Zhiyi, 91 points. After distributing to Zhao Qin and the others, envy radiated from many students in the classroom. Then Guccio proceeded to divide the remaining milk. For those who scored above 85, we have 9 students this time, each receiving 2 bottles. Kai Kefin, 88 points. After handing out the rewards to these 9 students, only 2 exam papers remained on the podium. I initially hesitated to reward the next 2, as their scores were lower than some who have not yet received milk, fearing it might upset you. However, after much contemplation, I decided to proceed, as their progress in this exam was remarkable. The Best Improvement Award goes to 2 individuals. Liu Qisong, who scored 45 last time, improved to 67, a leap of 22 points. Su Xiaoan, who previously scored 57, achieved 79 this time, also an improvement of 22 points. Come, each of you will receive 2 bottles. The boy who approached from the back wore a grin that stretched from ear to ear, brimming with joy. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoan in the front row maintained a calm demeanor, merely accepting her reward with a faint smile. Guccio instinctively glanced at her a couple of times, but refrained from saying anything further, redirecting his attention to the entire class. We still have 6 bottles left. Shortly, we will call on some of you to answer questions, and those who answer correctly will receive them, prioritizing those who have not yet received any. He continued, for those who didn't get any this time, don't be disheartened. Keep striving. There will be more rewards after our next monthly exam, and you already know I'm making short videos. Once those gain popularity, I will be able to offer even better prizes. The students responded enthusiastically. Great. Long live old Gu. He concluded. Now, without further ado, let us pose a few questions and then discuss the exam papers. Later that day, Gu Qiu had eaten breakfast early and had been busy with students' rewards, leaving him quite famished. However, he refrained from going to the cafeteria as he had made plans with Qin Zhiyi. To his surprise, after waiting over 20 minutes in the office, some students returned from their meals, yet there was still no sign of Qin Zhiyi. Messages sent her way went unanswered. Finally, after staring at his phone screen for 3 minutes, Gu Qiu couldn't help but mutter, "She is even less reliable than Ulung." With that, he decided to abandon his weight and head to the cafeteria for some leftover food to fill his stomach. Just as he descended the stairs, he suddenly heard faint sobs emanating from the corridor leading to the back playground. Driven by curiosity, Gu Qiu walked over slowly. Turning the corner, he immediately spotted a familiar figure curled up on the steps. Xiao Han. Chapter 44. If you can take responsibility for your choices, then please remain steadfast in that choice. Gazing at Su Xiaoan, who was crying inconsolably, Gu Qiu rummaged through his pockets only to realize he had no tissues on hand. Simultaneously, Su Xiaoan noticed his arrival and immediately stifled her sobs, though she couldn't suppress her whimpers. Gu Qiu approached her, half squatting down. "Did you bring any tissues? Wipe your tears first." Hearing this, Su Xiaoan retrieved a pack of tissues from her jacket pocket and dabbed at her tear-stained eyes. Gu Qiu stood by, waiting for her to calm down slightly before asking, "What happened? Is it because you didn't do well in your other subjects?" Noticing her silence, Gu Qiu continued to speculate. "Did you have a conflict with a classmate? Is the academic pressure too overwhelming? Could it be a romantic issue?" At the mention of the last possibility, Su Xiaoan's body trembled, and the tears she had managed to suppress began to well up again. Gu Qiu noticed the subtle change in her demeanor, finding it hard to believe she was facing difficulties in her romantic life. To him, she had always been the quiet, composed girl who rarely interacted with boys. He never imagined she might be secretly involved in a relationship. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed further. "Is it a relationship issue? Or did your homeroom teacher catch you?" At that moment, Qin Zhiyi appeared in the corridor. Having seen Gu Qiu descend from afar, she initially intended to hide and tease him, only to find him walking away, prompting her curiosity to follow. To her surprise, she stumbled upon this scene. She refrained from approaching, leaning against the wall, waiting for what would unfold. Su Xiaoan, hugging her knees, remained silent for an unknown duration before finally meeting Gu Qiu's gaze and slowly beginning to speak. Gu Qiu listened patiently to her tale, which revealed that she had been in an online relationship with a boy from her age group since the second year of junior high. Their relationship had developed well and remained well hidden. However, her mother uncovered a gift from the boy yesterday, forcing her to end the relationship and informing Yan Jingye, who subsequently reprimanded her during recess for letting early love interfere with her studies. Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu frowned in contemplation. It was difficult for him to judge the validity of Su Xiaoan's relationship. However, this morning, while in the office, he had overheard a group of teachers discussing her recent perfect scores in mathematics and English, with other subjects also performing well. The principal had even considered moving her to a key class, indicating that her studies had not been adversely affected. Meanwhile, having finally shared her story, the pent-up emotions within Su Xiaoan surged forth, and she began to cry uncontrollably once more. Seeing this, Gu Qiu felt utterly helpless. Suddenly, Qin Zhiyi stepped forward from behind. Handing Gu Qiu her bag containing a lunchbox, she then knelt beside Su Xiaoan, gently patting her back in a comforting manner. "Teacher Gu, leave this to me." Hearing this, Gu Qiu took a step back to lean against the wall. Observing her confident demeanor, he couldn't help but recall the Qin Zhiyi from his previous life. However, in the next instant, Qin Zhiyi playfully winked at him. "Are you sure you want to hear her story?" At her words, Gu Qiu pressed his lips together, realizing he could no longer linger. He offered a parting remark before turning to leave. "If you need anything, just call me." "All right," Qin Zhiyi responded with a gentle smile. Watching him depart before like Su Xiaoan, she sat on the steps, hugging her knees. She blinked a couple of times and softly inquired, Do you really like him? Despite still shedding tears, Su Xiaoan nodded without hesitation. Qin Zhiyi also nodded slightly in agreement. She lifted her clear eyes, gazing into the distance, and softly said, "Let me share my story with you. During my junior year, I found myself engulfed in a profound melancholy due to personal issues, and my life felt utterly chaotic, as if I were at the nadir of my existence. One day, quite unexpectedly, I met a boy through a game. He was 2 years my junior. Upon learning my story, he persistently offered guidance and solace. Gradually, under his influence and companionship, I began to heal and developed an interest in this boy who had become my savior. Eventually, I came to realize that I had indeed fallen for him. Alas, my mother inadvertently discovered this affair and inquired about the boy's background. Upon learning that he was an orphan, devoid of power or influence, my family vehemently opposed our relationship, insisting that I break up with him. However, I was resolute in my desires and refused to acquiesce, steadfastly upholding my choice. As she listened, tears silently ceased to flow from Su Xiaoan's eyes. Qin Zhiyi glanced at her with a gentle smile and remarked, "Are you surprised that I haven't dissuaded you from pursuing a young romance? It is because I understand that emotions cannot be controlled, rather than repressing them. It is far better to guide them towards a positive direction." At that moment, Gu Qiu stood at the stairwell, occasionally glancing behind him and at the lunchbox within his canvas bag, lost in thought. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, startling him. Su Yutian, taken aback by his reaction, quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Lao Gu. Did I frighten you?" Gu Qiu exhaled, casting her a disgruntled glance. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunqing, holding a bag of chips, leaned closer, observing the canvas bag in Gu Qiu's possession with curiosity. "If I'm not mistaken, that appears to be Teacher Qin's bag. Lao Gu, are you waiting for Teacher Qin? Surely you're not going on a date." Gu Qiu, already irritable due to having missed a meal, replied tersely, "Date? What nonsense!" Sensing Gu Qiu's displeasure, Jiang Yunqing wisely fell silent. Su Yutian, however, heard Qin Zhiyi's voice from behind and, intrigued, approached. Gu Qiu and Jiang Yunqing followed suit. In a fleeting moment, Su Yutian noticed Qin Zhiyi comforting a girl and quickly settled beside Su Xiaoan, eagerly joining the conversation. She occasionally patted Su Xiaoan's back, offering words of comfort or playfully critiquing Yan Jingye, while snatching chips from Jiang Yunqing and occasionally feeding them to Su Xiaoan. After nearly a quarter of an hour, Su Xiaoan's spirits had significantly improved, prompting Qin Zhiyi to conclude her counseling session. "If you can take responsibility for your choices, then please remain steadfast in them. Relationships are not solely an individual affair. You should communicate all that has transpired with him and together devise a plan. I hope you can continue on this path together. For a romance that begins in school and endures is indeed a beautiful tale." Chapter 45. Is that person Gu Laosher? If you can take responsibility for your choices, then please remain steadfast in them. Su Xiaoan murmured Qin Zhiyi's words twice, as if unraveling the knots in her heart, a smile gracing her cheeks as she nodded vigorously. "I will never give up." She and Song Song had vowed to attend the same university, to raise a puppy and a kitten and to travel hand in hand, believing that together they could enjoy the beauty of the future and face any challenges and setbacks that lay ahead with newfound determination. Su Xiaoan looked up at Qin Zhiyi and bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Qin." She then turned to express her thanks to Gu Qiu and the others nearby. "Oh, I just remembered who you are. You're the academic whiz from class 15, right?" I'm Su Yudian from class 9. Your teacher, Yin, is notoriously unreasonable and loves to unfairly label students. Just look at how Lao Gu has been caught up in it. If it gets too unbearable, you could always transfer to our class. I'll have your back." Su Yudan, naturally outgoing, took Su Xiaoan's hand and led her back along the corridor, chattering away. Gu Qiu silently followed, sneaking glances at Qin Zhiyi, curious about what had transpired between her and Su Xiaoan that had so swiftly restored the latter's confidence. He silently echoed her earlier words, pondering, "So, coming to Yun City to find me is your choice for life?" Qin Zhiyi, unperturbed by his thoughts, casually asked Su Xiaoan as they reached the stairwell, "Xiaoan, have you eaten?" Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoan lowered her gaze, wrestling with her thoughts before shaking her head in honesty. Observing her hesitation, Qin Zhiyi's eyes sparkled, and she suggested, at this hour, the cafeteria is likely running low on food. Let me take you out to eat. Su Xiaoan shook her head once more, softly stating, Teacher Qin, you've already been so kind to me. I have duty today, so I want to go. I'm not very hungry. I can manage without a meal. However, Su Yutian interjected, what nonsense. A person is like iron, and a meal is like steel. How can you skip a meal? She thrust half a bag of chips into Su Xiaoan's hands. Here, have some, and I'll grab some instant noodles and bread from that chubby guy for you. At this, Jiang Yunqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, you're taking my stuff to curry favor? Chubby guy, I'm just worried that if you take it over, people might misunderstand. Although, given your appearance, I doubt she would be interested. What is wrong with my appearance? I haven't eaten your family rice. And you're healthy and well-nourished, yet you're still short. Chubby guy, do you want to get smacked? As the two squabbled again, Guqiu shook his head in exasperation and retrieved a dark green lunchbox from his canvas bag, offering it to Su Xiaoan. Xiaoan, you can have this. Fearing she would refuse again, he added, but this isn't free. I'll deduct it from your history points later. Su Xiaoan hesitated, countering, but what about you? Teacher Guqiu shrugged. I don't have any classes this afternoon. I can eat whatever I want at home. To his astonishment, the bickering duo turned to him in unison. Lao Gu, are you leaving? Aren't you supposed to go over the exam papers with us at noon? Guqiu shot them an exasperated look, raising an eyebrow in contemplation. All right then, Jiang Yunqing, you're bringing me those noodles and bread later. Su Youtian's eyes lit up. This sounds good. Jiang Yunqing sighed, lowering his head in resignation. Lao Gu, you can't exploit students like this. That's their afternoon snack. Exactly. Qin Zhiyi, who had been silent until now, chuckled softly. After weighing her options, she took the lunchbox from Guqiu and handed it to Su Xiaoan. Xiaoan, you should eat this. Yin Cheng, you can grab some snacks for your teacher to fill his stomach, and I'll head out now to buy you another meal, along with a snack. How does a hand-grab pancake sound? At this, Jiang Yunqing's face brightened. That sounds amazing. Long live Teacher Qin. Everyone agreed with Qin Zhiyi's plan without objection. Su Yutian initially intended to pull Su Xiaoan along, but noticing her rooted in place, seemingly wanting to converse with Qin Zhiyi, she prudently accompanied Jiang Yunqing as they ascended the staircase with Guqiu. Old Gu, you distributed AD calcium milk to class 15, didn't you? Don't forget about us. Indeed, we can't have favoritism. By the way, when will the score rankings be released? I'm eagerly waiting for you to slap that surnamed Yan's face. As the trio's figures gradually faded from view, Qin Zhiyi observed Su Xiaoan holding her lunchbox, facing her, and approached with a smile, gently tidying the slightly disheveled strands of hair by her side. All right, don't let your thoughts wander. If you don't eat soon, your meal will go cold. If you're worried about the smell disturbing the class, you can eat at my desk in the office. With Teacher Gu and Su Yutian there, no one will say anything against you. Her tender words of concern enveloped Su Xiaoan in warmth. The latter obediently nodded, watching as Qin Zhiyi turned to leave. Suddenly, curiosity got the better of her. Teacher Qin, is that person you mentioned, Teacher Gu? Qin Zhiyi paused, turned back with a smile, and placed a finger against her lips in a shushing gesture. Keep it a secret from me, okay? I will. As evening fell, with Qin Zhiyi taking over the last 2 periods of evening self-study, Guqiu felt considerably relieved. After the class concluded, he returned home directly, took a quick shower, and began editing the video he had prepared to reward his students that morning. At that moment, he uploaded the edited video onto the Dream Seekshore video platform. Taking a sip of the cold cola resting on the coffee table, he reclined back onto the sofa. For some inexplicable reason, he harbored a strong premonition that this video would go viral. Thus, Guqiu incessantly refreshed the latest video, eagerly anticipating a surge in data. Finally, after nearly 10 refreshes, the solitary heart he had clicked on transformed into 2, accompanied by a new comment. It was noteworthy that previously, data changes would typically take nearly 10 minutes. However, this time, less than 2 minutes had elapsed since he posted the video when someone had already liked and commented, seemingly confirming his intuition. With excitement and anticipation, Guqiu took a couple of deep breaths to calm himself before clicking into the comment section. The very next moment, he spotted the soul comment. First comment, history is not as fragrant as I am. AD calcium milk, delicious, love it. Guccio was taken aback that this comment did not discuss the classroom atmosphere or evaluate his act of rewarding students. Rather, it drew attention to the AD calcium milk. Coupled with the content of the comment, it conjured an image in his mind of someone holding a bottle of AD calcium milk, sipping it while grinning foolishly, and inexplicably reminded him of the charming sight of Qin Zhiyi enjoying AD calcium milk that day. He quickly shook his head, but upon withdrawing his thoughts, he noticed the commenter's username. History is not as fragrant as I am, he murmured, then glanced down at his own account name. Little Goo loves history, and could not help but widen his eyes in surprise. What on earth? Why does this feel a bit like a couple's ID? Instantly, he clicked into the person's profile, only to find that they had left no information whatsoever, not even a gender. Guccio sat there on the sofa, lost in thought. In a daze, he recalled that prominent celebrities and internet influencers often have a group of fans known as wife fans. Yet here, he was with a mere 1,000+ followers, which, logically, should not warrant such attention. However, the next moment, he recalled a news story from a couple of days prior about a male college student being stalked by a woman and subsequently drugged and dragged into a thicket. Given his average looks, it was entirely plausible that he could also attract the attention of a female rogue. After imagining a dramatic scene where he was pursued and cornered by obsessive female fans in a narrow alley, Guccio shivered and couldn't help but exclaim, being an internet celebrity is no easy feat these days. With that, he raised his eyebrows, reflected for a moment, and promptly deleted the comment. Casually tossing his phone aside, he got up to pull the curtains closed, preparing for bed. Meanwhile, the female rogue he envisioned was merrily humming a tune as she strolled along a quiet path on campus. Qin Zhiyi had not anticipated that by casually opening DreamSeek, she would catch Guccio updating his video, delightfully seizing the first comment. Currently, the short video platform had yet to implement an IP feature, meaning Guccio could not trace any information about her, nor could he fathom what his reaction would be upon seeing her account name. However, she had no intention of revealing her identity just yet. She planned to continue commenting on his videos, striving to secure as many first comments as possible. Once she amassed a sufficient number, she would find a serendipitous moment to reveal herself, ensuring he would be surprised, delighted, and enchanted. Upon considering this, Qin Zhiyi couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Subsequently, she clicked back into DreamSeek, locating Guccio's video to check for any likes on her comment. It would be ideal if she could also secure the most liked comment. However, upon reopening the comments section, she found her comment had vanished, and the first comment label had shifted to another entry. In an instant, Qin Zhiyi felt a bit dazed. Assuming it was a system bug, she refreshed the page and even restarted the app, but the result remained unchanged. Unable to contain her curiosity, she opened the details of her comment, only to see the notification. Your comment has been deleted by the video author. Little Goo loves history. Please edit and resubmit your comment. Note: comments must comply with DreamSeek app's commenting guidelines. Qin Zhiyi immediately pouted her lips, stamping her foot in frustration. That insufferable man. The following day, in the afternoon, as the class bell rang, Guccio departed from class 15. Descending the stairs, he coincidentally encountered students from class 9 who had just finished their physical education class. Hello, teacher. In response to the greetings from a throng of students, Guccio nodded repeatedly. Among the crowd, Su Yutian, who was sharing spicy strips with a friend, turned her gaze and followed closely behind Guccio. Old Gu, has that fellow Yin apologized to you yet? Noticing Su Youtian's subtle movements, Jiang Yunxing, who was still downstairs, decided against climbing further and, munching on crispy noodles, matched their pace. Guccio shook his head and casually tore off a small piece of dough where Jiang Yunxing had not bitten, popping into his mouth. He had encountered Yin Jingye 2 or 3 times that morning, but each time, the latter had promptly changed direction, clearly avoiding him on purpose. Observing this, Su Yutian crossed her arms and huffed. I suspected he would break his promise long ago. I once heard a senior say that he set targets and rewards for students, but when they achieved them, he took 2 years to deliver the rewards. And even then, he seemed reluctant. She continued, honestly, in terms of character and teaching ethics. Old Gu, you're leagues ahead of him. I really don't understand how he has the audacity to bet against you. Hearing her candid remarks, Guqiu couldn't help but smile. Subsequently, Jiang Yunqing pressed on, Old Gu, what do you plan to do? You can't just let it go like this, can you? To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Yan Jingye approached from the corridor ahead. With no other path to divert, he steeled himself and continued walking nonchalantly. Guqiu initially thought that after this lesson, Yin would no longer question him or oppose him. Thus he saw no need to pursue an apology. After all, it was his own reputation that would not be tarnished. However, since the students had brought it up, not addressing the matter might lead others to perceive him as cowardly. Gathering his thoughts, just as he was about to brush past Yan Jingye, he suddenly spoke up. Teacher Yin, have you forgotten something? The wager had stipulated that if Class 15's history scores ranked in the top 5 of their grade, Yan Jingye would cease interfering with Guqiu's teaching and would apologize for his earlier conduct. With the results now in, it was only natural for Guqiu to seek an explanation, especially since Yin had yet to acknowledge the outcome. However, in Yan Jingye's eyes, that wager was merely a test of this young teacher, and having chosen to avoid confrontation following Guqiu's victory, he considered it a concession. To his dismay, Guqiu showed no respect for him as a senior. Not only did he confront him directly, but he also brought along 2 students to witness his humiliation. Contemplating this, Yan Jingye's expression darkened as he replied coldly, Teacher Gu, you must know how much our class has improved. It's not a mystery to anyone, particularly you. The subject teacher, if they hadn't dedicated so much time to review and practice, they wouldn't have achieved such results. Thus, I've always said that fixating solely on the textbook knowledge is futile. To improve scores, one must continuously practice through exercises and exams. I trust you've realized this by now, but don't blame me for not reminding you. With so many subjects to study, they can't afford to spend all their free time on your history. Many students have neglected their English in favor of your history, resulting in a drop in scores. And such a situation will not occur again. Guqiu had hoped that Yin would show some humility, even if his attitude was somewhat brusque. Yet, upon hearing his outrageous claims, Guqiu couldn't help but smile in amusement. So, by your reasoning, should I thank you for not encroaching on the students' spare time, allowing them to study history? Detecting the sarcasm in Guqiu's tone, Yan Jingye shot him a sidelong glance and continued, There's no need for thanks, but please remember, do not become complacent over temporary results. If the scores drop in the next monthly exam, I will still petition the school to replace you with a history teacher more suitable for our class. In response to this, Guqiu was disinclined to engage in pleasantries any further and retorted directly, As long as you refrain from imposing your rigid and outdated teaching philosophy upon me, I can certainly assure you of the student's performance. Yan Jingye detested being labeled as obstinate, especially by Guqiu in such a direct manner. His teeth clenched in frustration. Oof. I shall await the outcome. With that, the two parted ways unhappily, each walking in opposite directions. However, not having taken more than a few steps. Su Yutian beside Guqiu scoffed mockingly. TSK, TSK, TSK. When the students perform poorly, it's all old Gu's fault, but when they excel, it has nothing to do with him. What a ridiculous double standard. Jiang Yunqing, having finished the last bite of his crispy noodles, chimed in, alas. Some people just can't let go of their pride, unaware that they've already lost all face. If you're afraid of losing face, then don't make bets. If you do, then at least follow through. It's quite shameless otherwise. And yet, he can still manage to save face after losing. That is simply thick-skinned. The two were engaged in their usual banter, having perfected the art of witty repartee, and they raised their voices intentionally to ensure Yan Jingye could hear every word. While Yan Jingye had been seething with resentment during their exchange, he now felt an overwhelming anger. However, since the students did not name him directly, he found himself at a loss, gritting his teeth and hastening his steps to leave. Guqiu glanced back slightly, noting that Yan Jingye had vanished from sight before interrupting the two who were still chattering away. All right, you've scared him off. Su Yutian crossed her arms. He deserves it. If it weren't for his position as a teacher, I would have berated him for his absurd reasoning. At last, she had witnessed it firsthand. Indeed, The homeroom teacher, class 15, was just as eccentric as the rumor suggested. Jiang Yuqing added, "I see now." Gu Qiu shook his head with a gentle smile. This conflict had fully crystallized, but with nearly a decade of teaching experience in his past life, he was confident he could handle whatever troubles Yin might throw his way, even retaliate if necessary. Shifting his focus away from the unpleasant encounter, he engaged the two in light conversation. "Did you have physical education last period?" "Yes. The sports meet is next week, and both of us have signed up." "Oh, you're participating too? With that physique of yours. You'll be lucky if you can just throw the shot put." "Haha, I'm a real athlete, unlike you, Shorty. You struggled to climb stairs and signed up for 3 running events. Let's see how you embarrass yourself. You fatso." "Shorty. All right, you two go argue in class. It's noisy enough as it is." As the week progressed, Wednesday arrived. The annual Spring Sports Festival at Yunming High School commenced today, featuring various events including student track and field competitions, friendly matches for faculty, the Happy Football Cup, a bonfire evening of youthful songs, and amusing contests between teachers and students, rivaling the grandeur of many university sports meets. The festival spanned 4 days, with the school encouraging maximum participation from students and teachers alike, even allowing the heavily burdened senior students to indulge for 3 days. The focus was on relaxation, physical well-being, and enjoyment. By mid-morning, the opening ceremony had just concluded, and the various competitions were commencing in an orderly fashion according to schedule. All first-year students participating in the men's 50-meter preliminary round, please report to the registration area. A melodious female voice reverberated throughout the campus, but Qin Zhiyi, encircled by a group of students from Class 9, happened to pass beneath a loudspeaker. The sound startled her, causing her to furrow her brow and cover her ears, and she couldn't help but cast a resigned glance at Su Yutun, who was linked to her arm. Not only did she lack an aesthetic sense, but her athletic abilities were woefully deficient as well. Initially, she had planned to lounge in the office during the sports meet, occasionally emerging to observe the events. Little did she expect that after finishing an episode of drama, she would be lured and forcibly dragged to the playground by her students. Soon, they arrived at the viewing and resting area designated for Class 9. Noticing a small patch of shade beneath a tree, Qin Zhiyi sat down without hesitation. "I didn't apply sunscreen, so this will have to do," she thought. Su Yutian, dressed in a red athlete's vest, blinked her clear eyes and pouted in response. "Ah, that's the reason you didn't want to come down. Why didn't you say so? I brought some." After quickly making her way to her seat, Su Yutian rummaged through her desk and produced a tube of sunscreen, handing it to Qin Zhiyi before calling out to Jiang Yuqing, who was engrossed in a game among a group of boys in the back row. "Hey, could you bring some snacks and drinks over?" Jiang Yuqing initially intended to retort, but upon noticing Qin Zhiyi's presence, complied with her request. Simultaneously, many girls from the class began to share their purchased snacks with Qin Zhiyi, as an assortment of treats flowed toward her from all directions. She hurriedly attempted to halt the influx, but her efforts proved futile. In a matter of moments, her desk had become a small mountain of snacks. "All of this was bought with your class funds. It's not appropriate for you to give me so much," she exclaimed. Su Yutian leaned closer, lowering her voice as she teased, "No worries. Besides, your husband spends quite a bit on prizes for us, so you can consider this a treat." At this comment, Qin Zhiyi playfully tapped her on the head. "So now we're teasing me, are we?" Despite her words, a delighted smile graced her cheeks. Part of her happiness stemmed from finally associating Gu Qiu with the term husband. Furthermore, since joining the faculty, the harmonious and joyful atmosphere of the group had given her, a person who was once solitary in her past life, a different experience of life, making her more grateful for her initial choice. Qin Zhiyi lightly shook her head, choosing not to dwell further on her thoughts. She picked up the sunscreen and began to apply it while glancing up to see that the playground was not particularly crowded, especially the area directly in front of them, which was almost empty. "There's really nothing to see," she remarked. Su Yutian, organizing the snacks, replied casually, "This is just the beginning. Plus, the morning is mainly for the opening ceremony, so there aren't many events." "Then why did you drag me down?" Qin Zhiyi retorted. "I was just following the principal's guidance. If I see a good friend sitting for too long, I should encourage them to get up and move around for their health and overall development. Oh, come on, Ijia, don't be silent. How about I join you for a game? Su Yutian asked. Do you play honor? I'm quite good in mid lane. Huh, I'm also a mid laner. The two of them exchanged banter when they suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching. Su Yutian was the first to raise her hand in greeting. Xiaoan, Su Xiaoan, clad in a thin black t-shirt and holding 2 cups of milk tea, strolled over to the two of them, greeting them politely. Teacher Qin, Yutian. Su Yutian swiftly moved the desk aside to prevent Su Xiaoan from having to navigate around it. Once she settled in, she returned the desk to its original position and made room for Su Xiaoan to sit. What brings you here? Su Xiaoan explained her presence through actions, pushing 1 cup of milk tea toward Qin Zhiyi. Teacher Qin, thank you for your guidance the other day. Qin Zhiyi lightly tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and smiled gently. I also appreciate your milk tea. However, you are a student and I am a teacher. It is my duty to help my students with their difficulties. Please don't feel the need to spend money on me this afternoon. Save your funds for yourself. If the school finds out I accepted gifts from students, it could become quite troublesome. Su Xiaoan listened patiently and nodded obediently. Her gaze then swept around the area, initially thinking the other cup of milk tea was for her. Su Yutian noticed Su Xiaoan's expression and bit her lip, speculating. Looking for old Gu? You probably won TC him today. He has a basketball match tomorrow morning and was called in for practice. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoan's gaze fell slightly. When Gu Qiu had given her the test paper earlier, he casually mentioned wanting to treat her to milk tea when he had some time. She had kept this in mind, but for the past 2 weeks, she had failed to find an opportunity to reciprocate. Finally, today had arrived. It was still so unfortunate. She sighed silently and turned to Su Yutian. Well, in that case, Yutian, if you don't mind, not at all. Su Yutian replied, boldly accepting the milk tea. Her personality was typically straightforward, and she wouldn't throw a tantrum or refuse just because the cup wasn't tea originally meant for her. After inserting the straw with gusto, she first offered it to Su Xiaoan. Here, take the first sip, Xiaoan. Seeing this, Su Xiaoan's face flushed slightly, but she still took a small sip. Su Yutian followed suit and raised her thumb to praise the drink, but before she could voice her admiration, an announcement blared from the loudspeaker. All first-year students participating in the women's 200-meter preliminary race should report to the registration area. Without hesitation, she placed the milk tea back on the table. I'm off to register. Qin Zhiyi had learned which events she was participating in on the way there, and she nodded slightly, reminding her, rankings aren't important. Just be sure to prioritize your safety. Okay. Su Yutian signaled back with her hand and, as she was leaving, turned to Su Xiaoan with concern. Xiaoan, please stay here and keep Ijia company. Feel free to snack on whatever is on the table. I'll be back shortly. Su Xiaoan nodded and quickly offered her encouragement. Good luck. I'll carry your spirit to the finish line. Su Yutian responded with a somewhat exaggerated fist pump before jogging away. After a moment, Qin Zhiyi opened her cup of milk tea, casually opening a bag of sunflower seeds and pouring them onto the table between her and Su Xiaoan, then inquired, have you resolved your situation? Su Xiaoan understood she was referring to her romantic issues and took a deep breath before softly responding. I discussed it with him, and we decided to temporarily fake break up. Once we both enter university in 2 years, no one will be able to keep us apart. Well, for now. It seems that that's the only course of action. Qin Zhiyi nodded as she munched on her sunflower seeds. Su Xiaoan glanced at her and, after a moment's pause, curiously asked, Teacher Qin, have your family accepted your relationship with Teacher Gu yet? Qin Zhiyi paused, then shook her head. Seeing this, Su Xiaoan quickly pressed. What will you do then? This time, Qin Zhiyi merely smiled calmly and shrugged. As I mentioned before, once you make a choice, you must steadfastly pursue it. No one can change that. Su Xiaoan nodded, committing her attitude to memory. Yet, Qin Zhiyi worried that she might follow in her footsteps, fearing she would tread the same path as in her past life, and thus reminded her, there are 2 more points you must remember. First, it is vital to develop your own strength. Before possessing sufficient capability, do not display a willingness to sacrifice everything for love. Doing so may lead others to mock you. Secondly, your other side is your companion when you face the adversities of life or any formidable challenges. Do not lose them for the sake of a fleeting victory. For without them, triumph will forever elude you. These two sentences may be somewhat perplexing for Su Shaoan at present, yet she diligently committed them to memory. It was precisely this action that led to the latter phrase becoming a clever strategy for salvaging her love in the future. Qin Zhiyi had no intention of continuing this topic. Instead, she planned to inquire whether Su Shaoan was participating in the competition. However, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the heart rate monitor bracelet on Su Shaoan's wrist, and she seemed to ponder something. Yet, before she could pursue the thought, a figure in the distance collapsed heavily onto the track. Just then, Jiang Yunqing, who was seated at a desk nearby, suddenly exclaimed, "Little Squirt." Chapter 49, Little Squirt. Due to the opening ceremony, there was little time left on the first morning, and naturally, the number of events was limited. The track events scheduled were primarily middle-distance sprints, which should have proceeded smoothly, but an unexpected incident occurred. In the girls' 200-meter preliminaries for the first-year group, as the starting gun fired, all the competitors surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Among them, a girl in lane 3, though not tall, exhibited remarkable speed, her explosive power and endurance impeccably controlled. However, just as she was vying for first place with another competitor, her foot faltered, her body leaned forward and toppled, crashing heavily to the ground. In Class 9's resting area, Jiang Yunqing, engrossed in a game, heard a classmate mention that the competition had begun and leaned in to watch. Earlier that morning, he had bickered with Su Yutian over the number on her athletic vest, 0911, and with no one in the class more familiar with her height than he instantly recognized that the fallen girl was indeed Su Yutian. Suddenly, his brows furrowed in concern, and he shouted, "Little Squirt." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he darted through the warning barriers like a nimble ball, heading straight toward the competition area. Moments later, a few class officers, realizing the situation, hastily followed suit. Meanwhile, a tall boy in an athlete's vest, being the closest to the scene, was the first to arrive at the incident site. Su Yutian. The fall had been quite severe, leaving Su Yutian dazed on the ground for a moment before she managed to turn on her side and sit up. Soon, she felt a sharp pain radiating from her ankle, causing her to grit her teeth and frown. After taking a couple of calming breaths, she turned her head and quickly spotted a stone about the size of a half-egg at the place where she had just run. Simultaneously, 2 teachers and several nearby volunteers rushed over. A slightly older male teacher was the first to inquire, "Are you all right, student?" "I accidentally stepped on a stone and twisted my ankle," Su Yutian replied softly, lowering her gaze. Upon hearing this, the teacher's attention shifted to the stone. Where did this stone come from? Who checked the track? Suddenly, the boy who had arrived first spoke again. "Su, your arm is injured too. Perhaps you should go to the infirmary for treatment." At this, Su Yutian noticed the boy, who had curly hair and a somewhat handsome appearance, was Yuan Hao, the class leader of the sports specialization class, who had attempted to give her a gift last semester, all of which she had declined. Upon his reminder, she discovered that her right arm bore a scrape, which was quite painful upon closer inspection. The male teacher nodded in agreement. "The doctor on duty for the sports event won't arrive until the afternoon. You should head to the infirmary at once," with the support of several classmates. Su Yutian slowly stood up. "Take it slow. You won't be able to make it alone. Wait a moment. I'll call for 2 female volunteers." The male volunteer announced before making a move. Unexpectedly, Yuan Hao stepped in front of Su Yutian, crouching slightly and gesturing for her to climb onto his back. "That would take too much time. I'll carry her directly." This scene was witnessed in its entirety by the hurriedly arriving Jiang Yunqing. The chubby boy was panting heavily, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, yet he made no effort to wipe them away, instead staring blankly between Su Yutian and Yuan Hao. After catching his breath, he inexplicably glanced down at his protruding belly, his expression a mix of complexity, lost in thought. Su Yutian had a reputation for being well-informed. In school, particularly among her peers in the same grade, she was aware of events occurring in various classes. Yuan Hao, though appearing harmless and kind-hearted, had been rumored to have been involved with multiple girls last year. This was the very reason she had initially rejected his advances, despite her fondness for handsome boys. Now, as he offered to carry her, She wondered what his true intentions were. With that thought in mind, Su Yutian shook her head and firmly declined. Thank you, but no. As she spoke, she cast a discontented glance toward a certain spot in the crowd. Fortunately, in the blink of an eye, Guyan arrived with several students from Class 9. Su Yutian instantly adopted a pitiful expression. Teacher go woo woo woo. Guyan, who had been watching the long jump competition from a distance, had surmised that something had happened to her class students upon noticing their movements and hurried over. She approached Su Yutian, briefly assessed her injuries, and learned the reason for her fall. Frowning, she directed her inquiry at the male teacher in charge of supervising the event, who had spoken earlier. Mr. Lee, didn't you check the venue before the competition? My oversight, I sincerely apologize. Let the student receive treatment first. Guyan understood that pursuing accountability at this moment held little significance, and considering there were other students competing, she, as the homeroom teacher, could not leave. She intended to send 2 students to escort Su Yutian to the infirmary. However, before she could voice this, Qin Zhiyi squeezed into the crowd, striding directly to Su Yutian and appraising her critically. See, I told you that foolishly exerting yourself is less worthwhile than just being a sloth. With that, she tucked the remaining sunflower seeds into her pocket and smiled at the obstructive Yuan Hao. Excuse me, could you please step aside? Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao, who had been left awkwardly frozen in place after Su Yutian's rejection, snapped back to attention and sluggishly retreated 2 steps. Following suit, Qin Zhiyi, just as he had done, bent down in front of Su Yutian. Climb on. I'll take you to the infirmary. At her words, Su Yutian's face brightened, and without hesitation, she climbed onto Qin Zhiyi's back. This moment astonished all the teachers and students present. Guyan hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. Zhiyi, Sister Yin, I have nothing else to do anyway. I'll just help take care of her. But you don't have to carry her. Oh, I'm close with her. All right then, thank you. I'll treat you to milk tea tonight. Seeing that Qin Zhiyi was adamant, Guyan reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Zhiyi carried Su Yutian through the throng, making her way out of the playground. A few students from Class 9, witnessing this heartwarming scene, quickly exclaimed, Hurry, take a photo. Woo woo woo, Teacher Qin is so nice. I'm crying. I declare this will be the most memorable and valuable photo of our class at this year's sports meet. By the way, didn't that athletic boy just now also want to carry Yutian? Oh, Yuan Hao, isn't it? He used to pursue Yutian, but I've heard he is quite the scoundrel. Without a moment's hesitation, Yutian rejected him. Upon overhearing discussions about himself, Yuan Hao clenched his fists. The thought of being rejected by Su Yutian once again after 6 months deepened the darkness in his gaze, and he stormed away in anger. In the back of the crowd, seeing Yuan Hao leave in disappointment, Jiang Yunqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, followed by an inexplicable smile. He raised an eyebrow in contemplation and then discreetly slipped away from Class 9's group, quietly following the 2 departing figures. Chapter 50. The Portly Fool. On the school pathway, a gentle breeze caressed the wisps of hair between Qin Zhiyi's brows. Su Yutian rested her head on her shoulder, reaching out to smooth her hair, then playfully inquired, Teacher Qin, I'm not heavy, am I? Qin Zhiyi brushed aside her hand, feigning disdain. What do you think? You're almost suffocating me. At her words, Su Yutian pouted, responding with a light huff. Then why are you still carrying me? Didn't you say we were good friends? Seeing you injured, I couldn't bear it. Qin Zhiyi adjusted her hold, casually replying, Well, I suppose. Su Yutian paused, recalling a previous conversation where she had mentioned that good friends should take a walk together to ensure health and overall development. Delighted that Qin Zhiyi remembered, she began to wiggle in excitement. Yeah, I adore you. While you're enjoying yourself up there, my poor back is suffering. Qin Zhiyi quickly steadied herself, exclaiming, Hey, stop squirming, or I really want to be able to carry you. Oops, I got a bit too excited, sorry. Honestly, do you weigh 120 pounds? What 120 pounds? I weighed myself yesterday. It's only 81. Then why is it so strenuous to carry you? Perhaps it's because you're too weak. Yeah, you must be cautious. Otherwise, old Gu might bully you, and you won't be able to get out of bed. You little rascal. Keep talking, and I might just drop you here. Woo! I was wrong. The 2 bantered as they walked, until at a corner, Qin Zhiyi suddenly sensed they were being followed. After pausing to observe, she discovered it was Jiang Yunqing, and she couldn't help but scoff. Su Tian followed her gaze, noticing the stout figure hiding behind a tree, its bulk betraying its position. With a disdainful twist of her lips, she remarked, "That portly fool is at it again, hiding and eavesdropping." Qin Zhiyi's eyes twinkled as she replied, "Though you two bicker incessantly, he does seem to care about you." Perhaps he is here to watch me make a fool of myself," Su Tian retorted. Despite the earlier chaos, she noted that Jiang Yunqing had arrived earlier than the others. If he truly cared, he would have stepped in to help her when faced with that scoundrel Yuan Hao. Yet he simply stood there, watching the spectacle unfold. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Determined, she turned away, softly suggesting, "Yeah, let us hurry along, my arm hurts." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi abandoned the idea of calling Jiang Yunqing over and quickened her pace towards the infirmary. Nearly half an hour later, in the infirmary, the middle-aged female doctor examined Su Tian's injuries, sprayed medication on her foot, and cleaned her arm wound. "You need to rest for 3 days. If your foot worsens or doesn't improve, remember to visit the hospital." After issuing her warnings, the doctor picked up the tray with the medication and exited the restroom. However, upon stepping out, she nearly collided with a figure lingering by the door. She sighed in relief, then scrutinized the seemingly sneaky little chubby boy. Noticing he didn't appear ill or unwell, she felt a surge of caution and skepticism. Frowning as she asked, "Young man, do you need something?" Jiang Yunqing had initially intended to discreetly check on Su Tian's condition and leave, but he hadn't anticipated causing such a ruckus. Without a second thought, he turned abruptly, intending to flee the infirmary. However, the doctor was quick on her feet, seizing his collar. "Hey, why are you running away? I'm asking you a question. Were you just eavesdropping outside? You're young. Why not learn properly? Which class are you in?" The commotion grew louder, drawing the attention of the two inside the restroom. Qin Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, smiling lightly. If you don't call him in soon, he might actually be mistaken for a pervert and get caught. Serve him right. He deserves to be caught. Su Tian muttered, casting a sidelong glance at the ceiling. Despite her words, she called out to the door, "Doctor, he is a classmate who brought me here. Please let him in." Upon hearing this, the doctor temporarily dismissed the idea of dragging Jiang Yunqing to the disciplinary office, but still questioned him to ensure there were no issues before allowing him into the restroom. As he entered, Jiang Yunqing greeted Qin Zhiyi with a sheepish smile, before his gaze shifted to Su Tian, landing on her arm smeared with red ointment. And he awkwardly scratched his head. "So, are you okay?" In response, Su Tian shot him an irritated glare. "Am I blind? Do I look fine?" Perhaps considering her current status as an injured party or for some other reason, Jiang Yunqing unusually refrained from retorting, remaining silent and rooted in place. However, his silence reminded Su Tian of his earlier antics on the playground. You came all this way just to stand there like a door guard? If you're not going to talk, just go back." Jiang Yunqing blinked, suddenly answering, "Oh." At that moment, he truly didn't know what to say. Staying there would only amplify the awkwardness. Seeing him genuinely about to leave, Su Tian turned her head away with a hint of discontent. Yet in the next moment, Jiang Yunqing tentatively asked from behind, "So, I'm going out for lunch. Do you want fried chicken or something else? I can bring it back for you." Su Tian was momentarily taken aback. It used to be a Herculean task to have this portly fool bring her anything. Now he was volunteering to get her lunch. What is going on? Is the sun rising in the west? Nevertheless, his newfound willingness to help ease some of her grievances, and she replied, "Yes. I want fried chicken with honey mustard, and give me a portion of fried noodles from Old Wong S by the bridge. Make it mildly spicy, no cilantro." Jiang Yunqing nodded, jotting it down, then inquired, "What about a drink? Passion fruit iced tea?" "Yes, that is fine." Su Tian nodded slightly, surprised that he knew her favorite drink. Jiang Yunqing didn't linger any longer and quickly exited. Su Tian glanced at his retreating figure, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Qin Zhiyi observed their interaction with keen interest. She suddenly felt that this pair might actually be quite compatible, provided Jiang Yunqing could shed some weight, as it seemed Su Tian had quite discerning taste. Chapter 51. Autumn and Intent. The following day, the The faculty basketball friendly match was scheduled for the morning, and Guccio set off to the meeting point after finishing breakfast. In contrast to his usual composure and maturity, he appeared remarkably cheerful and vivacious in his white jersey, radiating an infectious energy. His youthful charm garnered considerable attention as he strolled down the street, prompting several young girls to covertly capture his image with their phones, while others boldly approached him, clutching cups of milk tea. Suddenly, Guccio's expression tightened. Just as he began to question whether his attire was too ostentatious, he realized that the milk tea was being delivered by a girl from Class 9. He couldn't help but release a sigh of relief, promptly declining the offer. "You can keep it for yourself." The bespectacled girl shook her head and, after catching her breath, explained, "Old Gu, this is from Su Shaoan." Su Shaoan? Guccio raised an eyebrow. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled how he had jokingly asked for a cup of milk tea when he felt guilty about giving her a test paper, surprised that she had taken it to heart and remembered until now. However, it struck him as odd that Shaoan hadn't delivered the milk tea personally and instead had someone from another class bring it. Just then, Su Shaoan walked over from the main path. Upon seeing Guccio, she paused momentarily, her eyes brightening before she quickly approached him, extending the milk tea in her hands. "Teacher Gu, this is the milk tea I promised to get you that day." As Guccio opened his mouth to express his gratitude, he found himself momentarily speechless. He glanced down at the 2 cups of different brands of milk tea and then turned to the Class 9 girl. "Song Yi, what's going on here?" Song Yi hadn't anticipated encountering the main participant and felt a bit awkward. Quickly, she relayed the information she had. This milk tea was sent by Su Yutian under Su Shaoan's name. She mentioned that she enjoyed the milk tea Su Shaoan prepared for you yesterday, so she made sure to bring you another today. After explaining to Guccio, Song Yi turned her gaze back to Su Shaoan. "Su Yutian asked me to inform you, but I couldn't find you after circling around Class 15. At this, Su Shaoan's eyes sparkled. She had intended to treat Su Yutian to the milk tea, never expecting her to reciprocate so thoughtfully, which touched her. After hearing about Su Yotian's fall yesterday, she had intended to check on her, but was halted midway by Yan Jingya. She had searched for her in the afternoon and evening, but either couldn't find her or was delayed by evening classes. With that thought, Su Shaoan immediately replied, "I just stepped out. Is Yutian resting in the dormitory?" Song Yi glanced at Guccio and shook her head. She mentioned she wanted to cheer for Teacher Gu, so she is probably busy setting things up on the basketball court. Su Shaoan nodded silently, making a mental note to visit her later. Guccio had learned of Su Yotian's injury only after seeing a photo of Qin Zhiyi carrying her in the Class 9 group chat yesterday afternoon. Now, realizing she was busy because of him, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, "She really can't sit still for a moment." He didn't dwell on it further, but he faced a dilemma: how to choose between the 2 cups of milk tea. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, "Why don't you both take your respective cups back to enjoy? I'm not particularly fond of such sweet drinks." Su Shaoan quickly shook her head. "I had it yesterday." "Having had it yesterday has no bearing on today." "No way. I promised I would get you one." Seeing the 2 of them stubbornly refusing to accept the milk tea, Song Yi decided to intervene decisively. She snatched the cup from Su Shaoan and, along with her own, thrust them into Guccio's arms. "Why make this so complicated? Just accept both cups, and if you can't finish them, you can share one with Teacher Qin." Before Guccio could react, she pulled Su Shaoan away, hastily leaving. "Hey, you two." Guccio watched their figures fade into the distance, shaking his head in bemusement, before continuing on with the 2 cups of milk tea in hand. In no time, he arrived at the office, which was empty at that moment. Guccio walked straight to his workstation, preparing to retrieve the sports vest from his drawer, when he noticed a bottle of sports drink on his desk. His dark eyes widened in surprise. "No way. Another one?" Initially thinking it was another gift from a student, he picked it up and discovered a pink note affixed to the back. "Keep going, E." Even without the signature, he recognized the handwriting as belonging to Qin Zhiyi. His gaze lingered momentarily on the smiley face drawn in red ink, and he smirked, his tone tinged with mild disdain. At this age, still so childish. As he spoke, he glanced at the 2 cups of milk tea in his possession, recalling Song Yi's words. He paused, then retrieved a pen and note from his drawer, bending down to write. "Thank you." After sketching a couple of doodles, he felt it was somewhat excessive and crumpled the note, discarding it aside. Ultimately, he left only 3 words on the paper. "Thank you, Chio." He then affixed the note to the cup of milk tea sent by Su Yutian and placed it on the desk across from him. Just then, he heard Sun Yi's voice from outside. "Teacher Gu, it's time to gather." Gu Chio's body jolted, and he quickly returned to his position, hurriedly grabbing his vest and sports drink, popping open the remaining milk tea and sipping it as he walked. How can you drink and carry so much? You might end up too full to run. No choice, it's the thought that counts. It's no wonder they call you a star teacher. You haven't even started the match and already have people bringing you drinks. It's truly enviable. Even if you say that, "I want tea, let you have any later." As if anyone needs your permission. Not long after they left, Qin Zhiyi entered the office, sporting a small digital camera around her neck. Noticing the sports drink that had been on Gu Chio's desk was now gone, she smirked slightly, then turned her attention to the milk tea that had appeared on her own desk, intrigued as she approached to inspect it. Upon seeing the note left by Gu Chio, her eyes sparkled with surprise. "He actually brought me milk tea? Unbelievable." After a moment of reflection, Qin Zhiyi picked up the note again and suddenly had the idea to take a photo of both notes together. Turning to glance at Gu Chio's desk, she quickly spotted the note she had previously left behind. She walked over to retrieve it, only to find a crumpled piece of paper beside it, which she picked up and unfolded. Seeing Gu Chio's unfinished doodle made her giggle. After returning to her seat, she smoothed out the crumpled note, organized it neatly, and placed it on her desk alongside the 2 notes exchanged with Gu Chio. Before long, she lifted her camera and snapped several pictures. Just then, an announcement blared over the loudspeakers. "Teachers participating in the staff basketball match, please proceed to the basketball court next to the Qin Zhiyi building for registration." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi tucked the notes away, grabbed the milk tea, and quickly exited the office. A little later, at the basketball court, due to the multitude of events, the faculty friendship match was scheduled to take place alongside the students' games, except for the football match, which was held on the last day. This arrangement served 2 primary purposes, primarily to save time. Furthermore, the students' attention was entirely captivated by the track and field events, resulting in fewer spectators, which allowed the teachers to engage in the activities without excessive anxiety. However, this year's basketball game appears to have taken a surprising turn. In the memories of many teachers, previous basketball matches typically drew only a modest audience of a few dozen, and on particularly sunny days, the stand would often remain empty. Yet now, the stone steps on both the east and west sides of the basketball court have transformed into a crowded grandstand, with tables and chairs set up in the open spaces on the north and south sides, easily accommodating at least 300 to 400 spectators. Among them, 2 groups stood out prominently, brandishing a variety of homemade banners with slogans such as Gu Chio, 1 against 5, Go Old Gu, and Teacher Gu is the coolest. The students from Class 9 even purchased small toys for cheering, creating an electrifying atmosphere akin to a pep rally. The substantial turnout is undoubtedly linked to the fervor generated by the 2 classes prior to the event. At the same time, the architects of this spectacle found themselves playfully surrounded by several participating teachers. "This is my first time playing in such a popular match. Isn't this all thanks to our teacher Gu?" Oldie exclaimed. "If we can spark these kids' interest, it wouldn't hurt to have them come play some basketball instead of sitting in the classroom all day, which saps their spirit. That said, with the situation as it is, I hope those little fans of Gu Chio won't rush over to give us a beating if we lose. Hey, look at our morale. Do you really think you can defeat us? Let's see who shines on the court." Gu Chio maintained a calm and easygoing demeanor at the back of the crowd. Although he had not anticipated attracting such a large audience, he welcomed the lively atmosphere, believing it would only enhance the excitement of the game. Soon, an announcement resonated from a small speaker on the basketball court. "Please welcome the players to enter the field." As the words echoed, both teams of teachers made their way onto the court. It is worth noting that, for convenience during the match, the school had prepared large vests in white and yellow to help identify teammates and avoid confusion. However, the teachers had previously agreed to wear clothing in the corresponding colors, and the referees ultimately consented to their attire without the need for vests. As Gu Chio donned his jersey and stepped onto the court, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. "Go Old Gu!" Charge, Teacher Gu. At that moment, Qin Zhiyi leisurely appeared at the edge of the crowd. After scanning the area, she quickly noticed Su Yutian waving at her from within Class 9 and made her way over. Sister E, I save you a spot. Come sit. Su Yutian squeezed to the side, sharing half of the cardboard she had been sitting on. Don't move. I'll handle it myself, Qin Zhiyi cautioned, concerned about aggravating her injury. She carefully navigated through the throng, adjusted her clothing and belongings, and took a seat. Su Yutian naturally linked her arm with Qin Zhiyi's. The game is about to start. I thought you weren't coming. This cramped place is unbearable. The school promised to build an indoor basketball court, but if they don't start soon, I might not see it before graduation. At this moment, Song Yi, sitting beside Su Yutian, noticed the milk tea in Qin Zhiyi's hand. With a light chuckle, she leaned in to whisper to Su Yutian about her earlier suggestion to share a cup with Teacher Qin if she couldn't finish it. Upon hearing this, Su Yutian burst into laughter and immediately relayed the message to Qin Zhiyi, adding, So, does this cup of milk tea count as my treat to you, or old goose? Qin Zhiyi rolled her eyes and glanced at the figure on the basketball court, internally lamenting, How could you, a fool, suddenly become so perceptive? Clearly, you're treating me like a trash can. Despite her thoughts, she felt neither embarrassed nor displeased, as it was, after all, a form of sharing from him. With a light shake of her head and a raised eyebrow, she replied, Of course it's his treat. Su Yutian smirked. Oh, you seem to be a bit love-struck. Qin Zhiyi shot her a glare, choosing not to argue further, and instead began adjusting her digital camera. Soon after, with a sharp whistle, the game officially commenced. As a forward, Gu Qiu swiftly seized the ball at the outset. After a few simple dribbles, he decisively passed the ball in response to the oncoming Sun Yi. After a series of exchanges, the ball returned to his possession. Observing his position and movement, the opposing team assumed he would shoot, and two defenders rushed in. However, with a deft feint, he swiftly tossed the ball to the tallest physical education teacher on his team, who confidently took a shot from beyond the arc, landing a three-pointer. Wow. Teacher Chun is so cool. While Teacher Chun was indeed impressive, Old Gu's fake was utterly dazzling. Pass it down. Old Gu's moves are too flashy. What? Old Gu is too flashy? As the white team scored, the atmosphere erupted in jubilant cheers. The teachers on the yellow team finally recognized the formidable morale that had been alluded to earlier. On the white team, several teachers exchanged knowing glances. A faint smile graced Gu Qiu's face as he had anticipated the high energy in the crowd and knew the opponents would focus on him. So he willingly relinquished the shooting duty to his teammates, opting to play the role of the assister. The game intensified, with both team scores steadily climbing. Throughout the match, numerous thrilling moments were captured by the dedicated photographers documenting this sports event, while many students recorded from various angles. Additionally, one camera was solely focused on Gu Qiu. Although Qin Zhiyi's photography skills were modest, she had her own ideas, such as ensuring Gu Qiu remained the focal point of her lens. Before long, the halftime break arrived. Both teams retreated to their respective rest areas. Qin Zhiyi had no intention of putting down her camera. Through her lens, she captured Gu Qiu stepping to the sidelines for a drink, observing as he took a couple of swigs of both mineral water and the energy drink she had given him, causing her lips to curl into a slight smile. Noticing this, Su Yutian leaned closer and quickly discerned what she was capturing, exclaiming, Is this what they call I only see you in my eyes? Chapter 52. Accompanying Qiu to watch the sunset. Over half an hour later, Gu Qiu's white team triumphed over the yellow team with a score of 82-67, securing victory in the basketball game. The crowd erupted in cheers, and after the excitement subsided, many began to prepare to leave, particularly the students from Class 9 and Class 15 who had come specifically to see Gu Qiu. Now that the game had concluded, they lacked the interest and patience to linger any longer. Amid the crowd, Qin Zhiyi cautiously removed her digital camera and stowed it in her bag, retrieving her phone simultaneously. The next moment, she noticed two missed calls from Grandma Chun on her lock screen. Qin Zhiyi's eyes widened slightly. She helped Song Yi assist Su Yutian to her feet and quickly made her way to the side under the bulletin board to return the call. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello, Grandma. I was just watching the game, and my phone was in my bag, so I couldn't answer. Upon hearing her explanation, Grandma Chun responded warmly. Oh, are you busy now? Not at all, Grandma. If you need something, just let me know. If you're not busy, come over for lunch. That rascal Ilong bought a ton of groceries today. He said he had something to ask you. At this, Qin Zhiyi paused. She was well aware that Aaron sought her out primarily for her previous promise to assist him in contacting a private investigator to locate Song Qing. With a twinkle in her eyes, she responded with a light laugh, sure. By the way, could you bring along Hyo? That rascal promised to visit me every weekend. Yet since the Qingming festival, I haven't seen him for days. Goodness, he has indeed been quite busy lately. Oh, you need to defend him. I must give him a piece of my mind today. All right, I'll fetch him for you. See you later. After a brief conversation, Qin Zhiyi hung up the phone, only to find Su Yutian and Song Yi still lingering by the stone steps, waiting for her. She hurried over to them, bending down to inspect Su Yotian's foot. You should return to your dorm and rest. If you don't take care of your injury properly, you might end up with a disability or lingering ailments. Su Yutian pouted. You shouldn't curse me like that. You ought to say that precious Yutian will recover swiftly. Qin Zhiyi rolled her eyes in disdain. Don't gross me out. Nevertheless, she and Song Yi assisted her in moving forward slowly. After just a few steps, Su Yutian inquired, Sister Yi, shall we have lunch together? No, I've already made plans with someone else. Upon hearing this, Su Yotian's bright eyes sparkled with mischief as she teased. A date. Is it? Well, after winning a match, one must celebrate, right? Are you really not considering bringing me along? I promise not to be a third wheel. I might even assist you. Qin Zhiyi refrained from contradicting her, as she indeed needed to call Guqiu later, yet she didn't acquiesce to her request, replying instead. Once your leg heals, I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food. Deal. Su Yutian acquiesced, but then thought for a moment and added, but I'll be so bored in the dorm this afternoon. If you finish early, let us play some games together? All right, go on then. But don't sprain your other foot. A little later, Guqiu returned to the apartment building, drenched in sweat and with a flushed complexion, intending to take a shower and then indulge in some fried chicken and chilled beverages while lounging comfortably on the sofa. However, just as he reached the 5th floor, he spotted Qin Zhiyi standing at his door, seemingly waiting for him. What's up? You haven't forgotten your keys again, have you? At his words, Qin Zhiyi's eyes brightened, and she instinctively murmured, all right, no one said I couldn't use that excuse again. Huh? Ahem, never mind. Qin Zhiyi quickly collected her thoughts, and then said, Grandma asked us to come over for lunch. At this, Guqiu felt a twinge of annoyance. Why was Grandma calling him back for lunch? Notifying Qin Zhiyi instead of him? Sighing, he thought, the times have truly changed. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded and replied, got it. I'll take a shower first. With that, he used his fingerprint to unlock the door. Qin Zhiyi stood outside and tentatively asked, aren't you going to invite me in for a bit? That might not be appropriate, considering we're just a guy and a girl, plus I need a shower. Next time, for sure. Guqiu replied before casually shutting the door. Qin Zhiyi stamped her foot, inwardly cursing, stupid man, as if I haven't seen him before. He used to insist on showering together with me. What is inappropriate about it now? At noon, at Qin Grandma's noodle shop, when Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi arrived, there were just 2 customers in the establishment. Seeing Chun Grandma busy in the kitchen, Qin Zhiyi took the lead and walked over. Grandma, she greeted, intending to lend a hand. Noticing her in a white dress, Qin Grandma quickly blocked her path, smilingly refusing, it'll be ready soon. I don't want you to get your clothes dirty. After saying this, she shot a meaningful glance at Guqiu. Guqiu understood that Grandma was chiding him for not visiting in days and scratched his head sheepishly, grinning. Grandma, I've been so busy lately. I'll explain everything when we eat. Aaron S. behind you. You should take little E over first. Hearing this, Guqiu reluctantly gestured with his chin, guiding Qin Zhiyi down the long corridor. The interaction among the 3 was observed by a middle-aged man standing nearby. He worked in the vicinity and frequently visited the shop. Thus he casually inquired, Aunt Chun, I've seen that girl several times. Is she your grandson's girlfriend? The kitchen and dining area were separated by a window, and Chun Grandma, standing by the window, replied with a gentle smile, not yet, but it seems she will be soon. This girl is beautiful, looks filial and sensible. Your grandson is lucky, and so are you. Indeed, the shop wasn't too large. And this conversation naturally reached the ears of the two who in tea walked far. Qin Zhiyi's lips curled up into a slight smile as she glanced at Guqiu, who pretended not to hear, clearing his throat and walking straight into the small dining area. At that moment, the square table in the dining area was already laden with delicious dishes. Zhao Yulong, sitting nearby and watching videos, quickly put away his phone upon noticing their arrival and came over. Sister Hyo, you finally made it. If you'd come any later, the food would have gone cold. All right, everyone else here, let us eat. Whereas Grandma? She is still busy. Guqiu moved to a small table in the corner, filled a cup with warm water from the electric kettle, and replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yulong's eyes flickered. He peeked out the door, then quickly returned to the table, opening a prepared bottle of yogurt and handing it to Qin Zhiyi, asking Sister E, have you heard anything from that private investigator you mentioned last time? Yes, I contacted him, but he is currently investigating a case of infidelity within a marriage. It might take him some time to get here. Qin Zhiyi replied, taking a sip of the yogurt. She then pulled out her phone, performed a quick action, and placed it on the table. I forgot to add you as a friend last time. Let us do that now. I'll send you the investigator's contact information so you can discuss it further. Additionally, I have a classmate who attends Lingqing University. I've asked her to help with the investigation, and she'll inform you as soon as she has news. Seeing her take such an interest in his situation, Zhao Yulong was particularly touched. However, he didn't act immediately. Instead, he turned a glance at Guqiu, who had just sat down on the other side. Noticing the other's unwavering gaze, Guqiu asked in confusion, what are you staring at me for? Zhao Yulong probed cautiously, should I add you? Though he had no romantic interest in Qin Zhiyi, they would inevitably need to chat later, and he felt it inappropriate to do so without Guqiu's consent. Guqiu rolled his eyes. Just add her. He was thoroughly aware of Qin Zhiyi and Aaron's character. Qin Zhiyi watched the interaction between the two brothers, unable to suppress a light chuckle. Soon, Zhao Yulong added Qin Zhiyi as a friend on WeChat, and upon receiving her friend request, he proceeded to add the private investigator, who surprisingly accepted the request almost instantly. At the subsequent luncheon, his attention was entirely absorbed by his mobile phone, rendering him inattentive to his meal, which drew a reprimand from Grandma Chun, consequently diverting some of the ire towards Guqiu. After the meal, Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi vied to assist Grandma Chun with the dishes and tidying up. However, shortly thereafter, Guqiu accidentally shattered a bowl due to a slip of his hand and was promptly expelled from the kitchen. Upon returning to the back hall, he discovered Zhao Yulong seated on the worn-out sofa, lost in thought, his expression unusually melancholic. He approached slowly and sat beside him, cautiously inquiring, did the conversation with the detective fall through? Zhao Yulong gradually snapped back to reality and shook his head. No, it's just that if they can't determine her general whereabouts, the search might prove rather troublesome. Indeed, where had Song Qin gone after dropping out? Even her parents were unaware. The world is vast, and amidst the sea of humanity, could a detective truly find her? Guqiu's eyes flickered at his words. In his previous life, he had spent his final days inseparably accompanied by a Long. But during those days, the latter had specifically returned to Yin City, and it was then that he learned Song Qin had ended her life there. This was indeed a crucial piece of information that he had previously overlooked. Reflecting on this, Guqiu lightly tapped his forehead and asserted, when a person faces an upheaval or an accident, they often yearn for their homeland. Unlike Qin Zhiyi, who tended to be impulsive and utter nonsensical remarks without explanation, Guqiu meticulously constructed a rationale before offering his suggestion. Thus, I propose that you instruct the detective to commence the investigation in Yun City. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yulong's mind was in disarray at that moment, and he failed to absorb the wisdom behind the statement, though his curiosity regarding the outcome piqued. Raising his gaze slightly, he looked at Guqiu with suspicion. Do you know something? Guqiu felt a chill run down his spine under Zhao Yulong's scrutinizing gaze, yet he remained composed, feigning nonchalance with a smile. What do I possibly know? Are you suggesting I focus on Yin City? It was merely my sixth sense, and typically, investigations would commence from the area where she grew up. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yulong gradually averted his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he found Gu Qiu's reasoning quite sound. Moreover, it was due to Gu Qiu's earlier suggestion that he had learned of Song Qing's misfortune, leading him to trust in his sixth sense. In the afternoon, Qin Zhiyi initially intended to linger a while longer than noodle shop with Grandma Chun. But the elderly lady was keen on creating opportunities for her and Gu Qiu to spend time together, prompting them to take a walk. Unfortunately, Gu Qiu, lacking in romantic subtlety, declared upon entering the car that he had work to attend to, ultimately leading to an unwilling return to school. "Thank you for driving me back. No need for formality," Qin Zhiyi said as she stood outside her home, gazing at the ice-cold cola Gu Qiu handed her, her lips pouting in displeasure. "Umph." She accepted the cola, turned, and slammed the door behind her, seemingly venting her frustration. Gu Qiu scratched his head in bewilderment. What on earth is up with her? Is it that time of the month? Meanwhile, Qin Zhiyi slipped on her slippers, sulking as she collapsed onto the pink sofa, shaking her fist at the cola. Work, work. Are we destined to swap roles in this lifetime? However, as she pondered this, she abruptly halted her movements, her gaze vacant as she continued to murmur. So this is how I was in my previous life. Qin Zhiyi mused. Oh, Qin Zhiyi, you could hardly endure this once, yet in your past life. You treated him this way for 6 or 7 years. He must have longed to share countless interesting anecdotes, delightful experiences, and moments of sorrow with you. Yet you were always too busy, forgetting that he relocated to Hangzhou for you, severing all ties with potential romantic interests outside of family and work. He refrained from smoking and drinking, eschewing socialization, leaving only you in his world. Yet, in a sense, you had already abandoned him. How lonely and desolate he must have felt then. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, large tears cascaded down her cheeks, splattering onto the sofa. In an instant, she could not help but weep bitterly, occasionally murmuring, I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistakes. Why was I so inept? I won't let it happen again in this life, Qiu. I will make it up to you. Please don't abandon me. Time slipped away, and eventually, Qin Zhiyi's sobs subsided, though her gaze remained hollow, her eyes swollen and red, clutching the sofa cushion, lost in thought. Suddenly, her phone, which lay beside her, rang. After a moment of surprise, she slowly picked it up, and upon seeing that it was a voice call from Su Yutian, she answered it. Hello, darling. What are you up to? Nothing much, Qin Zhiyi replied flatly. Su Yutian, however, detected the melancholy in her tone and quickly inquired, What's wrong? I'm fine. Just reflecting on some past mistakes. Hearing this, Su Yutian continued to probe. Oh? What mistakes? But after a pause with no response from Qin Zhiyi, she added, Never mind. Never mind. But it's essential to correct mistakes promptly. Isn't there a saying that goes, To err is human, to forgive divine? Life is merely a series of errors, corrections, and growth. Upon hearing her words, Qin Zhiyi felt a flicker of resilience, nodding slightly. Yes, I will rectify my mistakes. Su Yutian, relieved, responded, All right, don't overthink it. Want to play some games? Sure. Are you in the V district or the Q district? Q district. Ah, perfect. Let's play. Send me your Q number. In the girls' dormitory. After a brief chat, Su Yutian and Qin Zhiyi added each other as friends on QQ and decided to use game voice chat shortly after hanging up. Settling into a more comfortable position, Su Yutian popped a couple of fries in her mouth and opened glory. After creating a team and waiting a moment, she finally noticed that Qin Zhiyi's previously gray avatar had lit up. Just as she was about to invite her in, she was captivated by the other S-game ID. Accompany Qiu to watch the sunset. Chapter 53. Inviting AE to watch the sunset. Accompany Qiu to watch the sunset. Su Yutian read Qin Zhiyi's game ID softly, her gaze momentarily stunned, before a realization struck and her eyes widened. Suddenly, she switched to the friend list interface and scrolled down rapidly. Due to the abundance of friends, it took a while to locate the account noted as Old Gu. The avatar of this account was grayed out, with the side displaying that the last login was 7 days prior, but that was inconsequential. What mattered was its ID. Inviting AE to watch the sunset. Su Yutian raised an eyebrow, lost in recollection. Last semester, due to academic needs, someone in their class had added Gu Qiu, and she had noticed his game ID at that time. It had circulated, and everyone had teased it during class. But because he did not respond, it gradually faded from everyone's memory. Yet now, it was evident who the A, Cho and E in those two IDs referred to. Realizing this, Su Yutian could not help but murmur, "So, they knew each other before?" Just then, a team invitation popped up on her phone screen. Su Yutian glanced down and saw it was from Jiang Yunqing. After a brief moment of surprise, a plan formed in her mind, and she clicked to accept. Once in the team, Jiang Yunqing immediately activated his microphone, boasting, "Shorty, I made it to the finals in shot put." "Oh, congratulations." Su Yutian replied dismissively, then urged, "You fatso, go call old Gu to come and play with us." "Huh? Why should I call him? Stop wasting time, just go." After a brief conversation, Jiang Yunqing was unceremoniously kicked out of the room by Su Yutian. Sitting in the shade of the playground, he couldn't help but pout, then opened WeChat, searched for Gucio's contact, and sent a voice call while murmuring in complaint, "If it weren't for the fact that you're currently injured, I wouldn't even bother with you." Meanwhile, Gucio, who had been lounging on the sofa for a while, was about to get his laptop from the bedroom when his phone rang. Pausing, he pressed the answer button. "What's up?" Jiang Yunqing stated his purpose directly. "Old Gu, are you busy? Let's play some games." "Not free, hanging up." Hey. Don't be in such a hurry. You've been busy with the sports meet these past few days. What are you so occupied with? It's a beautiful afternoon. Don't you think you deserve to unwind a bit and enjoy yourself with a couple of matches?" Listening to his incessant prattling, Gucio felt a headache coming on. With a sly smile, he replied, "Sure, but you need to add 2 history assignments this week." At those words, a profound silence fell on the other end of the line. Seeing this, Gucio assumed Jiang Yunqing was about to give up and prepared to hang up. But to his surprise, the latter gritted his teeth and agreed. "Fine." This made Gucio smell a hint of conspiracy, but having said it, he couldn't backtrack. "All right then, I'll go update the game." After hanging up, Jiang Yunqing wore a bitter expression, regretting his earlier decision to join Su Yotian's team. Simultaneously, Su Yutian had pulled Qin Zhiyi into the team. "Ejia, unmute your mic, unmute." On the other end, having just splashed water on her face, Qin Zhiyi felt much better and opened her microphone. "I'll play mid." Su Yutian immediately countered, "No way, I play mid. I only know how to play mid. Then there's no game for me. I'm not familiar with any other positions. I can't just pick 2 mages, can I? I see you have more support matches on your profile. You should play support." Hearing Su Yotian's remarks, Qin Zhiyi bit her lip. Initially, she had played mid the most until she met Gucio and gradually learned various support roles. However, since her rebirth, they hadn't played together, and she had no intention of supporting anyone, so she decided to return to mid. Besides, having not played support in a while, her skills might not be up to par. After some contemplation, she sighed, "Fine, since it's not ranked, I'll play Diacha on top. But if I mess up, don't blame me." Su Yutian chuckled in response. "I believe you'll definitely play support in a bit." Her tone was confident, as at that moment, her phone screen was displaying Gucio's account, which featured all marksman heroes. Qin Zhiyi didn't grasp her nonsensical words, but didn't delve deeper, changing the subject. "Let's start. Is anyone else joining?" "Yes, waiting for 2 more." Qin Zhiyi thought Su Yutian had invited some classmates, hoping they would be somewhat skilled to make the game smoother and more enjoyable. To her surprise, she only guessed half right. As she saw the familiar avatar and ID of the last person to join the team, she was both startled and delighted. Su Yutian smiled and spoke first. "Fatso, well done. You get a merit. Quickly, switch places with Ejia." On the other end, Gucio was frozen in place. Those slightly ambiguous IDs were ones he and Qin Zhiyi had used since their 3rd year of acquaintance, and he hadn't touched the game since his rebirth. Having completely forgotten about it, he never expected the 2 would end up together again. Without a moment's hesitation, he knew this devilish idea had to be concocted by those 2 adversaries. He then opened his microphone and retorted, "Su Yutian, you should add 2 history assignments this week. Due next Monday, but I'm currently a patient. No negotiations." At this, Jiang Yunqing chuckled. "Nice." At the same time, he noticed Gucio and Qin Zhiyi's IDs and wisely switched positions with Qin Zhiyi, unable to help but exclaim, TSK, inviting E to watch the sunset and accompanying Qiu to watch the sunset. Su Yutian then inquired, "Old Gu? Yeah, you 2 knew each other before, right? What was your relationship?" Guqiu immediately replied, friends. MHM. Qin Zhiyi echoed, as she had previously agreed with Guqiu to remain friends for now. However, while they were friends in the past and present, what the future held was uncertain. Su Yutian, however, was unconvinced by their words. To use such IDs, even if they weren't lovers, they had to be at least more than friends. Nevertheless, based on old Gu's occasionally distant behavior towards Ejia, it seemed they had quarreled before. Suddenly, she recalled that Qin Zhiyi had mentioned she had made a mistake before. But considering old Gu's decisive nature, he had not completely severed ties with Ejia, not even changing his game ID. It was clear that Ejia had not made any principled errors. After deductive reasoning, Su Yutian found the Qiu pairing more appealing and resolved to help the two get together. She promptly shelved her thoughts and teased, using couple IDs for ordinary friends? I understand now. Hearing her somewhat sarcastic tone, Guqiu rolled his eyes and glanced at the screen. Suddenly noticing that Su Yutian and Jiang Yunqing's IDs were little sweet wants to grow taller, and little sweet can't grow taller, and retorted, aren't you two using couple IDs as well? Unexpectedly, as soon as his words fell, Jiang Yunqing and Su Yutian simultaneously excitedly countered, we are not. Chapter 54. What trouble are you stirring up? Su Yutian leaned against her bed, gazing at Jiang Yunqing's game ID displayed on her phone, angrily biting off 2 fries that were about to reach her mouth, and exclaimed, old Gu, where do you see this as a couple ID? It's clearly his curse on me. Look how wicked he is. He should be punished with 2 assignments too. Jiang Yunqing quickly retorted, what nonsense. I'm merely stating facts. Besides, to get old Gu here, I've already been punished with 2 assignments. How can you still expect him to punish me? You have a wicked heart. Facts? I've grown a whole centimeter taller in the past 6 months. I'm definitely going to develop long legs. Did you take off your height-increasing insoles before saying that? You fatso. If you expose me again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Did we agree to just use words and not hands? Qin Zhiyi had grown accustomed to their daily banter and chuckled softly. On the other side, Guqiu, wearing headphones, was nearly driven mad by their bickering and quickly interrupted. Stop. Can we play the game? Let's play. Su Yutian immediately initiated a game match. Soon, they matched successfully and entered the hero selection screen. Just as Su Yutian was about to ask Qin Zhiyi what she wanted to play, a message from a passerby in the first floor chat appeared. Damn, I got trapped by a couple while trying to adjust my mood by playing ranked. Thought I'd play a casual match to relax. But look at this. I ran into 2 pairs right away. The next second, 3 synchronized voices rang out. We are not. The bystanders were evidently taken aback by the situation, pausing for a few seconds before continuing their responses. Aren't you two a couple? What nonsense. Seeing that explanations were futile, the 3 of them lost interest in further discussion. Meanwhile, Qin Zhiyi, seated before the screen, recalled the times when this ID had led to misunderstandings of being a couple with Guqiu during their duo matches. A gentle smile gracing her face. With little time remaining, everyone hastily selected their heroes. The player in the first floor promptly chose to take the solo lane. Opting for Lu Bu, Jiang Yunqing had initially intended to play as Jing, hoping to impress in front of Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi, but upon seeing Su Yutian lock in Xiao, he reconsidered and switched to Lan Lingwang. As for the marksman and support positions, both Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi, who had once been highly skilled in these roles, found themselves somewhat at a loss due to their lack of recent practice. As the selection countdown commenced, Guqiu reluctantly chose Gongsun Li, the hero he had previously played the most. Qin Zhiyi, in the last second, locked into Xiao. Once the game commenced, Guqiu took a moment to adjust to the controls, then cautioned, I haven't played in over 3 months, so I might let you down. The bystanders immediately typed back. 6. Jiang Yunqing, adopting a nonchalant tone, replied, just play casually. It's not ranked anyway. Exactly, old Gu. Take it easy. Even if you give first blood, we won't hold it against you. Su Yutian added. Unexpectedly, just as she finished her sentence, Guqiu, who had barely arrived at the lane, failed to even hit a minion before being hooked by the enemy's Zhong Kuei. He attempted to escape using his first skill, but mistakenly reversed the direction, ultimately being taken down by Lu Ban in a barrage of attacks. The kill notification and voice echoed, first blood. Observing this, Jiang Yunqing, who had just returned to his blue area after finishing the red, couldn't help but smirk, remarking, "Little one, your jinxing skills are unparalleled." Su Yutian felt a bit awkward, but quickly reassured. "It's all right, old Gu. I'll take the lead this time. You can die a couple more times without worry." Gu Qiu remained silent. In front of his phone screen, he shook his head, internally sighing. Currently preoccupied with life's challenges, my gaming skills have significantly declined. After this thought, he maneuvered his character back to the lane. Qin Zhiyi, having secured lane control in the mid, followed suit to the bot lane. However, in the subsequent 3 minutes, their lack of synergy and frequent mistakes led to each of them being killed twice in succession, dragging down Jiang Yunqing and Su Yutian, who had come to assist. Within just 6 minutes of the game, witnessing their 0-5 record, the opposing Lu Ban could no longer contain himself and began a taunt. "To play the Chali duo this poorly, you truly are unmatched. As expected, couples are worthless. If only I could encounter you in ranked." Hearing this, Lu Bu, who had been idling in the top lane, was quick to respond. "What kind of egg are you to be in such a state? So impressive, yet here you are in a casual match?" Su Yutian chimed in angrily. "It's all right, old Gua." But before she could finish her thought, Gu Qiu interrupted. "Stop." Jiang Yunqing laughed. "If you keep cursing, old Gu will lose it. I just wanted to say, I can help old Gu deal with this little egg." "No need. I'll just gank him. Old Gu, wait for me." "All right," Gu Qiu softly replied, clearing the wave of minions with his skills, then quietly instructed, i.e., teleport. "Huh?" Qin Zhiyi was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Gu Qiu would suddenly call her like that, but she realized he was serious. Taking a deep breath, she also focused on her gameplay. As the recall ability was cast, Gu Qiu prepared to throw his umbrella as the countdown neared its end. In this version, the elevator flow was still viable. After recovering health and mana in the fountain, Gong Sunli quickly returned to the lane at full capacity. Subsequently, he secured the river spirit, cleared the small jungle camps, and finished the minion wave. Keeping an eye on the map, Qin Zhiyi warned, "The enemy mid is coming down." Gu Qiu briefly positioned himself to ambush, but seeing no sign of the opponent, he promptly clicked on the grass in the middle of the river on the minimap to alert Yutian. "Come down, surround her." As it was a casual match, both teams could select the same hero, and the opposing mid happened to be Qiao, just like Su Yutian. Having just helped Jiang Yunqing defend against a wave in the jungle, Su Yutian, upon hearing Gu Qiu's call, rushed down and, with the cooperation of the three, eliminated the enemy, Qiao, hiding in the river's grass. Gu Qiu's score shifted from 0-3 to 1-3. At that moment, as Zhong Kuei hurried over to hook him, Gu Qiu effortlessly countered with his second skill. Following this, Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi retreated home to regroup. They returned to the lane, their synergy markedly improved. "Monkey's here. Lu Ben has no flash. I can engage. Teleport now. Watch out for the hook." Gradually, Gu Qiu began to equalize his previously negative score. With Qin Zhiyi's ultimate from the Qiao, their team collectively obliterated the opposing side, allowing Gu Qiu to secure a quadruple kill, turning the tide of the match. Gu Qiu grew more daring. By the 12-minute mark, he had outpaced Lu Ban by 2 items, and after pushing down the bot lane, he and Qin Zhiyi stationed themselves in the enemy blue area, unleashing a flurry of attacks upon Lu Ban as he emerged. Observing Lu Ban's score plummet from 0-5 to 6-18, Su Yutian couldn't help but poke fun. "Hey Egg, how's it going? What business do you have with those two?" Just as she typed, the enemy Qiao suddenly approached and executed a combo that sent her back home to the fountain. "Damn, that sneaky one." Yet the next moment, she noticed the warning indicator for Lanling Wang above the enemy's head. Upon looking again, she saw the opponent panic, using flash and flailing skills, which made her chuckle. "Let us see if you dare to ambush again." Chapter 55. Who else would keep a keen eye on you but her? The first game concluded with the opposing Lu Ban being killed to the point of idling, leading the remaining 4 to surrender. The atmosphere in the subsequently commenced second game was much more harmonious, ultimately resulting in an easy victory. Su Yutian even unexpectedly achieved a pentakill, leaving her quite exhilarated. However, just as she was about to initiate a third match, Gu Qiu opted to cancel his preparation. 2 games were agreed upon. "I'm stepping out. You all continue." Upon hearing this, Su Yutian felt a bit disappointed, murmuring, "So, one exam corresponds to one game? If it gets tough, just add a couple more for the fat guy." Jiang Yunqing immediately retorted, "Pooh, why don't you add some for yourself? Enough of this. I genuinely have something to attend to. Let us play next time." Gu Qiu interjected with a calm tone, cutting off their banter. At the same time, a thought struck him, and he continued, "By the way, Su Yutian, there should be quite a few people filming at today's basketball game, right?" During the pause in conversation, Su Yutian had opened a pack of chicken feet, and, having taken a bite, replied with her mouth full, "What's up? You want to post it on Xiumenmeng?" By now, Gu Qiu's endeavors in short videos had become common knowledge among the students. "Yes, could you ask them for it and send it to me later?" Gu Qiu responded earnestly. Due to the influence of the sports meet, the school was closed for 5 consecutive days, preventing him from recording teaching materials. However, he had to ensure updates, so he resorted to sharing some videos related to himself. "All right, I understand." Upon hearing Su Yotian's agreement, Gu Qiu bid farewell and exited the group. Meanwhile, seated on the sofa, Qin Zhiyi blinked her bright eyes. After pondering for a moment, she opened her mouth. "I'm done playing. I'm feeling a bit dizzy and would like to take a nap." "Well, okay then. Make sure to rest well." Of course, Qin Zhiyi's dizziness was merely an excuse. After exiting the game, she promptly sent a message to Su Yutian. "Feel free to use my basketball game footage. I'll organize it for you." On the other side, Su Yutian had already begun a ranked match with Jiang Yunqing, but upon seeing the message, she immediately switched to WeChat to reply. "All right, someone was diligently filming old Gu throughout the match. Sister E, did you foresee this? Wow, how thoughtful and attentive of you." After reading her teasing message, Qin Zhiyi rolled her eyes. "That little brat." After a brief moment of sarcasm, she walked over to the entrance, grabbed her bag, and returned to her room. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Qin Zhiyi transferred the footage of the morning basketball game from her digital camera to her computer. She then edited the video, ultimately creating a 3-minute clip, a quick transition video of less than a minute, and over a dozen photographs. Sipping her coffee, she browsed through everything again. The 3-minute video featured Gu Qiu scoring baskets, while the shorter video captured him in incredibly handsome moments on the court, including a high-flying dunk that made Qin Zhiyi watch it several times. Most of the photos were extracted from this video. After enjoying the content and confirming there were no significant issues, Qin Zhiyi opened her hard drive and located the folder titled them. This folder consisted of 2 sections, organized simply and intuitively, videos and photos. She first clicked on the video section, which currently housed 3 videos with the titles Salivating Gu Qiu, First Kiss, and Barbecue with Gu Qiu. Subsequently, she saved the recently edited short video into this folder, naming it Gu Qiu on the Court. Pausing for a moment, she couldn't resist watching the video of their kiss at the Crab Pot restaurant once more. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet a sweet smile graced her lips. After composing herself, she navigated back up a level and clicked on Photos. This section contained several small folders, including 3 that overlapped with the videos, as well as a decalcium from Gu Qiu, 3 Thought Flower, and Ugly Parrot Balloon. She created 2 new folders, naming them Notes from Qiu and Gu Qiu on the Court, and proceeded to store the note photos taken in the office earlier and the newly captured basketball photos into their respective folders. Once everything was organized, Qin Zhiyi refreshed the folder for backup and picked up her phone, sending both the original video and the edited clips to Su Yutian via QQ. Moments later, Su Yutian replied in astonishment, "Wow, you've already edited the videos for old Gu? You really spoil him." Upon reading this, Qin Zhiyi chuckled and typed back, "Stop the chatter, send it to him quickly. I'm serious. One day when you 2 are together, you must thank me properly. How about you be the bridesmaid when that happens?" "Deal. It's a promise." "Aye, sweet. Shall wave the flag for Qiu and E." After a bit of light-hearted banter, Su Yutian forwarded the videos to Gu Qiu. Meanwhile, Gu Qiu had just completed his lesson plans and review schedule related to the upcoming midterm exams for the next 2 weeks. Stretching, he then heard the notification sound of a QQ message. Upon discovering it was a video, he began to review it sequentially. The first video spanned 40 minutes, which he didn't scrutinize closely. However, after watching the latter 2 videos, he couldn't help but widened his eyes in surprise. He then questioned with curiosity. "Did you edit this for me?" Su Yutian responded by sending him a photo of a test paper filled with notes, adding, "I certainly didn't have the leisure for that. The test paper isn't even finished yet." Seeing this, Gu Qiu pressed further. "Then where did this video come from?" On the other end, Su Yutian, seated at her desk in the dormitory, paused for a moment. Qin Zhiyi had not instructed her to keep it a secret, and she felt that silently contributing would only touch her own heart. Thus, if she did something, the other party should be informed in a timely manner. After contemplating, she replied, "What do you think? Who else would be so devotedly focused on you?" Chapter 56. Is Qin Zhiyi that perverse? Upon seeing Su Yotian's message, Gu Qiu froze momentarily. He immediately understood that she referred to Qin Zhiyi. After standing still for a moment, he continued to click on the 2 edited videos, watching them repeatedly before finally playing the 40-minute full basketball game video. After about 10 minutes, noticing that the camera was perpetually focused on him, he murmured, "It seems only this silly woman would hold the camera on me for so long. Doesn't she fear her arm getting sore?" Speaking with a soft tone laced with disdain, his dark eyes sparkled. After sitting on the sofa for a while longer, Gu Qiu eventually stood up and headed out. He slowly approached Qin Zhiyi's door, hesitated briefly, then raised his hand to knock. After a moment of waiting, there was no response. "Is she out?" Gu Qiu murmured, casting his gaze downward with a sigh before returning home. Resuming his seat on the sofa, he contemplated and decided to edit the video and upload it first before expressing his gratitude to her. He proceeded to operate his computer. Perhaps Qin Zhiyi's aesthetic was average, and her photography skills lacking, but how poor could a video shot with care and edited patiently be? Thus, Gu Qiu did not spend much time or effort. He simply added some sound effects and subtitles to the 3-minute video, making only minor adjustments without altering the background music that Qin Zhiyi had chosen before directly uploading it to Dream Seeking. The caption read, "Loves history, loves basketball, and loves." Meanwhile, Qin Zhiyi had just returned home after buying some drinks. She reclined on the sofa, opened a can of fruit beer, and took a pleasant sip. As she reached for her phone, she noticed a notification from the Dream Seeking app, "Special attention. The blogger you follow, Little Gu Loves History, has updated a video. Hurry over to check it out from 2 minutes ago." Without hesitation, Qin Zhiyi clicked in. Seeing Gu Qiu had used her video with minimal alterations, a smile gradually spread across her face. Noticing the video caption in the lower left corner, her eyes lit up. Entering the comment section, she found no one had commented yet and quickly seized the opportunity for the first comment. "Also loves me." Meanwhile, Gu Qiu, unaware of the audience's reaction to the unrelated video update, kept a close eye on the site's notifications. Upon seeing the alert for the first comment, he immediately clicked in, but the next second, he frowned deeply. Why is it this brainless fan again? Upon catching sight of the tags and accompanying the other party's ID, the realization that this individual was constantly monitoring his updates sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to delete her comment without hesitation. Soon after, Qin Zhiyi, with her phone in hand, was blissfully smiling when she noticed her comment had been removed. That insufferable man, deleting my comment again. This time, she refused to back down and reposted. "You like me too?" On Gu Qiu's end, he incessantly refreshed the comment section, only to delete her comment once more. "You do like me. Delete it. You simply like me. Delete it. Li. Giskivyuko. Me. Delete it." This back and forth persisted for nearly 10 minutes until the video's popularity surged and other comments began to flood in, bringing an end to their quarrel. Suddenly, Gu Qiu recalled that the neighboring Dolong had a blocking feature, and after a brief search, he swiftly located her profile and added her to his blacklist. With that completed, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Phew, how could I have forgotten about this feature? After this thought, he browsed the comments section once more, and upon seeing that other comments were relatively benign, he finally felt at ease to exit Dream Search. He paused for a moment before tapping into WeChat to send a message to Qin Zhiyi. "Thanks for the video, by the way." Almost instantaneously, Qin Zhiyi replied, "A crying puppy JPG. Not only did you delete my comment, but you also blocked me." Initially, she had planned to gather a series of first comments to create a collage as a surprise for Gu Qiu, but her endeavor was abruptly thwarted. and she couldn't be bothered to create a new account, so she decided to reveal her identity outright. Guccio stared at her message and the pitiful expression she had sent, momentarily taken aback. Huh, Qin Zhiyi is that perverse individual? He combined the two images in his mind, picturing her approaching him with a lewd grin, and shivers ran down his spine. He hastily shook his head, dismissing those chaotic thoughts. Guccio swallowed hard and replied, "In history, who has ever found you appealing? What else could it be? Well, if you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you were a creep. A cat with crossed arms and tilting its head, JPG. I am not. Yes, yes. Yes. Huh. Am I a creep in your eyes? No. Unblacklist me." Without delay, Guccio switched back to the Dream Search backend and performed a series of operations. Meanwhile, Qin Zhiyi was replying to his earlier message. "I spent an entire afternoon editing that video for you, and all you say is thanks? No appreciation? How about this? I bought some ingredients for grilled meat, but I can't finish it all alone. So come over and keep me company for dinner, and consider it a thank you and an apology for blocking me earlier." At her words, Guccio's lips twitched. What kind of reverse gratitude is this? Though puzzled, he found it hard to refuse her unyielding tone. All right then. After a quick tidy-up, he made his way to Qin Zhiyi's home. Chapter 57, Good Night, My Husband. As nightfall gently descended, a thin veil of clouds obscured the Milky Way. From the treetops, not far away, the occasional chirping of insects could be heard, while a cool breeze wafted through the gauzy window into the modest yet bright and clean living room. On the dining table, Qin Zhiyi arranged slices of grilled meat on the electric grill's iron plate. Instantly, they sizzled and released an enticing aroma. She sprinkled some seasoning over the freshly grilled bacon and placed it in front of Guccio. "Give it a try." Guccio felt somewhat embarrassed by her actions. Setting aside the matter of the comments, which was truly a misunderstanding, her effort in editing the video and even personally grilling for him seemed somewhat excessive. Noticing his silence, Qin Zhiyi guessed his thoughts and pouted. "Humph, don't think I'm treating you to a meal for free. I just haven't been to this ingredient shop before and don't know how it tastes, so I called you over to be my guinea pig." Guccio, of course, did not believe her words, but he complied and wrapped the bacon in a lettuce leaf before placing it in his mouth. "How does it taste?" "Delicious." It seems my taste is as impeccable as ever." After patting herself on the back, Qin Zhiyi continued to serve him more grilled meat. Suddenly, she lifted her starry eyes, as if struck by a thought. "I bought some fruit beer. Do you want some?" Guccio, who was busy wrapping the meat, hurriedly shook his head. "No thanks." His tolerance for alcohol could not be described as anything but dismal. He would be tipsy after just one bottle of beer. Qin Zhiyi, fully aware of his habit, smiled playfully. "What, afraid I'll eat you up?" Guccio raised an eyebrow, but did not respond. Instead, he handed her the wrapped grilled meat he had prepared. Seeing him appear somewhat tense, Qin Zhiyi chuckled. "Oh, I was just joking. The alcohol content in fruit beer isn't very high. A little bit won't hurt. And your home is right across the street. So if you get drunk, you can head back anytime." With that, she adjusted the grill's temperature down, took a piece of grilled meat from the plate, and jogged over to the sofa. Thus, under Qin Zhiyi's enthusiastic coaxing, Guccio ultimately succumbed to her invitation to drink. Unfortunately, he had forgotten that his previous life had trained him to handle a bottle of beer, while in this current body, he could barely manage a single cup. Eventually, after a bottle of fruit beer, he found himself sprawled on the table. A while later, Qin Zhiyi finished tidying up, unplugged the grill, and helped Guccio onto the sofa, covering him with a light blanket she fetched from the room. She sat on the floor beside the sofa, staring intently at Guccio for a long while. Suddenly, she recalled the early days of their marriage when Guccio had been sent home inebriated after a gathering with his teachers at school, collapsing onto the bed in a state of confusion, sometimes calling her wife, madam, or daughter-in-law. Of course, those fanciful titles were merely a playful aspect of their young couple's relationship. Gradually returning to the present, Qin Zhiyi placed her hand on his flushed cheek, gently caressing it while softly whispering, "Good night, my husband." Several hours later, the night had deepened. In the pitch-black living room, the luminous clock shaped like a big white dog ticked softly, its hour hand resting precisely on the number 1. Guccio, lying on the sofa, struggled to open his eyes. Since he had consumed fruit beer, he didn't suffer from a splitting headache, merely feeling a bit dazed. After a moment of adjustment, he suddenly realized he was still at Qin Zhiyi's house. Just as he intended to get up, he felt a soft, warm sensation in his palm. Glancing sideways, he saw Qin Zhiyi in her pajamas, resting beside him. Her breathing was steady, suggesting she was in a deep slumber. Gu Qiu froze in place, staring at her for a moment. Whether it was the residual effects of the alcohol or the proximity between them, her gentle breaths brought a sense of warmth that made him a bit restless. Realizing this, he hurriedly suppressed his rising emotions and averted his gaze. Taking a deep breath, I surveyed my surroundings in the dim light of the room. I had already envisioned a perfect route to bypass Qin Zhiyi, but my gaze inadvertently fell upon the blanket draped over her. I hesitated for a moment, reluctant to see her remain in such a position. With great care, Gu Qiu rose from his seat and gently lifted her into his arms. However, he soon found himself immobilized by uncertainty. Casting his eyes toward the nearby sofa and then glancing toward her bedroom, he muttered to himself, "Well, a good deed deserves completion." Stealthily, Gu Qiu made his way into the bedroom, cradling Qin Zhiyi in his embrace. After carefully placing her on the bed, he removed her slippers and tucked her in snugly. Once he had completed his task, Gu Qiu retreated a couple of steps and glanced at the colorful LED lights adorning the bedside tables, murmuring within himself, "Indeed, she still fears the dark, just as in the last life." Subsequently, he fixated on the beauty resting on the bed for a brief moment, and a gentle smile graced his lips. "Good night." With that, Gu Qiu turned and departed with measured steps. Moments later, upon hearing the faint sound of the door closing outside, Qin Zhiyi, cloaked in darkness, slowly opened her eyes. This was no scripted drama, coupled with her naturally light sleep. She had awakened the instant Gu Qiu had risen, remaining silent merely to observe his actions, feeling a tinge of disappointment at his resistance to her charms. She found solace in his subsequent actions, which brought her joy. Casting her thoughts aside, Qin Zhiyi blissfully twisted her body and drifted back into a serene slumber. Chapter 58. Hurry and Save Shaowen. The current sports meet proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with both teachers and students enjoying themselves immensely. However, as a new week commenced, everyone swiftly returned to the rigors of study, especially with the impending joint examination for the senior year and midterm tests for other grades. Unexpectedly, a significant incident arose during this time. On this Tuesday, during the grand break, a somewhat unsteady figure hurriedly entered the first-year teacher's office. "Sister E, hurry and save Shaowen." At this moment, Qin Zhiyi was engrossed in her computer, drafting experimental theories based on her memories of her past life. Confused by Su Youtian's frantic voice, she lifted her head. "What is wrong?" Su Youtian's face bore an expression of urgency. "Shaowen has a heart condition, but that scoundrel Yin is forcing her to go run laps." Hearing this, Qin Zhiyi furrowed her brow. She swiftly closed her laptop and stood up, heading toward the door. "Don't worry, I'm on my way." "Okay." Su Youtian's foot injury was not severe, and she could move without much trouble. Yet she knew she couldn't keep up with Qin Zhiyi's pace. Not wanting to be a burden at that moment, she nodded repeatedly. The two of them then exited the office, Su Youtian watching Qin Zhiyi's swift retreating figure, her hands clenched in regret over her actions the previous day. Time rewinds to a day prior, during the same grand break. The Monday grand break typically commenced with the flag-raising ceremony and the weekly morning meeting. The theme of today's morning meeting addressed the issue of early romantic relationships, stemming from the discovery of several couples hiding in the crowd during the bonfire party last Friday, which incited the school administration's ire. At that moment, outside Class 19, Su Youtian, having sustained an injury, was exempt from gathering but disliked being cooped up in the classroom. Instead, she lounged against the wall, enjoying the sunshine with a packet of fries in hand, just as she was listening to the headmaster's reprimands through the loudspeaker. Her gaze caught a familiar figure in the corridor below, prompting her to call out, "Shaowen." Upon hearing, Su Shaowen, who was also basking in the sun, looked up and waved back. Su Youtian blinked her bright eyes and urged, "Come up." Su Shaowen nodded in response and quickly ascended to the third floor. As soon as they met, Su Youtian took hold of Su Shaowen's hand and offered her fries, inquiring curiously, Why didn't you go down? ISNT at the case that your class must gather regardless of how sick you are, as long as you're alive? Aren't you afraid that Yin will cause you trouble? Su Xiao and casually took 2 fries and raised her heart rate monitor watch, explaining nonchalantly, I have a heart condition. Su Youtian's eyes widened in shock, and she quickly wore an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's no big deal. It's not something I can't discuss. Su Youtian remarked, I've heard that heart conditions can be quite painful, right? I'm alright, it's benign. Not too severe. Just then, the loudspeaker announced a notification from the headmaster. In light of the need to rectify the campus atmosphere, the school administration has decided to rigorously investigate and punish early romantic relationships through a series of actions. We ask all teachers and students to cooperate actively. Su Youtian seized the opportunity to change the subject, exclaiming, Looks like those couples who stroll on the playground right after school or sneak in the woods are in for a rough time. Su Xiaoan slightly nodded in agreement. I've heard that 2 couples have already been sent home for reflection. It seems the school is taking this matter quite seriously. I wonder how many more will face misfortune. Su Youtian scoffed, expressing her disdain. You're fortunate, though. You don't need to worry about online relationships. Hey, tell me how you met your boyfriend. Su Xiaoan shyly lowered her head. There's not much to it. I had a question I couldn't solve. So I used a homework help app. When I couldn't find the original question, I uploaded it to a study community to see if anyone could help. He happened to come across it, solved it, and then we added each other as friends. Su Youtian's interest peaked. Oh, so he's a scholar too? Yeah. He is currently ranked in the top 3 in our grade and might be exempted. Wow, that is impressive. A romance between scholars. How delightful. Please do go on. Su Youtian exclaimed with excitement, wrapping her arm around Su Xiaoan's and urging her to continue. However, just then, a figure appeared at the stairwell, the very person both girls dreaded seeing. Yin Jingye was one of the supervising teachers for this week's grand break, holding a registration form. Upon hearing their conversation, he intended to reprimand them, but upon seeing Su Xiao and from his class and the student who had previously aided Gu Qiu in humiliating him, his expression darkened. He strode directly to them, first directing his ire at Su Youtian. Class name, why aren't you down? 9th class, Su Youtian. I was injured during the sports meet, and our homeroom teacher is aware. Su Youtian replied in a subdued tone, sensing his hostility. After registering her information, Yin Jingye cast a cold glance her way, snorting derisively. He then turned his attention to Su Xiaoan, sternly chastising her. You think you've improved a bit on the last exam and can start afloat, huh? Do you even know how poor your performance is in those subjects? During the 40-minute grand break, not going out to exercise? Can't you at least read a book in class? Focus on your studies more and stop associating with those dubious characters. They are merely stumbling blocks on your path to success. Hearing this, Su Xiaoan lowered her head in fear, yet she still managed to murmur, Teacher, Youtian is my friend. She is not a dubious character. Su Youtian felt an immediate surge of indignation and grievance due to the malicious belittlement from the other party. The more she pondered over it, the more her anger intensified, and she could no longer suppress her retort. Isn't the break time considered as class dismissal? Students have the right to engage in activities of their choice, don't they? I was merely conversing with Xiaoan. How has that turned into an obstacle? Upon hearing this, Yin Jingye's expression changed in an instant. I was merely reminding Su Xiaoan. Why are you contradicting me? I'll go ask your homeroom teacher how they instruct you. You clearly lack respect for your teachers and have failed to conduct yourself properly, let alone excel in your studies. With that, he wasted no more time and cast another glance at Su Xiaoan. Head back to class. Furthermore, you seem quite energetic, not at all resembling someone in poor health. Tomorrow, you should join your classmates for some physical activity. With these words, Yin Jingye continued on his way. In response, Su Youtian made a face in the direction he had departed and, recalling the old dog's last remark, glanced at Su Xiaoan with concern. Xiaoan, you can't engage in strenuous exercise with your heart condition, right? Just ignore him. However, Su Xiaoan responded with a reassuring smile. It's fine. I'll head down first to avoid him coming back to say something. Su Youtian believed that had she not called Su Xiaoan upstairs and subsequently argued with Yin Jingye, Xiaoan would not have been targeted. This thought lingered in her mind, and after class, she immediately went to class 15 to check, but alas, she found no sign of her. Thus, she decided to seek assistance from a teacher and happened to spot Qin Zhiyi in the office. At this moment, she had followed the crowd to the edge of the playground, continuously praying that nothing would occur. Yet, contrary to her wishes, she soon noticed a cluster of people gathered in a certain area, and Qin Zhiyi had already rushed in. In an instant, Su Youtian's body trembled. Shaolin. Chapter 59. Emergency Aid. Bang. Ouch. I'm so sorry, classmate. It was unintentional. The break had just commenced, and the path connecting the teaching building to the playground was unusually crowded. A boy dressed in black, engaged in playful banter with his companions, inadvertently collided with a somewhat petite and frail girl and hurriedly apologized. Su Xiaoan nearly fell, but was fortunately steadied by Qin Zhiyi. Upon noticing her intent to defend her, quickly shook her head in reply. It's all right. The boy, appearing apologetic, awkwardly chuckled twice before turning to leave. Once the boy had distanced himself, Qin Zhiyi took out 2 wet wipes, offering one to Su Xiaoan while wiping the sweat from her forehead. That yin is truly insane. Knowing your heart condition, he still insists on forcing you to run in this stifling heat. If something were to happen, who would be responsible? Su Xiaoan exhaled a sigh of relief, accepting the tissue and managing a faint smile. I'm not that fragile. An occasional bout of activity should be fine, right? Qin Zhiyi scoffed. Not that fragile. Huh, do you truly believe that? She vividly remembered the first few days of school when a girl in their dorm, unaware of Su Xiaoan's health issues, had playfully teased her, causing Su Xiaoan to struggle to breathe, nearly leading to a crisis. After a moment's reflection, Qin Zhiyi muttered, Why didn't you transfer to class 2? I heard the teacher there values you highly. If you went there, you wouldn't have to endure such suffering. Are you reluctant to leave me? Or is it old goo you can't bear part with? Stop joking. You're just anxious, aren't you? As they bantered, Su Xiaoan's spirits lifted somewhat, yet due to the sweltering weather and the recent collision, she still felt unwell. Observing her state, Qin Zhiyi, as a good friend, reminded her, just take it easy when we run. When we reach the bushes at that bend ahead, we'll pull back. Su Xiaoan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, looking toward the direction Qin pointed. Moments later, with the change of music, the running exercise officially began. However, just as class 15's line started to move, Su Xiaoan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and her breathing became labored. After taking another step or two, she could not help but collapse onto the ground. Shaolin, Su Xiaoan, Qin Zhiyi and the other students from class 15 abruptly halted, encircling Su Xiaoan. Yan Jingye, who was idly chatting with other teachers at the sidelines, quickly noticed the commotion and, realizing something was amiss in his class, approached with a furrowed brow, his impatience evident. At that moment, Qin Zhiyi hurriedly entered the playground. Upon seeing the gathered crowd, her heart sank, and she rushed forward. Shaolin! Qin Zhiyi knelt beside Su Xiaoan, watching her clutch her chest in pain, feeling anxious and unsure what to do. Fortunately, within mere seconds, Qin Zhiyi squeezed into the throng. Make way. Upon seeing Qin Zhiyi, the students of class 15 appeared as though they had spotted a savior, quickly parting to grant her passage. Qin Zhiyi assessed Su Xiaoan's condition, her brows knitting together in concern as she swiftly moved closer, commanding, Call 120. Everyone else, disperse and don't crowd around. The crowd, placing their trust in Qin Zhiyi, retreated hastily. The teachers who had come to observe also quickly pulled out their phones to dial for emergency assistance. Simultaneously, Qin Zhiyi's gaze returned to Su Xiaoan, noticing her rapid breathing. Xiaoan, don't panic, breathe slowly. As she spoke, she began to search Su Xiaoan's person. Do you have any medication on you? Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Qin Zhiyi's presence seemed to miraculously rouse Su Xiaoan, whose consciousness had been slipping into a haze. Driven by instinct, she managed to move her right arm slightly. Immediately, Qin Zhiyi followed the motion and soon retrieved a small bottle of medication from Su Xiaoan's right pants pocket. After quickly assessing the medication and its effects, she promptly took out a pill and placed it in Su Xiaoan's mouth. Here, take it slowly and let it dissolve under your tongue. Once Su Xiaoan had taken the medication, Qin Zhiyi helped her adjust into a more comfortable sitting position while assisting her in regulating her breath. Throughout this process, chaos enveloped the playground, with onlookers multiplying. An limping figure unexpectedly squeezed through the crowd. Su Yutian, her face etched with worry, had tears brimming in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Su Xiaoan. Yet she dared not approach, fearing to burden Qin Zhiyi further, so she remained rooted in place, silently praying. Finally, after a few minutes, Su Xiaoan's breathing gradually eased, and her hand, resting on her chest, lowered slightly, although her complexion still appeared pale. Observing her transition from peril to safety, Qin Zhiyi let out a sigh of relief. The surrounding teachers and students also felt a measure of comfort, leading to hushed discussions erupting around them. That was terrifying. What was wrong with that girl? How did she suddenly collapse? Heart condition, perhaps? Yes, I was in the same class as Su Xiaoan last semester. She indeed has a heart condition. But wait. Heart patients shouldn't engage in intense physical activity. Why was she running? I heard from the students in Class 15 that it was their homeroom teacher's requirement. Class 15? That old dog Yin? No wonder. If it weren't for Teacher Qin's timely intervention, that child might have faced dire consequences. How irresponsible of that Yin teacher to issue such demands, fully aware of the student's health conditions. Yin Jingye, having arrived early at the outskirts of the crowd, witnessed the unfolding scene as Qin Zhiyi administered aid to Su Xiaoan, and his feelings shifted from irritation to panic. After all, he was their teacher, and he had insisted that Su Xiaoan participate in the morning exercises. Should anything unfortunate befall her, he might be able to leverage his connections to evade imprisonment. Yet his teaching career would undoubtedly be at an end. At that moment, witnessing Su Xiaoan unharmed allowed the weight on his heart to finally lift. However, upon hearing the murmurs of doubt and discontent, and even the faint sounds of insults from those around him, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yin Jingye decided to step forward. He moved slowly to Qin Zhiyi's side. Just as he intended to lean down and inquire about Su Xiaoan's condition, when suddenly the wail of an ambulance pierced the air from a distance. Instantly, all eyes in the vicinity converged in that direction. A small electric scooter and an ambulance came to a halt at the edge of the playground, and soon, a man clad in black riding the scooter rushed into the crowd, accompanied by several medical personnel. Quick, over here. Guqiu had only just managed to catch some sleep after a long night, planning to enjoy a leisurely morning. However, he suddenly recalled that he needed to preside over a historical project meeting during the third period. In a hurry, he rode his electric scooter to school, only to see Qin Zhiyi and Su Yutian anxiously entering the playground. Out of curiosity, he followed them, only to discover that Su Xiaoan was in distress. He promptly called for an ambulance and rushed to the school gate to meet it. Now, seeing that Su Xiaoan appeared relatively well, he felt a sense of relief. Nevertheless, despite not knowing the full details of the situation, he suspected Yin Jingye was involved, and thus did not offer him a pleasant demeanor. Step aside, irrelevant onlookers. Yin Jingye clenched his teeth upon hearing Guqiu's stern tone. Guqiu. Chapter 60, it was indeed difficult to articulate the situation. Su Xiaoan's predicament should have been addressed by her homeroom teacher, Yin Jingye. Yet Guqiu's dismissal of him as an irrelevant party, coupled with his unsympathetic tone, felt like a derision of his inaction. Thinking this, Yin Jingye's brows furrowed in anger, eager to retort. However, before he could utter a word, Guqiu raised his arm and pushed him aside. Yin Jingye barely managed to regain his footing, almost stumbling. You! Guqiu ignored him, moving instead towards Su Xiaoan, where the medical staff had begun to assess her condition. He joined Qin Zhiyi, who was half-squatting, handing over the medication she had previously administered to Su Xiaoan and briefly recounting the steps she had taken in her emergency response. After finishing, she exhaled a sigh of relief, smoothing her disheveled hair, only to suddenly notice a long hand extended towards her. Qin Zhiyi's gaze froze, and as she slowly lifted her eyes, they met Guqiu's deep yet tender gaze. You've worked hard, Guqiu spoke softly. Qin Zhiyi felt a rush of joy. This seemed to be the first time he had initiated contact with her in such a public setting. The corners of her pale, pink lips couldn't help but curve upwards as she took his hand, allowing him to assist her in rising. You too. It was a tough day. Thankfully, it didn't end in tragedy. At this, she shot a glare at Qin Zhiyi, her irritation palpable. Before long, the doctors completed their preliminary diagnosis. While they confirmed that Su Xiaoan was no longer in danger, they still intended to take her to the hospital for further examination. Just then, two middle-aged men pushed through the crowd, with the leading figure being Cui Zhangwo, followed closely by the round-faced director of education, Huafeng. How is she? Huafeng's face was flushed, his expression one of acute urgency. He had been preoccupied with other matters and had not come to supervise the morning exercises, never anticipating such a grave incident would occur. Immediately, a teacher who had witnessed the events and was on friendly terms with Huafeng approached him, filling him in on the details. Upon learning that the student was safe, Huafeng let out a sigh of relief and turned his attention to Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi. Teacher Qin, Teacher Gu, we owe you a great debt today. It seemed that mere verbal gratitude was insufficient as he raised his hands to applaud. Your quick actions saved a student's life and property. You both exemplify the best of young educators. At this, the surrounding crowd began to applaud as well, though it was unclear whether their enthusiasm was genuine or merely a display of sycophancy. However, the students of Class 15, who had strained every ounce of their strength, were undoubtedly sincere in their gratitude towards Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi. Yet, both individuals enveloped in applause felt a sense of awkwardness. Gu Qiu lowered his head in silence, while Qin Zhiyi quickly sought an excuse to depart. I need to check on Xiaoan. I'll go to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Huafeng halted his applause and replied urgently, All right, remember to contact the school if anything arises. Qin Zhiyi nodded slightly, preparing to leave, only to find that Gu Qiu still held her hand. She glanced down at their clasped fingers, then turned to him and blinked playfully. Gu Qiu quickly realized, releasing her hand and clearing his throat awkwardly. Observing this, Qin Zhiyi let out a sweet laugh and dashed after the medical personnel who had already begun to move away. Before long, as the crowd watched the ambulance depart, Huafeng finally directed his attention towards Qin Zhiyi. His expression grew grave as he admonished, Teacher Yin, this matter is far from over. You must provide an explanation to Su Xiaoan and the school. After being the subject of so much public scrutiny and ridicule, Qin Zhiyi's brows knitted together in a scowl, his face darkening with displeasure. I don't need your reminders, he retorted through clenched teeth, shooting a cold glance at Gu Qiu before turning to leave. Not having walked far, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and began dialing. Witnessing his demeanor, Huafeng felt a twinge of annoyance and sternly set out to restore order to the playground. Suddenly, the crowd of onlookers dispersed, leaving only Gu Qiu and Cui Zhangwo behind. Gu Qiu fell into contemplation, inquiring Cui Gu, given Qin Zhiyi's conduct. Is it not time for him to step down as homeroom teacher? Cui Zhangwo understood the implication of Gu Qiu's question regarding whether the school would dismiss Qin Zhiyi from his position. He shook his head with a sigh. It's not as simple as you might think. Gu Qiu looked at him in confusion. Cui Zhangwo leaned in, whispering, Qin Zhiyi is the brother-in-law of the vice principal. Without that connection, he would have been dismissed long ago due to the numerous complaints from students. Gu Qiu's eyes widened in realization. In his previous life, he had clashed with Qin Zhiyi, but nothing had escalated to such a grave conflict. He had resigned at the end of the semester and moved to Hangzhou, unaware that Qin Zhiyi was well-connected. No wonder that old man acted with such arrogance, even daring to speak to the director in that manner. However, with Su Xiaoan's life hanging in the balance, why should he escape unscathed? It's truly complicated this time, Cui Zhangwo remarked, observing Qin Zhiyi's agitated figure as he vented his frustrations over the phone. Gu Qiu looked at him in confusion again. Cui Zhangwo chuckled, raising a finger towards the sky. Our newly appointed principal seems to have little regard for the vice principal. He might use this incident to make a point. Gu Qiu stood frozen in place, pondering the implications. Cui Zhangwo lightly patted his shoulder, advising, I noticed the way Qin Zhiyi looked at you as he left. It seemed like he wanted to swallow you whole. I heard that he forced Su Xiaoan to participate in the exercises, stemming from the conflict between you two. Best to keep a low profile for a few days if it becomes too much. I can arrange a few days off for you to rest and avoid getting embroiled in this. Gucci's gaze became somewhat vacant as he nodded stiffly. Understood, thank you. Cui Jiangwo refrained from further words, taking a deep breath before trailing behind the dispersing crowd. Guccio walked slowly, yet his mind incessantly revisited Cui Jiangwo's remarks. In a moment of abstraction, he couldn't help but let out a low, derisive laugh. Huh. Is the life of a child merely a tool for the powerful in their struggle for authority? As night fell, beside the narrow path at the back door of Grandma Chen's noodle shop, the moon shone brightly, and a cool breeze whisked away the day's accumulated heat. Guccio perched on the flower bed by the roadside, his face flushed, a glass of fruit wine, now a third empty, in his hand, staring blankly at the heavens. Time slipped away, and suddenly, a delicate hand covered his view from behind. What brings you here to drink away your sorrows? Chapter 61, Movements from All Sides 1. Qin Zhiyi waved her hand in front of Guccio, noticing his lack of reaction before settling down beside him. Tilting her head, she observed him for a moment, then caught sight of 2 bottles of fruit wine placed nearby. Selecting a pear-flavored one, she uncorked it and took a small sip. Qin Zhiyi did not rush to disturb him, merely choosing to sit quietly by his side. After nearly 10 minutes, Guccio gradually returned to reality, his voice raspy as he inquired, "How is Shaoan?" Qin Zhiyi took another sip of fruit wine, replying softly, "The necessary examinations have been conducted. There are no major issues. Her parents are with her at the hospital." She smiled faintly, adding also that little girl Su Yutian took a day off, bringing a multitude of gifts to visit Xiao. She feels responsible for yesterday's incident, believing her conversation with Xiao and triggered today's accident. She sobbed on the way back, clinging to my arm, lamenting that she is a troublemaker, making it quite difficult to console her. Guccio listened patiently to her account, pausing before responding in a low, melancholic tone. It doesn't matter that Yutian is in remorse and reflection. The true culprit merely seeks to evade responsibility. What does that signify? Qin Zhiyi's eyes blinked softly, a look of confusion crossing her face. Is the school not planning to punish Yin Jingye, knowing full well that Su Xiaoan has health issues, yet still forcing her to participate in activities? Strictly speaking, isn't that tantamount to attempted manslaughter? Even if pursuing criminal responsibility is challenging, a teacher so irresponsible should certainly face dismissal from the school. A cold laugh escaped Guccio's lips, and he succinctly recounted Cui Jiangwo's earlier words. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi's expression shifted to one of indignation. The principal and vice principal are at odds, which presents an opportunity. If they collude, does that mean this matter will be swept under the rug? What do they regard Xiaoan's life as? No, if the Yin does not receive due punishment, the students in Class 15 might be even more reluctant to resist in future incidents. If I save Xiaoan's life, I will seek justice for her if the school remains inactive. Listening to her fervent words, a flicker of brilliance shone in Guccio's deep-set eyes. He turned his head, gazing intently at her. Her thoughts unexpectedly aligned with his own. Even before Qin Zhiyi's arrival, he had resolved that if the school failed to address Yin Jingye's actions, he would speak out independently. Sensing Guccio's fervent gaze, Qin Zhiyi's indignation shifted to bashfulness. "Why are you looking at me? Am I wrong? How adorably naive." Guccio chuckled lightly. Qin Zhiyi, somewhat haughtily, raised her chin. "You're the one who's naive." Then she suddenly realized, "So, you're sitting here drinking your troubles away because of this matter? You must share my sentiments. However, if this escalates, we might both find ourselves at risk of losing our jobs." At her words, Guccio turned his gaze back to the starry night. Logically, as someone familiar with many societal undercurrents, lacking any remarkable advantages, wealth, or status, he should choose to turn a blind eye, preserving his own peace. After all, having been granted a second chance at life, he ought to seek a more blissful and carefree existence. Yet, he simply could not be the type to turn a blind eye to the injustices faced by students. Perhaps his influence was minimal, and he might indeed risk his job, but at least he could find solace in his conscience. Not wishing to dwell on such thoughts, he instead smiled. That would be too bad. If you lose your job, don't come relying on me. Just return to Hangzhou to continue your studies. Not a chance. With my capabilities, finding a job in this little yin city would be a breeze. If all else fails, I can always help out at Grandma's noodle shop as a dishwasher. Regardless, you won't be able to get rid of me that easily. Qin Zhiyi pouted defiantly. Seeing her resolve, Gu Qiu shook his head in resignation. Qin Zhiyi, however, chose not to linger on the matter, turning her thoughts instead. On another note, we need not assume the worst just yet. Since the principal has intentions to use this incident against the vice principal, why not stoke the flames? If we make enough noise, the school will have to provide an explanation. Gu Qiu propped his chin thoughtfully. Spread the word about today's events? Qin Zhiyi nodded. Sister Yin secretly recorded a video and even sent it to me. Should we post it on my dream-seeking short video account? Only a fool would do that. Using that account would be akin to revealing our cards. What then? Leave it to the internet army. I know a girl who specializes in this. She can even change the location to Yun City, ensuring it leaves no trace. How do you have so many connections? Isn't that just common sense? Thus, the two of them sat side by side on the roadside, quietly plotting their plans. Meanwhile, at the back entrance of the noodle shop, Zhao Yulong, having noticed Grandma Chen's milk supply depleted during breakfast, decided to bring 2 more boxes that evening. Spotting Qin Zhiyi's car parked outside, he wandered around until he found the two of them drinking at the back and Grandma Chen standing nearby. Upon Gu Qiu's arrival, Grandma Chen promptly inquired about the situation and relayed the details to Yulong. After hearing the account, Zhao Yulong intended to approach Gu Qiu to offer comfort, but was halted by Grandma Chen, who urged him to remain where he was, muttering, "That brat. He doesn't even think to inform me when he encounters trouble. Has he forgotten about his older brother? That scoundrel Yin, relying on his family connections, has become completely unruly, bullying my little brother. He's certainly met his match now." At once, he turned to leave, but was once again restrained by Grandma Chen's grip on his sleeve. "Listen here, you rascal. Don't act recklessly. Qiu is clever. He will find a way to resolve this." Zhao Yulong understood that Grandma was worried he might exploit his connections within the underworld, fearing he might lose control and land himself in trouble. However, he had matured significantly and learned to act with discretion. "Don't worry, Grandma. Yes, you. I won't engage in anything illegal. After all, I still need to support you and see Qiu settle down." As he spoke, he patted Grandma Chen's hand, signaling her to relax. He then adjusted his sunglasses, perched on his forehead, and strode away. Grandma Chen watched his retreating figure, casting a glance at Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi, shaking her head with a sigh. Not a single one of them is worry-free. Chapter 62, Movements from All Sides 2. On the other side, Yiming High School, the evening class had just concluded. Jiang Yunqing was on duty today, aimlessly wiping the blackboard when his peripheral vision caught a weary figure entering through the door. His eyes brightened, and he casually tossed the damp cloth onto the podium, hastening to follow. The little shorty, requesting leave without a word? He mused. Is Su Xiaoan all right? Although Su Xiaoan had clearly stated that her situation was not related to her, and Qin Zhiyi had been constantly offering comfort and guidance on their way back from the hospital, Su Yutian still felt disheartened. Failing to engage in her usual banter with the chubby boy, she walked directly back to her seat, gathering the stack of test papers and exercise books on her desk. Casually responding, "I'm fine. The doctor said just a couple of days of rest will suffice." Jiang Yunqing nodded slightly. "That's good." Since they were seated one behind the other, he followed suit, sitting down in his seat facing Su Yutian, and continued, "Did you know? Today, besides you, old Gu also took leave. There's a rumor going around that he's worried about being implicated in the matter concerning Class 15. Upon hearing this, Su Yutian raised her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Isn't it the responsibility of the Yin family to handle Su Xiaoan's situation? How does old Gu get involved? Jiang Yunqing glanced around, lowering his voice. The Yin family is related to the vice principal. That old dog hit it well, but because of this, he might escape punishment. This afternoon, he even held a class meeting to brainwash his students, instructing them not to spread rumors about today's events. Su Yutian was taken aback, and after a few seconds of stunned silence, she expressed her indignation. Why should that be? What do the students in his class say? Calm down. Jiang Yunqing quickly reassured her, then continued. the students in Class 15 certainly won't compromise. After all, if they back down this time, who knows if something similar to Su Xiaoan's situation might happen to them next. I secretly inquired with a friend, and many in their class have decided to file complaints with the education authorities this week. The Yin family has genuinely provoked the public's wrath. Up until now, not a single person has dared to report him. After hearing his words, Su Yutian regained some of her rationality. It should have been done long ago. She squinted thoughtfully. If the Yin family has any real means, merely relying on Class 15's complaints might not suffice. We need to stoke the fire further. Jiang Yunqing raised an eyebrow. He recalled a rumor from his middle school days, where a student from a neighboring school had united to report a teacher, only for that teacher to have some connections, resulting in those students being expelled. Realizing this, he quickly interjected, "You're not seriously thinking of reporting him too, are you? Even old Gu Isnt getting involved. What are you trying to stir up?" Su Yutian, however, scoffed lightly. "I refuse to believe old Gu would remain uninvolved. I understand your concerns, but consider this. As long as we have enough people, the school can't expel us all, can it? I advise you to think carefully." Jiang Yunqing rolled his eyes. "The school won't expel everyone, but the mastermind behind this will certainly face dire consequences." Observing his fidgeting demeanor, Su Yutian pouted. "Don't worry about it. Su Xiaoan is my good friend, and I must do something to help her." With that, she stuffed several exercise books and a test paper in her backpack and stood to leave. Jiang Yunqing stood in place for a moment, contemplating before sighing. "I truly can't do anything about you." He hurriedly rose and called out to another boy busy in the back. "Zhao Long, lend me a hand. I'll bring you a skin when we get back this week." "All right, Godfather," Zhao Long replied, and Jiang Yunqing quickly pursued Su Yutian. "Little shorty, slow down. Don't act impulsively. Whatever you plan to do, discuss it with me first." In the following days, the situation escalated dramatically. On Wednesday, it seemed as though an invisible hand was controlling the narrative. Topics that had been fervently discussed by teachers and students alike just the day before, such as the high school girl being forced to run laps and suffering a heart attack, were swiftly silenced. The domineering and tyrannical behavior of Yin Jingye, coupled with the tacit cooperation of Qin Zhiyi and Gu Qiu, rendered the young teacher's exemplary status a forbidden topic, and no one dared to mention it again. Yet, this was merely a superficial facade. Instead, such deliberate suppression only fueled greater curiosity among the students, leading to various versions of rumors circulating, including allegations of Yin Jingye bribing higher-ups and speculations about his perverse nature, unleashing his frustrations on students. There were even exaggerated claims that Su Xiaoan's condition had worsened, with some saying she had tragically passed away on the way to the hospital, as absurd as it sounded. Fortunately, Su Xiaoan returned to school on Thursday morning, dispelling the rumors of her demise. However, it was worth noting that her parents, for reasons unknown, not only refrained from demanding accountability from the school regarding their child's incident, but also publicly thanked Yin Jingye for his stringent guidance over Su Xiaoan. This scene drew mixed reactions. Some deemed Su Xiaoan's parents as outdated in their thinking. Others suggested they appeared uneducated and had been brainwashed by Yin Jingye, while some speculated they might have been threatened. In short, no one believed that Yin Jingye was a responsible teacher. Subsequently, just as everyone thought this matter would fade away under Yin Jingye's overwhelming control, a video from the day of the incident rapidly circulated on Doulong and Xuanming, capturing the moment of Su Xiaoan's medical emergency. It starkly contrasted the footage of Qin Zhiyi desperately attempting to assist while Yin Jingye stood by, coldly observing, only to later confront the dean with an air of arrogance when it was revealed that he was indeed the homeroom teacher of the girl with the heart condition. Incensed, righteous netizens took to their keyboards to condemn him. The fervor surrounding this incident surged, and the official media comment section of Yunming High School was quickly inundated with responses. Yet, this was merely the beginning. By the time Friday's classes ended, a group of protesters had gathered outside the school gates, brandishing banners that denounced the institution for harboring unscrupulous teachers and oppressing students. Many parents, upon learning the details of the situation, joined in demanding answers from the school. Simultaneously, numerous journalists and social media influencers, seemingly forewarned, mingled within the crowd, conducting interviews and live broadcasts. The school, under immense pressure, barely made it to the weekend, anticipating a moment of respite. However, complaint calls and emails poured in like a torrential downpour. On Saturday evening, lights flickered in a room on the second floor of the academic building. All right, rest assured we will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. A balding middle-aged man seated at his desk, smiling as he hung up the landline phone, leaned back wearily in his chair, wiping the sweat from his forehead. This man was the current principal of Yunmeng High School, Zhang Jinlong. That day, he had received no fewer than 100 complaint calls and over 100 complaint emails. Just then, the dean, Huafeng, entered the room. Principal, the complaints and reports from the Education Bureau have also been overwhelmed with calls, all concerning Su Xiaoan's incident. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinlong's expression changed, and he abruptly looked up. What have you arranged? Yunmeng High School was a private institution under the Yunzhong Nantiang Education Group. He had only been transferred there 6 months prior, yet had been acquainted with the current vice principal Qian for quite some time. In their past competitions, due to underhanded tactics employed by Qian, Zhang had encountered numerous obstacles. Qian had assumed he would inherit the principal position after the previous principal's retirement, only to be outmaneuvered by Zhang, who had since faced various hurdles in his work. Thus, upon discovering the connection between Yin Jingye and the individual surnamed Qian, he devised a plan to exploit this information to eliminate him. He arranged for Huafeng, who was in cahoots with him, to disseminate the news. Yet he did not anticipate the situation escalating to such an extent. Unexpectedly, Huafeng appeared equally helpless at that moment. Principal, I haven't done anything at all. He had merely been following Zhang Jinlong's orders to prepare the surveillance footage and some compromising history of the vice principals for dissemination. However, due to his lack of understanding regarding these matters, he had spent the past few days seeking advice and preparation and had not yet had the opportunity to release anything. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinlong displayed a look of suspicion. Before he could voice his thoughts, the landline rang once more. Assuming it was yet another complaint from a parent or student, he quickly answered with a forced smile. Hello, this is the principal's office of Yunmeng High School. How may I assist you? However, as he listened to the other party's words, the smile on his face gradually froze until he finally managed to speak. Understood. I will certainly cooperate with the investigation team. After saying this, he placed the receiver back on the landline. Noticing the change in his expression, Huafeng curiously inquired, Principal, what is wrong? Zhang Jinlong exhaled heavily. The headquarters has also received a complaint call stating that an investigation team has been established and is on their way, demanding we provide an explanation to the public within 3 days. Huafeng raised his eyebrows. And you? As the principal, I cannot shirk my responsibilities. Should we still release the information we've prepared? Of course. We initially intended to spread the news, but given the current situation, do you think it isn't already serious enough? Hearing the anger in Zhang Jinlong's tone, Huafeng quickly bowed his head in thought. Then I will go ahead and issue a notice to appease the netizens. Also, I will prepare to welcome the leaders of the investigation team. At this, Zhang Jinlong calmed down a bit and nodded slightly. Yes. By the way, regarding that individual surnamed Yin, since this matter has escalated so dramatically, there is no way to keep him here. We can also arrange for the affairs of the school and a replacement for the homeroom teacher in advance. Understood. Huafeng noted down the instructions before turning to leave. Subsequently, Zhang Jinlong leaned back again, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Though hurting 1,000 of the enemy while inflicting 800 on ourselves is indeed regrettable, Qian, it seems your days of ease are numbered. Chapter 63. Acting homeroom teacher? The incident involving Su Xiaoan spread widely, even making it to the top 10 of various video and social media hot search lists. Consequently, Yunmeng High School's official website announced the establishment of an investigation team on Friday night to look into the matter, promising to disclose the results to the public afterward. Yet, 2 days passed with no news from the school, prompting many impatient netizens to express their anger and cast accusations, with several self-media and marketing accounts beginning to stir rumors. In contrast, Guqiu remained remarkably composed this time. Having just returned to school after a 5-day vacation, he received a notification that a meeting would be held in the auditorium that morning, likely to reveal the disciplinary actions regarding Qin Zhiyi. Old Gu, we can win this time, right? Su Yutan, whose leg had healed, rushed to the office right after the morning reading session, eager to inquire about the news. Upon learning of the meeting, she leaned against the desk and asked. However, before Gu Qiu could respond, a voice interrupted. Rest assured, it's a guaranteed win. Ijie. Su Yutian turned to see Qin Zhiyi entering the office. Noticing Gu Qiu sitting there munching on a bun, Qin Zhiyi raised an eyebrow and casually handed her a pancake. I bought an extra one for you. Su Yutian glanced at Gu Qiu, aware but not voicing her thoughts, and accepted it. Thank you. Yiji. How can you be so sure we will win? Do you have insider information? Qin Zhiyi nodded slightly, a mysterious smile on her face. I just ran into Director Chui on the way. He said he won't let you down, and there's even a little surprise. Gu Qiu lifted his head in curiosity. What surprise? I'm not certain. I didn't ask for details. Su Yutian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she waved her hands. That's wonderful. It's worth all the effort I've put in. But barely had she finished speaking when Gu Yan appeared quietly behind her. Oh, what effort have you put in? Upon hearing this, Su Yutian stiffened, turning to give a forced laugh. Hee hee. Old class, what do you mean by effort? I've just been praying earnestly every day. Over the past few days, she had been gathering friends to file complaints and reports against Yin Laogo to the Education Bureau. Although she had assured the old class that she wouldn't leak it, she knew she would inevitably face scolding or admonishment, so it was better to keep it under wraps. Without lingering, she waved goodbye to Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi and dashed out of the office. Little did she know, as the homeroom teacher, Gu Yan understood Su Yutian well. From her tone and somewhat anxious demeanor, it was clear that she was not being truthful, yet she chose not to dwell on it. Instead, she turned her attention to Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi. I just saw the principal has arrived. Let us head over. All right. Qin Zhiyi placed her small bag on the chair and returned to Gu Yan's side. Gu Qiu nodded, stuffing the less than 1/3 of the bun into his mouth, leaving a red bean one on the table, and grabbed the prepared cash to follow the two girls. Moments later, outside the auditorium on the west side of the school, Gu Qiu observed the crowd gathering at the entrance and asked Gu Yan, Jian, not all the teachers are coming, are they? Gu Yan chuckled softly. Of course not. If all the teachers came, who would teach the students? Then what is the criterion for attending today's morning meeting? Gu Qiu realized he had asked a foolish question and masked his embarrassment with a smile before pressing on. Gu Yan, unfazed, replied, I'm not entirely sure, but I received the news in the homeroom teachers group. At her words, Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi exchanged glances. Then why were we called? Perhaps last week's incident has something to do with you too. Qin Zhiyi's eyes sparkled as she spoke softly. This is quite good. We can learn about the handling of the situation firsthand. Don't be too nervous. We'll find out soon enough. The three conversed as they entered the building, walking down a spacious corridor for several steps before following the crowd into the auditorium. The auditorium was not small, capable of accommodating 1,000 people, and was predominantly decorated in red. Its facilities were comprehensive, with a large platform at the front suitable for various competitions and activities, while a massive screen at the back could be used for public lectures or movie screenings organized by the school. As Gu Qiu took a few glances around, he noticed Chui Jiangwo approaching him directly from the side. Bradar Kui. Chui Jiangwo greeted him with a broad smile. Today brings nothing but good news for you. I'll keep you in suspense for now. Why don't you take a seat at the front? Can't you tell me in advance? It's not going to make a difference in this moment. All right then. After a brief exchange, Chui Jiangwo eagerly rushed to the back to receive Zhang Jinlong and his entourage. Soon, over 100 teachers from all 3 grades of high school took their seats in the front row. Principal Zhang Jinlong, Vice Principal Qin Yue, and the leaders sent from the headquarters sat on stage in order, while Director Huo Feng took the microphone to speak first. Esteemed educators, you are undoubtedly aware that a grave incident transpired at our school last week, jeopardizing the life of a female student from the first-year class, Class 15. We extend our heartfelt gratitude and commendation to teachers Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi for their prompt response and decisive actions. As he spoke, he initiated a round of applause, which was soon echoed by the school leadership and fellow teachers. From what I have just conveyed, I trust you all discern the core topic of today's morning assembly. Present are primarily homeroom teachers, and you all Hua Feng read from the script in his hands for nearly 15 minutes, predominantly reminding everyone to be vigilant regarding the physical and mental well-being of students. He urged against viewing students through tinted lenses, treating them differently, or maliciously targeting any individual student. Following this, he transitioned into the main agenda for today. Now, let us invite Principal Zhang to address us and announce some recent personnel adjustments and arrangements within our institution. At once, the microphone was handed to Zhang Jinlong. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he began, "The occurrence of such a significant incident within our school places an undeniable responsibility upon me as the principal. Here, I engage in profound reflection and hope that all of you will join me in extending greater care to our students to avert similar occurrences in the future." After a heartfelt, albeit rather mundane, speech, he cleared his throat once more and stated, "Ahem." The homeroom teacher of Class 15, Qin Zhiyi, was aware of a student's health issues, yet still compelled her to participate in physical exercises, nearly resulting in a calamity. Such behavior is profoundly irresponsible. Furthermore, his inaction and lack of concern following the incident represent a grave breach of the moral and ethical standards expected of an educator, potentially even infringing upon legal statutes. Consequently, our school, in conjunction with the investigative committee, has decided to terminate Qin Zhiyi's employment, with subsequent matters being referred to the police. As for the position of homeroom teacher, after discussions among the school leadership, it has been decided that teacher Gu Qiu, the history instructor for Class 15, will temporarily assume this role. The gathered crowd was not surprised by Qin Zhiyi's dismissal, given the public outcry surrounding the incident. However, it was somewhat unexpected that Gu Qiu, who had been with us for less than a year, would step in as the acting homeroom teacher. Even Gu Qiu himself found this quite astonishing, standing momentarily in a daze. Beside him, Qin Zhiyi excitedly shook his arm. "Qiu, you've finally become a homeroom teacher again." Guyan was also about to extend her congratulations, but upon hearing Qin Zhiyi's words, she approached with a curious expression. "Again? Has Qiu been a homeroom teacher before?" Realizing her slip, Qin Zhiyi furrowed her brows, her eyes darting about as she quickly fabricated an excuse. "No, I just dreamt last night that teacher Gu became the homeroom teacher, and that's why I said again." Guyan, having previously heard Gu Qiu recount his background, was aware that the likelihood of becoming a homeroom teacher during his internship was quite low, so she accepted her explanation with a gentle smile. "I see. Then, Zhiyi, your dream is remarkably accurate. No wonder you two collaborate so harmoniously. It seems destined by fate." Qin Zhiyi returned her smile, choosing not to contest the point. She then glanced at Gu Qiu, who remained in a trance, seemingly indifferent to her and Guyan's conversation, and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Principal Zhang Jinlong continued his speech. Young teachers may lack experience, yet they possess a fervor and find it easier to connect and communicate with students. I have heard that under teacher Gu's guidance, Class 15 achieved remarkable improvement in their history scores during the last monthly exam. I am confident that he will carry the baton of homeroom teacher with excellence and create further triumphs. Let us offer him a resounding round of applause to congratulate and encourage him. In an instant, the vast auditorium resonated with applause once more. Gu Qiu, reminded by Cui Jiangwo from the front row, gathered his thoughts, rose, and responded, "I am grateful for the trust placed in me by the leadership and the support from all my fellow teachers and predecessors. I will certainly approach my responsibilities with diligence and dedication, progressing alongside the students." After the formalities concluded, Gu Qiu resumed his seat. At that moment, he had come to accept the reality of becoming a homeroom teacher within less than a year of his tenure. Yet he also reflected on Qin Zhiyi's earlier words. Stealing a glance at her, as she conversed quietly with Guyan, a faint smile graced his lips. Dreaming of becoming a homeroom teacher? Had he not experienced a rebirth himself, he might have believed her whimsical tale. However, she was known for her cautious demeanor, rarely erring in words or actions. Yet she had revealed several inconsistencies during their time together, prompting a sense of intentionality. Was she perhaps testing him? Contemplating this possibility, Gu Qiu discreetly returned his gaze. He wished to observe Qin Zhiyi a little longer, not intending to disclose his own rebirth. The meeting persisted for nearly 20 more minutes before concluding. Once the leaders departed from the stage, the teachers gradually dispersed. In the corridor, Cui Jiangwo walked alongside Gu Qiu and the others. How was that? Sufficiently surprising? Gu Qiu maintained a placid expression, smiling as he retorted, Brother Cui, was this all your orchestration? Cui Jiangwo adjusted his slipping belt and replied, It was merely a casual mention when Director Hua inquired, but fundamentally, it was your commendable performance that made it possible. Last month, you led your students to an impressive turnaround, and your diligent efforts are well recognized among both teachers and students. You wouldn't believe it. Director Hua randomly consulted several teachers and students about you last night, and the responses unanimously praised you as a responsible and capable teacher, especially Gu Yin and that chubby student from Class 9. They nearly exalted you to the heavens. Hearing this, Gu Qiu glanced between Cui Jiangwo and Gu Yin, softly expressing, Thank you both. Gu Yin shook her head. No need for thanks. I merely spoke the truth. Cui Jiangwo patted him on the shoulder, smiling. Don't just say it. According to school regulations, new teachers must serve for at least 3 years before becoming homeroom teachers. You've managed to do so in less than a year, which is quite exceptional. Shouldn't you treat us to a meal? Gu Qiu was well aware of the importance of social connections, and given that Cui Jiangwo and Gu Yin had always treated him well, he nodded in agreement. All right, I'll choose the venue for tonight. However, Cui Jiangwo shook his head. The investigative committee will remain for a few more days, and I have a multitude of tasks to attend to. We can discuss it another day. Understood. Let us leave it at that. As a new appointee, there are many matters awaiting your attention, but don't feel overwhelmed. If you encounter anything unclear, just ask me or Teacher Gu. Certainly. With that, Cui Jiangwo parted ways with the trio. On the way back, Gu Yin added Gu Qiu to the class homeroom group for first-year teachers while briefing him on the essential responsibilities of a homeroom teacher. Simultaneously, the official Weibo account of Yunming High School, quiet for the past 2.5 days, released an announcement following the conclusion of the meeting. This statement detailed the reasons, processes, and outcomes concerning Yin Jingye's actions directed at Su Xiaoan, alongside the consequences of his dismissal. Furthermore, it casually mentioned Vice Principal Qian Yuwei's demotion and transfer to Yunhe First Primary School under the Yunzhong Nanting Group. The fairness of justice remains in the hands of the public to judge. Thus, the incident surrounding Su Xiaoan as heart condition has come to a definitive close. Chapter 65. Whose brilliant idea was it to capture this image? Moments later, Gu Qiu and the others returned to the area outside the office. Leading the way, Qin noticed Su Yutian and Su Xiaoan lingering at the staircase, observing them, and she chuckled softly, shaking her head. Halting his steps, Gu Qiu turned to face Gu Laoshi. The students of Class 15 must be eagerly awaiting the outcome of Yin Jingye's situation. Perhaps you could alleviate their anxieties by providing them with some insight before their imaginations run wild, thereby ensuring their focus during class. Gu Yin slightly shifted her position as well. After all, the decision will be made public by the end of the break at the latest. It would be wise to offer them some reassurance beforehand. Upon hearing their suggestion, Gu Qiu raised an inquisitive eyebrow, contemplating the idea before nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall attend to it. Qin Zhiyi winked at him, waving goodbye. Good luck, and don't be too nervous. Gu Qiu responded with a gentle smile, turning to leave. He refrained from mentioning his nearly 10 years of experience as a homeroom teacher in his previous life, coupled with his familiarity with the students of Class 15. Although he felt a slight ripple of unease within, it hardly amounted to nervousness. While Gu Qiu conversed with the two, Su Yutian tugged at Su Xiaoan, leaning in to eavesdrop on the discussion. She then hastened back to Class 15. Old Gu is here to announce the verdict on that old dog Yin. Having become quite familiar with the class after frequent visits, Su Yutian shouted energetically, squeezing in next to Su Xiaoan as they took their seats. At her words, the previously boisterous classroom fell into a profound silence, with students returning to their seats, even those who had been dozing off lifting their heads in a daze. Before long, Gu Qiu entered the classroom, only to find the students staring silently at him. The corners of his lips lifted slightly as he walked slowly to the podium. Are you all eagerly anticipating the news? Just as he finished his sentence, he noticed Su Yutian in the front row and added with curiosity, "What brings you here?" "Ah, don't mind these trivial matters. Just tell us the outcome," Su Yutian urged, batting her eyelashes. Soon, a chorus of voices joined in. "Yes, old Gu. What is the result?" After such a commotion, even if Yin is the principal's own father, he must be packing his bags, right? Mark my words. If he doesn't leave, I'll transfer next semester. Otherwise, who knows what might happen to me at his hands. Enough of the nonsense. Let us hear what old Gu has to say. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, class is about to start. Everyone quiet down. With the collective gaze of the students once again focused on him, Guqiu decided against prolonging the suspense and announced Yin Jingye's dismissal. The classroom erupted into a frenzy upon hearing his words. Phew! Thank you for sparing my life. Hooray! We VE triumphed. Finally freed from the clutches of that bald tyrant. Hey, Chingu, why are you crying? You wouldn't understand. These are tears of joy. The thought of no longer being oppressed by that old pervert fills me with true happiness. Just as the atmosphere reached a jubilant peak, a comment from the back row drew everyone's attention. Don't celebrate too soon. We have yet to see what the new homeroom teacher is like. The classroom gradually quieted once more. A girl in the front row looked up at Guqiu. Teacher Gu, do you know who our new homeroom teacher is? Before Guqiu could respond, a voice from outside interrupted. Far in the distance, yet close at hand. Suddenly, all heads turned toward the sound. Entering the room was Li Yuan, clad in black work attire and holding two books. Guqiu slightly tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. Ever since he had explicitly declined Li Yuan's offer of breakfast, she had not appeared in his line of sight, not even encountering Nyonyo more than a handful of times. Why had she come today? Moreover, Li Yuan was a notably esteemed teacher within the school. The girl who had previously asked about the new teacher recognized her and continued, Teacher does far in the distance. Yet close at hand mean that you are our, but before she could finish, Li Yuan playfully brushed aside a few strands of hair from her forehead and shook her head with a smile. Don't misunderstand. I am your new English teacher. As for the homeroom teacher, she raised her hand to point at Guqiu on the podium. Here he is, right before your very eyes. Upon realizing this, the students collectively froze for a few seconds, then erupted with even greater enthusiasm than before. What? Old Gu is the new homeroom teacher? I can't be hearing this right. Nice. Our suffering has finally yielded rewards. Fantastic. I don't need to transfer anymore. After being tormented by that surname Yin for half a year, our good fortune has finally arrived. As the laughter and chatter filled the classroom, the bell signaling the start of class rang. Guqiu cast a glance at Su Yutian, who was pouting. Hey, class is starting. Don't linger here. Hearing this, Su Yutian looked even more aggrieved. Truly a heartless man, already trying to chase me away. Old Gu, now that you're the homeroom teacher, do you no longer care for the children of class 9? Guqiu stifled the impulse to give her a light tap on the head and replied with mock annoyance. Are you feeling restless or simply too idle? How about I assign you 2 extra sets of exercises today? I assure you, regardless of whether I'm the homeroom teacher or not, I will treat both class 9 and class 15 with equal diligence. I hope you all focus on your studies, so we can progress together. These words were directed at Su Yutian, but they also served as his sentiments upon being appointed as homeroom teacher. Upon hearing this, Su Yutian felt considerably reassured and, to prevent Guqiu from actually assigning her extra homework, waved goodbye to Su Xiaoan before scampering out of the classroom, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Guqiu shook his head, exchanged a glance with Li Yuan, and then exited the room. He anticipated that it would be Teacher Li taking over. Guqiu had assumed that after Yin Jingye's dismissal, the school would assign a teacher from the same grade to temporarily take over, but instead, they had appointed Li Yuan. Li Yuan had completely moved on from her previous feelings for Guqiu and was far more at ease in his presence now. So, Teacher Gu, are you not welcoming me? Hearing her light-hearted tone, Guqiu understood and replied with a smile. How could I? You are a celebrated figure who often graces the honor roll. I couldn't be more pleased to have you. Li Yuan refrained from engaging in any further banter, explaining. Logically, it should have been a teacher from the first year taking over your class, but unfortunately, every teacher's class is at full capacity. Thus, they had a draw from our second year, and I happened to be selected. However, I am also just a temporary replacement. Adjustments may be made depending on the situation in the future. I believe with you here, our class's English results will soar to new heights. Guqiu replied with a gentle smile. Li Yuan did not concern herself with whether his words were mere courtesy or sincere thought, giving a slight nod. Then let us work together harmoniously. Indeed, let us collaborate joyfully. Now, I shall refrain from interrupting teacher Li's class. All right. After their brief conversation, Li Yuan returned to the classroom. Guqiu stood at the door and remarked, all right, while I want to be oppressive, I also want to indulge you all. Don't let your success lead to complacency. After applying a slight pressure, he glanced at Su Xiaoan, who was gazing at him intently, sensing she had something to say. He added, pay attention in class. Su Xiaoan, come to my office after class. With that, Guqiu did not linger and turned to leave. However, just a few steps out, he felt his phone vibrate with a message notification. Upon checking, he discovered it was a message from Guyin in the homeroom group that she had recently added him to. Dear class supervisors, recently, the physical and mental well-being of our students has become a matter of paramount concern for the faculty and staff of our school. The results of last week's investigation into early romantic relationships have now been compiled. However, due to a significant incident that occurred last week, coupled with the imminent midterm examinations for both the first and second year students, as well as the approaching joint examination for the third year students from 8 provinces, we have decided to delegate this matter to each class supervisor for individual handling. Please take a moment to review and compare the images captured from the surveillance footage to ascertain whether any of your students are present. Upon reading the message, Guqiu grasped that the school was currently under immense public scrutiny, and with the investigative group still present on campus, it was deemed inappropriate to escalate the issue of early romantic relationships further. Thus, the decision was made to downplay the situation and allow the class supervisors to provide guidance as deemed necessary. Curiosity piqued, he began to peruse the images as he walked. However, upon reaching the 10th image, he froze in shock. What was this? Who was the genius who captured this? In the image, a young couple strolled hand in hand along a dimly lit campus path, the male figure exuding a composed and handsome demeanor as he leaned slightly to the side. The female figure stood with her feet together, her head bowed in a mixture of joy and shyness, illuminated by the moonlight that elongated their shadows. Reminiscent of a scene straight out of youthful anime or a campus drama. Thanks to an upgrade of the school's surveillance cameras at the beginning of the semester and the proximity of the shot, the faces of the two individuals were captured with remarkable clarity. Indeed, the individuals depicted were none other than Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi. This was the moment they had returned from Grandma Chen's noodle shop for the first time, having agreed to be friends. At Qin Zhiyi's request, Guqiu had merely shaken her hand, thinking that no one had seen them, only to discover that the camera had recorded the moment. It was bad enough that the moment had been captured. Now it was being used as a cautionary tale against early romantic relationships. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Guqiu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He wondered who had scrutinized the footage so carelessly, failing to distinguish between teachers and students, and even misinterpreting the innocent handshake as something more intimate. The teachers responsible for the investigation had not taken the time to review the footage thoroughly. It felt as if they were all conspiring to make him the subject of ridicule. He muttered under his breath until he reached the door of the office, where he paused, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Several minutes had passed since the images were circulated, and undoubtedly many teachers had already seen them. It was too late to retract the message, and he could only hope that the teachers would focus on identifying their own students in the images rather than fixating on this particular one. Yet that seemed unlikely. Unwilling to look back or scrutinize the images further, he remained oblivious to the fact that among all the pictures, his and Qin Zhiyi's was the clearest, and the one most reminiscent of a couple. It was only natural that anyone who came across it would linger a moment longer. Take, for instance, Guyin, who had been staring at the same image for nearly a minute. Upon noticing Guqiu entering the office and sitting across from Qin Zhiyi, her gaze flitted between the two before she could no longer contain herself. With a teasing smile, she inquired, "You two are holding hands and taking a leisurely stroll at night, yet you haven't made it official? Planning to keep it a secret romance?" In that instant, Guccio, who had just taken a sip of water to ease his nerves, found himself choking on it. Coughing, he glanced at Qin Zhiyi, who was still oblivious to the unfolding situation, engrossed in her research on the computer. Hearing the commotion, she raised her head, her expression filled with confusion. And after swallowing a piece of potato chip, she asked, "What leisurely stroll?" Guyan then sent her the saved image. With the chat application open on her computer, Qin Zhiyi casually clicked to view the image. Upon seeing it, she, too, fell into a momentary stupor. Being one of the individuals in the photo, she recognized the moment and was naturally curious about how it had been uncovered. She turned to Guyan with a questioning look. It seems the teacher reviewing the footage was rather inattentive. Seeing how close you two appeared, they simply captured the moment, Guyan explained. After hearing this, Qin Zhiyi nodded in understanding, then tilted her head, casting a sly glance at Guccio, stifling a laugh. Guccio shot her an annoyed glare. Had he known, he would never have agreed to shake hands with her. With a sigh of resignation, he concocted a story on the spot. "Sister Yin, it's not what you think. That day, I happened to run into Teacher Qin outside, and we had lunch together. On the way back to the apartment building, she was feeling unwell, so I helped her a bit, and somehow this moment got captured." His impromptu tale was poorly constructed and almost led to a logical inconsistency regarding Qin Zhiyi's supposed inebriation and willingness to drive. His hurried speech failed to convince Guyan. Guyan scrutinized the pair once more, her smile fading slightly as she adopted a more serious tone. "You youngsters have your ideas, and while it's understandable to have fun, please do not treat relationships lightly. Do not let the other person down. Guccio, if you haven't been caught, you could have kept it under wraps. But with this photo as evidence, you should muster the courage to admit it. I have always believed in you two as a pair. Knowing this, I would only wish you happiness." At her words, Guccio felt utterly despondent. "Sister Yin, we truly are not." Seeing his flustered state, Qin Zhiyi couldn't help but smile even more brightly. Yet, instead of merely enjoying the spectacle, she shifted her chair slightly closer to Guyan, attempting to alleviate the tension. "Sister Yin, you're mistaken. We were out all day and returned quite late. I wasn't feeling well, and Guccio assisted me. As for his earlier mention of drinking, that must have been a mix-up from another time when I had a bit too much to drink, and he helped me back." She then turned to Guccio, seeking his support. "Right?" Guccio seized the opportunity, chiming in, "Yes, there were several times we returned together at night. My memories got a bit mixed up." Seeing the two earnestly explaining themselves, Guyan could only shake her head in resignation. "All right, I'll concede on my words, but I still believe your relationship is far from ordinary." However, she mused, despite both of them clearly having feelings for each other, every time they interacted. Even when someone merely uttered their names together, they would tense up, making an effort to distance themselves from one another, which seemed rather uncharacteristic of a couple. More akin to a divorced pair. Realizing her thoughts were becoming absurd, she decided to drop the line of reasoning. Just then, another female class supervisor entered, carrying breakfast and a bag, and upon seeing Guccio and Qin Zhiyi together, she teased, "Congratulations, Teacher Gu, on your promotion. And when can we expect to taste the wedding sweets from you and Teacher Qin?" Guccio pursed his lips and sighed, "Oh dear." Meanwhile, Qin Zhiyi could not help but stifle a laugh, her gaze drifting back to the image on the computer screen. She clicked a few times to save the picture, silently reflecting. It seems that for the foreseeable future, Guccio's name will be linked with mine. Since the rumor has already spread, should I intensify my pursuit? Or perhaps I should hold back. After all, haste makes waste. In any case, Guccio is mine. In today's morning meeting, a summary was provided regarding the incident that occurred last week, which consequently took up more time than usual. This caused students accustomed to procrastinating until recess to hasten their pace anxiously, filling the corridors with hurried figures. One of them nearly collided with Guccio, who had just returned. "I'm sorry, teacher." "No worries. Just be careful," Guccio responded, offering a simple reminder before entering the office. Inside, he discovered Su Shaoan engaged in conversation, being pulled into a chat by Qin Zhiyi. He paused momentarily, filled a cup with water from the dispenser, and inquired nonchalantly, Shaoan, how is your recovery progressing? Have you experienced any discomfort these past few days? Upon seeing Gu Qiu, Su Shaoan had already risen to her feet, gently shaking her head to indicate that she was fine. Gu Qiu returned to his seat and continued. That's good to hear. Please compile a list of your symptoms and the precautions you need to take. While he would not deliberately place Su Shaoan in harm's way like Qin Zhiyi, he was nevertheless concerned about the potential for another mishap due to a lack of understanding. Noticing the glimmer of gratitude in Su Shaoan's eyes, which quickly shifted to worry, Gu Qiu offered a reassuring smile. If you have any issues, feel free to voice them. I'm here to help. Su Shaoan shifted her tone and asked, Teacher Gu, may I remain in my current class? Following the recent monthly exam, Director Cui and the head teacher of Class 2 had approached her regarding transferring classes. However, at that time, she had resolutely declined due to her attachment to Gu Qiu, Qin Zhiyi, and her friends in Class 15. Yet, after the events of last week, her feelings of disappointment and fear towards Qin Zhiyi, coupled with the hardships her classmates endured because of her, made her reconsider. With Gu Qiu's absence and the various rumors circulating, she thought that perhaps leaving would alleviate some of the tension. After careful consideration, she had resubmitted her application to transfer classes. To her surprise, the situation had changed dramatically, and now she simply wished to stay. Upon learning the context, Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow in contemplation and asked, Did Director Cui mention transferring you to that class? Su Shaoan replied softly, Director Cui said that arrangements for the key class are difficult, and I would have to wait until the next monthly exam. I can first transfer to the regular class. Gu Qiu nodded slightly. Currently, transitioning Class 15 would undoubtedly take some time, whereas moving Su Shaoan to the key class would provide more stability. However, if it were merely to the regular class, then the decision to transfer seemed inconsequential. With this thought, he took out his phone and messaged Cui Jiangwo for clarification. Just then, Su Yutian and Jiang Yunqing entered the office, following Gu Yin. Su Yutian discreetly waved to Su Shaoan. The next moment, Gu Qiu received a WeChat call from Cui Jiangwo and quickly answered. Noticing Su Shaoan's wide eyes, filled with nervous anticipation, he switched the call to speaker mode. Qiu, Shaoan is quite sentimental. She chose to stay in Class 15 because of you and Teacher Qin. Therefore, when I learned you might become the head teacher, I held on to her transfer application. Asked her what she thinks now, if she still wishes to transfer. She can simply fill out a new form to switch to the key class after next week's monthly exam. Upon hearing this, Su Shaoan breathed a sigh of relief and promptly interjected, Teacher Cui, I don't want to transfer anymore. Oh, Shaoan, are you nearby? If you don't want to transfer, that's fine. Just stay close to Teacher Gu and strive to improve your performance in the supplementary subjects. Upon hearing this, Su Shaoan immediately promised, I will. Good. Now pass the phone to your teacher, please. Cui Gu, I'm here. Go ahead. Cui Jiangwo cleared his throat and apologized. Qiu, the issue with the surveillance images was my oversight. I was preoccupied with handling the situation regarding Qin Zhiyi these past few days and didn't review it closely. My apologies. It's no big deal. Gu Qiu replied, though he felt a slight resentment bubbling within him. However, Cui Jiangwo continued to chatter. You know, I've always thought that Xiao Qin and you are quite compatible. As soon as the statement left his lips, all the teachers and students in the office, including Qin Zhiyi, turned to him in unison. Gu Qiu's face flushed with embarrassment, and he awkwardly ended the call, stammering, Cui Gu, I have other matters to attend to. I'll hang up now. Meanwhile, Cui Jiangwo, who was busy printing materials in the administration office, noticed the busy signal on his phone and smirked. These young folks are so easily embarrassed. With that photo inadvertently circulating, I reckon Qiu will be keeping a low profile for a few days. I'll have to give him a generous gift when he gets married as compensation. At the same time, Su Yutian regained her composure, seemingly sensing the intrigue in the air, and leaned closer to Qin Zhiyi, lowering her voice to inquire, Sister E, is there any new development? Qin Zhiyi subtly turned her head and noticed Gu Yin staring in their direction, offering a knowing smile as a cue. Su Yutian followed her gaze and quickly returned to Jiang Yunqing's side. Gu Yin, with a stern expression, addressed the two. Do you know why I called you here? Seeing their teacher's serious demeanor, Su Yutian and Jiang Yunxing quickly straightened up and shook their heads in unison. Without delay, Guyan opened her phone and placed it on the table. Take a look. The two leaned in closer, and upon seeing the content, their eyes widened in surprise. Soon, realizing that the couple they had been rooting for had made progress, they exchanged smiles. Su Yutian even turned to give Qin Zhiyi a thumbs up. Observing their reactions, Guyan seemed to realize something amiss, retrieved her phone, and indeed had mistakenly shared the wrong image. She felt a pang of regret and reminded them sternly, "Wrong image. You're not to speak of this or spread rumors, understood?" "Yes," they replied in unison. Subsequently, Guyan tapped the screen twice, replacing the image with one showcasing Su Yutian and Jiang Yunxing playfully tugging at each other's ears in front of a snack shop. She continued to scroll through 3 more photos, each depicting the two engaged in playful antics in the stairwell, cafeteria, and playground, all featuring physical contact. Guyan put away her phone and shot them a glance. "I usually keep a tight rein on you too. I thought this early dating investigation would have nothing to do with our class. Yet here I found 4 photos, all featuring this troublesome pair." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yunxing and Su Yutian, as if in a synchronized dance, shuffled a couple of steps apart and simultaneously exclaimed, "Teacher, we're not dating." Guyan understood that although these two often bickered, their relationship had not evolved into romance, or at least their rivalry had not yet transformed into something deeper. She empathized with the blossoming emotions of these vibrant youths, but was also concerned that such feelings might lead them astray, having experienced similar situations herself. Thus, she felt it necessary to issue a gentle warning. Just as she contemplated this, she noticed the two were now locked in a silent stare-down, seemingly blaming one another for their predicament, which made her exasperated yet amused. "All right, I know you're not dating, but you both need to behave yourselves." Chapter 68. You don't truly dislike me, do you? Guyan, after advising Jiang Yunxing and Su Yutian, casually mentioned a few of their recent academic shortcomings. As the time for class approached, she decided not to press the pair further. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoan, having confirmed that she would not have to leave class 15, finally settled her nerves and, after collecting a new set of supplementary exercises from Guqiu, departed alongside the two. On their way back, Su Yutian proactively shifted to Su Xiaoan's right side, distancing herself from Jiang Yunxing. She pouted, glaring fiercely at him. "It's all your fault, you fatso. You always go against me. Are you happy now that you've been scolded?" Jiang Yunxing retorted without hesitation. "3 out of those 4 photos were taken while you were snatching my snacks. Yet you conveniently left that out." Su Yutian tilted her head defiantly. "Oh please. There's still one where you pull my braid. You've always been hands-on with me. Be careful, or I'll report you for harassment. Food can be eaten indiscriminately, but words should not be tossed around. I merely tugged your braid, never laid a hand on any other part of you. At this rate, I could also accuse you of defamation." Jiang Yunxing replied, equally indignant, tilting his head in righteous indignation. "You better not sneak food in class anymore, or I'll report you every single time I see it. Who is afraid of whom? If you have the guts, then don't read comic books in class. You, fatso, you little troublemaker." The two bickered back and forth, drawing closer as they exchanged barbs, on the verge of rolling up their sleeves to engage in a scuffle. However, their gazes collided, and simultaneously recalling their homeroom teacher's admonition from 3 minutes prior, they abruptly stepped back, distancing themselves. Sandwiched between them, Su Xiaoan glanced from side to side, unable to suppress a gentle smile. She then sought to ease the tension, shifting the topic. "Yutian, what did Director Chui mean when he said that old Gu and Teacher Qin are well-matched? Does it have anything to do with the photos that Teacher Gu misplaced?" Upon hearing this, Su Yutian eagerly opened up, whispering, "Let me tell you, in that photo, old Gu and Yi Jie are holding hands. And the background seems to be on a dark and stormy night." As she embellished the description, Jiang Yunxing cleared his throat, interrupting, "Hey, don't forget what old Ban said about spreading rumors. Besides, it's not as exaggerated as you claim. Don't spread gossip that could trouble old Gu and Teacher Qin. Wait until you see how old Ban deals with you." Su Yutian, however, stuck her tongue out carelessly. "I'm just sharing with Xiaoan. Do you really think we're that unreliable?" She winked at Su Xiaoan. Nodding slightly, Su Xiaoan assured her. I want to tell a fourth person. Forget him, let me tell you. Su Yutian continued, dragging Su Xiaoan along as they walked and chatted. Jiang Yunqing observed their retreating figures. Given Su Xiaoan's somewhat introverted nature, she likely wouldn't spread the word. However, Su Yutian's boisterousness and multitude of friends meant she could inadvertently let something slip at any moment. With a resigned sigh, he decided to keep a closer watch, lest rumors truly circulate. I told you that little troublemaker would be a handful, he muttered to himself, recalling the skeptical glance Old Ban had shot them in the office, and how Su Yutian had unhesitatingly distanced herself from him, disdainfully declaring that they weren't in a relationship. Lifting his gaze to follow their figures, a hint of sadness flickered in Jiang Yunqing's eyes. You don't really hate me, do you? Meanwhile, Su Yutian was at the stairwell bidding farewell to Su Xiaoan, reminding her not to disclose the photo incident to anyone else. She may appear carefree, but she was quite astute, her thoughts more nuanced than her peers. In a moment of reflection, the 4 photos from Guyan's phone surfaced in her mind. Upon closer consideration, similar scenes unfolded every day. Over the past year, those around them often labeled them as rivals, and some even suggested that Jiang Yunqing had feelings for her. She had never refuted such claims, as she did not harbor any dislike for him. On the contrary, his presence had brought her much joy. Her earlier display in the office had merely been a pretense to appease Old Ban, though she wondered if that fatso would take it to heart and truly distance himself from her. Suddenly, Su Yutian shook off her thoughts and glanced to her side, only to find Jiang Yunqing's figure absent. A bit alarmed, she turned her head and spotted him standing not far behind, prompting a sigh of relief. She rolled her eyes and said, What are you doing just standing there? You haven't touched your math paper at all. If you don't start copying soon, you'll be standing through class. Hearing her voice, Jiang Yunqing snapped back to reality, not wanting to dwell on it. He took a deep breath to adjust his demeanor and strode forward, replying, I was just resting for a moment. Is that so wrong? You're so demanding. You're so fit you can hardly walk, and yet you don't think about losing weight. It's not like I'm eating your family's rice. If you keep blabbering, don't expect to copy my test. Hey, I take it back. The two playfully bickered as they made their way toward Class 9, both realizing that neither had changed their behavior due to Old Ban's comments. Chapter 69. Shall we eat together? That evening, a small moth floated on the cool breeze towards a window, perching on the screen to peer curiously inside. There, a woman with disheveled hair, clad in a pure white camisole nightgown, sat at her vanity, not preening, but instead meticulously assembling a beautiful decorative lamp. Moments later, the lamp's full form was revealed. The base resembled a giant tree, and when plugged in, it emanated a soft pink glow, rich in color gradients, with the luminous device below creating a scene reminiscent of falling blossoms, appearing lifelike. In front of the tree stood 2 figures, a man in a robe with a silly tuft of hair atop his head, and a girl in red, sporting fox ears. Indeed, this lamp was a recent obsession of Qin Zhiyi, inspired by the anime Fox Spirit Matchmaker. She gently tapped the control panel in front of the base, adjusting the brightness to her satisfaction before relocating it to the bed's side desk she had prepared in advance. After reconnecting it to power, she quietly admired it for 2 or 3 minutes before clasping her hands together in a fervent prayer, saying, Oh, sorrowful tree, though I possess no demon power, I am willing to give all that I can, hoping to rekindle our connection from past lives. Meanwhile, the little moth was drawn to the vibrant light, fluttering its wings restlessly against the screen. The subtle sound it made was interpreted by Qin Zhiyi as a response from the sorrowful tree, causing her to smile brightly. Following that, she tidied her vanity before moving to her work desk. With a light touch on the mouse, the previously darkened computer screen flickered back to life, displaying the moonlit hand-holding image of her and Guqiu that had sparked much discussion among the teachers that day. This particular image had been edited to remove the timestamp watermark from the bottom right corner and enhance its quality. Resting her chin on one hand, Qin Zhiyi gazed at the 2 figures in the picture. The positioning of the surveillance camera, the stances of the two, and the overall ambience were all remarkably well captured. One might think it was taken by a professional photographer, making her increasingly fond of it. Simultaneously, I once again express my gratitude to the teacher monitoring the surveillance for impartially capturing that moment reminiscent of a tender hand-holding. Uncertain of how long she had been seated before the computer, Qin Zhiyi slowly regained her composure. She grasped the mouse anew, opened the folder dedicated to documenting every moment with Gu Qiu, and saved the image into the Pictures folder, aptly naming it Hand in Hand Under the Moonlight. Once satisfied with her save, Qin Zhiyi instinctively revisited the previous photos and videos. Upon encountering the video of their barbecue during the Qingming holiday, she suddenly realized that it had been several days since she last indulged him, and upon further reflection, it seemed that even her plans to save for a dowry had not been updated in quite some time. At this thought, Qin Zhiyi couldn't help but ruffle her still damp hair. Oh dear, foolish Qin Zhiyi, you must not adopt a hit-or-miss approach. You must demonstrate your resolve. Or when will you ever marry him? Immediately, she leaned over her desk, gazing up at the ceiling. What should she prepare for him? A few days later, on Sunday, which also marked the first day of the May Day holiday, the large-eared dog electronic alarm clock on the table chimed at 10:40, emitting a series of beeps. Qin Zhiyi swiftly emerged from the kitchen to silence it, only to retreat once more. She had just portioned the freshly made strawberry milkshake into 2 cups, added a hint of taro balls, garnished with mint leaves, sealed them with lids, and placed them into a delicate pink wooden basket on the table. The small basket already contained nearly 10 assorted-sized meal boxes, and with the addition of 2 bottles of beverages, it appeared somewhat cramped. Yet, Qin Zhiyi remained unsatisfied. After a moment's contemplation, she ventured to the refrigerator in the living room to retrieve 2 bottles of chilled low-alcohol fruit wine. After reorganizing the wooden basket, she finally managed to fit everything inside. Once she confirmed that all was in order, Qin Zhiyi clapped her hands in satisfaction. Mission accomplished. As she noted that it was nearly 11 o'clock, she hurriedly removed her apron and retreated to her room to touch up her makeup. Shortly after, dressed in a refreshing blue and white dress, Qin Zhiyi stepped outside with her basket of goodies. Standing before the door, she intended to send a message to inquire if Gu Qiu had risen, but upon hearing a flurry of sounds from within, she opted not to use her phone and instead knocked on the door. Within mere seconds, the door swung open. Just as Qin Zhiyi was about to greet him, she was taken aback to find Zhao Yulong standing before her. Simultaneously, Zhao Yulong, having not checked the peephole, was equally surprised. Sister-in-law? Teacher Qin. He had only heard from Gu Qiu that they lived quite close, but today he learned that they were neighbors, the only 2 households on the 5th floor. And he had been engaged in gossip with Gu Qiu in the kitchen. Just as he mentioned sister-in-law, Qin Zhiyi arrived. His mind, slow to process, blurted out the words. Qin Zhiyi was momentarily taken aback by being called sister-in-law, but after regaining her composure, her cheeks flushed slightly as she gently inquired, "Along, what brings you here?" "Oh, I just had some free time and wanted to invite Ah Qiu for a meal, but this rascal said he didn't want to go out. So here I'm looking for him." Zhao Yulong explained with a smile before turning the question back to her. "Teacher Qin, do you have something you need?" Qin Zhiyi nodded slightly. It was immediately distracted by the delightful aroma wafting from inside the house. The next moment, Gu Qiu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of dishes, declaring, "All set, the dishes are ready." Upon noticing Qin Zhiyi standing at the door, he scanned her with his gaze, pausing momentarily on the small basket she held. Qin Zhiyi's eyes were drawn to the sweet and sour ribs he was carrying, and she couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment as her gaze fell. Having endured 6 consecutive days of classes that week, coupled with Gu Qiu's recent promotion to homeroom teacher, it was evident he was more exhausted than before. She had intended to prepare a sumptuous meal as a form of reward or comfort, while also fulfilling her desire to indulge him. She had ventured out early to buy ingredients, scouring numerous recipes and tutorials, and spent the entire morning in preparation, all the while thinking Gu Qiu would likely sleep until noon. Yet here he was, already finished with the meal. She sighed inwardly but still managed to force a smile. "Oh, I'm just here to remind Ah Qiu to eat. I have no other business," she said, preparing to turn back home. However, before she could pivot, Gu Qiu spoke in a calm tone. "Why don't you join us for a meal?" He had already surmised what was contained in the basket, and understood her intentions. Declining would seem ungrateful. At his words, Qin Zhiyi's eyes brightened immediately. Really? Under normal circumstances, even if Gu Qiu had already prepared a meal, she would shamelessly insist on joining him for lunch. However, with Zhao Yulong present today, to actively request to stay would appear to contradict her initial promise of not overly interfering in his life. Thus she had opted to leave. Zhao Yulong, observing their exchange, had noticed the basket Qin Zhiyi was holding and, realizing her purpose for visiting, couldn't help but smirk at Gu Qiu, enthusiastically ushering Qin Zhiyi inside. How could you possibly refuse? Now that you're here, it's merely a matter of adding a few more chopsticks. As he spoke, he took the basket from Qin Zhiyi's hands, inspecting it with awe. Wow, Teacher Qin, you've prepared quite a feast. Seems I've come at just the right time. Otherwise, with so many dishes, you two would never finish them. However, does this mean I'm intruding on your romantic dinner? He chuckled. I'm truly sorry. Next time I'll be sure to give you a heads up before dropping by. Qin Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, a faint smile dancing on her lips as she shook her head lightly. No worries at all. Gu Qiu, observing Zhao Yulong's excited demeanor, responded with mock annoyance. Why do you talk so much? Go wash the chopsticks and serve the rice. You dare to command me, you little rascal? What a reversal of roles. Zhao Yulong retorted lightly, yet he proceeded to place the basket on the dining table and headed into the kitchen. After setting down the ribs, Gu Qiu walked to the entrance, retrieving a pair of pink slippers from the shoe cabinet and placing them before her. Come in and sit. Qin Zhiyi glanced down at the slippers and then up at Gu Qiu. Noticing her gaze, Gu Qiu cleared his throat awkwardly. I bought the wrong slippers a few days ago. I couldn't be bothered to return them, so I kept them. Qin Zhiyi's eyes sparkled. She had discerned that when Gu Qiu made excuses, he often spun tales, but this fool rarely told lies in previous lives. In this life, these small justifications and little fibs seemed to roll off his tongue effortlessly. She would need to pay closer attention. Nevertheless, she kept her thoughts to herself and simply changed into the slippers. They fit perfectly. Chapter 70. You have quite the nerve. Gu Qiu had prepared 6 dishes using the ingredients brought by Along, combined with the 8 dishes Qin Zhiyi had prepared, resulting in a total of 14 delectable offerings that appeared somewhat crowded on the modest dining table, yet undeniably sumptuous. After distributing the bowls and chopsticks, Zhao Yulong casually remarked, Sister Qin, with so many beautifully presented dishes, you must have spent the entire morning working on them, right? It must have been quite the effort. Qin Zhiyi took a seat beside him, smiling lightly as she replied, It's no trouble. After all, it's a holiday, and since I had the time, I figure I might as well hone my culinary skills. Zhao Yulong added a compliment. I can only imagine who will be fortunate enough to marry you. They truly will be blessed. As she spoke, noticing Gu Qiu still preoccupied with adjusting the positioning of the dishes, her eyes twinkled mischievously as she teased. Right? A Qiu? Gu Qiu responded with a dismissive glance. However, upon turning her head, she found Qin Zhiyi gazing at her with twinkling eyes, softly replying, Who knows about this lifetime? But in the last one, it seems he hardly enjoyed any fortune. Qin Zhiyi sensed a hint of reluctance in his tone, yet she held no unusual emotions. Instead, she smiled softly, understanding that actions spoke louder than words, and it was far better to demonstrate to him that marrying her would certainly be a boon. Without further contemplation, she inserted straws into 2 cups of strawberry milkshake and presented them to the 2 individuals before her. Zhao Yulong, suddenly attentive, realized that these 2 beverages were originally prepared by Qin Zhiyi for their intimate gathering, and it seemed inappropriate for him to monopolize them. Shifting his gaze, he noticed a bottle of fruit wine placed beside the basket and, seizing it, pushed the milkshakes back towards Qin Zhiyi. Sister Qin, you drink it yourself. With so many delightful dishes, it would be a shame not to indulge in a little wine. Saying this, he bit the bottle cap open and took a swig. This fruit wine tastes delightful. Seeing this, Qin Zhiyi had no choice but to keep the milkshake for herself, just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks. A thought struck her, and she inquired, You've had some wine. How will you drive? Gu Qiu, who had just lifted his rice bowl, also turned to look at Zhao Yulong. Zhao Yulong, noticing both had already picked up their chopsticks, placed a piece of sweet and sour pork rib into his own bowl and took a small bite. What a coincidence. My car is in for maintenance today. You two needn't worry. I'll call my little brother to pick me up later. Now let us eat. Teacher Qin, do try the ribs Chiyo made. He is usually quite lazy, but his culinary skills are a true inheritance from his grandmother. He continued to serve dishes to both Qin Zhiyi and Guqiu while his chatter never ceased. By the way, speaking of my little brother, last week, to help you both deal with that scoundrel surnamed Yin, I gathered quite a few brothers to cause a ruckus at the school gate. Ahem, a righteous outcry. I promised them a meal afterward, and I almost forgot. I must find a place to arrange that tonight. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked, "The people who unfurled the banner at the school gate last Friday, were you who gathered them?" The act of unfurling the banner to denounce the incident would carry much more weight if it were done by Su Xian's parents. But if it were merely by outsiders, no matter their righteous intentions, they would hardly act so impulsively without clarity on the matter. She had initially thought perhaps the principal was behind it, pushing to get rid of Vice Principal Qian, but it turned out to be Zhao Yulong. Zhao Yulong slightly tilted his head back. I had controlled the intensity. I originally planned to break that surnamed Yan's leg without hesitation. Just as he finished speaking, Guqiu, sitting beside him, interjected seriously along. "I can handle my own matters. Don't act impulsively and land yourself in trouble, causing worry for me and Grandma." Yet Zhao Yulong remained unyielding. "Nonsense. How can a brother stand idly by while his sibling is bullied? I'm stating this clearly. If anyone dares to touch you too, let them first test if my fists are strong enough." Zhao Yulong's protective nature was something Qin Zhiyi was well aware of from her past life, having experienced it herself, yet she still urged him along. "We are not that fragile." However, before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Yulong took a hearty swig of wine and laughed heartily. "Sister Qin, don't listen to this kid. You must know that in Yunqing, while I might not walk with impunity, I certainly have my connections in the underworld. As long as no one ends up dead, there won't be any issues. Rest assured." Guqiu rolled her eyes. Bragging again. This guy did have some ties to an underworld faction in the past. In his third year of dropping out to work, one night after his shift, he witnessed someone wielding a knife chasing an elderly man. He intervened and saved the man, only to later discover that the old gentleman was a reputable boss in the real estate business, also involved in lending, with significant standing in Yunqing's underworld. That day, he had fallen into a trap set by a desperate debtor, and had it not been for Zhao Yulong, his life would have been in peril. Consequently, the old man had intended to take Zhao Yulong under his wing as a foster son, but he had rejected the offer with a cheeky, "I saved you, and you want to be my father?" However, the old man was grateful to Zhao Yulong and provided substantial support. Otherwise, it would have taken him another 10 years to open the Yulong bar. In the past, should Zhao Yulong have gotten into serious trouble, this relationship might have offered him a way out, but now, with the government's crackdown on underworld forces intensifying, even the dragons and tigers of the underworld had to tread carefully, let alone someone like him. As for the little brothers he mentioned, they were merely a bunch of small-time delinquents doing odd jobs in the northern part of the city. Thus, both Guqiu and Grandma Chun hoped he would refrain from stirring up trouble. Zhao Yulong turned his gaze towards Guqiu, smirking. "I absolutely mean what I say. I have vowed to ensure Grandma's longevity and peace, and to protect Chiyo's safety and happiness. I have upheld this promise in the past, and I shall continue to do so." Not engaging in further debate, he picked up the wine bottle. "Enough of this disheartening talk. Let us raise a toast to celebrate Chiyo's promotion to homeroom teacher." Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi exchanged glances, a mutual expression of resignation on their faces. Yet they complied and lifted their drinks to clink glasses with him. "Cheers!" Guqiu took a small sip of her milkshake, her dark eyes fluttering as she suddenly inquired, "Has there been any news about Song Qing?" Perhaps only finding this fellow a wife could quell his temper that flared at the slightest disagreement. Upon hearing this question, Zhao Yulong's expression froze momentarily. After swallowing the wine in his mouth, he took a breath. Not yet. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Qin Zhiyi. "However, the detective you introduced, Sister Qin, is quite competent. In just a few days, he has uncovered leads and confirmed that she is currently in Yunqing." Qin Zhiyi's eyes softened as she gently reassured him. "At least the scope has narrowed significantly. I believe it won't be long before we find her. Guqiu also patted his shoulder twice in encouragement. Zhao Yulong nodded in response, then let out a sigh. He had previously been eager to understand what had befallen Song Qing, but now, witnessing the truth gradually unveiled, he felt anxious about whether he should meet her when the time came. Suddenly, he felt a wave of frustration and quickly shook his head, changing the subject. Let us set that matter aside for now. Achio, do you remember when Grandma's birthday is? Hearing his question, Guqiu's eyes sharpened. The older generation usually celebrated birthdays according to the lunar calendar, and Grandma's birthday fell on the 13th of April, corresponding roughly to late May in the Gregorian calendar. However, in the past 4 years while he was away at university, he always celebrated Grandma's birthday during the Labor Day holiday for convenience. But this year, with the incident involving Su Xian last week, and now his new role as homeroom teacher, along with the upcoming midterm exams, realizing this, he raised his hand and lightly tapped his forehead a few times. I've been so busy. Fortunately, today marked the first day of the May Day holiday, so there was still time to make arrangements. He then turned to Zhao Yulong and asked, have you made any plans? But as soon as he asked, he remembered that in previous years, he had almost always been the one to remind this guy. Sure enough, Zhao Yulong shrugged. Unfortunately, I only remembered this morning. Seeing this, Guqiu couldn't help but furrow his brows. Acquiring a cake or preparing a meal is hardly a challenge. However, when it comes to selecting a gift with such limited time, one struggles to conceive of what to present. Observing his furrowed brow, Zhao Yulong promptly offered words of encouragement. In the past, your studies posed an obstacle, but now that you have returned, we can celebrate in a manner befitting the occasion. We still have a fortnight, after all. Nevertheless, Guqiu expressed concern. Yet, since in previous years we celebrated around the May Day holiday, a sudden alteration in schedule might lead Grandma to misunderstand. Zhao Yulong chuckled. Even if you forget, it's unlikely the little old lady will remember. And if she does, it's of little consequence. Let her believe we've forgotten, allowing her to experience a few days of disappointment. Then, on her birthday, we can orchestrate a grand event, building up to a delightful surprise. Guqiu rolled her eyes in response. Just as she was about to retort, Qin Zhiyi, who had remained silent until now, interjected, giving Grandma an advanced age, excessive emotional fluctuations can be detrimental. How about I subtly remind her this afternoon that you've changed the date? So she isn't left disheartened by the absence of a birthday cake in the coming days? Through their time together, Qin Zhiyi had developed a profound understanding of Grandma Chun, recognizing that while her memory may be waning, she would undoubtedly remember matters concerning Achio and Along. Upon hearing her suggestion, Guqiu nodded in agreement. Thank you, Qin Zhiyi replied with a smile, appreciating the absence of any mention of inconvenience. Yet, Zhao Yulong raised another query. But what shall we gift her for her birthday? Over the past few years, we've already presented her with handmade gifts, beautiful items, and extravagant offerings. We cannot simply repeat ourselves, as that would lack novelty and sincerity. Guqiu took a sip of her drink and lamented. Isn't this all you're doing? Last year, you splurged on 18 unique birthday gifts for Grandma after earning a bit of money, which was delightful at the time, but has left us with quite a dilemma this year. Recalling her previous life, she realized she had only gifted Grandma a set of clothes, yet Qin Zhiyi had recently bestowed 2 sets upon her. Pondering this, Guqiu cast a discreet glance at Qin Zhiyi, who, interpreting it as a request for advice, blinked thoughtfully before suddenly exclaiming. While conversing with Grandma, she mentioned her sister who married and moved to a neighboring province, and they haven't seen each other in 5 or 6 years. Perhaps we could consider a gift that facilitates a reunion? At this, Zhao Yulong raised an eyebrow, visibly pleased. Indeed, Grandma even called to inquire about Chun Er's health during the new year. Qin Zhiyi, I find your suggestion splendid. Guqiu calculated the time frame and nodded. That works. The crowds during the May Day holiday are overwhelming, so this provides a suitable excuse for postponing the celebration. Zhao Yulong glanced at Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi, recalling Grandma's insistence on fostering their bond, and continued, Qin Zhiyi, would you care to join us on this outing? Me? Qin Zhiyi, having just taken a couple of bites, widened her eyes in surprise, exuding an adorable charm. After fluttering her long lashes, she turned to Gu Qiu, seeking his opinion. Gu Qiu shrugged and posed a question in return. Do you have the time? Absolutely. Qin Zhiyi replied without hesitation. Gu Qiu smiled lightly. Then let us go together. The more, the merrier. After all, the idea originated with you, and surely Grandma will extend an invitation to you. Qin Zhiyi beamed at the invitation, her bright eyes sparkling with delight. Excellent. After their meal concluded, Zhao Yulong chose not to intrude upon the two further and left discreetly. Gu Qiu accompanied him to the door, intending to tidy up, but upon turning around, she discovered Qin Zhiyi had donned her apron and was at the sink, diligently washing the dishes. From behind, she appeared quite the picture of a devoted wife. After gazing for a moment, Gu Qiu quickly averted his eyes, feeling a touch of embarrassment. I'll take care of it. With Zhao Yulong gone, Qin Zhiyi felt considerably more relaxed and bold in Gu Qiu's presence. What is the rush to send me away? She inquired, as Gu Qiu collected kitchen scraps. I never said that. If you don't mind the boredom, you're welcome to sit in the living room for a while. Qin Zhiyi smiled, but chose not to pursue the conversation further. Instead, she brushed a lock of hair from her face and asked, Do you have any plans for this May Day? None whatsoever. I intend to lounge at home. Gu Qiu replied, placing a bag of rubbish by the door and wiping the stove. Reflecting on her question, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. Oh, I almost forgot. I promised son I play basketball with him this afternoon. Would you like me to cheer you on? Standing side by side, Qin Zhiyi tilted her head and smiled sweetly at him. Gu Qiu shot her a look of exasperation, as if our rumors aren't already abundant. Not that I mind. Qin Zhiyi stuck her tongue out playfully. Then you must have thick skin. Gu Qiu retorted, and after cleaning the stove and range hood, he saw there was nothing left to do and promptly occupied Qin Ziyi's previous spot. All right, I'll take over. It's not customary to make guests work. There are cherries in the fridge that Along bought, and I've already washed them. Help yourself if you wish. Seeing this, Qin Zhiyi did not refuse. Just before leaving the kitchen, she removed her apron and draped it over Gu Qiu. Then, she retrieved a small plate of cherries from the fridge, intending to feed him a couple, but he declined. Thus, she settled onto the sofa, opening a newly discovered savings app to edit her entries. Total cost of ingredients, 21. 632 yuan. Personal cooking fee, 200 yuan. Total, 41. 632 yuan. System notification. Your dowry plan for a Qiu has deposited 83. 264 yuan today. Current balance, 694. 673 yuan. After completing her entries and meticulously reviewing them twice to confirm accuracy, she stole a glance at the figure in the kitchen. If she remained indoors for the next few days, would that mean she could indulge in feeding him daily? Yes, it's settled. I'll aim to accumulate a dowry of 10,000 yuan within these 5 days.